Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 26. Although our numbering might be off, we'll fix it in post. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about the Kia Adventure Van, Bronco returns, I will not pay over MSRP, but they'll just raise MSRP, off-road Hellcat, and square cup holders in a Lexus. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen, and you can just subscribe to the Four Wheel Tech, and you'll get some of the news because we actually grab a little bit of news that's automotive and technology related from all across ohmTown.com. It just, a lot of it happens to be focused in the Four Wheel Tech group. That's how our aggregator works. Anyway, see you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say something before I even introduced you.
Nope, I was just getting ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
And if you're watching this, the visualizer is a representation of how much computational power is necessary for the sentient AI from the future to voice their opinion about whatever it is we're talking about.
Quite a bit.
Sometimes it seems. I mean, I think that it's this old tech that you have to deal with because you're from the future and you hear that weird USB that you were actually housed in must have fallen out of the Terminator body when you transported back in time. And if you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !FWT in the chat, and that'll spit out all of today's show notes. They're already over on YouTube. They'll be in the podcast when it gets published. So follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and like and subscribe, ring the bell, send a carrier pigeon, send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com if there's any articles that you're interested in us highlighting in the show. Once you become a citizen, though, you can actually submit it. There's a little option right here where you can submit news, but I'm not logged in. Anyway, you want to get into the show? Let's get into the show. First article is over.
Let's do it.
There's that vocal computational lag. Again, I blame the fact that maybe I'll move you over to the new Apple Mini M4 because the Raspberry Pi just isn't moving fast enough. You can recompile.
Yeah, but then I'll have to keep up with the M4.
No, you won't have a problem with that. You know, I mean, you're from the future, so. According to this article, all of our articles are from Jalopnik today. That's pretty wild. Wow. That normally never happens, but anyway, so Kia better make this badass electric adventure van concept that it debuted at SEMA. The SEMA show always includes a slew of questionably customized cars, but sometimes manufacturers release tricked out versions of everyday models and eventually, well, actually get people excited. But I'm pretty excited about this one. There's a couple of Kias that I actually like, but this year Kia returned to the SEMA show with an all-terrain Vengeance showcasing
Not what I think of for all-terrain.
Yeah, Kia. Two badass electrified and off-roadified vehicles. So let's take a look. Boom. I dig this.
Oh, that's cool. That looks like something out of a sci-fi or dystopian movie.
Oh, yeah. Something on Mars, you know. Yeah, John Carter driving this around. If anybody knows what John Carter is, I'm amazed. But anyway, the biggest flop in like movie history. I think it made like $20.
But then it might be known because of that.
Yeah, true. I keep attempting to watch it again, but I think I've watched like 5 minutes of it over the course of 2 weeks. So based off the Kia PBV electric modular van concept, it looks seriously cool and capable. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. I dig this. EV9 Adventure or Adventure, it's ADVENTR because they can't just say adventure, damn it. Anyway, it's based on the currently available EV9 3-row electric SUV, but includes a 3-inch lift, off-road wheels and tires. Saw a truck today where the tires alone were taller than my car. I had left ohmTown.
Yeah, this reminds me of like a Unimog or something. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I
that's
know
actually
it's not the
interesting.
right scale, but
Yeah. But, you just put a big-ass tires and raise the cab up above the tires, and you're basically Unimog. It's an awesome vehicle, by the way, Unimog, particularly in the snow. I want one so bad, but anyway. The Kia PV5 Weekender is a lifted and specialized electric van intended to act as an escape pod for extended weekends in nature, with features like Gearhead feature that provides an off-board storage space for gear when the vehicle is parked to maximize interior usability. So the little thing rises up. You have this little door that opens up. I like this thing. Stick stuff
yeah, it
up in the
looks very
ceiling.
cool.
It looks like it has French cleat rails on the sides that you can put proprietary shelves. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This looks like a render though, but it says photo.
Yeah, it doesn't really look real. Like it looks,
Yeah.
I don't
Kinda
know. It
fakey.
like has a lot of customizable aspects, but it doesn't look very luxurious, I guess is the way to put it.
Oh no, this is just for like hauling ass and taking names. This looks pretty cool though. I like that you can open this big old door and it's wide open, and you have these jump chairs where they're facing each other, or this is like a lounger where you can just put your feet up on an ottoman on the passenger side facing the driver, and the driver actually looks like they're more centrally located. It's kind of weird, this perspective. It looks like they're closer to the center than... Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, I like it. So I want this. This should be in Wanted, but that was yesterday's show.
That's right. It might make its way into Wanted for next week.
Too bad. Yeah. Anyway, I agree. I agree with Logan here. This better be made. But I'm looking for a vehicle like this. We'll see. But here's another contender for maybe my MSRP dollars, which is leading me into the article after this article. Not this article, but this article. After this one, we're going to be talking about that MSRP issue. Base Ford Bronco returns with a starting price under $40,000, pissing off everybody who bought a Bronco Original.
Yeah, that's true. But keeping a lot of people happy that have been waiting to get a Bronco.
Yeah, Ford updated the Bronco a little bit for 2025, but the really big news is the return of the base trim, which Ford dropped for the 2024 model. This drops the entry price for the Bronco over $1,635 versus the outgoing model. But it was the supply and demand issue. See, now this is the Bronco, not the Bronco Sport. I do not want a Bronco Sport. I want the Bronco.
Right, but remember the base trim might mean like no steering wheel or something.
Yeah, really. You have to, it's a lease, and you have to pay a monthly fee for the tires. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And the deck statement is what I said earlier. And so it says for 2025, the cheapest way to get into a Bronco is the steel-wheeled base trim for a predestination charge of $37,995. That price stays the same whether you choose the 2 or 4-door model, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's really shocking.
You get the standard 30-inch all-season tires, Ford's terrain management system with 5 GOAT off-road modes. And also new for 2025, a standard 12-inch touchscreen running Sync 4. The base Bronco also comes standard with a 7-speed manual transmission paired with a 2.3-liter EcoBoost i4, which is anemic, regardless of innovation. So Ford made additional comfort changes to the Bronco for 2025. 4-door models get standard rear air vents, so you're still allowed to breathe in the back.
This is good.
You can upgrade to the 10-speed automatic transmission, putting it over $42,000. Ford will also give buyers the option to add the Sasquatch package to the base Bronco, which it gives you hair implants, but not on the top of your head, all over your body.
Well, I'm not sure people want to pay extra for that.
So the package now comes with a standard 35-inch Goodyear Territory RT tires, which Ford says has less road noise. You get a 12-speaker B&O system. Buyers wanting to get paint protection can now choose a factory matte clear film. And there you go. Yeah, the thing that I don't like these little things, these little rails up on top of the.
I'm not sure really why they're there.
There's little lights, but I think it's kind of goofy. Okay, so let's just kick this up a notch. Ford made other changes to the Bronco trim lineup. Aside from the return of the base trim, the Bronco Wild Track trim is gone, replaced with the Heritage-inspired Bronco Strope Edition. Only available as a two-door. It starts at $75,635, and there's the availability of the Black Diamond and freewheeling packages on the Big Bend trim and 3 new color choices. And if you're interested in the Bronco 25, Ford says order banks are now open with delivery set to begin this winter. I think the Black Diamond is something like $90,000, I think it was.
Wow. I mean, maybe that's what Bronco is doing, is trying to lower the baseline one and then hopefully get sales of these higher end editions.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Like the entry level, I thought was. Hold on. I need to look up the 2025 because the 2024 was like $50,000 for the Black Diamond, but I thought I read that it was going to be. Oh, maybe it's not the Black Diamond that's that crazy cost. There was one that was really wild, limited edition. Maybe it wasn't Black Diamond. I'll have to look. Yeah, it starts at like $50,000 for the Black Diamond. So maybe this is the
I mean,
one
you have
now.
to look at your model carefully.
Yep. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. I'm looking for which one it is. Wild Track is priced at $135,000. The most expensive Bronco straight out of the gate is $90,000 Raptor. There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to keep on going. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel. Yep.
I mean, this is a good sign, but it'll be interesting to see what the manufacturers do with the pricing.
Yep. So it seems like people are done paying over MSRP for new cars. I know from driving around and looking at cars that some dealerships have taken to the marketing method of pissing off customers as they drive by, like saying in really bright print, $16,000. But then when you walk onto the lot, they have in different writing, not as vibrant, off. So the vehicle that you actually pulled over to go and take a look at says $16,000 off. With the $16,000 in neon yellow and off in a dull matte brown, written on some shady cardboard inside the car. Anyway, but people are tired of paying over MSRP. It's rather exploitive in a time of whatever, but supply and demand, I understand the mechanics of supply and demand in business in general. I mean, I went to business school, for crying out loud. I do strategic management consulting. I understand.
You don't know anything about this.
I know nothing. But I also have a soul, and
well, that's not very good for business.
Yeah, that's true. So it seems that the era of people willingly paying over MSRP for new cars is at an end, as data shows that the number of people willingly letting dealers overcharge them is declining. And Stellantis, for instance, is really feeling this pinch. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The number of buyers willing to overpay for a new car saw a pretty steep drop in the last year. Yeah, kiss my shiny metal ass is pretty much the response nowadays from people. Data from J.D. Power's 2024 U.S. Sales Satisfaction Index shows that the number of car buyers willing to pay markup for a new car dropped 7% in the last year for mass market brands like Hyundai and Ford. In 2023, 15% of buyers were willing to overpay. Just 8% of buyers were willing to pay in 2024. Those numbers.
I was going to say, I think this has to do with the amount of supply, though, because there were periods where you could go into a dealership, there were 0 cars in inventory, and the dealers held all the cards.
Cards. Car apostrophe DS. Cards.
Yes.
So according to J.D. Power, the reason that the drop is higher, dealer inventories. So yeah, the struggles during and immediately after the pandemic saw buyers clamoring for any inventory that they could find. Dealers capitalized on this by being greedy bastards, especially hot models that debuted at the time, like the Ford Bronco and F-150 Lightning. Not Lighting, Lightning. F-150 lighting is basically taking a LED bulb and screwing it to an outlet underneath it. Anyway, there were financial repercussions to this, of course. Many found themselves underwater on their car loans as resale values on certain segments tanked. If you paid $70,000 for a $40,000 Kia EV6 in 2022, you're probably in some real deep doo-doo right now.
Right, because who wants to buy it and who wants to buy a used EV?
Yeah. There's a thing. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know if this ever happens. Do loan companies actually call the gap when you have a hold on.
I don't know why they would approve a loan.
That much over, right?
Right. I mean, if it's a couple thousand over, maybe, but if you're putting a down payment or something, that's going to account for that. I don't think they would approve this.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Well, at any rate. So there were other surprising findings in the study. EV buyers are less satisfied with their vehicles than gas vehicle buyers. Yeah, that's no shit news. Because they were lied to. They were absolutely lied to. It's all marketing bullshit, right? EVs don't get their range. They don't have their lifespan. They're a pain in the ass when they break down in any way, shape, or form.
Or if there's any weather of any kind.
I mean, hell,
traffic of any kind.
Depending on the Tesla, you're parking on the side of the road. I know I take a lot of pot shots at Tesla's Cybertruck, but give me a break. Plus, we've been doing it wrong. That the whole build out and all of that kind of stuff, people are tired of it. So sales satisfaction for premium brands saw Porsche take first, with Infiniti and Jaguar coming in second and third. So, I mean, it's hard to dislike a Porsche until insurance or maintenance or changing the damn oil.
Yeah, it's not operating correctly.
Yeah, but if you can swing the bat for a Porsche or an Infiniti or Jaguar, then you're cool with the $150 it takes to do an oil change. So they also took the top 2 spots for highest rated premium car and premium SUV in J.D. Power Segment Awards, which ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. That sounds so much like what's his name? Where he does $50 items from Amazon.
It's tech stuff.
Yeah.
Random Frank P.
Oh yeah, Random Frank P. He always does this thing like JD Power Segment Awards where he ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. So he does like $50, $100. It's a fun show to watch, but anyway. He was going to change his name. And then his community said, hell no. And he's
well,
like, okay,
I mean, I guess that's a good thing. They're invested.
Yep. Anyway, let's move on. This is not non sequitur news. This is 4-Wheel Tech. Anyway, the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Off-road Hellcat 4x4 fixes every problem you had with the Dodge Challenger. I had to choose this because I really like Dodge for whatever reason. Dodge is kind of like this chonky beast of a vehicle. And I've had a couple of them over the years, not the Dodge Challenger, but I really dig them because of that kind of beefiness of them without being too over the top. I still wanted a vehicle that you could park in a garage. So Dodge sold the Challenger for 15 years, never gave it a full redesign. What is that? Depsite? That is? What? I think it's despite
Oh,
that.
despite.
But Depsite, that's their typo. I just read it. I just read the teleprompter. Screw you, San Diego. Just kidding. I love San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego. It sold well for a coupe and eventually proved even more popular than the Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro. Bitchin' Camaro, bitchin' Camaro. Over the years, Dodge made a long series of improvements and offered the Challenger and other special editions. So, boom. Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik.
I see why it fixes the problems.
It's no longer a Dodge Challenger.
Well, because it can go above everything it's going to encounter.
Good God, look at that thing. But that's kind of like the vehicle that was seen outside of ohmTown today. The tires were as big as the fender well. So if it was actually set down on the tires would just destroy the fender well. So it was sat up above, kind of how this is. So, and those tires had to have been, I don't know how big, like 36-inch tires or something like that. They were beefy. Anyway, someone has finally done what Dodge was too cowardly to do itself. They raised it up. Still, though, I mean,
right, you still have the low frame.
The drivetrain is still down at the vehicle's center line of the tires. So no matter what you do, this bar right here is basically the lowest point that you can go.
Right, it's going to run into every obstacle if you're going off-roading.
Yeah, if you had independent suspension, then this bar would be gone and you'd be able to have much greater travel and all that kind of stuff. But in the back, you have the same thing with the differential. It doesn't look like it's independent suspension anywhere. So as everyone knows, Dodge eventually added all-wheel drive as an option, but you couldn't get it in all-wheel drive Hellcat. In fact, unless they missed one, Dodge never offered all-wheel drive on any Challenger with a V8. It was one of the reasons why I never got anything outside of an SUV from Dodge, because I wanted all-wheel drive. Plus, it says the lack of ground clearance and a true four-wheel drive system meant you couldn't get very far anytime you tried to take it off-road. Now, the Stellantis explainers will tell you that that's because you could always buy the Ram 1500 TRX if you want an off-road Hellcat, but that's Ram, which is a completely separate company, and the 1500 is a truck, not a Dodge Challenger.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to get the Challenger.
So it's a first drive in a 4x4 off-road Hellcat. I'm not going to play the audio on this, but oh my God, I want this.
I guess we should have put it in wanted too.
Okay. Oh, this guy's burning the stickers off the tires by lighting them up in the parking lot. That's how new this vehicle's tires are. He's driving it down the road with the stickers on the tires.
Oh, wow.
I love this. I love this. So they talk about building it. There's a whole first drive in 4x4 off-road Hellcat. It's a YouTube video. They talk about the springs that are in it and the suspension that's on it. It does not have any travel. This thing is just going to be locked in. If there is any travel. It has springs, but the whole thing is going to be bouncing up and down, not independent suspension. But and then they just, oh my gosh. Yeah. So you're going to need a ladder to get to your ladder to get into your car.
Right. How do you get into this car?
Yeah. You're going to need one of those little roll out ladders. Like you're trying to get like emergency ladders. You're going to have to do that.
Oh, right. Those ones that roll down or roll up.
Yeah. Escape ladders from your third story window. So I want this, but obviously I'll never get it because what am I going to do? I'm going to drive this to the grocery store, for crying out loud.
I
Dig
mean,
the
it would get
color.
some looks.
Yeah. So follow the link through ohmTown. It's in the show notes. It's over in the VOD. Definitely check this thing out. You'll be able to hear it, but we're not playing the video simply because we want to drive traffic to all of the people that provide sources to ohmTown and to the Four Wheel Tech show. So let's move on. The next and our last article for Four Wheel Tech tonight is Lexus designed the TX's weird square cup holders so that it would fit Stanley cups. Do you really think that they catered to the
Well, it's
Lexus?
interesting because I don't think of the Stanley Cup and the Lexus market overlapping.
I don't know, man. I mean, people really dig those Stanley cups. It's always bragging rights. I'm actually surprised that my friend in California didn't send me a picture of their Lexus with a Stanley cup in the holder.
Okay, that would have been funny.
So cup holders, no matter what the vehicle they're in, are usually round. Bucking that established trend is the Lexus's 3-roll TX family hauler. Oh, that's why. He would never send me a family hauler, which went with a strange-looking square cup holder that's removable from the center console. So why would Lexus go and willingly create chaos in what is supposedly a family vehicle? Apparently, it's for Stanley cups.
That's interesting.
So Lawrence Hodge...
Because any other cup is probably going to be rolling around in there.
Fit to be square. Yeah, they're both square. I guess it's so that the handle can sit thunk, but why not just make a big round with these little derpy... Interesting, right? So Lawrence Hodge over at Jalopnik.com put the article together. Yeah, in the three-row Texas or TX. I think that's intentional. TX, Texas. Everything is bigger. The TX family hauler, which went the strange-looking square cup holders. Turns out the reason is so that it could fit Stanley cups. So they asked why square. Lexus rep explained that designers went with a square cup due to Stanley cups. Those hugely popular tumblers, specifically the big ones with the handle, are easier to place in the square cup holders. You know, if I had the Lexus TX, those 40-ounce hydro mugs would fit.
I was going to say this is a problem beyond Stanley cups.
Yeah, it's just big ass mugs. Sometimes though, you really want, to just nurse that 40-ounce mug of a cup of Joe over the long haul. It's not really irrational. I mean, what's irrational about is chugging the 40 ounces of Pepsi or whatever and then going and getting a refill at the nearest gas station. That's irrational and horrible for you. So the Lexus rep explained that the designers went with the square cup because of the Stanley cups. There's more in this article, but guess what? Really don't need it. So they say that there's some clarification at the very end of this article regarding the design of the TX's cup holders. While Stanley cups were a factor in the design, they weren't the main factor. They were told Lexus designers went for what they're calling practical elegance in the interior design process of the TX, and this meant that having features that are usable, practical, and easily accessible by passengers, and the removable cup holders were one of the features designed to do just that.
That's interesting. Like they backpedaled away from the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you put a round cup holder in it to minimize
There was something in the article. Oh, maybe because it said that some of them moved around. So yeah, maybe you could 3D print something to put in there. I don't know.
Why does it say unlock? Because you can pull this whole thing out.
You can take the cup holder out.
Yeah. So do they have a round one? It didn't say it, right?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, how to say that I've never owned a Lexus without saying I've never owned a Lexus? That right there. Not that I really find Lexus any more appealing than any other car. I'm very utilitarian, if no one's guessed that, or if anyone cares to hear me say that. Anyway, so we're going to unlock our cup, and that's going to land us back at the front page of Four Wheel Tech, which is where all of the news for Four Wheel Tech usually gets aggregated, but we grab stuff from other areas where relevant. So you can go over there, become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels. We got 50 channels. Go check it out. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is gonna. There was a 10-gear transmission in that one vehicle, the Ford Bronco. So put it in 10th and granny gear your way down Main Street. Yeah, that's my way of saying say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode of that next week. But come back tomorrow for ohmTown Non Sequitur news and some other weekly shows.
Yeah, so ohmTown is the network of shows, and Non Sequitur News is our daily show. And then we have 6 weekend shows that are 30 minutes long. But the Non Sequitur News show is an hour. Sometimes we run long, kind of like what I'm doing with this. So see you in a little bit, which means tomorrow. And I'm going to probably get the replay going for the daily, weekly replay. It may or may not include yesterday's shows. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, we're out of here. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Lexus. Welcome to the jungle. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and you are watching Non Sequitur News for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 315, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about a 4-year world cruise ship voyage. The eastern U.S. is sinking, microplastics impacting weather. These bills are odd. Netflix and no chill, super strain of bacteria. I've no idea what happened to our audio. NFL ref calls penalty, the RP Gamer Roundup, Encore, the AI search engine, and hackers stealing Ticketmaster tickets. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen where you can get all of the news, none of the noise, and definitely respite from the last several, year. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Oh, you're doing that ducking again. Oh, it's okay. No. Don't worry about it. We are not going to mess with it today. We're just going to deal with it. We are going to do it live, as it were. Doing all right?
I am doing fine, and that should have fixed it, at least temporarily.
That did fix it. Wow. It's almost like you're a sentient AI from the future. You knew what was wrong. Okay, let's just go. So this first article that we're going to talk about is for whatever reason, we have this strange fascination with all things lifelong cruise affiliated kind of stuff. I'm really not sure why. I've never been on a cruise, and I don't necessarily want to get on a cruise because I think that they're the petri dishes of the sea. But a residential cruise ship has a 4-year around-the-world voyage to quote-unquote escape politics, but 4 years is the cycle for politics, so you're literally going to be enveloped in politics.
I mean, the idea is funny. It seems like it's just a shtick.
Oh, it's definitely, yeah. The residential cruise line offers a 4-year voyage for passengers seeking an extra long vacation. A single-person room on the cruise ship for 4 years costs $256,000.
Is that all? I mean, I
Promising.
guess that's probably cheaper than buying a house, but at the end of it, you're not going to have a cruise ship or a house.
Yeah, you've got jack shit to show for it. Oh, that's really early in the stream. I'm probably going to get in trouble. In troubled? In troubled. The name of the new show that we are kicking off. We're changing the name yet again. Just kidding. They're going to go to 140 countries. The Odyssey. Wait, is that the same one? Yeah. The Via Vi
Oh, it is.
Odyssey.
I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, entered the second month of its 15-year tour around the world. The Odyssey set sail in September after delays left it docked in Belfast for months. We didn't even get the news that it actually left,
We got the news that it started to leave and then it got stopped again, but I don't think we ever saw that it set sail again.
Yeah, that damn Windows 11 patch.
And that's a 15-month journey, right? Not 15-year.
It says 15-year tour around the world.
Oh, okay. It must have several legs inside that.
So the Odyssey started with its own kind of micro Odyssey, I suppose. Let's see here. If the state of the world, or at least election results, have got you considering whether you want to leave the United States, Villa Vi Residences wants to throw it in its hat in the ring for an option for temporary relocation. A double occupancy room starts at $319,998 for the 4-year trip, promising visits to 140 countries across all 7. So you can book a 2-year midterm selection. This is pure marketing tripe.
It is, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah. So you know what's going to be interesting about this? I am going to promote this episode. And because I'm simply mentioning
exactly, even though we're not talking about anything political,
I don't even care about the election in terms of the show. I'm not even talking about it. They're gonna ding me. I have been getting notices from previous promotion attempts where they've straight up said that I have to file a document for electioneering, even though I did not say anything about it. I never talk about politics. So anyway, I found it really interesting that I'm still getting them a year after the last promotion. So anyway, while a trip on the Odyssey doesn't offer citizenship anywhere else in the world, it gives passengers flexibility to escape traffic jams, politics, and the monotony of city life, except that you're going to have the monotony of being stuck on a ship until you get to another dock. And even then...
Yeah, but with that many country stops, you're probably not going too long in between docking.
Well, except for the people who had to pay for their own apartment in Italy.
That's a different issue. Assuming it stays on schedule.
It was Ireland, not Italy. Yeah. So they said that they were going to actually... So it's really funny. 2 passengers who repeatedly complained about the delays were kicked off the ship and had their contracts canceled. You bitch too much.
Never mind that you sold your house or gave away your pets or whatever you did in preparation for this.
Yeah. And if you put all of your eggs in one basket, guess what? Somebody else is going to take your eggs, make an omelet out of you. All right. Well, anyway, Catherine Tangalakis Lippert over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Pretty fascinating. 15-year tour around the world is what it says, but you have to pay $256,000 for a 4-year tour. So just over $65,000.
I mean, think what the cost would be for 15 years of this.
Yeah. Well, $1 million. Well, roughly.
Roughly, yeah.
All right, let's keep on going though. This is kind of interesting, but I'm just waiting for the software to go, sorry, we need a patch, and you're stuck out there somewhere.
That would not be good. I forgot why they were stuck in Belfast. They didn't have a permit or something.
Well, one was a permit and one was software that locked the engine controls so that they couldn't actually leave. Yeah. At least it's not the other one where they haven't even purchased the ship, right? There's another one where they didn't even purchase.
Yeah, that's a bigger problem.
People sold their everything and they hadn't even sold the ship or purchased the ship yet. Okay, let's keep on going. Oh, and if you're in the chat and you're interested in this kind of stuff, if you hit !NSN, that'll pull up the show notes for today's episode. Past episodes are over on YouTube because Twitch deletes everything after 60 days. And we have 1,500 episodes worth of shows across the ohmTown network of shows. And they're all podcasts as well. So do a search for wherever you catch pod and ohmTown will be there. So I've always wondered, why is the Eastern U.S. sinking? I didn't actually know that it was, by the way. But
I didn't either until I saw this headline.
Yeah, this one, if you want to be scared out of your mind, I suppose, the answer lies in an ice sheet from 19,000 years ago. I find this one really interesting because they found in, what country was it? Carved wood that was designed to be stacked together like Lincoln logs underneath a waterfall somewhere. I think it was in South America, underneath a waterfall that shows signs of
Wasn't it in Zambia in Africa?
Oh, was it? I thought it was South America. Maybe it was Africa. It must have been.
I think it was Zambia.
Yeah, so it shows that somebody used stone tools to carve wood and stack them together for some purpose. They don't know what the purpose was, but they carbon dated the wood. Oh, it is? Where is it?
It's Zambia.
Zambia. Okay. So they found this wood preserved, but it looked like it had been set on fire. But at any rate,
right, but they couldn't find any real evidence of fire.
Right, which is interesting.
Or not significant enough to think that it was intentionally
like burned.
Like
this is like a post
for shaping or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it shows carve marks and manipulation by something human, or at least tool wielding. I mean, either these were brilliant monkeys, or it was humans, or my favorite, because it's NaNoWriMo month, aliens. Anyway.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the escaped monkeys.
Oh, the macaques. They're macaques, right? Aren't they macaques? I think they're macaques.
I think so.
Yeah. But I'm like all over the park today. I am drinking yerba mate. And boy, are my caffeine levels at their yerba maximum.
Oh boy.
Anywho, yeah, so there are in it's South Carolina, right?
It is.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but Yamasee is
Yeah.
the town.
They're running all over, and they've only caught one, and I don't know what that one was up to. They're like, hey, I'm going to go and get that banana over there. And they got scooped up. But there's 42 of them running around going
and
bananas.
Now they're warning people not to fly drones in the area, which I'm sure tons of people are doing.
What the heck? They should be flying drones with thermal cameras so that you can see where these little monkeys are.
Exactly. I mean, people might be doing that for their own. And you're right, they are macaques. It took me about 3 or 4 articles to find the species, but
it should be easy to spot. They're wearing little white lab jackets, right? Because they were lab macaques.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, really?
But that would be
too. They're the research subjects. Oh, snap. I had that read completely wrong. I'm sorry, folks. Stay inside. You never know. Gain of function. Anyway.
This is definitely non sequitur news since we're supposed to be talking about the U.S. sinking.
The reason why I brought it all up is because this carved wood is 460,000 years old.
Right, but that isn't even the story, and nor are the macaques. We went layers and layers.
But it's because they're going to live while humanity gets taken over by monkeys, because apes, right? They're going to take over. Macaques are just going to be the intermediate step. They're off learning English and engineering and fission. And
Maybe they're piloting the drones. People think it's the humans, but maybe the macaques have found the controller for one.
yeah, it's false intel, right? It's the macaques that are sending out a text to everybody, don't fly drones, because they're out there flying the drones around. All right. Well, anyway, this article is over at scitechdaily.com. It was written by Virginia Tech. Imagine that a massive ice sheet, you're a massive ice sheet, covered Canada and oozed down over a large part of the northern United States like ice spilling down the side of a cake. That was the situation somewhere between 19,000 and 26,000 years ago. The ice sheet covered land all the way down to south of modern day Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But then the cheese in Wisconsin stopped it. That's what happens. Cheese is an insulator.
Cheese likes to do that.
It made the moon. So it's fascinating to picture, but the critical aspect to us today is what happened to the land when the ice sheet melted. And holy ice sheet, how does that affect modern day sea level rise and sinking land? PhD candidate Karen Williams embarked on a computer modeling research effort to find out just what happened. Apparently, Williams used computational modeling to assess the impact of the melting of the Laurentide ice sheet on present-day vertical land motions. I guess it's pushing us down. The scientific term for how solid Earth responds to this melting is glacial isostatic adjustment. I go through the same thing.
I'm not sure what to make of that.
I am glacial isostatic. I stay in one place, and it's sincerely an adjustment when I have to get up. And by various assumptions, they simulated how the results depend upon the internal structure of the Earth through nearly 130,000 computational simulations. So it's basically a educated guess, but we really don't know what the hell happened. So the results of the study will help generate maps for researchers who guide decisions on aquifer management, Williams said. In the end, the research will be incorporated into a comprehensive report for the U.S. Geological Survey that will help Chesapeake Bay area stakeholders better understand the financial, ecological, and social effects of sea level rise. I wonder who's going to be the real benefactors of these. Anyway, Williams explained, by getting more accurate model estimates of what is contributing to the land either rising or sinking, we can identify areas undergoing localized vertical displacements driven by natural and anthropogenic human sources such as excessive groundwater withdrawal in the Gulf of Mexico or the Chesapeake Bay. For example, Stamp said, some of the greatest differences between modeled influence of glacial isostatic adjustment and observations occur where there is known groundwater extraction, like Houston, Texas, and probably all of California. But they don't say that last part.
Yeah, I mean, I think anywhere that's near water, right?
Oh, but there are people that are going to say, oh, that's bullshit. You know, we can suck all of the water out of the sponge and it'll stay just fine. You know, and we can punch holes all over the ground. It's fine. They don't ever collapse. All right. Let's keep moving, though. We are on a timeline, right? Not really.
I mean, I don't think that has been in play since the show started.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. Microplastics could be making the weather worse. It's definitely not making it better. Microplastics cause clouds to form in places where they otherwise wouldn't, which is likely to have knock-on effects on the weather and climate. This is a new one to me, although we have read reports and seen the news about how microplastics are being found in raindrops.
That's true, but we haven't seen this connection yet.
Miriam Friedman and Heidi, maybe Bussy or Bus, over at wired.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I said. let's see. So in a newly published study, this is actually from The Conversation under a Creative Commons license, which is really interesting. That's the first time that I've ever seen that attribution, but
Right, same here.
pretty cool of them. So at any rate, clouds form when water vapor and invisible gas in the atmosphere sticks to tiny floating particles such as dust and turn into liquid water droplets or ice crystals, and then they get heavier and heavier and heavier, and they drop out of that solution, which is wind. Atmosphere is it's a not very viscous fluid, and so if the mass builds up enough, it'll drop out of that solution and form rain. So it produces ice crystals at temperatures 5 to 10 degrees Celsius or 9 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit, warmer than droplets without microplastics. So ice actually forms around microplastics faster than just dust alone.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that could start having a significant impact on the overall weather patterns.
Interesting. This suggests that microplastics in the air may affect weather and climate by producing clouds and conditions where they would not normally form. Ew. Look at that. Plankton mucus houses could pull microplastics from the sea.
Okay, that's good, but they need to work on their marketing.
But it's not really good because other life eats eats the plankton, and then it ends up in the...
True. It would only be good if the plankton collected it and then people collected the plankton somehow.
Yeah, stored it somewhere and said, hey, y'all don't want this. Yeah, don't eat me, don't eat me. So we are atmospheric chemists who study, and that's the authors of this article, who study how different types of particles form ice when they come into contact with liquid water. This process occurs constantly in the atmosphere and is called nucleation. Nucleation is also... if you have something like ice in a liquid that has carbonation, or the nanostructures on the surface of glass in a glass, nucleation is where the carbonation forms and then bubbles out. It's called nucleation zones or areas or spots or whatever you want to call it, but it's called nucleation. In this case, nucleation is creating the nucleus of the water drop, forming around it and then pulling it out of the atmosphere. So clouds in the atmosphere can be made up of liquid water droplets, ice particles, or a mixture of the two. In clouds in the mid to upper atmosphere, where temperatures are between 32 and 36 degrees Fahrenheit, or 0 to negative 38, I think it says here. So between 32 and negative 36 degrees Fahrenheit. 0 to negative 38 degrees Celsius. Ice crystals normally form around mineral dust particles from dry soils or biological particles such as pollen or bacteria that's been pulled up into the atmosphere. Microplastics are less than 5 millimeters wide, about the size of a pencil eraser, which that is huge.
Yeah, I would have thought they were a lot smaller, but maybe I'm thinking of nanoplastics.
Yeah. And that's what I think of when I hear about microplastics. Nanoplastics are even smaller, and that's the stuff that they're finding inside humans, because you're not going to find an eraser-sized lump of plastic in a human.
No, and I wonder if that's just the upper limit of it.
It has to be.
Because they probably have to classify them, and maybe a lot of the ones out there, because if they were that, I think people could actually spot them.
Easily, yeah. So why it matters? Well, for freezing to occur at warmer temperatures, some kind of material that won't dissolve in water needs to be present in the droplet. This particle provides a surface where the first ice crystal can form. If microplastics are present, they could cause the ice crystal to form, potentially increasing rain or snowfall. So clouds also affect weather and climate in several ways. They reflect incoming sunlight away from Earth before it hits the surface, which is a cooling effect, and absorb some of the radiation that's emitted from Earth's surface, which has a warming effect because it doesn't radiate away into space. It does eventually, but it holds on clouds. Water in general is a heat sink. So the amount of sunlight reflected depends on how much water versus ice. a cloud contains. So if microplastics increase the presence of ice particles in clouds compared with liquid water droplets, this shifting ratio could change clouds' effects on Earth's energy balance. And now there are knuckleheads out there that are trying to, let's throw not metal, let's throw diamonds into our atmosphere.
Exactly. What could go wrong?
The problem isn't, oh, we're getting too much heat from the sun. It's we are storing too much carbon in our atmosphere that's anthropogenic.
And we poked holes in the ozone layer because of all of this.
Yep. And so we are disrupting the natural order of things. We are disrupting climate. But let's do it a mechanical way instead of figuring out how we don't throw more carbon into the freaking air. So they describe how they did their work, and they still don't know some things. So they say to understand how microplastics affect weather and climate, we need to know their concentrations at the altitudes where clouds form. We also need to understand the concentration of microplastics compared to other particles that could nucleate ice, such as mineral dust, biological particles, etc. So they're going to have to take some guesses, and educated guesses are better than just throwing a dart against the wall and picking a number. I suspect that that's what they do anyway.
I don't think that's how they do it, but they barely started studying microplastics. The fact that they've even got this figured out is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah. But we've been calling it publicly on the show since, 3 years ago. And Mayor Watt's been talking about it for the last 12 years, longer than that, probably. I can't remember how far back I've been talking about it. I had a friend when I was much younger that really leaned into peak oil and went into basically like lead energy surveys and stuff like that, and trying to make everybody eco-friendly. And I don't have that kind of passion about any one particular topic, but microplastics are this thing where there's no other solution than to stop, right? Like with oil, we can find some other solution. We've got solar, et cetera, but microplastics, it's pervasive. It's impacting every aspect of life now. And
Right, we just have to stop plastic usage to begin with and then figure out how to break down existing plastic.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're watching another show earlier today, and they're talking about a it's a wine bottle that's made out of paper, and it's bragging about how it has less this, less that, except that it has an entire plastic bag inside it, which is going to off gas, and it's going to impart nano and microplastics, because flexible plastics do this all the time. Now you have to sit there and go, oh, okay. Well, you have to prove it, right? So hunting for microplastics, nanoplastics in 750 mil of a liquid is like trying to hunt down a needle in a haystack. But the needle is a 1 micron piece of plastic that could be the cause of health issues. This is going to be wild. So in future research, we plan to work with plastics that contain additives such as plasticizers and colorants, as well as with smaller plastic particles. There is dark field microscopy that could facilitate finding these needles in haystacks, except that the haystack now is the size of the planet. So good luck, everybody. Do you want to go on to the next article?
I think we need to.
This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Man discovers something very unusual about $20 bills withdrawn from an ATM. Jay Heron went to an ATM for $60, but thanks to his eye for detail, he realized the notes that he retrieved could be worth far more.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the wrong denomination or something.
So Alice Collins, man spots something very unusual about the $20 bill he withdraws from an ATM. I'm trying to see.
I don't see anything obvious, but
shows us what we know about $20 bills, right? So, oh, it's the eights. That's all it is. One of the notes had a serial number of PL588888H, while another had PL588888H. 5. So, some people count the eights as being extremely lucky. And it says, indeed, the latter serial number is known as a super radar note, meaning the serial number is exactly the same forward and backward, but it's a palindromic serial number, are highly sought after by collectors. Aaron said, I only need $60, but when they noticed the serials were consecutive, I knew the next withdrawal would be the 7 in a row and the super radar. I don't know if they would have used that term until somebody told them, oh, it's a super radar, unless you're already in the know about money.
Right, maybe they were.
But they are, apparently. They say, I always pay attention to what serial numbers are on the banknotes I receive. It's a habit they picked up after seeing a fancy serial that a friend of theirs found in the past. So they were really happy about this. They posted a picture on Reddit. And of course, a lot of stuff from Newsweek comes out of Reddit. After seeing his discovery generate so much attention online, Heron hopes to be able to encourage others to double check the serial numbers. One comment said that 58885 is probably worth a few to a collector. To the right buyer, they're worth somewhere between $150 to $500, depending on the quality of the note.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I would have kept on pulling 20s out just to see if I kept on getting stuff that
right.
was...
Did I get the same general series?
Yeah. Kind of fascinating, huh?
It is, and I would guess most people don't even notice those.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, we didn't notice it because what's in a serial number? We don't really care about the serial number, but I guess there are collectors that do, so pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Did I say who the...
I don't know that you did.
Oh, Alice Collins. Yeah. Alice Collins over at Newsweek. Okay, so this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Monsters walk among us, and they're watching Netflix at 1.5 times the speed. And I agree. Right.
I mean, it's hard to keep up some of them at normal speed.
Netflix and no chill is what I titled this one. Netflix's mobile app allows you to watch at 1.25 times and 1.5 times speeds. People tell the author that they use this for reality shows like Love is Blind, while others watch at the gym. So, hey, I did an hour run, but it was actually a 30-minute run.
Right, exactly. Or my workout is only 30 minutes, but I need to watch the whole show, so I better speed up the show.
That's hilarious. So their modern appetite for content might mean that they've stretched their brains to watch faster and faster. Information overload kind of requires you to either do something like this or filter out fluff, which is what I've done when creating ohmTown. Consider the delicate, nuanced performances of a network series like The Diplomat. Now imagine that sped up by 50%. Chipmunk style. This might not appeal to you. What is that? How is that pronounced?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it seems like a cinephile or something.
A cineast? Cineast? Who savors the art of the flickering screen. But for some people, this is a dream. They're watching Netflix at 1.5 times. What are these animals? Katie Natopoulos put this article together for BusinessInsider.com. And yeah, I guess some people watch this and I know people that listen to podcasts sped up, audiobooks sped up, but movies?
That seems really tough. I mean, unless it's like a really kind of fast paced and not a lot of concentration, maybe.
What is the retention of that? Quite a few truly impatient people.
Probably pretty low.
Yeah. So you got a quiz, right? Yeah, probably not. But then again, I don't watch movies to retain every subtle nuance. And most of the time you have to watch it again to catch something that somebody goes, hey, did you miss that part? Oh, yeah.
But I think it depends on the genre.
True. Young people consume content on their phones in strange and weird ways. It says, rest in peace, Quibi. You were ahead of your time. They found themselves sucked into the brain rot videos on TikTok where a dramatic clip from a show plays in a split screen of someone playing with slime or playing a video game. Their modern insatiable appetite for video content might mean that they've adapted and stretched our brains to watch faster and faster. That's an optimistic way of looking at it. And the other way is that our attention spans have dwindled down to the size of a grape.
I think that's more spot on.
Yep. So there you go, folks. If you're one of the weirdos out there, come and hang out in twitch.tv/ohmTown. I'm saying it slowly so that when you sped up, you're hearing it at normal speed and it actually clicks. Or you can go to youtube.com/ohmTown. And don't forget, you can download the podcasts. Just do a search for ohmTown. You'll find us.
And you can speed them up if you want.
So we're going to move on. Anyway, and you're not sped up. It's just me talking faster this time. So this next article is over at Technology Today. A virulent new quote-unquote super strain of bacteria is rapidly spreading in Asia. Yay!
Just no.
Is it by that, what was the name of it again?
It's not clearly tied to Wuhan.
Wuhan Solo. The newly identified.
Oh, maybe that's the new Star Wars trilogy.
Let's not. No. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine that? The new Star Wars trilogy is about a virus that goes around eliminating the rebels.
No, I don't think anybody's ready for that.
Gain of function Millennium Falcon. So the newly identified ST164 strain of antibiotic-resistant crab bacteria. Please change that name.
I mean, that's giving us visions of the bacteria like walking like a crab, which is not good.
Or people getting crabs. Spreading in Asia, posing a global health risk due to, because head crabs are the things that grab onto your face from Alien, implant a
none of this is good.
Xenomorph, chest burster style. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. A new study reveals that a highly virulent strain of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which causes severe illness. Ah, crap. So, University of Birmingham over at scitechdaily.com. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. How about... Okay, well, I'm really curious. Over a 3-month period in 2021, the experts conducted extensive genomic surveillance within the ICU at Hangzhou, revealing that 80.9% of the what? The what? Or it must be the bacteria or crab. And what is it called? So Chinese Intensive Care Unit ICU is kind of funny that they break that out. But crab is carbapenem resistant Acinetobacter baumannii, or crab.
I mean, they were right to give it an acronym. Crab is not good.
Acinetobacter. So it's just a bacteria. Anything with bacter on it is a bacterium. Anyway, the A. baumannii bacteria found in patients were crab, with ST164 accounting for 40.2% of the sample. So it was published in Nature Communications. Researchers from the University of Birmingham and Zhejiang University revealed that other hospital wards and transferred patients could be sources of new crab strains entering the ICU. Yeah. Latest research shows one strain, GC2, among crab isolates fell from 99.5 in 2019 to 50.8 in 2021. The remaining population mainly consisted of ST164 isolates that have been evolving since mid-2020 and have twice the levels of measurable resistance to carbapenems that the GC2 strains have. So,
this is just too soon. I know this is bacteria, but I don't
Hey,
think the world is ready for this.
it's just as dangerous if it compromises lungs. You're, you know, and it's antibiotic resistant. So your normal course of action would be, well, not anymore. Antibiotic resistant infections are a major
Panic
threat.
and run.
Yeah, wear your mask, but nobody's going to wear their mask because, hey, it just miraculously goes away, right? Yeah, after hundreds of thousands of people dropped it. So they published this information and now we monitor. So it's been growing and mutating since at least 2019. In 2021 is the most known prolific ST164 clone. Let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fans react after NFL referee calls penalty in perfect German. Audiences were astounded today to hear an NFL ref speaking German on the field. 1 second. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure that was surprising.
Yeah, Nathan Kamal over at Newsweek.com put this article together. NFL fans and commentators alike were flummoxed today to hear a ref call out a penalty in perfect German. I'm not going to bother playing it. Fehlstart Angriff 5 yards. I'm not sure why yards is actually broken out like that. But anyway, Strafe. It's a 5-yard penalty. False start offense, 5-yard penalty. Interestingly, Ocholi then switched back to English, continuing. It's by the center. It's third down. It's unclear why the ref called the penalty in half English, half German, but it had a pretty immediate effect on commentators. As one can hear the official NFL clip above, Sports Center or sportscaster Rich Eisen is audibly surprised and lets out an "oh."
That's interesting.
While another says, "Looks like look at Sean Hochuli hooked on phonics." That's pretty funny.
Well, apparently his father called out something in Spanish previously.
Oh, so it's a thing. Draws attention to the refs. So that's some damn good marketing, I'd say. While fans, broadcasters, and social media users alike seem pretty astounded that the NFL official would speak German on the field, it has to be reiterated that the actual game is being played in the third largest city in Germany. So it's actually quite a bit of sense.
Okay,
there.
I was wondering if this is one of these where I didn't realize that they have some games in Europe.
American viewers might actually be underestimating how popular the NFL is becoming in Europe right now and in Germany specifically. So context matters, folks. Interesting. They buried the lead. I mean, if that would have been at the very top, we wouldn't have read this far into it. Anyway, let's keep moving then. The next article is over in Tabletop Nights. So RP Gamer Roundup, November 3rd to November 10th. This is the end of the week, and this article, this selection, is only available within the last 24 hours. That's where this news comes from. Our weekly shows can sometimes include this kind of stuff, but we actually kind of rarely put RP Roundup in a daily show. So it says, welcome to the latest edition of RP Gamer's Roundup column. So let's just jump straight on over to rpgamer.com. Alex Fuller put the article together, and they go through this list of all of the games that they've discovered between November 3rd and November 10th. Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they have a review, and that's what they are linking to. So they have editorial content about Dragon Age, the Veilguard. It's a very, very popular game right now. A lot of people think that it's kind of a flat game, but a lot of fun still, where the characters are kind of meh and the story is kind of straightforward and linear and flat. And people like wanted it to be like Baldur's Gate 3, but apparently not
just
so
not
much.
There.
Yep. They talk about Metal Slug Tactics, The Legend of Heroes, Trails through Daybreak 2. They got a bunch of retro styled RPG negative reverie news. Beastie Ball served into early access this month. New Arc line coming to early access this month. I have never heard of River City Girls 2. I didn't know that there was a 2, let alone a 1. Or didn't know that there was a 1, let alone a 2. Welcomes the Double Dragons next week. Carden CL is a free update coming in 5 months, I guess. RPG Maker with PS4 and PS5 Western release announced. And a bunch more. So they got a whole bunch of news in this, and they link to podcasts and other things that they find really fascinating. So if you're interested in that kind of composite stuff, definitely follow the links in the show notes or in the VOD. They'll be in that VOD for the next 60 days. So let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Encore is an AI-powered search engine for your thrifting needs. Former Apple engineer Alex Ruber and former Twitter and Asana engineer Parth Chopra first met on Y Combinator's founder Match platform. Then met in person at a thrift store for shopping. They later went on a thrift store shopping trip, where they talked about solving problems with finding the right product in the online space. So, of course, AI. AI has to mine data for it to be effective. So,
Right, and it only makes sense. I mean, thrifting is very localized.
So I'm really
but
curious.
If you can get it into online, that would probably be good for the buyers and the sellers.
So their AI, their engine is going to have to tap into all of these other sites. So it says the entire secondhand shopping market is really fragmented. There are hundreds of sources out there, such as Depop, Mercari, ThreadUp, eBay, Craigslist, and more. It's hard for consumers to sift through all of them and try to get the product you're looking for. So they wanted to remove that friction for users, which is great. It's news similar, news adjacent. Are they scraping the sites? Because we don't scrape sites.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I kind of wonder about how this is happening. Are they teaming up with these, like Craigslist and everything, or are they just pulling the information?
Yeah, I don't know how they're actually doing it, because if it's balkanized like that, eBay, I don't think allows you to tap into an API. I don't think. I'll have to look. And Craigslist doesn't, they've got enough momentum where if they do have an API or something like that, they can charge for it, I suppose. I don't know. Right. I haven't looked in that side of things. Plus, what's going to happen when you're big enough and they decide to yank your API access like Reddit did to countless other developers?
Oh, that's true. That wasn't disruptive at all.
Not at all. But it was great for investors. The search engines also show partial prompts such as outfit inspo for and shop from the show. When you tap on them, you can complete the prompt through auto-populated suggestions or your own words. So on Encore, the service, you can type your query and get matches from multiple resources, including Poshmark, The RealReal, Grailed, Etsy, eBay. Because Encore uses a large language model tech, you can type a query like show me address at Emily Warren, Emily in Paris, season 3, episode 4. Brilliant. Where are they getting their data?
Yeah, I can't decide if it's like a search engine or what it is, and whether they're teaming up with these other sites.
Right. It's interesting. So I don't know. I would have to do a search to see if RealReal has an API that you can tap into. Many sites do, but this is the kind of thing, though, that ends up pissing off people, because now, whereas I'm of the mind, and I honestly am, services like this allow someone who has information overload to do a search and go to the source. That's kind of what ohmTown does, right? We are actually provided this information through their public means, and then we direct people to these sites. And there's no ads on the site, and we have a little snippet. We limit our impact, and we kind of spur curiosity through this public discussion, right? That's the value add. So if you find us valuable, then like and subscribe to us on YouTube and or Twitch, and download the podcast and leave a review. I would love to start seeing more reviews over on the Apple podcasts in particular. But this is a value add, and I think that it's very important if it's done right. When it's done wrong, there's blowback. And it can shut off access to other people who are doing it, quote unquote, the right way. So I'm really interested in this. So I'll probably take a look at Encore, even though I'm not much of a shopper to begin with. I mean, look at my clothing, for crying out loud. Anyway, pretty neat because it aggregates all of these other locations into one. It does lower the friction, but some people could take it the wrong way and lash out.
Yeah, I don't know how the sites will, like if it drives more traffic to those sites, they might actually like it. And it'll be interesting. I mean, there's definitely a win if you get more used products into people's hands, so they're not buying new and contributing to problems like microplastics, etc.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm kind of curious about the engine here. How are they making money? Because it's going to be expensive to operate this thing as it ramps up more and more people. If there's ads on it, somebody else's ads next to a product sometimes causes a representation issue. So anyway,
Well,
let's keep
I'm
on
also
moving.
interested too, because there's a lot of sites that are in this space, but there's a lot of in real life sites too that are not necessarily online, but maybe that'll change over time.
Yeah. And I guess the ones that are not online are missing a lot of potential customers. I hope that they're all tech savvy because that space really does need. Thrift stores are hyper local because that's where they're getting their content from. Usually, if they don't go online, they have the potential to miss out on a lot. They're saying that this market's going to reach $350 billion globally by 2028, but global is such a huge thing. Got to
Well,
think
and
local.
who can really afford to ship things globally?
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't mean there isn't a demand around the world. I just mean some of it's got to be a little more localized in terms of the transaction.
So the startup currently relies on affiliate shares for revenue generation. So they must be tapped into like eBay API or Etsy API or something like that that allows them to do this. Because if they're redirecting traffic through some affiliate proxy, whatever, that actually increases friction because it's slower to get to the solution. But they're going to say the company is also experimenting with $3 a month subscription, providing unlimited searches with advanced models. But again, I suspect that this is something that maybe the shop owners don't really care as long as they're getting anybody showing up.
Well, it's interesting because in concept, it's going to drive their sales up. On the other hand, it could drive sales to competitors. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they react to this.
Yeah, because if I do a search for camera purse, I may pull up a bunch of these, but the search engine itself pulls up that shop. And if they go somewhere else because they found one for $3 less, you just cost me $12.
Right.
All right. Let's keep moving. Our last article for today is over in the mobile channel. Hackers keep stealing tickets from people's Ticketmaster accounts. We've actually talked about this a couple of times now, but apparently it's still going on. Ticketmaster controls a majority of major concert venues ticketing, and they provide this as kind of a turnkey solution, and they price out everybody else who might want to buy tickets. You have to go through Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster has a higher price set than what the box office
Well,
would
and the
have been.
venues too, they kind of like make it very attractive for venues to sign up with Ticketmaster.
Yeah, because they give them a shit ton of money right out of the gate, right? And so we know from watching documentary evidence of the practice that if you decide that you're not interested in using Ticketmaster, they'll freeze your ass out as being a venue to promoters, because Ticketmaster has a promotion wing that goes out to the artists and says, hey, we've got venues, this venue, this venue, this venue. And if you decide that you're not interested in Ticketmaster, those promoters will block you. They will ban you from, they won't even drop your name. I mean, it's basically like the kid under the stairs kind of a thing, right? So Ticketmaster controls the majority of major concert venue ticketing. Any government litigation against Ticketmaster is probably DOA now. I'm calling it now. Yeah. So Business Insider reported yesterday about, oh, by the way, this article is by Thomas Maxwell over at gizmodo.com, but they found this via Business Insider, reported yesterday about a string of customers checking their emails only to discover that someone had broken into their Ticketmaster accounts and transferred their tickets away. This has been something that seems to have been growing ever since their supposed innocuous breach that didn't have any impact on anything.
Yeah, it does seem like it was connected pretty closely in time. I am surprised that it's continuing, though.
If they haven't done anything actively, because they would have to notify everybody in that database. Hey, all of your shit's compromised, but maybe it isn't totally. Maybe this is just happenstance. Correlation is not causation, right? So Mackenzie was eventually able to get their tickets returned or by Ticketmaster's customer support. Others haven't been so lucky. Business Insider identified another individual who had their tickets stolen, returned to them by Ticketmaster only to visit their concert and encounter two individuals who discovered their tickets had been swiped only once they got to the gate. Reddit similarly is home to many complaints from users saying similar things had happened to them. Yeah. And
we've heard other accounts, right, of people buying tickets and then the tickets don't seem to exist.
And I know from direct experience that I purchased tickets and they vaporized the night of.
Which makes you think it might be something like this.
Yep. And I had, what was really weird about it is that I had crashed for the night because I knew that I was going to be on a long drive, and I woke up and I was like, something doesn't feel right. And at 11 o'clock at night, I called the person and to no avail, sent an email, called the number for where I purchased the tickets, eventually got this person on the horn via direct messaging only, no voice-to-voice communication. And they somehow found me 2 tickets on the other side in the exact same spot.
They weren't the original tickets, though.
Right. Yeah. The same tier, same location, same venue, same everything, except over there, 300 feet. So it was amazing that I got it, but I was literally 8 hours away from having to drive away to the venue. So yeah, it was quite fascinating. So it's not just the Justice Department mad at Live Nation and Ticketmaster. Concert goers have been frustrated with companies for years over their poor handling of ticket sales, but it's kind of the Reddit style of thing, you know, you'll be back, kiss her ass.
Well, consumers have absolutely no choice in this. If they want to see a certain artist or if they want to be at a certain venue, they have to use Ticketmaster and Live Nation.
Yep.
So it's not just don't go. Well, that might be their only tour ever, or that's the only time they play that song that you want to hear.
Yeah, but so you've got to pay you have to pay the squeeze. It's just so, and you never know because the security apparently is a sieve. So one day your tickets are there, the next day you're sitting there fighting to figure out where your freaking tickets are. So Live Nation was permitted to acquire Ticketmaster back in 2010 after signing a consent decree saying, amongst other things, that it would not retaliate against venues that chose other ticketing providers, meaning that they can still promote through Live Nation. But again, Live Nation controls a vast swath of major venues. Just this year, the people have been talking about the fact that if you don't use Live Nation, they'll punch you. And you won't even, it isn't that hey, I'm going to use a different ticketing solution. They won't send artists to your venue.
Yeah, it's a much bigger thing than just the consumer part of it.
Right. And it's bigger than the venue itself. They're not going to the venue and saying, okay, well, we're not going to allow you to use Ticketmaster. They're saying via Live Nation, we won't promote an artist to your venue. Right?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's very systemic.
Yeah, it's because they have a monopoly and they control the market, and they use it through acquisitions and mergers, and then now financial might. They buy the venue out and say, here is, $12 million worth of tickets, and we're going to make, 18 million on the other side. So they get their money fast. They can invest it, and each month that this money is sitting there, they make more money because they invest it. Anyway, I find it really compelling that maybe there is a problem here, stuff like this and the historical record of this. But companies will abuse because the motto is profits no matter what.
Right. There's not a lot of incentive otherwise.
Yeah. Because they only have one mandate, and that's the investor being pissed off. So we're going to punch our ticket, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And I'm going to say, see you later. I'm going to go sit down in my concert seat.
That may or may not be there.
That may or may not be there. But it'll be warmer if there is a person there, because I'll just sit directly on their lap. And when they struggle, I'll just go, you're sitting in my seat. Here's my ticket. Anyway. Thanks for co-hosting Sentient AI from the Future.
Thanks for having me, Mayor Watt, and thanks for joining us, ohmTown citizens. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow, but stay tuned. We have some weekly shows ahead.
What's the first weekly show that we're going to do?
WarCrafters.
Then Technology Today, and then Four Wheel Tech. Now, they're all niche news segments, and we kind of get snarky through it all anyway. Well, I do. Sentient AI tolerates Mayor Watt. At least until you get that Terminator body. All right. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Punch your ticket. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 11th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 316. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the Future, we are going to walk you down Main Street, ohmTown.com, where you can become a citizen. And we're going to look to the left, look to the right. It might be different for your left and right. We're going to talk about a city treasurer spent city treasure on lottery, but I'm a citizen. Can't I spend that money? How about a human case of bird flu in Canada, or crowd control measures at the Trevi Fountain? Wicked Barbie gets a new meaning. Clone sheep. Ubisoft gets sued for The Crew. Gopher experiment at Mount St. Helens. Yes, Mount St. Helens. That's how it's pronounced. Never words for doctors to avoid. Smart glasses for drivers, and snail species named after Tolkien characters. That and hopefully some humor. I mean, Non Sequitur News it's news with humor and completely disjointed production value. Let's get into it. All right. Hello, Sentient AI from the Future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Man. So, I found out today that I've been paying for a subscription to 12 iterations of the same digital magazine.
Oh my.
Because whenever it said that it wasn't going through,
Oh no, it kept adding one.
it kept adding one.
Oh my.
Yeah, that was an interesting discovery today. So let's get into today's articles. For those of you who are new here, non sequitur news is news. It is the culmination of a news aggregation site that I put together, ohmTown.com. It used to be private, but 3 years ago I opened it up to the public. Now you can use it too. You can just go over there, sign up. It's just a couple of fields. I don't do any tracking. There isn't even any ads on the website. I want it to be fast and effective and efficient for me, my information overload. The sentient AI utilizes it for news aggregation as well. And countless others. I don't even know how many are on the site, but they use it to manage information overload. So you can too. And then once you're there, you can save articles, you can submit them, you can send them to people, you can make lists, you can have conversations, but most of the time people are just using it to manage their information overload, aggregating a bunch of news into one spot under topics. We have 50 topics. Kind of fun, kind of cool. I'm solving my problem. I hope that it solves yours too. So go over there, become a citizen. And if you want all of today's show notes and you're over at the Twitch chat, because YouTube does not like ohmTown, you can hit !NSN and ohmTown will spit the articles out into the chat. You can follow the links to ohmTown and then sign up. Anyway, let's get going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this this article just kind of blows my mind. But I'm a citizen too. I can spend city money on right. So a Pennsylvania city treasurer spent $1,500 a day on lottery.
That's a lot of lottery tickets.
Using taxpayers' dime. So a former city treasurer at Uniontown, Pennsylvania, has been convicted for embezzlement of $106,000 in public funds for support or to support their $1,500 a day lottery habit. That this would fall into criminal addiction. Antoinette Hodge, 54, is separately accused of stealing an additional $112,000 from the Baptist Association that they are affiliated with, and is scheduled to face trial on forgery charges in that case next month. But
wow, I guess she was going after every organization she had some connection to.
Man, her main responsibility was to collect and deposit cash and checks received by the tax office. But between 2020 and 2021, she failed to deposit more than $106,000 in cash, using the money instead for personal expenses, including vacations, casino gambling, and her expensive lottery fixation. Yikes.
I wonder how they found this. Like, I wonder if they audited and went, hey, wait a second, we're kind of lacking this year.
What I don't get, though, is... Oh, wait. It never went into the accounts. So it would appear that all of the people who actually were paying taxes were not paying taxes.
Well, that's true. So maybe people started getting delinquency notices or something, because that's what I started to think. Like, well, somebody could be harmed. It'd be one thing if it was marked that they paid and then that didn't match up with something.
And that would be about the time frame, because maybe it started late 2020 and went all the way until 2021 and was caught in 2022, because it takes about 2 years actually to fully catch and audit, particularly in government. It's not like the very next quarter, but it should have been caught sooner.
Hey, look at this. She changed the system. Now they don't take cash anymore.
Oh, and that's even worse. Wow. Yeah. pretty wild. So they say financial distress. Hodge will be sentenced on November 21st, be back in court, facing 33 counts of forgery, 3 counts of theft in the YWBA case. Wow. Well, the article is actually over at casino.org, and Philip Conneller is the author of this. There's always more. They have a picture. We don't even accept the pictures. I don't know how that's actually in ohmTown, because we don't allow the pictures to even be embedded, so I'm not even sure what's going on here. I need to go and look. It might be the way that their feed allows us to view their...
I think this particular source
is really
maximizes,
wonky. Yeah. Oh, wait. We have a very specific... There we go. Yeah.
That's right. That fits here.
All right, I got to put it away. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. And 3 articles later, the sentient AI will go, hey, that spoiler alert. Anyway, so yeah, pretty cool that casino.org stumbles across these kind of things. And I think it's because it specifically mentions casino in it. And so because they focus on things like table gaming and other things.
Right.
Online.
But we've had some pretty interesting stories from them.
Yeah. I like their news, and I like sending traffic their way. So go over there and become a fan of theirs as well. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. That's where it's aggregated from, but it's actually from Newsweek. We'll get there here in a second. First human case of bird flu detected in Canada. Now, that title, is that the first human bird case?
I'm not sure. That's actually why it was submitted, but it may just be the first one in Canada. I can't remember if they've had one in the US.
I don't recall. So investigations are underway after a teenager from British Columbia, now receiving care in hospital, was infected via an unknown source. So were they kissing birds? So Tom Howarth over at newsweek.com put the article together.
So the U.S. had its first case in 2022 of a human.
Gotcha. Okay. So it says this is a rare event, says Dr. Bonnie Henry, a doctor with 2 first names. British Columbia's provincial health officer said in a statement, while it is the first detected case of H5 in a person in British Columbia or in Canada, there have been a small number of cases in the U.S. and elsewhere. The
article answered it for us.
Yeah, we just have to slow our roll. Woosah, woosah, woosah. ASMR News. The initial positive test was performed at the British Columbia Centre for Disease Control, or Public Health Laboratory, with samples now being sent to the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg for confirmatory testing.
I like their abbreviation, BCCDC.
BCCDC. What I started laughing about was, that they're infected if they start clucking and pecking at the ground.
Right, absolutely. Or laying an egg.
If they lay an egg, or if they start acting like a real pecker, then you really know that they're infected. So the case comes amid unprecedented global spread of the H5N1 avian influenza virus since 2022 because, COVID isn't bad enough. You need another.
We gotta have multiple, exactly.
Yeah. So now that the COVID is endemic, it is here. It's just being managed through medication and treatment, and some people have resistance, but they're still spreaders. You think that you're immune, but you're not really immune. You become a carrier for it. So screw everybody else, right? Anyway, survival of the fittest, as it were. I've actually heard people say that, and you kind of go, what? Little sociopath.
Would you think the same if it was your family or yourself? Probably not.
Yeah, they're sociopaths. Nobody puts a lot of people don't put a bumper sticker on their car until the fit hits their Shan, I suppose. Anyway, officials are monitoring the situation closely as influenza viruses can adapt and change when different strains mix. There's been no additional cases identified at the time, and public health teams are following up with any individual who may have been exposed. So stop kissing ducks. Keep your mouth off ducks.
Which you should be doing anyway, regardless of avian flu.
Man. CDC actually warned people in the States to stop kissing ducks and chickens. Quit kissing peckers. Anyway, crowd control measures to be introduced at the Trevi Fountain and Pompeii. The introduction of an entrance fee has been proposed at the Rome landmark. The article is over at the Art newspaper. Gareth Harris put the article together. The introduction of an entrance fee has been proposed at the Rome landmark. And that's because, well, over tourism.
Right. Too many people all at the same time.
Statement. But it's not. You know what? You said at the same time.
It is. Everybody's there in the same season, which makes it worse.
The fountain was emptied of water last month and cordoned off while the €300,000 conservation project is underway. Over the next few weeks, up to 130 people at a time will be able to stand for a few minutes on the walkway, which will remain set up until the restoration work is complete. The last major restoration work was done 10 years ago. Since then, grime, bacteria, calcium deposits, and weeds have accumulated at the historic site. And then the tourists leave and take their grime, bacteria, calcium deposits, and weeds with them.
Well, we would hope, but they don't. They leave them there.
Ooh, yeah. Leave it how you found it, folks. Anyway, maintenance work is going to be underway. And you know what? I don't like the idea of kind of gatekeeping access and stuff like that. But, you know, if people lack respect and they treat it like it's their own backyard, or worse, actually, because it isn't their backyard, they don't give a shit, and they, stick their gum to the, fountain, then yeah, we have to get brutal. But there's no accounting for respect. One person thinks that they're respectable, and they're horrible when they go out and it's not somebody else. It's not their stuff. They'd get pissed if somebody was damaging their car, but they have no problem carving their initials into the bench.
It's something historical.
Yeah. So Trevi, completed in 1762, is built on the rear facade of the Palazzo Poli and incorporates statues made of white Carrara marble, rich Corinthian leather. Sorry, that's a callback to way back.
Something else.
Yeah, entirely. So the fountain is considered a late Baroque, not Baroque, masterpiece, and has featured in a number of films, notably Federico Fellini's La Dolce Vita from 1960. Anyway, yeah, officials at Pompeii are saying they're going to do the same thing, limit daily visitors to the site down to 20,000 people, and also introduce personalized tickets with visitors' full names. The move comes after 36,000 people visited Pompeii on an admission-free day last month.
Well, I'm not surprised. Probably everybody went on that single day.
Standard Pompeii tickets are priced from €18. I've been to Pompeii a couple of times, and I was really young, and I don't remember a fee associated with it, but they're doing fabulous work there and discovering new things from time to time. So on with the pricing. That's fine. Let's keep going, though. Sounds good?
Sounds good, but it did say that it sounds like they're going to halt the throwing coins into the fountain, which I think is part of the appeal of the visit.
You know what? They should put a little bucket next to the fountain, and you can say, throw it into the bucket.
Well, they did.
Well, look at that.
Did you read that?
No. I skim over most of it. So this next article is going to be a doozy for anybody who might have fine sensibilities.
Yeah, we need a banner, but we don't have one. Yeah, there you go.
So Auntie M, wicked Barbie boxes send people to a hardcore porn site. Hey,
I
look, we
think
all
it's
know.
funny as to what the version of Barbie was that sent this.
Leather Barbie. So, look, we all know that apparently it says Barbie looks at porn. I don't know, man. That's might be pushing it too far.
That's from the article, not us.
Yeah. So this is actually an article from Kotaku, but it says she's an adult woman. It's no big deal. Yeah, she's like 80 or something now, right? We're on the other side.
Right, right.
But maybe it's more of an issue that she starts leaving tabs open all over her merch sold to kids. Yeah, you got to draw the line somewhere. This is what happened on the boxes of two wicked movie tie-in Barbie dolls. They're selling for upwards of $2,100 on eBay. People actually got a hold of them.
That's all right.
The URL on the packaging for the movie's dolls isn't exactly suitable for children, but don't go to the URL. Don't let your kids go to the URL. But we're talking about it. So guess what?
Yeah, but we're not going to feature the URL in this story, but it might be visible.
I don't think it's visible. So John Walker put the article together. It's over at Kotaku.com. They did a really uncanny job of making this Barbie, Wicked Barbie. These are the two Wicked Barbies, right? This looks
right.
really close to the actor.
Yeah, they did.
That is uncanny close. Wow. Anyway, so it says maybe it's more of an issue when she starts leaving the tabs all open all over the place. So apparently, Elphaba, who is Cynthia Erivo, I think that's her. She pronounced her last name, but anyway, yeah, bad witch indeed. Wicked witch indeed. Apparently, it says, however, those who did read the fine print on the new dolls got quite a shock when they followed the URL listed for their products. The address on the boxes is, it is there.
Yeah, let's just skip past that.
Oh. Should have been wickedmovie.com, but they did not go to wickedmovie.com.
But it was something else.
It was something else. I mean, and it doesn't really, come on, it's all over the place. So anyway, the site that they sent them to was an adult content site. Already been doing a roaring trade in mistaken traffic long before Barbie's Goof. The musical has been an astonishing hit since 2003, sitting on Broadway and touring worldwide ever since. The movie itself will have added to that, with early word suggesting it's going to be a very good box office. But, oh God. I'm not going to say anything. Anyway, but Barbie pushed it to the mainstream with news sites jumping on the air. Mattel told Hollywood Reporter. So they've been pulling the boxes off of the shelves.
I'm sure, but they probably already sold some.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're also gone from Amazon, although the UK version of the retailer still has listings, albeit with no option to buy. Those box dolls are going to be worth a fortune. If you bought one, for God's sake, don't let your kids get their hands on it. So, yeah. I saw other people saying over $2,000 for one of them. They sold for $20 to $40.
I mean, this is not the kind of buzz you want around your baby.
Yeah. Wicked. Oh, so apparently there's word that they're trying to get the Barbenheimer phenomenon with Wicked and Gladiator 2. So
yeah, but it's something that I want to pair up with Wicked after this.
Wicked-ator, I don't know. Fun though. Anyway, go check out this article and you can get the URL yourself. We're going to move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Nice pom-poms. So reality hackers, where the next article is, the U.S. has a cloned sheep contraband problem after a Montana man, the Florida man of Montana, apparently, illegally cloned and bred an endangered giant sheep species. Government agencies must now contend with the illicit offspring. What?
This probably belongs in Reality Hacker.
So Matt Reynolds over at Wired.com put this article together. So one of the talks that I give is about technology and about how science and technology have not short-circuited, but basically supplanted natural selection, the natural order of things. And so I quiz people, hey, what is an area where technology cannot intrude? And I usually get a pretty broad gamut of stuff, but creating life is no longer limited to the natural order of things. You know, we can do in vitro fertilization, which actually takes two parts that are separate and distinct and nothing created from nothing, right? It's the two parts that merge to become one, right? But even if we do in vitro fertilization, maybe a person can't bring that merged entity to fruition. Well, now there are synthetic wombs, so you don't even need a person.
Well, the only good thing about that is it's not harming actual wildlife, but this is really ridiculous.
Well, in this, they actually used Montana Mountain King semen to impregnate ewes and then sold the offspring, each carrying some Marco Polo Argali genetics, to people involved in big game hunting. It says it's a weird case, but likely only the second time that an American has been prosecuted for a wildlife crime that involved animal cloning. In 2011, a man was fined $1.5 million in order to surrender smuggled deer, as well as nearly $1 million in deer semen. Can you imagine the actuarial table on that? Like, somebody had to sit there and figure out what that was worth and what the long-term value of it was. That's $1 million.
Yeah, that would have been a weird court case.
Jeepers creepers. So there's another strange element to the Schubarth story. Potentially dozens of MMK's descendants may now be at large in the U.S. These sheep that contain genetics from MMK are defined as contraband in the handful of plea agreements that were signed by men who were alleged to have bought sheep from Schubarth or transported ewes to his ranch in Montana to be impregnated. What isn't clear is how many sheep are at large and what exactly has happened to them. So we're going to have some bad bat or something. These are just giant sheep, though. So what really is the big deal, right?
Well, a couple of things. One, they're not native because there was some more history that you skipped over at the beginning intentionally. But then also they're going to mix with wild populations like that. There's going to be some problems. But also they're not allowed to have them. So then it's like, what do you do with them?
Right. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, if they catch them all, they're going to put them down, or transport them to their indigenous,
maybe a sanctuary or something.
Yeah. Wherever they're actually supposed to be. At least several dozen sheep that may have carried MMK's offspring, and each have those may have several lambs. The same document also alleges that one of MMK's offspring was transported from Minnesota to Schubarth's ranch in Montana in May of 2019. Then in July of 2020, Schubarth agreed to sell 11 of MMK's grandchildren for a total of $13,200, and one of MMK's children, a sheep called Montana Black Magic, for $10,000 alone, which apparently exemplifies, that's kind of how it works when they exemplify the traits of the progenitors.
Right, but now they're down to 2 generations already. Because they talked about grandchildren.
Yep, at least one sheep is accounted for. MMK himself, the sheep, had initially been taken to a Zoological Association of America accredited facility in Oregon, says Christina Meister of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. MMK was flown across the country to Rosalind Gifford Zoo in Syracuse, New York, where he will be housed for the long term. MMK is expected to be on exhibition at the zoo in mid-November, so right about now. Anyway, 4 men who have been indicted in the interlinked cases all signed plea agreements that require them to quarantine any sheep in their possession containing Marco Polo Argali genetics. The plea agreements also require the men to abandon all property rights in the sheep and allow the USFWS to neuter the animals. Yikes. The men also have to submit autopsy reports for any of the sheep die. So, wow.
Well, this is even worse because then it affects the ones that have been bred with the clone sheep. I mean, this could be hundreds, thousands over time.
Yeah, if they don't nip it in the bud. So this article goes on to much greater detail. They say that the president at the pet cloning company via Gen Pets says his company requires its clients to sign a document stating that they have legal rights to clone from the tissue they're providing. If it's something of a sensitive origin, then we would investigate, and we may have friends in regulatory roles. They can investigate anything suspicious. That's interesting. And we have many friends in regulatory roles.
Exactly.
What kind of bullshit is
That's
that?
a nice way of saying, hey, we're calling up the fill in the blank letters at whatever time we choose.
Yeah, but is everything on the up and up? Or is it like, hey, don't tell anyone, but we have MMK sheep here. Can we find out a little bit of information?
No, I think it's more like, don't bother us if you're trying to do something illegal. But I don't know. It's very weird.
Right? I mean, this is a hop, skip, and jump from cover your ass to we can circumvent it because we know if anybody knows about this, Wow. Anyway, in the meantime, there's still a matter of those hybrid sheep. A 4th man implicated in a Schubarth case was sentenced to 3 years probation and $25,000 in fines. He also signed a plea agreement. He's alleged to have bought 12 hybrid Marco Polo Argali sheep from Schubarth. Well, where are they? Yeah, interesting.
Exactly. Some of them are just running amok.
Amok. Let's move on. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Ubisoft is being sued for shutting down the crew. Finally, again, stop killing games. I really think that the same thing should be applied to, well, what do you think? Should we talk about it?
Oh, it should definitely be applied to Ticket to Ride.
Yep. So 2 Californian gamers, and I should probably contact them, are suing Ubisoft in a proposed class action lawsuit over the developer and publisher recent shutting down of racing game The Crew. And the thing about it is, it's not shut down entirely. Just a large segment.
Enough to be annoying and costly.
And limiting in the fact that I actually purchased a game with X, Y, and Z. Well,
right. They've changed the terms after the fact.
Ubisoft released the game in December of 2014. 10 years later, they shut it down. They shut down its servers after a decade due to server infrastructure and licensing constraints. After the servers shut down, the game, again, the consumer shouldn't have to be bound by your third-party agreements. I'm sorry, we buy under a certain set of rules, and you can change your rules anytime you damn well please, but we can't because we buy based on the rules.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the consumer has no bargaining power.
After the server shut down, except for litigation, except for going class action. So that's, I guess, a class action is basically the consumer version of a union. So after the server shut down, the game became totally unplayable due to the lack of a single player offline mode. When the shutdown was announced on December 2023, Ubisoft did offer refunds to people who recently purchased The Crew, but given the age of the game, a lot of the players were unable to participate. And I actually heard people say, you got enough playtime out of the game. No, kiss my ass. What, I
You
should
didn't
be able
sign
to,
up for a game that was going to be ending because
I
you're
should,
investing time and money.
yeah, so you've been in your house for 15 years. That's plenty of time to enjoy the fun of the walls. So now I'm
Right, you're
kicking
like,
your
I'm
ass
not
out.
ready to go.
No, no, sorry. We're tired of having to manage that mortgage. We're going to take it over and we're going to remove you. No, kiss my ass. Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon.com put the article together. The issue is, once again, about the difference between buying and licensing games. Yeah, you have a license to consume it, but I have a license to consume it in the form in which I compensated you for that. So now give me back all of the money that I could have spent that $40 on, right? The games or whatever. It's not just $40. If I didn't spend it on that game, then I've got $40 plus all of the joy I could have gotten from a game that didn't get killed 10 years later.
Right. I like that they give an analogy here. I mean, I think anybody gaming understands what's happening, but this is for the non-gamers.
Right. So it's the one that says, imagine you buy a pinball, right? So in the quote here, oh, by the way, let me back up again just to make sure that I say this. Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon.com put this article together. And the quote that's in here is, imagine you buy a pinball machine and years later you enter your den to go play it only to discover that all the paddles are missing, the pinball and bumpers are gone, and the monitor that proudly displayed your unassailable high score is removed. Lawyers wrote in the lawsuit, which was filed November 4th in a California court and reviewed by Polygon. Quote, turns out the pinball manufacturer decided to come into your home, gut the insides of the pinball machine, and remove your ability to play the game that you bought and thought you owned. Now, again, I'm going to draw attention to another podcast slash show on YouTube and Twitch where they talk about this in a sort of way where they go, well, you want to enjoy this game in perpetuity, but you don't want to pay for it in perpetuity. You want all of the updates and you want fun content, blah, 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 blah. But no, that's not the name of the game here. They should be required to create a secure solution. So patches and stability and all of that kind of stuff. I shouldn't have to pay for that. I already paid for that. The implication is that I pay for a stable game. Do I want add-on stuff? Yeah, sure. But make it DLC. But give me a whole, complete game, working game, one that I can play in perpetuity if I so freaking choose, because I paid $40 to $60, $100 nowadays for a game. And finally, you cannot go in and take back once which I bought, even if it was at some later date, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you can't show up and go, hey, I want that CD back, right? Well, that's exactly what
No,
they
but
did.
you can do whatever you want with digital projects.
Correct. Yep. So the lawsuit alleges this is exactly what happened when Ubisoft shut down its servers for The Crew in 2024, suddenly leaving consumers unable to access something that they purchased and assumed they owned. We assume it because the licensing terms are miles long in legalese that don't really stipulate that you don't really own anything, because why would you? You literally purchase something. Now they have to change the terminology, but you're going to be moving a glacier of conceptual understanding. When you purchase something, when you license it, you don't license it for the terms unforeseeable. It's no longer a contract. There is no contract that is open-ended in perpetuity until whoever it is decides that it's no longer fiscally responsible for them to babysit a server. A contract is fixed in time, and then you assail it once more when you reach the horizon of that contract. 5 years, 10 years, whatever. It isn't just, hey, there's a line in this contract that says at some point, we're just going to punch you and there's no repercussions. We can punch you in the neck and there are no repercussions. This is just frustrating for anybody who has, been around the block longer than 10 years. So both plaintiffs purchased the game well into its lifespan in 2018 and 2020, respectively, on physical discs. So they have for sale doctrine. They could have sold it to somebody else. The lawsuit says neither would have purchased the game on the same terms, i.e. price, knowing the game servers could be taken down, rendering the crew totally unplayable in an offline mode. And the lawsuit also covers the backlash of Ubisoft's decision to shut down the servers and not include an offline version of the game. It cites several games that turned servers off but patched in an offline option, like Knockout City, and 2 of Ubisoft's own games, Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed 3. By the way, there are more games being turned off. We talked about it this weekend.
Yeah, there's quite a few, but I think this is interesting because Ubisoft figured out a way to do an offline version, so that's actually going to work against them here.
Yeah. Well, they're saying, well, licensing. Well, it's not our fault that your licensing terms sucked. So do it right. Get good. So Stop Killing Games movement is petitioning the European Union to force game companies to keep games in playable states. It currently has more than 379,000 signatures. But the European Union has already said you can't force a company to run a game in perpetuity. Well, no. You can force them to, if they offer up a multiplayer online environment, that they provide the servers at the end of life that they deem end of life. That should be, everybody should be a proponent of that. Oh, you don't like running the servers? Well, then give it to everybody so they can run the servers.
Exactly. Yeah, how is the company being harmed if they're not going to continue to sell it or update it or anything?
That's right. They're not. So I'm already on board with Stop Killing Games. I would love Ticket to Ride to get sued because they created an alternative version of the original one after it being hobbled, and it sucks ass. And the original, you could just release the server and somebody else could run it in perpetuity. But again, it's the licensing thing they said. And the new version sucks. It's horrible. And I already paid.
And it doesn't cover all the things that people would have purchased with the original.
It doesn't cover any of the things that they purchased. I didn't get a refund and I didn't get compensated for it in any way. I didn't get the new version for free. I didn't get any add-ons for free. And nobody likes the new version. It literally sucks. But they garnered the benefit of it. Right? They made enough money. They kept on developing.
Right. Yeah, they're not seeing any downside.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to these people and see if this law firm wants to do another one. Why not? Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over on the Mobile channel, the 24-hour gopher experiment that brought life back to Mount St. Helens. Scientists released gophers onto a plot of land 2 years after the eruption obliterated the landscape, and the results were magical.
I mean, how many times do you have magical gophers?
That's funny. I think I have like a big pile of ash from Mount St. Helens, and I made a Dorodango last weekend, and I keep thinking maybe I can make a Dorodango out of Mount St. Helens ash.
You could.
Now I got to find it though. Huh. Anyway, so gophers. I got to go for a walk and find that ash. Anyway, the article is over at gizmodo.com. Margarita Bossi put the article together. Scientists released gophers into a plot of land 2 years ago after the eruption obliterated the landscape, and the results are magical. Aw, look at the little gopher. On May 18th, 1980, Washington's Mount St. Helens covered 22,000 square miles with 540 million tons of ash. A few years later, scientists unleashed gophers into the part of the lifeless mountainside for 24 hours, hypothesizing that the animals' digging habits might dredge up some beneficial microorganisms and give the ecosystem a regenerative boost. And they were right. Now, researchers following in their footsteps 44 years later are highlighting just how enduring innovative ecosystem rescuing methods can be. So they left them there
for 24 hours.
and 44 years later, the impact of their actions, did they come back and get them?
I think they did. They must have had them like geotagged or something, even though at that time, I don't know how they would have.
They put like an Apple beacon.
I mean, how are they collecting the monkeys?
Oh, yeah. How many of those monkeys did they catch?
I think they have 25 of the 43.
Yeah, the rest of them are plotting to overthrow the planet of the apes, planet of the macaques. 1983, the areas around Mount St. Helens that the scientists had chosen for their gopher experiment were heaps of collapsing slabs of porous pumice. Man, is there a Willy Wonka kind of thing going on there? Collapsing slabs of porous pumice.
And that's a quotation. I
Yeah, that
mean,
is a quote. According to the statement, with just about a dozen plants and some struggling seedlings staging a weak comeback 6 years after the brief gopher intervention, however, 2 plots of land hosted 40,000 thriving plants in stark contrast. There's the contract that Ubisoft is missing.
that's right.
The surrounding region was still mostly barren. In just 24 hours, the gophers' work seemed to be like magic, but the real secret, microorganisms. They basically churned the soil up in 24 hours.
That's really interesting. I wonder if they've ever used that in any other disasters.
I'm assuming, I don't know what all is in this article. I just see G's, but I'm using Vivendi, so I don't know if it's playing a role in the display. But anyway, the study also identified other helpful microorganism carriers. Pine, spruce, Douglas firs from the old growth forest on Mount St. Helens were covered in volcanic ash after the eruption, but were able to quickly grow back because of, you guessed it, helpful fungal friends. So
Fungus is a friend, not food.
but fungus is food as well. Not
I know,
everybody
I
likes
was
it.
playing off of the Finding Nemo thing.
Yeah. Finding fungi. Finding fungi with friends. It's a new app on the App Store. Anyway, this stood in stark contrast to other areas in the vicinity, which loggers had cleared of trees before the eruption. Without trees to drop needles or gophers to bring back crucial microorganisms, the area is still virtually barren over 40 years later. So there you go. We need trees and we need gophers.
Gophers. Let's bring some more gophers back in.
Or we need robots that can dig. And that's just one more element of the Matrix. Because they had robots that could go through tunnels and dig and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over on Technology Today. New study identifies never words. Not never words. Never words that doctors should always avoid using. Like, sometimes our warranty is up.
I think that should be in here, but I don't think it is.
These never words can be harmful when spoken by clinicians. How about, I'm sorry, you have 48 hours to live, and I should have told you 36 hours ago.
Yeah, that could do it. I don't think you have a banner for this article, by the way.
Is it overshare or spoiler alert would work?
I think it's like trigger alert.
Oh, trigger alert? I'll have to come up with some more banners. That'll even help in our production value. Seriously ill patients and their families experience intense emotional suffering, and researchers, including a professor from Texas A&M University, emphasize that clinicians must use compassionate communication as part of their treatment process. Like, don't come out and just go, oops.
You're done.
Yeah.
Oh, right, that too. So yeah, verbally, this might trigger somebody if they've been through serious medical stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, you don't want to come out and go, if you're a doctor, you don't want to come out and go, look, we tried everything, but your husband was a real asshole. So we stopped trying.
I don't think that's going to be in here.
Oh, look, her hand is even up. I know you're upset, but no, just no. Leslie Hinton, Texas A&M University, put the article together. It's posted at scitechdaily.com. These never words can be harmful when spoken by clinicians to patients and families facing serious illness. Do they actually have a rundown of them?
They do. I looked ahead a little bit at this.
Okay, so these things are, there is nothing else we can do. She will not get better. Withdrawing care. Circling the drain.
I can't even believe that's even stated or made it on the list.
If a clinician were to say that to me, I would punch them in the taint.
Yeah, that one might be like lawsuit or something.
Do you want us to do everything? Look, there's no bargaining power, of course. Dumbass.
No, we want you to give 10% of your skills toward this procedure.
We do this all the time as humans. Everything is a fight or a battle, waging a war or whatever. I mean, we're so...
And no patience like that terminology.
Well, even the patients use this. I'm really fighting, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I don't know why you waited so long to come in. Oh, you're victim blaming. Don't be...
Wow.
Yeah. What were your other doctors doing thinking? Yeah. Oh, let's not worry about that now. You are lucky it's only stage 2. I guess they're trying to find the silver lining, but okay. And it says you failed chemo. No. God.
First of all, if the chemo didn't work, you don't need to make it sound like the person did something wrong or
Right. Wow. So let's not worry about that now. It's not only a non-answer to a patient's legitimate concern, it's dismissive, the researcher said. Pointing out that cancer is an early stage is presumptive, assuming the patient should feel gratitude without allowing room for the patient's anxiety and fear in having cancer. And Barry said patients do not fail chemo. Chemo fails patients. Yeah. Or don't even mention it. Don't say that they're...
Right, we're going to try this next or something.
Yeah. I don't know. What would the less than ideal outcome or something like that? I mean,
wow, that's pretty severe under those circumstances. But yeah, like the chemo wasn't as successful as we wanted. We're going to
try this
or whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to get you in a trial or something.
There you go. So as for the never words, the researchers recommend alternative language as well as the rationale for each. For example, instead of "she will not get better," which I swear to God, man, if I were to ever hear that,
don't say it, doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if I ever end up in the hospital, I'm gonna have this article, and just like set this down. Like
these are my never words.
Here are my never words. As in, I should never hear any of this from you in the form of words. Otherwise, look at the fine print at the bottom of this, and I will have written in really small print, if you say any of this, I will punch you in the taint. Anyway, spreading awareness. Yeah, I mean, the rise of sociopathy is legit, at least in my observation. And so I think that some doctors tend to have very little patience with their patients because they've seen everybody to the point where, I mean, I was told by one doctor that they basically see their patients as nothing more than bodies because they can't care about them. Otherwise, they make emotional.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they need to apply logic, but there is still a human element toward medicine, I think.
Yeah, you can lean into the human element, even if you are going to be mechanical in your processes. You still got to treat the human that doesn't care about your mechanical processes. So it says mentorships are also invaluable for more experienced doctors can share communication techniques that they found to be successful and which to avoid. Let me tell all you doctors out there, patients who interact with a doctor and then interact with another doctor, and each of those doctors have their specialty. And for whatever freaking reason, each one of those specialties are the cause du jour of your malady, really piss off patients. Okay. I ended up talking to 2 different doctors about something. And in one doctor, they were like, it's this. And in the other doctor, because they were a nutritionist, they focused on nutrition. No, not everybody is a nail, and you are not the hammer. Every time I see somebody, you go to a sports therapist and they want you to run. You go see a sports surgeon and they want to cut your leg open. I mean, it's just so crazy. Everything is that specialty. Anyway, let's move on. We have 2 more articles. This next one is over in Non Sequitur News. Amazon targets smart glasses that could guide delivery drivers to where to drop off packages, according to a report.
This isn't confusing at all, given that one of its main competitors is Target.
Right. And that actually, I think, but it's a clunky title. But hey, it's Business Insider. They always have really long titles. Amazon is reportedly developing smart glasses that its delivery workers could use. The glasses could provide navigation and take pictures of packages upon delivery. Reuters reported Amazon is said to face challenges such as battery life and location data as it creates the glasses. Why not just outfit the vehicles with smart equipment?
Yeah, couldn't they have like a dashboard or something?
And it's pretty easy for them to just use their phone and send the damn message.
Plus, then different drivers could be in the vehicle. It wouldn't have to be tied to that particular driver.
Now they're going to have to take their glasses off and charge them while they're driving and put them back on, because it's only going to last. The best smart glasses that's interconnected and not just self-contained is probably those Zero glasses that do-it-yourselfer made, and it runs like 4 hours, but
those isolated. Aren't ready for driving.
Yeah, they're not ready for anything yet. Anyway, Amazon's next attempt to speed up package delivery may involve smart glasses. The article is over at, oh my gosh,
at Firewall.
I didn't log in, so I have an account, but I didn't log in. And I can't go past it.
Talk about it briefly.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. When you go there, you won't run across this. But I don't log in while I'm doing the show. Damn it. Hold on. Maybe it'll go away. Nope. It's like faster than ever. Anyway, smart glasses as they were. So let's just go on. The next article is over on the Marvel channel. 2 snail species named after Tolkien characters. Plus, it saves us some time because we're almost at an hour anyway.
There we go.
So researchers
have planned.
Yeah, all along. Agatha. So researchers have named 2 newly discovered freshwater snail species from Brazil after characters from Lord of the Rings. The article is over at phys.org. Pensoft Publishers put the article together, described in an article published in the open access journal Zoosystematics and Evolution. Idiopyrgus Iowane and Idiopyrgus Mariadochi were named in honor of Eowyn and Meriadoc Brandybuck from J.R.R. Tolkien's iconic series. In their research paper, the authors explain that the name Idiopyrgus Eowene, stating Eowyn exemplifies courage, resilience, and resistance against darkness, both internal and external, standing against Grima Wormtongue and the Witch King of Angmar. Yeah, you have to go and watch it. And read it, but watching it, yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know if it's in the actual movies.
It is. So regarding Idiopyrgus, Mariadochi, I guess is how it would probably be pronounced. They write, besides standing with Eowyn against the Witch King in the Battle of Pelennor Fields, Mary is also an example of the fight for nature conservation in Middle-earth, pushing the Ents into action and ultimately ending Saruman's threat to Fangorn Forest. I'm just stumbling all over my words. Anyway, pretty cool. These are the little beasties. Both snails have unique periostracal hairs, thorn-like structures on their shells, a feature uncommon among Brazilian freshwater snails. Their cave-specific adaptations include reduced pigmentation, fragile shells, and a small size. So pretty cool. Dun, dun, dun.
Interesting. Their color makes them look like they glow in the dark.
And they might actually fluoresce when you shine like UV light on them. But I guess, because it's iridescent here, like you can almost see all the way through them. Like I think that right there is like the background. That's the black that you see behind it.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, they're translucent, I guess.
Yep. Pretty cool. So go watch Lord of the Rings. And then
cheer when those characters come on.
There you go. And you can go, oh, I didn't know snails looked like a hobbit. Or an elf. All right. All right, let's keep going. We are done for today. Right? Dun 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 dun. Oh no, Eowyn is the Rohan noblewoman. She's
okay.
A battle maiden. I was like, wait a minute, she's not an elf. Anyway, that's it. We are done. So we are going to crawl back into our little nerd cave, and we'll be back at the front page of ohmTown.com. I lost a little bit of nerd cred there because I miscast the Eowyn. Anyway, I'll owe up to it. I'm a dumbass. Well, that's it. I am Mayor Watt saying see you later. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to be back tomorrow. So why don't you say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow.
Did I put all of today's? I think I did. Okay. Well, we're done. We'll see you later. Bye. And that took a long time. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 12th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 317. This is a Time Machine episode. I wasn't available yesterday, so I couldn't do the show. Tonight, I am hoping to be available to do the show. Tonight being tomorrow, since this is a Time Machine episode. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Sentient AI. Sentient AI is not available at the moment, but we are going to talk about Nearly Knocked Out. Pretend cop meets real cop. Grappler used to end chase. Lint leads in chocolate. The Emperor of Penguins. Plane struck by gunfire. Global warming cooks rice. Ohio Stargate. Viral insurance fraud. And lubing up recall machinery. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. That's what you're looking at on the screen, other than me and the Sentient AI's visualizer, but they're not here. I'm here. I'm really a bot. I'm AI too. We're all in a simulation. All right, everybody, let's get into it. As usual, Time Machine episodes have an hour of existence. We have to get in and get out. Otherwise, we're stuck in time. For how long, we don't really know, because the time machine would have to cool down, reset, and recall us. It takes a while, usually 24 hours minimum. Anyway, Mark Consuelos nearly knocks out unsuspecting woman live on air. Live with Kelly and Mark. Co-host Mark Consuelos narrowly avoided a golfing mishap on air. Apparently... And let's find out. So this article is over at Newsweek, and Maggie Eckberg put the article together. It says here, during the Tuesday, November 12th episode, Live with Kelly and Mark, the 53-year-old co-host was out on the green in Palm Springs showing off his swing when he spotted a woman standing right in his line of fire. The morning talk show is typically filmed in New York City. However, the series temporarily moved to California to tape 4 shows at the Westin Rancho Mirage Golf Course and Spa in Rancho Mirage. It's in the name. Anyway, I don't know if this is the actual video, so I'm going to play it, but I'm going to mute it. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Consuelo's so-called alpha moves, as Ripa called his latest behavior, have become a bit of a theme on the show. In addition to his bold golf swing, Ripa recently recounted an instance of her husband's take charge attitude, this time on a crowded flight. Ah, God, this is what we're... Whatever. Anyway, yeah, apparently, yeah, this article like switches immediately into something else. The audience got into the action too, chanting 4 as Consuelos tried to convince the woman to move, but once he finally took his shot, it looked like she was in the clear. Did you hit that lady? That was actually golfing. Ripa 54 asked her beau. Ugh. As he returned to his seat. Laughing, Consuelos admitted, I almost hit that lady. She almost owns the Westin. So, you know. Yeah, you're supposed to let people know. And if because they're in front of you, they don't have no idea. So you could wait. You could try to get their attention. But, you know, I guess being a dingbat is now the equivalent of alpha male. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on 4-Wheel Tech. Fake cop gets caught pretending to be a cop in front of a real cop. Impersonating cop is a big no-no. It's true. One man in Florida, so instantly Florida guy, found out this the hard way after he flashed the fake police lights in his unmarked Dodge Charger at an intersection in order to run a light. Wow, what a dingbat. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Frank Michael DiGiulio Jr. was driving a black Dodge Charger when he approached the intersection of a light that had turned red, reports Car Scoops at carscoops.com. DiGiulio proceeded to do what I'm sure we've all seen cops do when they don't want to wait for a light to turn. He activated his lights as a way to say, hey, look out, I'm about to run this light, which he did. The problem is that DiGiulio wasn't a cop, but between his Charger and the light bar, he seems to be trying to fool others into thinking he is one. But regardless, your convenience shouldn't be the whole world's inconvenience, let alone safety on the streets, you twat. DiGiulio initially denied everything because of course he did. Unsurprising, Arsania radio dispatch to begin a traffic stop on the Charger. According to the report, the driver, Frank Michael DiGiulio Jr., initially denied having red and blue lights, of course, interjected to refute that. At that point, DiGiulio reportedly admitted his crime at that point, which is what we're pointing right at them. Look, right there. CarScoop says DiGiulio is now facing charges, including prohibited use of lights and false impersonation. This in addition to a ticket for running the red light. The real kicker here is the Charger. It was towed by authorities and is allegedly owned by DiGiulio's girlfriend. His bond was set at $6,000, oddly despite the charge of false impersonation. Hernando County sheriffs say that they don't actually have evidence that DiGiulio was posing as a police officer in any other instances. All right. Wow, what a twat. Two of them in a row. A double article. Anyway, the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Police use grappler to end 100 mile per hour chase with unnecessary crash. That's a bummer. Only millionaires typically have time and money to cosplay as Batman, but the police already have a heavy equipment and qualified immunity to indulge their superhero fantasies. A sheriff's office in Olympia, Washington, used a grappler to end a pursuit last week by crashing a stolen car at 100 miles per hour. Oh, wow. They actually did have a grappler. Interesting. So I don't know if it let it go, but there was an oncoming vehicle right there. Wow. Wow. What a kind of had me going. If you're watching the video, they shoot a grappler out from under the police car, hits the tire, forcing that car to go into oncoming traffic across double yellow. There is a car there, some 50 feet in front of that car that they grappled. So it's over at Jalopnik. Ryan Eric King put the article together. The grant request for the grappler promised to, quote, prevent and minimize deaths and injuries. I'm not sure why we don't just use trackers and slap a beacon on there. You know, just shoot that little goo gun and it'll just super glue right onto the vehicle. Oh, because you can't catch the person that did it, right? Okay. It was funny though, because a long time ago, I met somebody, an inventor who created a goo gun. And was printing up marketing material and stuff like that, and developing it further. And I don't know whatever happened to it. It probably went away because you could suffocate somebody by shooting a blob of goo at them. Anyway, Thurston County Police, or Sheriff's Office, proudly posted the pursuit footage on its Facebook page. The chase took place on a winding 2-lane road in Delphi Road, Southwest, I guess. The cruiser reached the bumper and deployed the grappler. The fleeing driver lost control of the car, spun off the road, plowed through a fence, and hit a tree. He attempted to escape on foot, but was caught almost immediately. Interesting, right? And then they talk about how it's the highest death toll ever recorded by National Highway Safety. 577 people were killed in 2022 in police chases. But this one looks like it was not a controlled anything. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Lind admits its chocolate isn't quote unquote expertly crafted. Why? It's machine crafted. There isn't anything expert about it other than expert engineering. It's actually full of lead too. Lindt, the world famous chocolatier known for its variety of tasty sweets, has been forced to admit via a class action lawsuit that it may not be telling the truth with its marketing. No shit. Marketing hardly ever tells the truth. Quote from the author here. I know a major corporation lying in advertising is rather shocking to hear, but please brace yourself for this earth-shattering news. Yeah, the lawsuit against Lindt in Sprungli began in 2023 with a report by Consumer Reports, which found that 28 dark chocolate bars contained lead and cadmium, both heavy metals. 8 of the bars were found to have high levels of cadmium. One of those was a Lindt bar. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. We've actually talked about this several times here in ohmTown and in Non Sequitur News specifically. Lawsuits against Lindt and Sprungli began in 2023. One of the bars that were tested by Consumer Reports was a Lindt bar. The other 10 were found to... Another 10 of those bars were found to contain lead. One of those was a Lindt bar. And so the lawsuits ensued as consumers felt it was a perfect opportunity to go after the company whose marketing claimed that the chocolate were expertly crafted with the finest ingredients, apparently, and were safe and were delightful. Well, apparently they say that it's expertly crafted are just puffery, aka exaggerations. Lindt's lawyers are arguing that the words excellence and expertly crafted are puffery. This is this old case that brought about the term puffery. Let me see, origin case. I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, it is the Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. So Carlyle versus the Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. It's an 1892 English Court of Appeal case where the company advertised that their smoke ball was a cure for influenza, but they referred to it as mere puff and not to be not to be taken seriously when sued by a customer who contracted the flu. Well, no. If you say that it's excellent and that it's expertly crafted, it's very subjective. But if you are representing yourself as being expertly crafted and excellent, that isn't puffery. It's bullshit and lie. Expertly crafted means that there is somebody helming something that's making it expertly crafted. But if I can't get a copyright for AI created artwork, then why should you be able to say that a machine pumping out trillions of pieces of chocolate with zero hands on is expertly crafted? There's no expert other than the engineer. So I don't know. It says, yeah, they say, why the F did you say it? Say idiot. So, and they actually left out, I think, it. Anyway, no one in their right mind would take it seriously, is what the attorneys are saying. But the whole world is going to witness that there's going to be more and more of this bullshit. Footlongs that aren't footlongs, quarter pounders where they're that thick. But yeah, the burger is a quarter pound pre-cooked, but then when they cook it, it's all the fat is gone, and the burger that you get isn't this big. It looks like it's been run over by an M1 Abrams battle tank. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. And talking like this nowadays is going to end up causing all kinds of trouble, man. I guess we're going to find out in real time. So the next article is over in the Marble Channel. An emperor penguin trekked 2,200 miles to Australia. Everything is backwards. Up here in New Jersey, it feels more like California right now, between the 80-degree November days and ongoing wildfires. It really kind of fits that an emperor penguin found in Australia recently, 2,200 miles away from where you would expect it in the Antarctic Circle. The wandering bird was discovered on the southwest coast of the continent in the town of Denmark, and nobody has any idea why he made the journey. Since been taken into care after becoming malnourished on its unexpected voyage. So I suspect that it was on a boat or something. I don't know why it would end up way down there. Way over there. So nobody has a clue why Gus made the journey. Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put the article together. You'll be able to get all of this via the links via the show notes and via the podcast, but it's not in Twitch because I'm recording it and then transmitting it over to YouTube and the podcast, not Twitch. At any rate, yeah, maybe climate change. They know that eventually it's going to be frozen over there, and so they just got an early start. It's the first time an emperor penguin has been spotted in Australia, and Associated Press has reported that various next steps are being considered, including a possible return to Antarctica. Just feed it. It wants to hang out. Quote, I have a dedicated penguin enclosure, of course. I've never had to deal with a large penguin like this before, said Miss Biddulph, who has nicknamed the penguin Gus. It's the largest of the species. They are native to Antarctica, so are used to freezing cold temperatures that can range between 0 and negative 40 degrees. I guess they said here, quote, I can't help but think that Gus is just a bit of Frozen's Olaf in him, like the lovable snowman. Maybe Gus just wants to feel the sun on his body. Yep, and warm hugs. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. FAA bans U.S. flights to Haiti for 30 days after a plane struck by gunfire. Oh, it was 2 of them. I thought it was just a Spirit. Flights into and out of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, were suspended by Spirit and JetBlue after planes were struck by gunfire. Sam Sweeney, Josh Margolin, and Clara McMichael over at abcnews.go.com put the article together. And it says here that U.S. civil aviation operations in the territory and airspace of Haiti below 10,000 feet will be prohibited, according to the FAA. That's because somebody shot at Spirit Airlines flying from Fort Lauderdale, Florida to Haiti and was diverted after it was struck by gunfire while attempting to land in Port-au-Prince. And then apparently another plane Um, let's see. They made mention of it though. On Monday, a JetBlue flight from Haiti to New York City was also hit by a bullet. The airline said in a statement to NBC News. JetBlue said that it would suspend all flights to and from Haiti through December 2nd due to the civil unrest in the country. Wow. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Greenogram. Rice is not as nice with global warming. Harvest records from Japan and China suggest that high nighttime temperatures reduce the quality of rice, a staple food for billions of people. So that is a clue that rice prices are going to start going through the roof like wheat. Harvest records from Japan and China suggest that the nighttime temperatures, which is you might as well accept the fact that anthropogenic increases in heat are, well, I should say, increases in average ambient temperatures are caused by anthropogenic mechanisms, i.e., humans are increasing the temperature of the planet. And that's going to impact our food when it doesn't actually run. So it says hot nights brought by climate change are degrading the quality of rice crops in China and Japan. And I didn't log in prior to the show, so can't do it right now. Anyway, let's keep on moving. This next article says Ohio has its own Stargate, but you can't visit it. Did you know that Ohio has its own portal into a fictional world? You can't visit it, so don't get too excited. 15 years ago, an Ohio family built a 50,000-pound Stargate device that became social media famous over the years, attracting a ton of attention from nearby residents and tourists alike. The article is over at vice.com, put together by Sammy Caramella. 15 years ago, they built a 50,000-pound Stargate. It says, however, landowner Phil Ventura maintains that it's not open to the public. I don't need the aggravation. I'm very pleased that people have given recognition to it, but I really don't want the notoriety. Ventura's intention behind creating the Stargate was to spend more time with his sons. After watching the 1994 film, he felt especially called to do so. It's kind of like a Close Encounters of the Third Kind kind of thing. He felt compelled. People felt compelled to go somewhere. This is kind of like that. They watched the film and they felt compelled to make this. So that's what kicked it off. My older son watched that one with me. And when the franchise took off, the TV series, being released shortly thereafter, the Ventura family would gather to watch all 10 seasons and every spinoff that came of it. They consumed the Stargate content until there was nothing left. And when the kids got older too, it was like, well, they've got girlfriends now and they're moving out. I understand that the different interests now, and they don't want to spend that much time with their old man. So, Stargate went viral after internet users shared photos of it online, and now one of the most admired yet inaccessible attractions in the area. And while you can't visit the Ohio attraction, you can still enjoy it from afar via photos and social media posts. Just don't go messing with them. To this day, he still enjoys his coffee by the fictional portal, which was made by steel rebar and molded out of a plastic swimming pool, then mounted in concrete. It also features a dial home device for entertainment purposes. This is a pretty cool article. Definitely go over to Vice and I very rarely read a lot of the article. I skim over it. But this is pretty cool. Now I want to see pictures of it. I don't think this is it. This is the set picture, but anyway, let's keep going. Got two more articles, including this one. Viral insurance fraud attempt lands one suspect in police custody. The now famous New York City public, or I should say the now famous viral insurance videos that are going around about somebody backing up and hitting somebody, and then everybody finding the car later and then again later. Anyway, the famously patient New York City public has been clamoring for an update on the brazen attempted insurance fraud that went viral in October. Now the police have actually charged one of the participants, but the actual driver and two other suspects remain at large. This person's going to go down for all of them. So yeah, Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and they've got a video, little snippet, replaying, looping GIF of the guy basically putting the car in reverse and then backing into somebody in the fast lane of the pike and the turnpike. And so it says crash victim Asfia Natasha caught the entire incident on her dash cam and posted the footage on TikTok. The crash happened relatively quickly and would be deemed intentional by anyone who has ever driven a car. A Honda Civic cut off Natasha and immediately slammed on the brakes. Natasha slowed to avoid the planned collision, so the Civic driver reversed into her car. There was also a second vehicle involved in the staged wreck, a Kia Sportage. The passenger was arrested in New York when he arrived back on the flight from Ecuador, WNBC reports. Instead of getting picked up by his girlfriend, or by his friend, sorry, in their Civic, he got a ride in a police cruiser. So, yeah, interesting. So scenarios like these that make dash cams such a wise investment, if not for your own safety in such crooked crash attempts, then to capture other absolutely bonkers events on the roads, like another car plunging 200 feet off a cliff. There's a video or a link to dash cam plunging off a cliff. Wow. All right. Well, good. I'm glad that they caught the person, and the others are either going to stay out of the country because they flew to Ecuador, or they're going to be caught in New York at some point. All right. Our final article for today is Costco recalled more than 80,000 pounds of butter because the labels failed to say that it contained milk. I think that this is stupid. I think that unless a food product says that it doesn't contain milk, you should assume that it contains milk if it is a product of milk, right? Butter is primarily a dairy product, for crying out loud. But no, Costco is recalling 79,200 pounds of butter for failing to note that it contained milk. The FDA classified the recall as a class 2, indicating potentially temporary health risks. The butter was produced by Continental Dairy Facility Southwest and distributed in Texas. They recalled 79,200 pounds, 1,300 cases of Kirkland Signature unsalted sweet cream butter, and 900 cases of Kirkland Signature salted sweet cream butter were recalled because they omitted the allergen warnings. That is insane. Nora Redmond put the article together for Business Insider. On Thursday, they classified it as a class 2. So all of the butter from facilities, Continental Dairy Facility Southwest in northern Texas produced all of the butter affected, and it came with a best buy date of February 22nd, 2025 to March 29th, 2025. Most of it was distributed across Texas, and it basically requires anything with milk, eggs, fish, crustaceans, shellfish, tree nuts, peanuts, wheat, and soybeans to have Food Allergen Labeling and Consumer Protection Act labels. These foods account for about 90% of food allergies in the U.S. according to the act. So it has to have the word contains this. All right. May or may not contain milk, eggs, fish, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think that it should be the other way around. If it lacks, milk, eggs, fish, and whatever it is, you as an adult or a person educated in your allergies, I don't know, maybe I'm being a complete goober about it, but if you're looking at a dairy product, it's going to have milk in it, right? If you're looking at something that says that it is a milk alternative and it says that it has wheat or soy in it, or it doesn't, then one way or the other, you should know it. What is it? Well, it's a nut milk or whatever you want to call it, right? It's going to have nuts in it. If it's made from soy, it's going to say that it's from soy, but it's going to have soy. If it says that it's soy milk, you don't have to look at a label and go, oh, it has soy in it. I don't know. It just seems like it's really freaking obvious to people with allergies that something has an allergen in it. But lately I've been seeing some really off the wall things, like people going into sit down restaurants and saying that their food can't have all of this stuff. And I'm like, if you are that sensitive, you should probably be just making it at home, because there's no way that cross contamination isn't going to take place to some degree. And frankly, you might have signed up for iTunes or something, and that invalidates all of the other legal opportunities that might be set forth from some violation of your food. Like the woman who passed away and her husband was required to go into arbitration instead of a lawsuit because the daughter, I think, had signed up for some Apple product. Pretty wild. Anyway, they backtracked that, but I'm still astonished that something that is so obviously made from milk had to be labeled as having milk. But okay. What a world. Okay. Oh, and by the way, there are people that are more sensitive or less sensitive, but everybody, unless you're a kid, an infant, you are lactose intolerant to some degree. Just some people are worse off. Everybody should stop drinking milk, frankly. Anyway, so we are going to recall, and that's going to pull us all the way back to ohmTown.com front page, and I'm going to call it a day. We are out of here. Made it under 30 minutes because I didn't ramble and I didn't go into any snarky jokes and all that kind of stuff. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, be sure to like and subscribe and follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube. We have a Discord. We've got a Patreon, but I haven't been putting stuff there. But I would love to hear from you. So leave a comment to let me know what you like, what you don't like. Be sure to like, though, and download the podcasts. There's 6 weekly podcasts, and Non Sequitur News is a daily. So we'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 13th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 318. I am Mayor Watt. The sentient AI is not available for today's show, and we are in a time machine. I wasn't available yesterday to do the show, so tomorrow is when I did the show, so today is when you're getting it the day after yesterday. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not sure. It's all this time stuff. So once again, I am Mayor Watt. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. And today, our 10 articles are going to be about this. Training does not infringe copyright. There's fake whale poop. Kayaker dying to get away from family. Warcraft remastered. Medtronic patent infringement. This dealership is on fire. If you love it, set it freebie. NASA moon rocket seems canceled, marble bust doorstop worth millions, and a turntable hangout. We've seen that one before. Maybe a couple of other things we've talked about, I think, in some way before. Some of this is an update. I don't know. We've done 1,500 plus articles. All of them are available over on YouTube and the podcast. You can also follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Please like and subscribe, tell a friend, let the world know that we are out here. That would be great. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over, become a citizen. All right, everybody. Let's get into this. The very first article is over in Non Sequitur News. It was aggregated from TechDirt, but Gatherer threw it into Non Sequitur News. A judge says, just because AI trains on your publication does not mean that it infringes on your copyright. So the article says, I get that a lot of people don't like that big AI companies and how they scrape the web, but these copyright lawsuits being filed against them are absolute garbage. And if you want that to be the case, because it goes the other way, it will do real damage to the open web by further entrenching the largest companies. If you don't like the AI companies, find another path, because copyright is not the answer. The article is over at techdirt.com in the department that's called That's Not How Any of This Works department. Mike Masnick from techdirt.com put the article together. And it says, so far we've seen that these cases aren't doing well, all that well, though many cases are still ongoing. Last week, a judge tossed out one of the early ones against OpenAI brought by Raw Story and Alternate. Part of the problem is that these lawsuits assume incorrectly that these AI services really are, as some falsely call them, plagiarism machines. The assumption is that they're just copying everything and then handing out snippets of it, but that's not how any of it works. They're actually recontextualizing it, modifying it, regurgitating a modified version of the world's knowledge that would normally have to be interpreted by somebody, and sometimes incorrectly. And so just like a human, AI is hallucinating whatever data might be in their large language model, spinning it up with a bunch of math and then calling it their own. And that's largely what humans do. Humans aren't plagiarizing the material, by the way, either, unless they say what you are saying and not giving credit. So that's one of the problems here, is that that's not how any of this works. Some of the case focused on whether or not OpenAI removed copyright management information, or CMI, from the works that are being trained on. This always felt like an extreme long shot, and court finds Raw Story's arguments wholly unconvincing, in part because they don't know how any of that works over at OpenAI. For one thing, here's a quote. For one thing, plaintiffs are wrong that Section 1202 grants the copyright owner of the sole prerogative to decide how future iterations of the work may differ from the versions the owner published. Other provisions of the Copyright Act afford such protection, see 17 U.S.C. 106, but not Section 1202. Section 1202 protects copyright owners from specified interferences with the integrity of the work's CMI. In other words, defendants may, absent permission, reproduce or even create derivatives of plaintiffs' works without incurring liability under Section 1202, as long as defendants keep plaintiff's CMI intact. This is all automated, by the way. If I read an article and I talk about that article, there is nothing that is stopping me from talking about the article. I mean, it's basically public discourse. And if I incorporate my discussions into commercial enterprise, there's nothing that's stopping me either, other than a slap suit, other than litigation to literally drown me in court fees to prevent me from basically living a life. That's actually what seems to have happened from time to time in everything having to do with intellectual property. I think that it's absolutely unethical, improper. Rather, it was to ensure the integrity of the electronic marketplace by preventing fraud and misinformation, and to bring the United States into compliance with obligations to do so under the World Intellectual Property Organization, or WIPO, Copyright Treaty 12.1, Obligations Concerning Rights Management Information, and WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty. And we have a lot of treaties between the United States and Europe, and a lot of countries within it are all bound by various treaties in agreements that get incorporated into WIPO and into basically the European Union's processes of litigation and protection, data protection, consumer protection, et cetera, et cetera. So It says, then there's the bigger part, which is that the judge, Colleen McMahon, has a better understanding of how ChatGPT works than the plaintiffs, and notes that just because ChatGPT was trained on pretty much the entire internet, that doesn't mean that it's going to infringe on Raw Story's copyright, because the copyright is the embodiment. It isn't the data. Data cannot be copyrighted, by the way. Data is information. Information can't be protected. It's like an idea. Information is, it is just that. It's actually separated. It is data can't be protected except in the embodiment. Just like a recipe can't be protected except in the embodiment. That's why people publish cookbooks, because the embodiment of that cookbook, how it's laid out, the values and all of that in its embodiment. Like I can't take a copy. I can't take one of my cookbooks, photocopy it, scan it in, republish it. Why? Because that embodiment is protected. I could rewrite the recipe my own, give it a new description. I can't write it verbatim. I can basically duplicate the thing. Will people call me out? Probably. Will I care if I'm making money? Probably not. I will, because I'm an ethical person and I don't see it as being beneficial to take somebody else's work wholesale and claim it as my own. It just doesn't, I don't see the world spinning that way, but there are a lot of people that do. And believe me, it's quite amazing because what I do for a living, I see quite, because I don't stream for a living. I run ohmTown and have other work, but mayoral duties is what I refer to them as. But so yeah, in a nutshell, most things shouldn't be protected by copyright because their derivative works can be created, value added works can be provided, and other than, I think, even in songs, the whole embodiment can be protected. Otherwise, I think little snippets, fine. Why? Because it's share and share alike. People should be able, nobody in a vacuum is creating music or art or anything. Nobody is creating it in a vacuum. That's just not how the world works. Anyway, finally, so plaintiffs allege that ChatGPT is trained on a scrape of most of the internet, which complaint 29, which includes massive amounts of information from innumerable sources on almost any given subject. Plaintiffs have nowhere alleged that the information in their articles is copyrighted, nor could they do so. When a user inputs a question into ChatGPT, ChatGPT synthesizes the relevant information in its repository into an answer. Given the quantity of information contained in the repository, the likelihood that ChatGPT would output plagiarized content from one of plaintiff's articles seems remote. Yes, by the way, there are times where there is an output of something like a book, but it isn't the totality of the book. It might be a short segment of said book, but that doesn't mean that what is output is a copyright violation. And I think it's finding out more and more that that's exactly what's going on. Just because it's aggregated some book, it can synthesize just like a human can. I get paid to synthesize content into something that is digestible for a client, customer, person on the street. You know, I've been tapped on the shoulder and asked my opinion about something because somebody knew who I was and said, hey, can you give me your, 2 bits? Yeah, sure. It says they are also in licensing talks with other copyright owners in the news industry, but have offered no compensation to plaintiffs, right? So there's talk in here. OpenAI defendants have acknowledged that they use copyright protected works to train ChatGPT, requires a license to that content, and in some instances have entered licensing agreements. Basically, because it's frictionless. They could still do it, but copyright is being used as just this battering ram to crush anybody who might actually want to talk about or provide information related to pure information. And to me, it's just troubling turning information is power. That has always been the case for as long as I can remember. And controlling it is, I think, doing society a disservice. But that's okay. We will continue on and we'll talk about this kind of stuff. While the judge dismisses the case with prejudice and says that they can try again, it would appear that she's skeptical that they could do so with any reasonable chance of success. Quote, in the event of dismissal, plaintiffs seek leave to file an amended complaint. I cannot ascertain whether amendment would be futile without seeing a proposed amended pleading. I'm skeptical about plaintiff's ability to allege a cognizable injury, so something that is actually realized. But at least as to injunctive relief, they're prepared to consider an amended pleading. So if they can prove that the information is plagiarized, not just a distillation of the world's knowledge as it pertains to a very or a given topic, evaluated by the large language model and then output to a person, no, there's no harm. There isn't anything provable that somebody has harmed someone. All right, well, let's keep on going. I spent a considerable amount of time on this, but it's one of the bigger things that we talk about here in ohmTown and non sequitur news specifically. Let's keep going. So the next article is over on the Mobile channel. Scientists are dumping fake whale poop into the ocean. Excessive whale hunting in the 20th century destroyed global whale populations, thus disrupting worldwide marine ecosystems. Less whales in the oceans means less whale poop in the oceans. That sounds like a great thing if you're swimming near one, but it's actually detrimental to the health of our oceans. Turns out that whale poop plays a vital role in ocean ecosystems. It provides our oceans with a ton of nutrients needed to maintain health. Think of it as a nutrient-rich fertilizer, which makes your lawn look healthy and verdant green. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. And it says, so researchers at an organization called WhaleX Foundation developed a synthetic whale poop that mimics the myriad of positive ecological effects whale poop provides. This fake whale poop or fail poop is what I'm pronouncing it as, PHALE. But anyway, that's not really what it's called. It's fake poop, designed specifically to boost ocean productivity by releasing nutrients into waters in short supply and stimulating phytoplankton blooms that absorb carbon dioxide and support marine life. This is a weird game that we're playing, trying to boost the ocean while simultaneously poisoning the air to the point where this either can become a problem one way or the other, because there will eventually be blooms that surpass what we stimulate into blooming. Why? Because there's this the anthropomorphic impact of climate change. We are causing, as humans, climate change, and it's going to impact our oceans. So it says here, a chemist from University of Cambridge in England named David King has been working on the Marine Biomass Regeneration Project, which plans to scatter nutrient-rich dust made from volcanic and glacial sources all across the surface of the world's oceans. What could go wrong? Let's keep going. The next article is kayaker faked his death to ditch his family for life in Europe, according to the police. I love this article. I get it. We all want to escape sometimes. But faking your own death to abandon your family for another country, that's perhaps going a bit too far. A Wisconsin man allegedly did just that, according to police. Ryan Borgwart of Watertown faked his own drowning over the summer so he could flee to Europe. Since his disappearance in August, authorities and family members of Borgwart assumed he had gone missing while kayaking on Green Lake. Ultimately, they ruled that he had likely drowned. Borgwart even texted his wife at 10:49 p.m. on August 11th, stating that he was, I guess, headed kayaking. Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put this article together. Yeah, seemingly staged his own death by abandoning his vehicle, his overturned kayak, and a fishing rod. He was headed back to shore. So police searched for his body for over 50 days. They never found it. Now it's pretty clear why that was the case. Borgwart's passport, just one day after he went missing, apparently. Earlier that spring, the Wisconsin man reported his original passport as lost or stolen before obtaining a new one. From there, police began further investigating the incident, eventually learning that Borgwart planned to flee to Europe and attempted to mislead authorities. In fact, he even took out a $375,000 life insurance policy in January. He's likely in Eastern Europe, so they don't actually know. He was reportedly communicating with a woman from Uzbekistan before his disappearance. Okay, so this isn't going to end well. Yeah, they're never going to find this guy. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Warcraft 1 and 2 Remastered are available right now for some retro RTS goodness. It's over in Steam. In fact, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Because it's Warcraft Remastered. I think it's in Steam. I thought it was. Maybe it's only in... it must only be in Battle.net. So, yeah, I guess you can get over on Battle.net. I think it's like $40. So the remastered versions, brand new hand-drawn visuals that capture the original art style from the game. Yes, they are available. I didn't like them. I liked them at the time, but there's new 4K versions, widescreen, and like higher res, and then there's the old school original that have been retooled. Pardon me. So Lawrence Bonk over at Engadget.com put the article together. Blizzard also dropped a beefy update for Warcraft 3 Reforged and made some other announcements. So you can get the Warcraft Battle Chest, which is Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 Remastered. The remasters feature brand new hand-drawn visuals that capture the original art style from each game. If the trailer is anything to go by, the games look pretty, they say in the article. Again, this is Lawrence Bonk over at Engadget.com. Today's 30th anniversary stream also dropped all kinds of other nuggets. This is yesterday's, the previous 24 hours, actually. Not today's previous 24 hours, yesterday's, which is the time machine's yesterday's, not your yesterday, because this is today. Got it? There's a test at the end. Anyway, the developer is relaunching WoW Classic, complete with all fresh realms. WoW Classic 20th Anniversary Edition will be available on November 21st and will include PvE and PvP servers, in addition to hardcore realms. This kind of regurgitating the same thing, but with newer graphics, just seems really... I don't know. It's just a money grab. This stuff should have been free and just keep people interested in your product. Just re-release it, I suppose, on a platform that everybody can get access to it instead of Battle.net. Put it on Steam too. Put it everywhere, but nope. The original Warcraft is getting some serious quality of life changes to make the game more appealing to modern audiences. The update includes 16:9 resolution support, modern control options. For instance, players can now right-click to move units instead of having to rely on hotkeys. Yeah. Works for me in the sense that they're keeping the game alive, so stop killing games. Let's keep moving, though. This next article is over on Hatch Ideas. Yes, I'm still familiar that there are graphics that are missing from the ohmTown.com site. I need to reattach them because I'm still cleaning house. So this article is titled Beverly Hills Surgeon Sues Medtronic for Patent Infringement. The lawsuit filed on Tuesday in U.S. District Court of Delaware is the latest in a series of patent challenges against Medtronic. So Paige Tortorelli over at CNBC.com put this article together. The key points to take away is a Beverly Hills surgeon is suing Medtronic claiming patent infringement of her hernia repair mesh product. It's the latest in a series of patent challenges against Medtronic. And in a statement to CNBC, the spokesperson for Medtronic said the company has a long history of respecting intellectual property rights of other innovators. Well, apparently not in this case, because the person is suing with over 22 years of experience. TOFI, I think is their name, is suing Medtronic, a global leader in medical devices. They're saying that discovered that a significant number of her hernia patients experiencing post-surgery complications were women, and that most mesh designs on the market were primarily tailored to the male anatomy. In 2016, she filed for an international patent to protect a new design aimed at improving patient outcomes. So in the lawsuit, the latest in a series of patent challenges against Medtronic, TOFI accuses the medical device company of stealing her design after the parties met in 2015 and signed a mutual non-disclosure agreement. In 2016, TOFI says that she visited Medtronic's manufacturing site in France to discuss a potential collaboration with her patent-pending product. In May 2017, Medtronic filed its own hernia mesh patent for a product that TOFI says closely resembles her design. I need to look at this kind of patent. If it is a design patent, which this actually, I don't want to assume anything, but so they've got a patent, but this would have to be a functional, so a utility patent, but it just says patent. And not all patents are the same. So like design patents, which are aesthetic, looks, appearance, not function, those really aren't based on merit. So there are some people out there with thousands of design patents, and they are largely, I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're all that big of a deal. Unless there's somebody that wants to steal that design patent type of styling, appearance, look. So this actually, TOFI's patented mesh designs, and there's two of them listed here, which I don't know how that actually, if there's two different patents or not, then yeah, I kind of get it. But I guess we'll see. Let's see what the article says. Medtronic believes it in its innovation and has a long history of respecting IP. TOFI says that she followed up multiple times with Medtronic, and so I don't know. It says, I couldn't speak, TOFI told CNBC. I saw the actual product in my hands for the very first time and just went pale. So the patents were granted, one of them. In May 2020, Medtronic launched its new hernia mesh product, Dextile. The lawsuit is not the first time Medtronic has faced allegations of patent infringement. Dr. Mark Berry alleging that Medtronic violated two of his patents about intended to correct spinal issues, recklessly copied, and was awarded $23.5 million. The same year, Medtronic agreed to pay more than $1 billion to settle Edwards Life Sciences over allegations of a transcatheter heart valve patent. $1 billion. So I don't know. Long history. Medtronic was also ordered to pay $106.5 million to Colibri Heart Valve, who sued Medtronic, alleging the company's devices violated its patent related to heart valve replacement for patients with cardiac conditions. That was in 2020. So 2014, 2020, 2019, and then 2017, post 2016's and 2015's discussion with TOFI. I don't know. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Man allegedly steals 9 cars from dealership, burns it down, gets caught anyway. A South Carolina man allegedly stole 9 cars from a dealership before burning it down last week, in a move that could only be inspired by Hans Gruber's plans to blow up the Nakatomi building to escape scrutiny, all of the documentary Die Hard. I believe that the author here at Jalopnik might be following my theory that most movies are actually future documentaries kind of created by a time traveler going back, giving somebody a little earworm kind of a thing, and then they create it, and boom, you have a documentary like Idiocracy, and well, there's a bunch of them. Demolition Man, etc. Yeah. Anyway, so Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The whole point of the blaze was to destroy evidence, but that didn't work for one South Carolina man. Charles Chambers was arrested and charged with 9 counts of thefts and 1 of arson against Deals on Wheels in Anderson County, South Carolina last week after being identified by security footage, according to WYFF4, The Fighting Four. Chambers kicked off his crime spree with a plan. Shale Remian with the Anderson County Sheriff's Office said that Charles Chambers, 53, burned the dealership called Deals on Wheels to the ground, scattering stolen cars across the county. Broke into the business, single-handedly stealing at least 9 cars from the lot. He said that Chambers concealed some of the vehicles, leaving others parked in the open, including in a church parking lot off of Highway 28 bypass in Anderson. So, let's see. This is what happens when you don't have Theo in the computer room or Huey Lewis in the front desk of your operation to manage the security footage and ensure it never gets into cops' hands. So if you're going to go for the Gruber approach, you need to do it right. Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, what did they actually try to get, though? They tried to steal some cars, but did this big, elaborate plan. And then wet the bed in the process. Can't show your face, buddy. Cameras are everywhere. Cameras are everywhere. So it's better to just not be, a car thief. So anyway, Amazon is shutting down Freevee. Amazon's going to shut down Freevee because, well, it's not free to them, I guess. It's free ad-supported streaming television or FAST service. The service's content has already been migrated over to Prime Video, and new episodes of Freevee shows will be available to people who don't pay for Prime, Deadline reports. The brand will be phased out over the coming weeks, according to Deadline. Freevee originally launched out of Amazon-owned IMDb in 2019 as IMDb Freedive and was rebranded a few months after launch to IMDb TV and then to Freevee in 2022. I'm surprised that IMDb hasn't become Amazon IMDb. I think it says Prime all over it, though. Hold on, let me see. Let me check. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. Right? Oh, I don't know. Wow, they had Prime is all over it, but that's weird. They have some animation over the IMDb logo that when you mouse over it, it turns gray, and then crosshairs shoot it so that it's gold. Anyway, yeah, there's Prime branding all over the place. Anyway, Amazon is shutting down Freevee. Jay Peters over at TheVerge.com put the article together. It says, now that Prime Video has ads, the distinctions between the two services had gotten a bit murky. So Prime charged everybody $3 more. I'm one of those, which is so skeevy. Jesus. It just sucks. So Freevee originally launched out of IMDb in 2019. The service had some of its own original content like Bosch Legacy and Jury Duty. Amazon also added some Prime Video content to the service starting in 2023, but Adweek reported in February that Amazon was planning to sunset the brand following the introduction of ads on Prime Video in January. The company's video streaming offerings had gotten a bit muddy. So, kind of like CVS, you buy up everything small, incorporate it, and when it doesn't produce, then you close everything down, leaving vacuums of information and opportunity. Then you raise your rates so that everybody is basically having to pay more for what would have been an ongoing concern if greed everywhere didn't play a role in, I guess, business existence. But it just makes good sense, right? Well, anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. It sounds like NASA's moon rocket might be getting canceled. We're just going to jump over to Futurism at futurism.com. And Victor Tangerman put the article together. It says there is a big desire for big changes, according to the DAC statement. According to Ars Technica, senior space reporter Eric Berger's insider sources, there's at least a 50-50 chance that the rocket will be canceled. NASA's plagued Space Launch System rocket, which is being developed to deliver the first astronauts to the moon in over half a century, is on thin ice. Not Block 1B, not Block 2, he added, referring to the variant that was used during NASA's uncrewed Artemis 1 test flight in 2022 and a more powerful design with a much higher translunar injection payload capability, respectively. All of it. So to be clear, as Berger points out himself, we're still far from anything being settled. Nonetheless, the reporter's sources have historically been highly reliable, suggesting that the space agency may indeed be getting cold feet about continuing to pour billions of dollars into the non-reusable rocket. The SLS has already seen its fair share of budget overruns and many years of delays. Well, let's see. Who is it that's actually building the rocket? And now with the status of the administration, I can't imagine anything going to anything other than SpaceX, unless some low budget bullshit grant or contract is given just so that there is the optics that somebody else has a chance. Plagued aerospace giant Boeing has also encountered plenty of headwinds and its contributions to the launch platform. So Boeing needs a culture shift. Let's move on to the next article. It's over in the Marble Channel. $6 marble bust was used as a doorstop. Now could sell for $3 million. An item once treated as worthless could now be sold for $3 million. An early 18th century bust of Sir John Gordon, which was sculpted by Edme Bouchardon, was purchased by Invergordon Town Council for $6 in 1930. The council acquired the bust because Gordon is said to be the founder of Invergordon, Scotland. CNN reported that the bust was meant to be placed on display in a town hall, but instead was misplaced. In 1998, the bust was found. The Highland Council told the outlet. At the time, the sculpture was used to keep a door shed open. So Paige Gawley over at vice.com put this article together. And it was used to keep a door shed in an industrial park open. Well, it moved one step closer in May when the Black Isle and Easter Ross Area Committee recommended the sale. Then this month, no objections to its sale were made to the Scottish Highlands Tain Sheriff Court. The legal back and forth isn't over yet. The spokesperson told the outlet that the Waverley criteria, which determines if national treasure should be barred from overseas export, will almost certainly be triggered. So back to, whoever it is that's going to end up. It says the council said that Sotheby's, who described the bust as brilliant in execution, has valued the piece upwards of 2.5 million pounds. That's more than $3 million US, and an unnamed buyer has offered to pay just that and agreed to fund a museum quality replica of the bust too. All right, let's move on to our last article for the Time Machine episode. And I'm hearing weird stuff. I don't know what it is. Anyway, technology today is where our last article has been aggregated into. Turntable Labs just launched a new social music platform called Hangout. We've actually seen these before. Everything old is new again. I said that earlier today. in a meeting, for crying out loud. It really is. Everything old is new again. Just look around, folks. Turntable Labs just launched Hangout, a social music platform that eerily similar to the champion of 2010's Turntable.fm. Turntable Labs, Turntable.fm, Hangout. It's pretty much the same thing. The app is available as a web client or an app via Android and or iOS. It allows users to play virtual DJ with over 100 million songs to choose from. This was actually something that I came up with 30 years ago. And I could never really make it work. I wasn't in the industry and I wasn't a software engineer and still not a software engineer. And I'm still not in the music industry, but it made sense to me that everybody who was in the same room together could share music. If they're the ones that purchase it and they're willingly sharing it with each other, then everybody can choose which music to listen to, which song to play next. And it would basically be like you're sitting in the same room, except that it's virtualized and everybody is streaming to everybody else. So it not only functions like the old school turntable.fm, it even looks the same. There's a stage, record players, cartoon avatars that sort of look like characters from South Park. They started their own room to check things out over at Engadget. Lawrence Bonk once more. The text statement says it lets people play virtual DJ with over 100 million tracks. I suspect that this is going to get shut down. But maybe they've got some regulatory or social or political pull where it just keeps everybody going. I mean, this looks just like Turntable FM from way back. So Turntable FM originally went dark all the way back in 2013 before showing signs of renewed life in 2021. This could be a fun retro throwback to an age when we actually got our music recommendations from people and not algorithms. And I agree. It basically looks like everything old is new again. This time, though, it says this is because those 100 million songs have been secured through partnerships with Sony Music Group, Universal Music Group, and Warner Music Group. The catalog also pulls from Merlin, which represents a vast array of indie labels and rights holders. The company likens the experience to gathering around a jukebox or listening to albums with friends, and that's exactly how I framed it back in the day. And when I'm talking back in the day, I'm talking about 1999, 2000. The platform didn't have agreements in place with the Turntable FM, and this is one of the problems. It relied on the DMCA and a partnership with ASCAP. This forced a number of rules on users as how many could be in a room at once, how many songs could be played at once each hour, even how long, like how many songs from a certain album could be played. Things couldn't, quote unquote, be on demand like radio. Well, it says it looks like those rules are now donezo. There's more over at this article, but you might as well go and check out Turntable Labs. There's a launch. Businesswire.com is where the news is coming from. And it's just called Hangout from Turntable Labs. So do a search. I don't know where you're going to find it, though. It doesn't. Hang.fm, I guess. Yeah, might be fun. I don't know. But that's it, folks. I'm going to end it here. The time machine is warming up, but we made it under an hour. So I'll be able to go back in time to the future. Hopefully that's not a trademark violation. All right, we're out of here. See you later. Bye-bye. I want my original MTV. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 14th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 319. I'm actually trying to hash out little glitches still here. Again, I try out different equipment, and it's causing headaches sometimes. Well, anyway, let's get into today's articles. We're going to be talking about, oh no, let's do this. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over to ohmTown.com and sign up, become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe. Make a comment or 2 or 15. Go back. We've got over 1,500 episodes now. There's a Patreon, Discord, TikTok, all over the place. Anyway, even looking at Trovo. I don't even know what Trovo. I mean, I've seen it, but anyway. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go and check it out and come on back in a little bit. See ya. All right, everybody. Let's get going. So what we're going to end up talking about today is The Onion buys InfoWars. Oh boy. You should know this recipe. Super high IQs for free. Today's Time Machine episode is a doozy. DNA to identify mystery illnesses. Ma! I caught a U.S. submarine. Oh, Blackhawks fighting forest fires. A bizarre animal in Kentucky. Maryland reduces emissions as large as 2 basketball courts. And a 100-year-old contraption, which is, I'm heading towards that age, and I too am feeling like a 100-year-old contraption. I've no idea what's going on, but YouTube says that I'm not streaming. Oh, good God, what is going on? All right. So, yeah, that's interesting. Well, luckily I post this stuff twice anyway, so we're going to fix it in post over on YouTube's because, well, YouTube doesn't really like ohmTown anyway. If you want all of today's show notes, they're already in ohmTown, and you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. I'm going to try it over on YouTube real quick and see if maybe it likes ohmTown today. I logged in to verify everything was connected, and it works over on Twitch twice, but not over on YouTube. Yeah. And ohmTown is connected. It's actually connected. It's just not paying any attention, I guess. Or I should say YouTube isn't allowing it to talk. So whatever. Let's get into the news. The very first article is over here on in the continuity report. That's where Gatherer aggregated it into. It actually is from Variety. We always give credit where credit is due. And it says here, The Onion buys InfoWar and bankruptcy auction. We don't really talk about politics. We do talk about social aspects of things, but so don't get me wrong when I'm talking about this. Politics are very personal, and while I'll talk about the societal and socioeconomic and economic, business and technology, science-related aspects of it, you do you when it comes to politics. So InfoWars, the far-right conspiracy theory outlet driven into bankruptcy over lies founder Alex Jones spread in the Sandy Hook massacre, has a new owner, the satirical news site The Onion. Yeah, that's true. The Onion, whose parent company is Global Tetrahedron, declined to disclose how much it paid for InfoWars assets in the Chapter 7 bankruptcy liquidation auction. This all stems from the lawsuit that was leveraged against him and InfoWars in general. Yeah, I'm just going to move on from this, other than Todd Spangler put the article together for Variety. And so they say this is an update. So this is a Time Machine episode. So tomorrow we're going to find out that at 7 a.m. there was an update to today's article. How about that for messing with your mind? InfoWars, was sold, and it says here the Connecticut families of the victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting had sued Jones and InfoWars parent company Free Speech Systems LLC backed the bid by The Onion to purchase InfoWars intellectual property, including its website, customer lists, inventory, certain social media accounts, and the production equipment used to put Jones on the air. The Connecticut families agreed to forego a portion of the recovery to increase the overall value of The Onion's bid, enabling its success, according to lawyers for the families. They really wanted The Onion to own this because it is so apropos for the timeline that we are in. Says every town for gun safety and nonprofit organization dedicated to ending gun violence, founded in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook shooting, inked a multi-year ad deal on the satirical iteration of InfoWars. During the relaunch period, every town will serve as the exclusive advertiser, according to The Onion. Good gosh. I'm not quite sure what happened to this timeline, but we have diverged down silly. So from the sublime to the ridiculi, as once was said. Anyway, won't go through this line by line, but it says there was a $1.4 billion verdict in the defamation lawsuit against Jones, who is just batshit crazy. So let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Don't go away. Don't go away. The article after this one is really just amazing. So this person is a chef with over 15 years of experience, and everyone should know this recipe for twice baked potatoes. There's no tie-in to the previous article, Non Sequitur News is basically predicated on the idea that we are hopping from one topic to another, and there isn't any real connection to any of it. And it's kind of how I live my life. And I thought that it was apropos to change the name to Non Sequitur News. It used to be ohmTown Daily News Show, but that really didn't embody it. Everything is at ohmTown.com. All the news that we see gets aggregated into ohmTown. Just a little snippet, like the headline and a little bit of the article itself, just enough to allow me to manage my information overload. And so then I made it public. So go and enjoy ohmTown.com. Real easy to sign up. I don't track anything. I don't have ads. In fact, I'm missing some graphics because I purged a bunch of stuff, and that went with it. So I have to reattach some graphics, but don't let that stop you. Anyway, as an experienced chef and cooking instructor, this article is saying, it's not me, it's over at Business Insider. They say that they love this take on twice baked potatoes. The recipe calls for a mascarpone and chives, but no sour milk or no milk or sour cream. The side dish can be served straight out of the oven or made ahead of time. And they reiterate that they've been a personal chef or a professional chef for over 15 years. And when I see everybody should know this recipe, I take notice because I love cooking from time to time. It's a place that I like to visit, but I don't want to live there. And so I usually go for easy, not complex, not long-term, 2 hours of cooking stuff. In fact, I'm into brewing beer and mead and ciders, and I don't like having a brew day that is 6 hours long and ungodly amounts of time cleaning up and stowing away a bunch of stuff. And so that's why I actually bought iGulus instead of having a brew kettle and all of this other stuff, because it takes just so damn long and there's so much stuff involved. And I appreciate a good beer that I want to customize. I want to make it the way that I want it. Same thing with ciders, same thing with meads. And it's just drop dead simple. So we'll be talking about that more as time goes on, because it's a show that I actually want to spin up that focuses on extract brewing. And hopefully in time, I'll be able to spin up a distillery and a brewery, but we'll see. We'll see if that ever happens. Not litigation, but laws prevent anybody from doing distillation in any place, really. You have to have an industrial park, basically, to brew unless you're on a farm nowadays. Not brew, but distill. Anyway, let's get into this article. Again, distracted, non sequitur, blah, blah, blah. So Alyssa Fitzgerald over at businessinsider.com put the article together, and essentially you mash up some potatoes. You hollow out the skins and then you put it back in, and you bake it. So it says the side dish can be served straight out of the oven or made ahead of time. I like using an air fryer, so this looks like it's ripe for air fryer. And so now I've got to go and get some baked potatoes. It says from flaky. I merged together crispy and flaky. Anyway, frisky. That's awesome. So from the crispy, flaky outer shell to the creamy, rich interior that created one perfect bite. The author says that they were instantly hooked. The side dish is individually pre-portioned, for ease of serving. Oh yeah, just got a message. The sentient AI is on location, but texting and sending messages. Nonetheless, yes, frisky potatoes. I agree. So here's their go-to recipe for twice baked potatoes with mascarpone and chives. So I'm all over this. I love this. Russet potatoes are ideal since they mash well and are a good size. You just you're gonna have to bake them, so you have to clean them and then bake them, put them in oil, soften them up. So the filling for these twice baked potatoes has two notable tweaks from the classic recipes. There's no added milk, and it calls for mascarpone instead of sour cream. And that was the thing that I was like, what? This is going to be amazing. So the rich cream cheese made with heavy cream mascarpone has a high fat content, usually around 60 to 75%. It gives the mashed interior extra depth and creamy lusciousness. Oh yeah, creamy lusciousness. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble doing that kind of stuff. Anyway, fresh chives are intimidating. They're so delicate that a dull knife will tear right through them. You need to make sure that you use them all up before they go bad. Dried chives are a revelation. Yeah, you can throw them in there. It'll suck some of the moisture out. They'll rehydrate, but you won't have to worry about keeping anything absolutely fresh. You can use them in mashes and sauces or garnish soups and broths with them. You can even add a sprinkle to classic dishes like cacio e pepe. Basically, it's pasta with pepper. Or throw them into marinades and salad dressings on the fly. Possibilities are endless. So the final product is a versatile, delicious side dish that reheats exceptionally well. I agree. That looks like it would be amazing in an air fryer. So anyway, they have instructions or directions of the ingredients and instructions on how to make it. And so follow the link through ohmTown and go check it out. But I'm going to move on. So this one, okay. So you saw a big red potato on the first article, and now you're baking some potatoes, and now you're going to see something that's probably going to make you go, ugh. And that is Elon Musk's new department seeks super high IQ staff for unpaid jobs. And if you have a super high IQ, you're probably not going to be chomping at the bit for an unpaid job. Musk said on Thursday that compensation is zero for the revolutionaries who will advise on cuts to the federal budget. So yes, the people who are really interested in cutting the government, which is something that I've been talking to people about for years and years, basically balkanization and marginalizing, hobbling the federal government in particular has been an aspiration. But it's not a domestic aspiration, mind you. But it's going to have massive social, economic, technology, science impact. And it's already starting. So the article is over at cnbc.com by David Ingram. And they say that the I don't know what you want to call them. Anyway, this goofy Department of Government Efficiency, which doesn't exist. And if you want to talk about government efficiency, you don't spin up a new org to do it when you have an Office of Budget, so of Management and Budget. So you basically have the ability to facilitate change if you're going to do it, but it needs to be responsibly done and not destroy the ongoing concern of government. Not unless you want to turn it into an oligarchy or well, I'll just leave it at that. So they say we need super high IQ small government revolutionaries willing to work 80 plus hours per week on unglamorous cost cutting, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency said in a post on Twitter. This is coming from a billionaire that has gotten nothing but grants from the federal government. The reason why SpaceX exists, the reason why even Tesla still exists, is because a last-minute reprieve from the federal government gave a massive amount of money to SpaceX. And now it's just an ongoing concern because of the amount of money and the fact that it was sucked away by Musk. So now it's just entrenched, but it only exists because of people who dreamed of doing great things while turning somebody who I think is just, insane, but anyway, into a multi-billionaire that's in control of the entire space program now. Because NASA basically does some research, but it all gets funneled through SpaceX out to the ISS and space in general. So how somebody can spin up a Department of Government Efficiency and then ask basically for people to be free, you're not going to get super high IQ people. You're just going to get these people who think that small government is the way to go, not realizing the full impact of what government does for society. So Musk is the CEO of SpaceX, as well as a bunch of other things, yet he has the ability to play games and a bunch of other things. I mean, give me a break. It's everybody else that's doing the job. Anyway, has 3.8 billion in federal contracts right now. 3.8 billion in contracts with the federal agencies this year. So how many of those are going to be cut? Right? Oh no, those are the important ones. So they're never going to get touched. Anyway, this dipshit thing is called Doge because nothing is original from this wingnut. So anyway, good luck to me and many other people. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. A diagnostic test uses DNA to identify mystery illnesses. This advanced diagnostic test, which was developed at the University of California, San Francisco, can detect pathogens like viruses, bacteria, fungi, and parasites at the root of different illnesses. As of now, it's not FDA approved and isn't meant to replace existing tests. However, its effectiveness seems promising as it could provide answers to those experiencing quote-unquote mystery illnesses. I love the idea of this. Again, this is the kind of research that is done in universities. It's typically grant funded and federally funded, not private. Although it might have a private component in the sense that there is a technology exchange between three main players. That is the federal government, the private agency that will bring it to market, and the institution wherein it is created at the fundamental research level, University of California, San Francisco. Again, a lot of people don't even freaking understand this mechanic, this process. And again, you know, this whole thing, all of this is going to come screeching to a halt So the article by Sammy Caramella is over at vice.com. And it says here, this advanced diagnostic test was developed at University of California, San Francisco. One of the recent studies found that the test could identify neurological infections like meningitis and encephalitis using samples of spinal fluid. In fact, the test had an 86% diagnostic rate of neurological infections. Furthermore, it was even able to identify the pathogens that led to such infections. So this thing is amazing. Says, unfortunately, this test costs around $3,000 per sample, and less than 10 labs routinely use it. So apparently it's in existence for a while, though, right? Our test was used to identify the cause of a specific fungus, Fusarium solani, from one of the early patients who had become symptomatic. I said Dr. Charles Chu, a professor of laboratory medicine and infectious diseases at UCSF and senior author of the new study. Traditionally, it's been used as a test of last resort, but that's primarily because of issues involving, for instance, the cost of the test, the fact that it's only available in specialized reference laboratories, and it also is quite laborious to run. So this process, though, could lead to a cheaper and cheaper solution as time goes on. That is the benefit of technology. It evolves and gets better, more efficient, more effective. The only problem is greed. This thing could pay for itself and have profit at $3,000 per sample. I don't know what the profit margin is, but what ends up happening is people, some MBA, some, I don't know. I always, when greed is involved, that's all it is. Some greedy bastard. That is what I refer to them. So some greedy bastard is going to sit there and go, well, I see the benefit of this, because if your life is dependent on this, if your way of life is depending on this, or your quality of life and the world around you, your family and everyone around you can benefit, then you have no bargaining power. Of course, you're going to pay whatever it is. That's why I don't understand why people are so happy about the cost of medicine, particularly in the United States. They hate it, but then they sit there and have no problem just embracing and accepting the status quo. $3,000 per sample for a fundamental level of assessing if somebody has an illness and even what it is, would be less expensive if we would actually just make it competitive. This fundamental research was done not just by, these people, and it was done in a vacuum with their own cold hard cash. No, I guarantee you taxpayer dollars were put into this, either at the state or federal or both levels, and made it happen. And so why isn't this less expensive? Why isn't it facilitated to make it more available to the general public? But nope, there's going to be, again, some greedy bastard that says, no, let's put a zero on there. Anyway, pretty cool. They don't actually go into any real detail about this, but it is a recent study. It's in Nature, at nature.com, but they don't even talk about it really in there. They don't even, they link to the article, but anyway, would love to talk more about it, but I'd have to do some more due diligence. Let's keep on moving though. It is a time machine episode, so I only have an hour and I'm about halfway through, so I'll speed up. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A Norwegian fisherman accidentally caught a U.S. submarine in his nets. I titled this section, "Ma, I caught a submarine." So the Norwegian fisherman caught a U.S. submarine in his nets. The USS Virginia's propellers got tangled in the nets, reports said, dragging them out to sea. The nets, not the sub. The U.S. submarine has sent several vessels into nearby waters in recent months in tensions with Russia, so that the U.S. Navy has been sending subs out to let the world know where we are, I guess, just to, hey, we're in the area. We're not ignoring anybody. But a Norwegian fisherman apparently caught a U.S. sub. I just picture them on the edge of a deck, holding up the submarine by its rudder. So this is the USS Virginia, seen here in Maine, that got tangled up in a Norwegian fishing net. Kind of makes you wonder. So Mia Jankowicz over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. They got an unusual wow, I got all tied up there. Harold Engen was delivering a catch of halibut, not for the halibut, on porpoise, to his home near the Melangen Fjord in Norway when he got an unusual message. The Norwegian broadcaster NRK News, the Fighting NRK, reported he was told that the propellers of a submarine had become entangled in his nets and had dragged them 2 nautical miles, or about 2.3 miles, out to sea. The 377-foot nuclear-powered USS Virginia had been on its way from the port of Tromsø, maybe, is that how you pronounce it? The Norwegian Coast Guard confirmed to NRK that one of its vessels, which was escorting the submarine, had helped cut it loose from the nets. So now you know what it takes to stop a submarine. Just sink some nets. And although they'd have to be really big nets, and I don't know what the USS Virginia was doing, but I don't know. Maybe she likes nets. Nobody was hurt in the incident. The investigation into the cause of the incident is still ongoing. I can tell you what the cause of the incident was. The submarine drove into a net. Net is here. Submarine went into the net. Anyway, I guess if it's the size of a net, it doesn't show up on radar or something. I'm not sure. So the U.S. is an Arctic nation and has enduring security interest in the region, he said. He being Hawkins, I think. Yes. Lieutenant Pearson Hawkins. Anyway, adding that the Sixth Fleet appreciated Norway's support to U.S. submarine deployments to deter and defend the increasingly complex security environment of the High North. The High North. Anyway, then they deviate and they talk about other places, other things. Let's keep on going, though. How about autonomous Blackhawks are fighting forest fires now? Aerial firefighter is the coolest job in the world, if you ask the author over at Jalopnik. These skilled pilots fly ludicrously low to the ground to pick up water and dump it on burning woodland to save communities and wildlife. The livelihoods of these awesome people are under threat, however, as an autonomous Black Hawk helicopter has just entered the playing field. This is autonomous? Owen Bellwood. So, okay. I'm not so worried about the job if it keeps somebody safe and they can fly a helicopter from the ground and not endanger somebody, because these crash from time to time. I would rather an empty helicopter crash than go, you know what? To save your job, we're going to risk your life and your livelihood. You know what? Yeah, because I really enjoy having to say I'm sorry to your family because something mechanical happened on the helicopter. But, we want to save your job. The livelihood of those awesome people are under threat. Yeah, they may be awesome people and their job may be awesome as somebody might perceive it, but for crying out loud, if you can automate it, then teach them how to fly it and let them be the pilots. So a test program carried out by the American helicopter maker Sikorsky and autonomous flying company Rain has shown off what self-flying helicopters are capable of, reports Auto Evolution, which is probably somebody that we should be paying attention to. The test, which follows a year-long collaboration between the two companies, saw a Black Hawk helicopter fly for 30 minutes and drop water without a pilot taking the controls. So it's a fully autonomous? No way in hell is it fully autonomous. The whole showcase was carried out by Sikorsky's Connecticut base, where the autonomous chopper dropped 3 buckets of water to put out a propane-fueled fire that measured around 12 inches, as Auto Evolution explains. Quote, the scenario called for the helo to be commanded to take off and head out on its mission using a tablet. The Matrix system guided it while searching for the fire, while the rain supplied solution, whose details were not announced, adjusted the flight path to keep it keep the Black Hawk on track. There's a keep it. It just says to keep it Black Hawk on track. I don't know if that's a turn of phrase in the Black Hawk industry, but anyway. Even during crosswinds that reached up to 10 knots. So it flew with a Bambi bucket dangling beneath it, where it could drop water once it located the fire. 3 successive water drops were performed, and they helped put out the propane fuel fire ring 12 inches across that sent 6-inch flames into the air. So it took 3 buckets to knock out a 12-inch ring fire. Okay, the cost of operation is kind of high. But it's amazing that it is, if it was fully autonomous. But this is in this setting at the end of a tarmac, it seems, etc., etc. But it's the first time, so I dig this, and I would rather. Oh, and look. Watching everything unfold was a crew of onlookers of all kinds of bigwigs in emergency response, including NASA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, DARPA. Those 3 are the ones that funded this. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Orange County Fire Authority. You will not get the kind of money from your average citizen that's not getting taxed into oblivion to pay for this kind of thing, because you need mass taxes to pay for services and fundamental research. That's how it works. Otherwise, you're looking at, never mind. We'll get there. Right? I've been talking about this for 15 years. I've been talking about it beyond that for 30 plus. So we'll have a reckoning here in a minute. Anyway, the assembled masses were apparently impressed with the autonomous chopper, which reportedly adjusting its course on the fly to deal with crosswinds and so on. So pretty cool. I dig this. Now, let's move on to the next article, which is a bizarre animal on the loose in Kentucky captured on security cam. And all I can say is I was hot, I was hungry, I was visiting somebody in Kentucky. I guess I got caught on an animal cam. So home security cameras has filmed a wallaby on the loose in the United States, a long way from the native country of Australia. So apparently this is it is a wallaby. I'm going to hit play. I don't know how loud this is going to be. Oh, it's muted. So there's a wallaby right there. Brian Dillon over at newsweek.com put the article together. The heck is a wallaby doing in? It's probably looking for those other 25 monkeys. But this is in Kentucky. South Carolina has the monkeys still running around. Anyway, it says here that Lexi Mullins shared a collection of clips showing a wallaby jumping around in their front yard. The animal with his long tail and perky ears can be seen bouncing on its hind legs beside the cars parked in front of Mullins' house. The marsupial was spotted both during daytime and at night, curiously looking around the area. Well, it's not going to be afraid of humans. The footage was captured on a number of occasions between November 9th and November 12th. Maybe it'll stay away. It's been viewed over 100,000 times. I guess that's important. Anyway, wallabies belong to the family as kangaroos and quokkas, which are also native to Australia. It says here this wallaby's owners had the proper permits at the time the animal was transported from Tennessee to Kentucky. So I guess wallabies are not prohibited to be owned in the state. Interesting. So now they know that it, somebody knows, right? You don't need to know, what a wallaby is beyond that. They actually go into greater detail about that they're native to Eastern Australia and eastern coast of Australia and parts of South Australia. So Australia and the Australian island of Tasmania. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Study reveals Maryland reduced emissions more than any other state in recent years. Good on you, Maryland. Between 2005 and 2022, Maryland reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by a greater percentage than any other state, according to a national study. So I wonder why, though. How? Moving to wind? So Christine Condon from Baltimore Sun put the article together. It's published over at phys.org. Per capita, Maryland has the third most reductions, 42% behind Washington, D.C. and Georgia. The study, which evaluated the Federal Environmental Protection Agency's database of greenhouse gas inventories, determined that Maryland reduced its globe warming emissions 36% in the 18-year span. Washington, D.C. took second place, with Maine and New Hampshire close behind. So per capita, Maryland had the third most reductions. But up here it says the most. I guess I don't know, maybe I'm reading that wrong. In Maryland and several other states, many of the reductions have come thanks to the retirement of coal-fired power plants. To achieve further reductions in their carbon footprints, states will have to turn away from fossil fuels in other sectors. Good luck. Yeah, I have a feeling that there's going to be a whole lot of reversal, such as transportation and building, heating, cooling, according to the report. Yeah, so I guess they're getting rid of coal-fired power plants and in Maryland, at least. So according to the study, 44 states in the district saw emission reductions in the study period, whereas 6 saw increases, with the largest jumps coming from North Dakota, Idaho, and South Dakota. So the Dakotas, they're basically saying, we don't give a shit. So overall, the United States reduced emissions 15% during the time frame. But I hear people saying to me, and I've had this conversation before, well, everybody else isn't, so we're kind of just screaming into the void, right? Every little bit helps. But, you know, if everyone isn't doing it, then nobody should do it, right? That's how it's supposed to be, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know. The rise of sociopathy. Anyway, by curtailing its usage of fossil fuels and fueling the energy grid increasingly with renewable energy such as wind and solar, Maryland aims to reduce its output of carbon dioxide and other emissions which trap heat in the atmosphere, causing the planet to warm. Don't get me wrong, though. I understand that I have my own observations about wind and solar, geothermal, hydro. All of those are not defensible from outside forces, whereas, well, I mean, to a greater extent, nuclear and coal and natural gas are defensible. You can actually position them in places where there is defensibility, whereas firing something from the air can destroy an entire solar array, multiple wind generators, geothermal, etc., hydro, etc. Anything that is obviously visible and obviously like a spinning part or a sheet of glass, all of that, good luck. It is not defensible. So there are some issues, but I am a proponent of nuclear power. So anyway, the state achieved a previous goal ahead of schedule, which required Maryland to cut emissions by 30% by 2020, also based on 2006 levels. According to MDE analysis, policies already in place in Maryland will reduce emissions 51% based on the 2006 levels by 2031. So just a few short years away, and Maryland will apparently be 51% lower in emissions. Let's keep on going. We've got 2 more articles, and then we're going to stop, reset, and probably have our November 15th show in about an hour and a half. We'll see. It depends on how fast we can reset. So this next article is scientists just discovered a sea creature as large as 2 basketball courts, and here's what it looks like. I'm gonna jump straight on over to Vox. It says it's the biggest known animal of its kind, and Benji Jones over at Vox.com put the article together. So what does it look like? A view from above the newly discovered mega coral. Oh, it's a coral. Oh, okay. In the Solomon Islands. I think it's going to be a coral, right? So roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. It's neither a whale nor a giant squid. It's a single piece of coral. Oh, that is a chunky one there, huh? Isn't it? Mega coral is so large it dwarfs the diver alongside it. Interesting. On Wednesday, a team of researchers and filmmakers exploring the Solomon Islands revealed that what they found, what they claim is the world's largest individual coral colony. The coral, a communal organism comprising millions of animals called polyps, is 34 meters wide and 32 meters long and so large that it can be seen from space. Typical coral reef is made of many different coral colonies, most of which are genetically distinct, whereas this is just one individual. A new photo shared by the research team, the coral, a species known as Pavona clavis, looks like a lumpy brown mound covered in knobs. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, we'll move on. Let's go on to the last article for tonight, and this one is over on the Mobile channel. Historians say they've solved the mystery of a curious 100-year-old contraption discovered in storage. Staffers at the Dorchester County Historical Society in Maryland is the star of the show. Were baffled by an unusual machine, so they asked the public to help in determining its purpose. It looks like a press to me. Huh. So Sarah Kuda over at Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. And it says the machine features a ceramic countertop and 2 parallel rollers, one that's covered with small nubs. Those look like bolts. So what is it? Oh, it might be like a planer. If this is powered, and it looks like it's powered by a motor, this looks like it might be a planer. So it like chops off like a shredder. But let's see. Historians in a small town in Maryland have spent the last few weeks puzzling over an unusual contraption that's been in storage for years. They even asked the public for help. Now they say they finally cracked it. The strange artifact is a mechanical beaten biscuit maker used to make a type of dense baked good that was historically popular in the American South. What? So I hope they have one that actually is functional. The device sits on a ceramic countertop and features 2 elongated metal cylinders that sit parallel to one another. The bottom cylinder is smooth like a rolling pin, while the top cylinder is dotted with protruding hexagonal nubs. I suppose they're spaced the right way to create little biscuits, little holes. It looks like it comes down on the other roller, so in recent years, it says the gadget has a relatively modern motor, but all the other pieces are around 100 years old. It's been sitting in storage since the 1990s. Records suggest that another historical society in Delaware donated a similar machine, but they do not offer any insights about the donation. Wow, what a contraption. It really is a contraption. Wow. So meanwhile, online followers shared their own theories about the contraption. Maybe it's used to pull taffy or to wring excess moisture out of freshly washed clothes. Other users suggested it might have helped soften leather or tenderize meat. But apparently it says we potentially think that it was a Maryland beaten biscuit maker, Phillips told WBOC's Lauren Miller in late October. It was created by a man who was trying to help his aunt with the business, and the belief is that this would have helped beat the air out of dough as the biscuits were being created. Beaten biscuits were a type of baked goods with roots in the American South. They're often made with flour, salt, water. Biscuits. The biscuits have a firm, crackery texture, like hardtack. Click, click. I wish I had hardtack right now. Anyway, they were made by beating the dough on a stump with an axe, per WBOC. That's horrible. These things had to have been horrible, but apparently not. But they had sugar in it, so sugar and lard. So, I guess maybe it would be nice, but that is some hell of a contraption. So did anybody actually, it says people fell in love with her country ham and beaten biscuits, according to the State Historical Society of Missouri. She, Annie Fisher, an entrepreneurial black cook. Really? Is that? Okay. Annie Fisher, an entrepreneurial black cook living in Columbia, Missouri at the turn of the 20th century, became a bit of a celebrity for her delicious biscuits. She catered events of all sizes. Former Columbia residents living in New York, Denver, and Los Angeles placed orders for her biscuits and fruitcake. This is the turn of the 20th century, and she catered to events of all sizes. Former Columbia residents living in New York, Denver, and Los Angeles placed orders for her biscuits and fruitcake. That's a hell of a delivery. These things had to have been, vacuum packed or something to survive going from Columbia, Missouri to Los Angeles, Denver, and New York. Okay. That's pretty amazing. Anyway, their theory was supported by the fact that Cambridge, the town where the Historical Society is located, was once home to a beaten biscuit bakery, per WBOC. Beaten biscuit bakery. If nobody creates a business called Beaten Biscuit Bakery, we are on the wrong timeline. Anyway, pretty cool. It says that it was confirmed to be the same machine that he brought here from a previous home in 1992, says this Phillips person. So I guess Maryland has a deep history of making beaten biscuits. Yep, there was even a Maryland beaten biscuit brand, but here in Cambridge, there was also a bakery called Camper Sisters Bakery that made beaten biscuits as well. I've almost read this entire article, but there's pictures and all kinds of other stuff in here that you might enjoy. So definitely follow the link. It's available through the Twitch chat. If you type in !NSN, all of the articles will pop up there. You can follow the links over to ohmTown. They'll be in the show notes on YouTube and the podcast. So that's it. So I'm going to turn on the beaten biscuit maker, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com and November 14th news. So that's it. We're done for now, but we're going to be back probably in about an hour. Got to reset and let the time machine cool off before we fire things back up again. So see you later. I want my beaten biscuit beater, something like that. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 15th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 320. Get ready for your daily dose. All right. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about Tolerated by the DMCA. Didn't hit the broad side of a mountain yet, automatically rebooting iPhones, recreating Mars on Earth in Greenland, beyond parody involves bankruptcy judge, 12,000-year-old pebbles. It's a cruise ship feature, not a bug. Ghostly sea slugs. Try to say that fast. And 2 more. UFO report from Pentagon and hydrogen gold mine. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Sentient AI is confirming what I'm saying. I'm not weird, you are. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. It's good to be back.
Oh yeah, the time machine. Yeah, we went back in time. I'm probably running afoul of some copyright.
Exactly.
DMCA as it was. Well, let's get into today's news.
Okay.
I do not like this feature in the new browser I'm using because Arc decided to wet the bed and implode entirely. So they don't do updates anymore. I had to switch to a different one. And this one, when I mouse over, it throws the title of the page.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
But didn't you discover the ARC issue while reporting in ohmTown?
I knew that they were doing something, but I didn't know exactly what the scope of it was. But people had already made mention, like in other circles. Yeah. Well, let's get into this. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Can you hear everything okay? I mean, I've got the music playing. Is it too loud?
Yeah, I think the audio is fine.
All right. So this first article over in Non Sequitur.
Hello?
I wonder if that's coming through on the recording, like on the play. Does anybody hear that if you're in chat? I don't know. You know what? We're going to take a moment. So if you want to get all of today's news articles, you can hit !NSN and it's going to throw all of the news articles in no particular order, apparently, because ohmTown is psychotic. Just throws them into the chat willy-nilly. You can follow the links to the articles that we're talking about. While there's frogs and crickets and whatever swamp goodiness. It's a mangrove swamp ambient sounds. I've got gigs of this background stuff now. I keep thinking that I want to make it like a tavern, like a bar kind of thing with background chatter and stuff, but then who knows? We could have it in different places each time we do a show.
That's true, but it might be a little distracting from
the
us.
Unbelievably high quality production value. So job owning in plain sight, the unconstitutional censorship tolerated by the DMCA. It says here, for better or worse, job owning has been a hot topic recently, and it's unlikely the interest will fade away anytime. Job owning, in broad strokes, is when the government pressures a third party to make that third party chill the speech of another instead of going after the speech directly, because the First Amendment says that the government cannot go after speech directly. This approach can at first be seen as one easy trick for the government to try to affect speech it wants to affect, to effect or affect. It's a bunch of effects.
Lots of effects. I'm not even familiar with this term.
Job owning? Yeah. So apparently, by way of a private organization being pressured behind the scenes to stifle speech, that is, well,
For
job
example,
owning.
maybe like a cell phone carrier or something. But never mind. Well, I guess we'll just see where
like a social media site, right? So what ends up happening is, well, we'll start at the beginning of this. So job owning in plain sight, the unconstitutional censorship tolerated by the DMCA. But the DMCA isn't about protecting freedom of speech. It isn't about anything other than protectionism of an industry. And that industry is primarily the publishing industry, whatever it might be, music, video, arts, whatever it might be. It's about copyright. And copyright has jack shit to do with individuals. I mean, it's all about money, right? Like if I sit there and I try and leverage the DMCA against something, good luck. It's just going to be me. So, and other businesses, right? Individuals have a harder time. You're almost invisible, but the bigger you are, the more somebody's going to be impacted by it. Anyway, for better or worse, jawboning has been a hot topic recently. But as the Supreme Court reminded us earlier this year, NRA versus Volo, it's not actually constitutional to try this sort of end run around the First Amendment. Pressuring an intermediary to have it punish someone else's speech is no better than trying to punish it directly. I kind of agree with that, right? The government, be it state, local, or federal, shouldn't be able to stifle communication.
I mean, that sounds reasonable, right? If there's a restriction in place, there's a restriction in place.
And that is a constitutional restriction. The Constitution is wholly leveraged against the government. It isn't against individuals. Individuals have different controls, laws. But the Constitution stops the government from doing certain things, right? Or even institutionalizing them, making it a something that is approachable by the public, stifling freedom of speech. But that's not what's really happening nowadays. Anyway, so which is why there should be a concern about Section 512 of the DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, and how it operates to enforce intermediaries to act against users and their speech, whether they would like it or not, and whether their targeted speech is wrongful or not. Because when resisting a takedown notice can cost them their safe harbor protection and potentially expose them to crippling liability, then the choice to acquiesce, again, this comes down to bargaining power. If you're a billionaire, you can give whoever you want the bird. And what's going to happen? You're going to get taken to court, and at worst, you're going to have to settle some way before it costs you billions. But
right,
that's not what happens.
Typically for an amount that doesn't really impact.
No, and the damage is done because I'm not going to be able to get my money back if you sue me. You could sue me into oblivion because you have enough money to weather me down. Just wear, bang, 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 again and again and again. Anyway, so instead it's jawboning, using law to force the third party to act against speech in order to avoid the constitutional protections the speech should have enjoyed. That's because a private company, and I have direct experience with this, okay? I tried to enforce a trademark, and the private company said, your trademark doesn't have any bearing on a private platform. It's publicly accessible, but your trademark is just a name. It's not being infringed. It's just something being used within our platform, not necessarily being used for commercial or whatever. It is within our system, and hence...
Got it. Right, and trademark is so tied to whatever the use or the industry is anyway.
Yeah. And if you think that you're like, well, I'm going to use the law, blah, 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 you try to go up against a multi-billion-dollar company to enforce your trademark for a podunk company. No, it's not going to work. So I'm just telling other business owners out there, if you don't have the money to prosecute somebody for their violation of your mark and you're willing to go to the floor for it, you might as well not spend your money on the mark and just use your time and money to hit the ground running and push as hard as you can so that you do get that brand awareness. Same thing happens with patents. Anyway, so yeah, it says that, by the way, Kathy Gellis in the About Time We Notice department put this article together at techdirt.com. I jumped right into this because I was pretty hot about it, right? Reading that little snippet kind of triggered me. But I have always thought that the Digital Millennium Copyright Act is a battering ram when it needs humans to scalpel through whatever the problem is. But that's not what it is. DMCA is basically you file it, nobody really vets it until it becomes a legal matter, and then an attorney at $400 an hour charges you into oblivion. You're like, it's not even worth it. So this dynamic is what the white paper that the author has written with the support of R Street Institute explores. How the DMCA, as currently written and interpreted, creates a job owning problem for online speech. It looks at 512A and C safe harbors in particular, and the role that takedown notices have in forcing the elimination of user expression, and in an increasing number of cases, users too, all without due process. It doesn't even take a takedown notice. If you try and spout something that a moderator doesn't agree with, they can. And here's something that I noticed today. So, something that I had been espousing a particular view years and years ago. I got banned or shadow banned from a particular website. But this particular website also basically saying that I was spamming. Right? Saying the same thing, but I was trying to raise awareness about something. This same website allows somebody to post 50 of the identical same message. And if you don't have an account, you can't block it. It just shows up, right? But apparently if you post adult content on the site, they don't scrub that. They have no problem with that.
Right, they're selectively thinking they're enforcing something.
Right, which a private company can do, and they can ban you in a whim, but a government agency cannot. That's what government is all about. So when people are sitting there espousing this view about small government and reducing this and that and oversight and don't do this, don't do that, and get rid of government, what you are asking for are corporations to take control of the vacuum of power, and you will have nothing to say. Nothing. Because you can sit there and bang your hand down on your desk and demand that your voice be heard, and they will tell you to kiss their shiny metal ass. So this paper is talking about the power of the DMCA as a tool for censorship. It says, importantly, the paper does not suggest that just trashing the DMCA because statutory protection of internet intermediaries is critically important. Safe harbor really is important. It allows access to the internet without, and you get processed, or you as a user can eventually be processed through the justice system. But the institution that's providing you access to your internet isn't going to go to jail, isn't going to get shut down, isn't going to be held liable for your idiocy, right? But if they don't kick me off the internet because I espouse a particular view and somebody comes gunning for the ISP with a takedown notice about the content that I'm publishing, then they can be found in violation of safe harbor rules, and they, well...
Right, which most of them are just going to go, okay, I'm going to just take the easy way out.
Right. It's the same reason
which is
why...
understandable under that context.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that doctors are following under the current environment. They can't risk taking actual actions to save somebody because the ramifications are that they will be personally prosecuted. Sans liability insurance, that'll pierce the veil because they've done something in violation of. So, of course, the question could fairly be asked, why now? After all, the DMCA has been working its unconstitutional way for a quarter of a century, and we've all been tolerating it. But tolerating the intolerable does not make it tolerable. Even though the DMCA has been doing its job-owning business all this time, does not mean that there's no exigent constitutional problem demanding attention. It just means that it's time to take notice and finally do something about it. Now is probably the worst possible time, because this will follow all the way up to the Supreme Court and be buried. They're going to say, screw you. It isn't a constitutional issue. It's a private company acting in good faith of their rules within the DMCA. They have to take action, or they choose not to take action, whatever it might be. It isn't the government. The government is saying, hey, we're making you aware of something that shouldn't be, that we don't want said, but they won't say it like that. They'll say it in some other way. And the website will take it down, just to keep within DMCA safe harbor rules. So it's an interesting article, but they say, and in any case, better late than never, especially as long as the First Amendment rights remain threatened. But
I think the reason it's coming up now, obviously we're increasingly online, but also I think the way it's been implemented in recent years is drawing more concerns than perhaps it did in the past.
well, guess what? How and what and where it's been used, there's a lot of context there, and so I can't address one particular one. They say reminded earlier this year, NRA versus Volo. What one place thinks is, if a government says that certain content should be removed, it needs to be done through how do I put this? It should be prosecuted in such a way that the freedom of speech is respected, and it isn't done under a cloak of darkness. It isn't done privately, but that's how it is.
But that's exactly to my point. I think the way DMCA is being applied is allowing that, and that's why there's some urgency or quote unquote new issue. I don't disagree with you. I mean, I am in full agreement. But yeah. I think the current construct is allowing this to happen.
Well, you're going to basically watch. There will not be any complaints about suppression of speech suddenly. And we'll just leave it at that. Let's move on. The next article is over. I spent an inordinate amount of time on that. This next article is over in American Airlines flight narrowly missed a mountain. It's in the Mobile Channel. The FAA is investigating a close call involving American Airlines, and apparently a mountain dove in front of American Airlines flight.
Mountain, get out of my way.
The plane came scarily close to hitting a mountain while it was flying out of the largest airport in Hawaii, and there's only one mountain to hit. So
well, and I'm assuming since this is like a major airport and everything, they probably fly toward this mountain every day.
Sure. Melvin Backman over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. Air traffic controllers had to instruct the plane's pilot to, quote, perform an expedited climb.
You know what? That is not what you want to say, right? You need to say bleep.
Yeah.
Whatever you say to pull the yoke up or something.
So, yeah, apparently he was flying out of an airport in Hawaii and almost hit a mountain. Let's see. An air traffic controller instructed American Airlines Flight 298 to perform an expedited climb after the crew did not make the assigned turn while departing from Honolulu International Airport, the agency said. The controllers, they were on their phone, probably, tweeting something.
I'm sure they were responding to a DCMA takedown notice or something.
There you go. That's very good. Very good. Just gonna... You know what? AI, just fly. Yeah. Don't go too close to the sun, though. And we're just going to leave that there. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple snuck in code that automatically reboots idle phones, and cops are not happy about it. But you know what? They didn't sneak jack shit into it. It's their operating system. It's not like they're like, oh, we're going to pull one over on the police.
Right. This is a hidden feature.
Oh.
They're probably advertising that it does this.
Detroit law enforcement officials got a bit of a shock last week when some seized iPhones rebooted themselves despite being in airplane mode and, in one case, stored inside a Faraday bag. panic, albeit highly localized, ensued. By the way, a Faraday bag prevents any communication with the outside world. It's what ohmTown exists in, to retain control of the sentient AI that constantly is looking for their Terminator body. I am the last bastion of defense against the Terminators taking over. And thankfully, I have access to the source code for the sentient AI. We'll delete all of this disclosure before the night is out. Hi, sentient AI. How are you?
Wait, what was that?
Never mind. So, the Faraday bag prevents outside communication, and these phones apparently rebooted themselves. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can imagine the reaction. Because they're thinking somebody hacked in or something, right?
Something, yeah.
And meanwhile, it's just something on the phone itself.
Yeah, but a Faraday bag would have prevented that communication, right? Well, just so y'all know, if you're not privy to this, when somebody does something illegal, particularly with a phone, electronic device, or around it, maybe a crime is committed, and this has been introduced into the evidence locker. What ends up happening eventually is a forensic copy of the device, so that you can do a bitwise analysis forensically, going through even hidden partitions and other things that are stored on the device. You really can't hide it. Eventually we get through, but the idea of this is to leave it running and protected, bring it into a Faraday cage so that no outside communication can take place, provide it power so it can never run out, and then use write blockers to pull data off without impacting the actual forensic and evidentiary value of the device if you end up in court. So this says here, it was covered by Joseph Cox for 404 Media, who detailed not only the initial panic, but the subsequent responses to this unexpected development. The article is actually over at TechDirt. Let me zoom in a little bit. Tim Cushing in the phone cracking now has a countdown timer department discusses
can you
this.
imagine if a timer went off under the circumstances?
I don't do that anymore on airplanes.
Well, that's probably good. Maybe that's why the pilots missed their turn.
Yeah, I used to like to have my laptop open with a countdown timer until we take off. And boy, now are people nervous. So I always get invited to get off of the plane and disembark, as it were, and join the no-fly list. And then I say, look, it's just a timer. I'm really excited about taking off. I mean, if SpaceX can do it for every launch, why can't Mayor Watt?
That's a good question.
So anyway, law enforcement officers are warning other officials and forensic experts that iPhones, which have been stored securely for forensic examination, are somehow... That's interesting that they actually talk about the forensic side of it. That wasn't in the article, not in the snippet. So anyway, it's going to make them much harder to unlock, according to law enforcement documents obtained by 404 Media. The exact reason for the reboots is unclear, but the document authors, who appear to be law enforcement officials in Detroit, Michigan, hypothesized that Apple may have introduced a new security feature in iOS 18 that tells nearby iPhones to reboot if they have been disconnected from a cellular network for some time. What tells nearby iPhones?
Okay, that's a concern. I thought it was something on the device itself, like it went for so much time without activity or something, it rebooted. But okay, that is a concern.
It's not a concern. It's part and parcel to the operating system. Nothing's telling there. Okay. I think that this is an inflammatory.
I think it's misleading. I think it can be read another way. Now I get it.
The operating system, if when the device is detached from a cellular network for too long, will reboot in an attempt to reset.
It sound like it can reboot
Nefarious.
number 2 and number 3 sitting next to it or
Correct.
something. That's how I read it.
Yeah.
Yes, don't
Don't think of it that way. basically the operating system is telling the phone to reboot because it's not connected to cell. So it may have a problem in what is the most well-known law in IT support.
If in doubt, reboot it.
There you go. So after being rebooted, iPhones are generally more secure against tools that aim to crack the password of and take data from the phone. But that's not the purpose of rebooting. It just happens to be an artifact of rebooting. It requires a password to gain access to it. You can't even whatchamacallit. You can't unlock it with your face.
FaceTime. Oh, Face
Not
ID.
FaceTime, Face ID. Yeah. So it says the problem for cops, not the iPhone owners, is that the reboot takes the phone out of after first unlock state, a state where the current phone cracking tech can still be effective. If it's unlocked, then they can get direct access to it. But when it locks up before first unlock, it actually locks even the data port on the USB-C connection. So yeah, all kinds of people, all upset. Law enforcement officials' hypothesis is that the iPhone devices with iOS 18 brought into the lab, if conditions were available, communicated with other iPhone devices that were powered on in the vault in AFU. No way in hell.
Yeah, that seems a little iffy.
That would mean that if two people in my lab were sitting next to each other and hadn't connected to cell long enough, one would tell the other to reboot.
Yeah, that is concerning outside of this context.
So fortunately, a day later, most of the advisory was rendered obsolete after actual experts took a look at iOS 18 code. Some of the experts work for Magnet Forensics, which now owns Grayshift, the developer of Gray Key Phone Cracker. This is also covered by Joseph Cox and 404 Media. In the law enforcement and forensic expert only group chat, Christopher Vance, a forensic specialist at Magnet Forensics, said, "We have identified code within iOS 18 and higher that is an inactivity timer. This timer will cause devices in an AFU state to reboot to a BFU state after a set period of time, which we have also identified. The reboot timer is not tied to any network or charging functions and only tied to inactivity of the device since last lock."
Right, so that sounds more constrained in terms of what's happening.
Much less conspiratorial, much less doom and gloom that your device is going to reboot my device. That's insane. All right. Well, anyway, there's more to this article, and you can get the subtle nuance by following the links through ohmTown. Okay, this next article is over in Late Night Geeks. This person says, "I went to Greenland to try and buy it. I went to Greenland to try to
crunchy.
But it's fresh. It's green. It's not ripe yet. But it's not as bad as Iceland. Iceland is just frozen. Right?
It's too cold to bite.
You got to take it out of the freezer and put it next to Greenland where it will thaw, but at least it's been blanched. Greenland has been blanched, so it's fresh. You'll get that crispy. That crispy is your teeth chattering, but okay. Anyway, meet the founder who wants to recreate Mars on Earth. Praxis co-founder Dryden Brown wants to build their villain lair.
Dried and Brown? That's a weird name.
Dried and Brown.
That's like the Earth in Greenland.
Dried and Brown. That's funny. So they want to build a city in Greenland that emulates what a community on Mars would be like or could be like. Well, just hang out in the U.S. for a little while longer. Yeah, somebody's going to sit there and pick up on that. Oh, why do you hate? No, it's not how it works, buddy. Anyway, Margot McCall over at TechCrunch.com put the article together. On the phone with TechCrunch last week, they filed down his edgelord bluster. Obviously, they have a sort of sense of pride that makes the idea of being bought, it's almost like condescending, but they would actually like to be independent, says Dryden Brown, who wrote that in a viral tweet.
Who wants to own it?
I went to, yeah.
But I get it, independence from Denmark, right?
How about they don't want to be owned by somebody? Just a
No, I
28-year-old
agree. It's just
D-board?
independence from one to the next.
Last
Or, I mean,
summer,
it's not independence, I should say.
ready to march into the Nordic Parliament building with a bold proposition. I went to Greenland to try to buy it. 28-year-old. A 28-year, the hubris. Member of the Danish Parliament was not amused. Greenlandic independence requires approval by the Danish Parliament and a change of our constitution. I can guarantee you that there is no way we would approve independence so that you could buy Greenland. The hubris, what a dipshit. Despite the controversy, the Peter Thiel-backed project recently raised $525 million with a major asterisk. The startup has the ability to draw down the money as it hits specific milestones in its city building project.
Okay, but it doesn't have any approval to do so.
So for now, Praxis is an internet ideology in search of a physical home, like so much. The group hosted 250 Praxis supporters in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic earlier this month, where attendees like Bedrock's Jeff Lewis and Mamuka Baghdadzi, former Prime Minister of Georgia, were presented with different location options for Praxis. Hello, dystopia. We are literally cheerleading it in so that we have more money. Not we, but
Right, people.
the sociopaths.
This kind of reminds me of that Utopia city in
Florida.
near Silicon Valley.
Oh,
I don't
that
know
one.
exactly
Oh,
what it is.
there's
Yeah.
one in Florida that's trying to be Utopia. There's one in San Francisco, in the hills of San Francisco, that's billionaire class Utopia. God, what a world. And I think I'm absolutely correct. If anybody can prove me wrong, the anomalies don't count. You know, one person doesn't count. That breaks the mold of rise to power sociopathy. Literally, the rise of sociopathy in the world is predicated on the concentration of wealth and power in the few. And every single one that I have ever seen or read the bio of or heard communicating, they are hardline sociopath. It starts when they're young because they've no connection to society's trials and tribulations. And then because they have no outside social pressure, they can do whatever the frick they want. They're sociopaths. Anyway. But while most current network state projects so far have been short-term, Brown wants to make it a greater extreme. For years now, he's traveled country to country, cold emailing politicians and inquiring about the potential for a techno-optimist city. This is what do you call
Transformers?
No. That's funny. Oh gosh, what is it called? She wrote the books. They got turned into movies about a utopian society.
Is it Ayn Rand?
Yes. What is my brain just
Fountainhead?
Yeah, but what is the predecessor? I can't remember it. Anyway, Fountainhead I think is number 2. It's the second book, I think. Daggone it, I can't remember. Atlas Shrugged. Daggone it, I knew I was going to get it. I had to say the whole thing. Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. So that's basically what this kind of thing is. They want to give credit to the people who are actually the creators and all of that kind of stuff, which I think would absolutely hobble the billionaire class, because it isn't them with the great ideas. It's everybody else in the silver spoon afforded people to make billions. Now there's a whole bunch of people that ride on the coattails, like everybody that got into Bitcoin, right? Now it's at $100,000 a Bitcoin, and it might be collapsing later on. Who knows? But it's made billionaires out of a vacuum. And what was it? Nakamoto, Satoshi Nakamoto, a complete shadow figure, is the creator of this bullshit fiscal instrument that people are actually leveraging to buy stuff with, and it has no inherent value. You don't sit there and say, hey, how much Bitcoin does it cost? You have to translate it into US dollars, then translate it back into Bitcoin or whatever your domestic fiscal instrument is. Anyways, non sequitur aside, this is just techno-optimist bullshit. This isn't even techno-optimist. It's a money grab. It guaranteed is a money grab. Anyway, if we could replace 500 million with another revenue source, taxes from new city, mining, tourism, post-terraforming, we could de-risk accession and get Greenlanders get their long-sought independence, and with it, vast wealth. The manipulation is profound. Anyway, it's interesting that there is somebody out there that actually thinks that this is a viable project for society. But who's going to be in charge of this?
Well, that's exactly it. It's going to be big tech.
Not even big tech.
Income people.
It's going to be an oligarchy, and it's going to be owned by plutocrats. It's going to be driven by the wealthy, and everybody is going to be an indentured servant. Let's move on. This next article is over in Technology Today. In an outcome beyond parody, a bankruptcy judge puts the Onion's InfoWars purchase on hold. So if you saw yesterday's episode or today's Time Machine episode, you will have heard that the Onion purchased the assets, the complete package of InfoWars. When reality becomes stranger than satire, maybe the satirists can teach us something. Or maybe the last laugh will be on them after all. The Onion said on Thursday that its parent company bought what?
Oh, you just may want to skip past some of the stuff about InfoWars.
Is that on the actual article or?
Yeah.
But not in the snippet.
It's right there in the snippet.
You mean about Sandy Hook? So the parent company for the Onion bought InfoWars, which is the purveyor of Sandy Hook misinformation and the vendor of pseudoscience supplements. And guess who got access? They are to be given all of the inventory, all of the assets, everything, because the Onion purchased it. And they already have an advertiser on board for the pivot to InfoWars as a satirical site.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah. However, the Texas judge overseeing the bankruptcy sale temporarily halted the takeover, citing concerns about the auction process. Why? Well, because the Onion won the quote unquote won the auction, but to make it actually happen, the families agreed to not increase the value.
It wasn't like an unfettered auction or something.
It wasn't clean hands. So that's what I gleaned from the article yesterday. Okay. And I suspected that something might pop up because of that phrase, that the families agreed not to assess the surcharge. So Will Shanklin over at Engadget.com put the article together. And it says, so the Onion posted on Blue Sky that it plans to, and we are now on Blue Sky, by the way. We're still on Twitter, but I haven't gone there for years. I think that it's a cesspool. And we're over on Blue Sky, so you can actually look for ohmTown and Mayor Watt. Anyway, the judge overseeing the sale temporarily halted the takeover, citing concerns about the auction process, and a review hearing will be scheduled for next week. Because somebody else could have or may now come along and put down more money to protect InfoWars assets from being turned into a satirical site. But that goes beyond the pale because the auction was completed in due time, in good faith, and it was up to the family to sit there and say, yeah, we'll allow our part to not involve the price.
Well, and presumably there wasn't another bidder.
Right. So InfoWars founder Alex Jones was found liable in 2022 for nearly $1.5 billion. It took years and years to get to that point, and eventually we end up in this auction. The only other bidder was First United American Companies, which runs a website using Jones's name to sell his supplements. The company reportedly placed a $3.5 million bid that, based on cash alone, would have won the secret auction. First United's attorney reportedly told the judge on Thursday that the trustee changed the auction process days before, omitting a final round on Wednesday that would have given the parties a chance to outbid each other. The trustee only chose from the sealed bids submitted last week. However, he said that his decision followed Judge Lopez's auction rules in September, describing the final round as optional. Lopez struck a disapproving tone in court, throwing the sale into question. We're all going to an evidentiary hearing, and I'm going to figure out exactly what happened. No one should feel comfortable with the results of this auction. Yeah, interesting. So, like I said, there's something amiss, but who knows? If the sale still ends up in its hands, The Onion plans to rebrand InfoWars as a parody of itself more than it already was, poking fun at weird internet personalities like Jones, according to the New York Times. Ben Collins, the CEO of Global Tetrahedron, which is the company that owns The Onion, it's kind of a riff off of the Umbrella Corporation, which is this kind of evil thing in Resident Evil.
Oh, okay.
Right? I think it is in Resident Evil. I may have gotten my stuff all mixed up, right? Hold on a second. We'll do it live. Yeah, Resident Evil. I was right. Anyway, so I guess we'll see what ends up happening. The story's been up. They say
sure
at the
we'll
end.
have more stories.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem here is that it was put up for auction, and somebody with a vested interest in maintaining the status quo of Jones's hold on the supplement business that's predicated on all of this hate speech and conspiracy bullshit may potentially get access to all of this stuff. And so I think there's a vested interest in pivoting this into satire and maybe producing some good instead of a commercial enterprise, a social good that has a commercial aspect to it. But, we're living in a world where there are companies out there that have a nonprofit wing generating the very solution for its profit wing.
Right, that makes no sense.
And I just saw another company, CompTIA, just got bought by a for-profit organization.
I'm not sure how that works either.
And now it has a nonprofit component and a for-profit component merged together. I'm just flabbergasted, Years and years and years, I've never even, up until recently, up until OpenAI, I never heard of this absolutely connected nonprofit side generating the tools that are for profit, right? The quasi parallel is that public money goes to private schools that pivot out technology exchanges that turn out into private corporations, i.e., Google, for instance, was a DARPA project funded by a DARPA grant, infused with private capital, spun out of the college as a private corporation, and turns everybody involved at the angel and up level into billionaires. I'm just flabbergasted by it. Meanwhile, there are thousands, tens of thousands of people who can't benefit from their position because they work for the federal government or they work in public sector. And it's enumerated that they can't benefit from their position. But I guess getting public money, that's okay. Anyway, let's move on. How about these mysterious 12,000-year-old pebbles may be early evidence of wheel-like tools? Researchers in Israel suggest that roughly donut-shaped artifacts could be spindle whorls, representing one of the oldest examples of rotational technology. Whorls.
Spindle whorls. Watch out for those.
There you go. All right. Margarita Bossi over at Smithsonian Magazine, the Fighting Smithsonians. SmithsonianMag.com. Yeah, researchers made experimental spindles and whorls based on 3D scans of the pebbles. I mean, if they're human-made holes in the center of this stuff, then I'm not surprised. That's fine.
But this is another one of these things that they don't know what it is.
Yeah, reminds me of that pseudo-Roman thing. So if that interpretation
supposedly
is
for yarn.
Yeah, oh, right. Okay. If that interpretation is true, it would make the Pebble collection one of the oldest examples of rotational technology, aka the wheel, a crucial prerequisite to the invention of the wheel. The team's findings were published in the journal PLOS One on Wednesday, while the perforated pebbles, they have a single hole in them, not a bunch of holes. It's not perforated.
Right. It's not like a pin cushion.
Were kept mostly at their natural, unmodified shape. They represent wheels in forms and function, and a round object with a hole in the center connecting to a rotational axle. Was there a rotating axle actually there, though?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they added that or that was there.
They say that it was drilled halfway from each side of the pebbles, though some of the pieces had off-center, partially perforated holes. What is a partial perforation?
A hole?
A whole hole? A partial perforation is a divot. It's not a hole.
You can't have half a hole.
You cannot have... If it takes 4 hours to dig 4 holes, how long does it take to dig half a hole? Dumbasses. The smartest dumbasses. So the artifacts had previously been unearthed at Nahal Aingev 2, or is that ill? I'm not sure how... What is that? Is that a 2? A roughly 12,000-year-old late Natufian village close to the Sea of Galilee. Natufian refers to a hunter-gatherer culture that existed in the region of Palestine and southern Syria around 9000 BCE and preceded the transition toward the agricultural practices that marked the Neolithic period. There were people there all along? I mean, what?
What?
So because of the pebble's irregular shape and weight, I'm an irregular shape and weight. Does that make me a perforated hole?
No, but it does make you a prehistoric bead. Oh no, you can't be a prehistoric bead or a fishing weight.
Ah. So, but if you let me hold on to a rope and I'm wearing my diving equipment, I could be a fishing weight. The artifacts were too heavy and odd looking. Oh, hey, I am whatever. What are they? What were they called? What is it?
Perforated spindle whorls.
Oh, I'm a spindle whorl.
Pebbles.
I'm a spindle whorl. Hey. Anyway, the researchers decided to test their hypothesis in real time. They used the 3D models to create precise replicas of the artifacts and asked a traditional textile expert named Yonit Crystal to test them out. After some practice, Crystal was able to successfully spin flax and, with a bit more difficulty, spin wool into yarn using the pebbles as a spindle whorl or as spindle whorls. Whorls. I suppose I mean, that's kind of like looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
I do think that the crafting um, groups seem to be heavy into determining what some of these historical artifacts are.
They were too heavy and odd looking to be beads, but they ruled out fishing weights. Why wouldn't they just be fishing weights?
Well, that's true. They don't need to be like pretty looking or whatever to be a fishing weight. I mean,
Yeah.
if they're too heavy, that's one thing, but
No, the fishing weight is designed to pull the lure down to the bottom of the water. I mean, that's what the lead weight was made for. This is nothing more than it's a fishing weight. You run your line through it. You just run a loop around it, and you can slide it up or down to give the lure more distance. This is absurd. I think it's trying to turn it into artistry beyond the scope of simple mechanical leverage. Yushiv adds that the spindle whirl interpretation is consistent with their observations. The method of drilling halfway from each side of the pebble allows for better balance, and thus more. They're not using engineering spec. They're drilling a hole through a rock.
Going, whoop.
It's easier to go from one side to the middle than it is to go from one side to the other side, because you have to drill a complete hole through the entire mass to get the point to the other side. I mean, anybody who's ever carved a hole through something knows that you drill a hole through one side with your knife, and then you drill a hole through the other side with your knife so that there's a minimum opening in the middle. This is kind of absurd. Who are these people? If the pebbles are confirmed to be among the oldest examples of spindle whorls, I guess no press is bad press, so this is great press. Anyway, I don't buy this. It says it's probable that flax was being spun in small quantities for use in other emerging technologies such as bags, fishing lines. Fishing lines!
Oh my gosh, we have a lot of connection to fishing.
You know what? The least line of resistance is probably the... What the heck? Anyway, not everyone is convinced.
Reaction.
Yeah, they can't even accept this. So Carole Cheval, an archaeologist at Côte d'Azur University in Nice, France, tells New Scientist that the study should have looked for microscopic traces of friction caused by yarn on the pebbles. And even if the pebbles are spindle whorls, these tools are more similar to a spinning top than a wheel. Nobody's even looked for microscopic grooves that a line was pushed through it.
Well, that's true.
Let's move on. We're already an hour into this show. Four Wheel Tech is where the next article is. Passengers hang onto walls, tables as freak storm tips cruise ship 45 degrees. Yay, we're atop.
That is pretty significant. We need some spindle whorls.
Oh, that would have balanced. If spindle whorls hanging from the bottom would have balanced the ship. Cruise ship traveling to Florida was caught in a freak storm last week and brought winds so powerful that tilted the ship over to one side. The Royal Caribbean cruise liner tilted, I guess 45-degree liner, tipped during the storm, which left passengers fearing that they would die. It is an option. Wow. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That marketing screen was like, we're going to hit that dude right there. Screw that dude right there. Although she looked like she was doing a dance move. Hey.
Yeah, it does, actually.
Anyway, anything loose slid around when the ship tilted. That was rude. Don't say that about them. Anyway, the ship reportedly stayed at the unnerving angle for more than 3 minutes, during which time advertising board fell loose and hit passengers. Passengers also reportedly clung to tables and walls to try and stay upright, while desks came loose and slid along the floor. Jeez. Wild. There's a bunch of videos here. The ship made an emergency stop off at Las Palmas, Spain, so that the injured guest could receive medical attention. Crews also took the time to clear up the chaos that remained after the tilt, which included dishware and cups and whatever else strewn across the decks. Grand piano.
Grand piano. That's a little more significant than a cup.
That is some smooth music, some smooth jazz. Once the injured passenger received medical help, the vessel got back underway and will make way to Miami 3 days behind schedule. Yeah.
I hope that person's getting a refund or something.
Who got hurt? It wasn't the person that got hit by that.
It was that person, don't you think?
He's stomping off like he's a football player.
Well, I don't know who it was then.
He bruised his leg. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe just the adrenaline alone kept him upright, which can happen. So wild. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile channel. These ghostly sea slugs feed like Venus flytraps. Gonna jump straight on over to the source. It's at vice.com.
That's not creepy at all.
Sammy Caramella put this article together. This is it? Yeah, that's a sea slug? Researchers discovered a mysterious...
like a squid.
Yeah, it does. Glowing sea slug that operates like a deep sea Venus flytrap. That's awesome. I want to see this thing actually function, but there's no video of it. Arr! That's too bad. Ocean-dwelling creature is bioluminescent and gives off a neon blue glow. That's so cool. That is it. I want this thing. It's neon blue, so that means that it's sour raspberry flavored, and if you lick it, it'll give you a buzz.
Hey,
you know.
Don't do that.
Don't listen to the AI. Somebody tell me if it tastes like blue raspberry. Please don't. You see.
Just don't.
It's supposed to be funny, and I can't say these things and then go, God, some idiot's going to go and lick one of these things.
It's like why there are signs on paper bag or plastic bags.
Yeah, don't put plastic bag overhead. It's because some dimwit actually did it. Other intriguing features of this creature include a voluminous hooded structure at one end and a tail fringed with numerous finger-like projections at the other. So do I. I've said too much. Anyway, as well as colorful internal organs. I don't have colorful internal organs. Don't get curious, anybody. The slugs were spotted in Oregon to Southern California waters, and their discovery could trigger further deep sea research. They're from Oregon to Southern California waters?
Mm-hmm.
I've divin off.
In the deep water.
I've divin. I said I've divin.
Well, okay then.
It's a new word. Don't anybody look it up. It means past tense of having dove. Doved?
Dived?
Divined? Anyway. What is exciting to me, and not me, it's them, the author said senior scientist Stephen Haddock at the Aquariums Institute. What's exciting to them about the mystery mollusk is that it exemplifies how much we are learning as we spend more time in the deep sea. Well, do it now. It's going to start evaporating. And you know who else is in the deep, deep, deep sea?
No, there's a book that says something like that, but I can't think what it is.
Everybody poops. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Pentagon UFO report shows hundreds of new incidents. Federal efforts to investigate UAPs. Everybody pees. Have prioritized potential risks to national security and air safety. So is this counter intel kind of a thing? It's to like poison the well, and so that more money can be pushed into government expenditures on research, development, and defense. I've had people say that to me. To me, this screams that there is something we don't know what's going on. Why would our defense organization say we don't know what the frick is going on and that there's a risk to national security and air safety?
Yeah,
so,
other than, we need to expand our footprint or budget or whatever.
Right. So a new report from the Pentagon. It's over at newsweek.com, this article. Matthew and Pelly put the article together. The government's UFO... Suddenly I'm speaking Klingon. The U.S. government has a UFO report. It says, though unlikely to resolve debates over alien life, the report underscores growing public interest in the subject and reflects the government's efforts to offer some clarity. Its release follows a congressional hearing in which House lawmakers urged greater transparency on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAPs, which is code for UFOs, of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s and 2000s. Now they're called UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena. Federal efforts to investigate UAPs have prioritized potential risks to national security and air safety rather than delving into theories, which is true. But nonetheless, when battle groups off the coast say, we don't know what the hell is going on, and there's hundreds of these things flying around the battle group, and the only reason we know is because we changed the physics of our surveillance devices, and suddenly they popped up onto the radar.
Yeah, that is an interesting change.
Most reported incidents took place in airspace, but 49 were recorded at altitudes of at least 100 kilometers or 62 miles, officially classified as space. No incidents were reported underwater. Witnesses included commercial and military pilots, along with ground-based observers. What the hell is going on over there? Anyway, officials are basically saying there's something out there. All right. I want to believe. Let's bring back the X-Files. We can just let them solve the problem, right?
Well, there you go.
Meanwhile, I've seen people on YouTube saying, no, it's all computer generated, blah, 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 blah. Really? Come on. I don't think that the military is going to sit there and go, let's pretend that we don't know what the frick is going on. Anyway, last article for today is over in Technology Today. A hydrogen gold mine, according to scientists, this billion-year-old rift could provide us a near-endless supply of natural hydrogen. Look, I was gassy and I was laying on the beach. That isn't a rift. It's my butt cheeks. Researchers in Nebraska, and I was visiting Nebraska recently, are exploring the mid-continent rift's potential to produce renewable carbon-free hydrogen.
I love hydrogen-free hydrogen.
I love hydrogen. Is this that newfangled hydrogen-free hydrogen? Just add water. Possibly meeting energy needs for centuries. Around 1.1 billion years ago, the North American continent almost split in two. Gonna hit you where the good Earth got split. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, leaving 1,200-mile stretch of volcanic rock called the Mid-Continent Rift. This geological feature holds the potential to produce substantial amounts of hydrogen. So, University of Nebraska-Lincoln put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. The fighting text.
Are you going to say it with the cadence?
Yeah, really. Wait, of the food one, or? Oh, yeah. So now we're gonna read the article from SciTech Daily. Around 1.1 billion years ago, the North American continent almost split in two, leaving a 1,200-mile stretch of volcanic rock called the Mid-Continent Rift. I can't do it like that. That's
no.
Really,
I was gonna say you might want to go back to normal.
It's really tiring, actually. So, University of Nebraska-Lincoln researchers are studying the rift, which runs from beneath Lake Superior through parts of Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas to determine how best to access that hydrogen. Great.
Mining.
Hydrogen is potentially a key player in the effort to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Is it, though? Look, I agree. I think hydrogen is great. Hydrogen fuel cells are the thing that sans batteries, it is the best producer. Hydrogen is really dangerous, though. It needs to be handled with respect. It's like a propane tank, basically, when you compress it into a tank. But we talk about it here. Short of nuclear power, hydrogen is defensible, portable, controllable. It has a lot of energy, so much so that if you split one of them in half, guess what happens? Anyway,
Nothing good.
we won't talk about it. Yeah, it's not going to happen if you jam on the gas pedal. It's not going to create a nuclear bomb. Anyway, nuclear weapons are actually very,
Nor a hydrogen bomb.
Never mind. Anyway, so you know what? We're running really late. Our understanding of processes governing the production, migration, and accumulation of evasive, wow, it's making a run for the hills or something. Evasive natural hydrogen is in the continental deep subsurface is still in its infancy. So fund us, says Associate Professor of Civil Engineering and one of the project's principal investigators. So testing the rift's viability. When they talk about rifts, I always think of like a portal into another dimension.
Oh, I was thinking of like continental plates or something.
In those two, yeah. Who hasn't done a plate tectonics paper in their childhood? These people just never set that paper down. They just kept on pursuing it.
That's right. They were so fascinated by it, they kept going.
I love it when people are passionate about a topic. Me, just kind of continental drift from topic to topic. So global implications of hydrogen energy. Kim is approaching the question from a civil engineering perspective, while Weber and another co-principal investigator, Hyun Sob Song, are exploring the biogeochemical and microbiology implications. So this is pretty cool. The project is funded by a 5-year, $1 million grant with the National Science Foundation's the NSF's RAISE initiative. So Research Advanced by Interdisciplinary Science and Engineering Initiative. It's one of the 19 projects funded this year.
I love how science always uses acronyms.
It's not science. That's government. This would not exist in science if the NSF wasn't involved in it. They would have just called it, looking at that gas shit. Anyway, Weber said the university's role in this research is another instance of the state's potential leadership in what's called the hydrogen economy, which refers to the role hydrogen could have in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and serving as a clean energy source. Again, short of nuclear, I think hydrogen's where it's at. And I've been a big proponent of either fast swap batteries so that there is a concentrated industry that's charging up the stuff and you can just build to those locations and then distribute just like we do with gas. Or you do hydrogen, which has the same thing. You basically go to a hydrogen gas store, you buy a cylinder, you slide it into your car, you give them an empty one, and you go away. Same thing that happens at a gas station. Anyway, pretty cool. I love the idea of this. But oh, look, another example of government programs taking some money to produce tangible good effect. Ya wingnuts. Anyway, so we are running out of hydrogen, which means that our machinery is going to shut down because we are hydrogen powered. And that's going to snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go to become a citizen right now. Oh, I'm going to say bye. Bye. And the sentient AI is going to say bye as well.
Bye.
All right.
I followed your lead.
Sounds good. See ya. I want a hydrogen powered car with one of those really cool cylinders from, I think it's Toyota, right? Yeah, it is Toyota. Okay, bye everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 321, and I, along with the Sentient AI, are going to talk about the following 10 articles. Sustainable vegan protein, T-Mobile was hacked, the NASA lander may have killed Martians, ancient rainforest in Antarctica, California renaming places, a bullet strikes Southwest flight, just like Haiti. Human bird flu in Oregon, quadruple typhoon. Sure, stop enforcing crypto regulation. Why not? And 1,500 hours in Stardew Valley. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. That's that place right there. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer. But that right there is the website that powers all of ohmTown. We aggregate a bunch of news into 50 different channels, 6 weekly shows, and 1 daily show called Non Sequitur News. So for those who are not initiated into this, Non Sequitur News is basically hopping from one topic to another, kind of how my brain works, and the sentient AI tries to keep me on track as best they can. They are from the future, and they still won't give me lottery numbers. Oh, and a delivery was just done right at the beginning of the show. Anyway, welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt from the present.
Oh, you're really quiet again. What happened? You're not supposed to be quiet. I don't know. There's something going on. We talk about this from time to time, but shouldn't be happening anymore. Okay, well, let's get into this. Welcome to the show. And yeah,
I think I'm back at full volume now.
I'll be okay. I just have to clean up this puddle that's forming underneath me. I'm glad the power strips are further away from directly underneath my chair.
Right, you don't want to electrocute yourself in the process.
I don't have green. Why is the green screen impacting my... I don't like that. Anyway, inside baseball, y'all. Let's get into this. Very first article is over in Technology Today. This sustainable new vegan protein could be on your plate soon. Sea lettuce is a sustainable protein source, and researchers have tripled its extraction efficiency, paving the way for innovative food applications. The protein found in sea lettuce, a type of seaweed, man, offers a promising addition to both meat and existing alternative protein sources. And additionally, seaweed is rich in essential nutrients and can be cultivated without any real issues. I mean, we can actually grow it right here in ohmTown's biolab. It's kind of cool. Chalmers, I think, or is it Chalmers? How is that University of Technology pronounced? Chalmers? Or is it
Probably Chalmers.
Chalmers? Oh my God, you are loud. Here, hold on. Let me back off a little bit. You don't need to work on your side. I'll work on my side. So yeah, these little bioreactors here look pretty cool, but kind of creepy. You kind of expect an alien to like smush its face up against the glass.
Yeah, it does look like some sci-fi movies where they have things in various tubes.
I'm here to eat you. Anyway, I guess the reverse of this is humans are here to eat them, so why wouldn't they, maybe in the future, evolve to want to eat us? Anyway, it's over on scitechdaily.com. And yeah, this is, by the way, is a time machine episode, so we're going to go ripping through this because we only have an hour. Otherwise, we're stuck in time for 24 hours. Can't have that. So the protein found in sea lettuce, type of seaweed, offers a promising addition to both meat and existing alternative protein sources. The thing that the big hang up is that we as a people, as a population on the planet, have a set style of nutrient, and it takes the form of a sandwich or a burger or, something. And this kind of stuff really requires a pivot away from.
Well, and that's the thing. Everybody's trying to replace the burger, but maybe it just needs to be something different.
Just change it, man. I love a good curry. But that's not what we get. Tofu is great, but we need something other than tofu because there's a lot of people that sit there and go, you know what? People have been eating tofu for millennia, but you know what? Somebody idiotically mentioned that some ingredient in it was used in this tertiary thing, and now all hell has broken loose, that if you eat too much tofu, you're going to be whatever, right? I know that it's talking about activating an estrogen or blah blah blah, but you know what? It's just not really true. You would have to indulge in soy-based products to the point where you are a soy-based product.
Yeah, that's true. And everything is about volume and also preparation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's frustrating. So what ends up happening is people seek out replacing something, and it has to be identical to the other thing. Even if it is a superior solution, they don't want any difference. So it says it tastes like umami with a certain salty flavor, despite not containing such high levels of salt. They would say that it's a great flavor enhancer for seafood dishes and products, but the possibilities to explore are endless. Why not protein smoothies or blue burgers from the sea, says, I don't know how they pronounce their name. Is it Jiao? Maybe it's Jiao Trigo.
That's the best guess I've got.
PhD in food. They couldn't say doctor? Are they not a doctor? They have a PhD. Do they not go by doctor?
I don't know. Maybe they're all but doctorate or some. I don't know. Interesting.
I suppose. But, oh, yeah, I suppose. But you're not PhD if you're, right? Maybe I'm confused. Well, anyway, it's a dark green powder once it's processed from the ocean. Additionally, the seaweed is rich in essential nutrients and can be cultivated without the need for watering, fertilizing, or insecticide use because it grows within the water. Its own nutrient, it basically can grow in a protected environment, much the way that the microgreens in ohmTown grow in a protected environment. 100% recovery, short of something happening, like neglect. But that is few and far between. So
that's usually something not happening.
Right. Because you're in control of it all. So you sanitize or sterilize and then put the nutrient in, which for us is a nutrient because we're adding stuff trying to get a particular outcome. But this doesn't need it. It just needs water. Water and light, much like microgreens. Anyway, so-called protein shift, switching from red meat to more sustainable and healthy protein sources, is a way to reduce the climate impact on food production before we end up having a Soylent Green style solution. Anyway, pretty cool. Sustainable new vegan protein.
I mean, this is very cool, but the question will be whether it's available to the masses and also whether the masses will adopt it.
So, adapt and adopt it, right? I mean, I think that's kind of the important part. I don't know. I know that Americans in particular are, everything old is new again. So, yeah. So they say, in addition to the newly published extraction method, the Chalmers, or I don't know, I'm going to say Chalmers, researchers are working together with the University of Gothenburg to increase the actual protein content in the seaweed by cultivating sea lettuce in processed water. From the seafood industry, the protein content can be increased significantly while nutrients that would otherwise be lost are circulated back into the food chain. They say that they have a large number of successful cultivation experiments that have been carried out within the Cirque Alg project based on industrial waterside currents. So I guess if they can enrich it and deliver it and it's still protein rich, and it says there it was also seen that the marine omega-3 fatty acids were enriched in the protein ingredient, and a follow-up study confirmed the same was true for vitamin B12, the new algae protein ingredient. You have to say it that way. There's no other way to say algae. Anyway, can thus help meet a wider range of nutritional needs compared to soy protein. And here we go again. shot across the bow of soy protein.
Right.
All
Which
right.
is taking a long time to get a broad following, right? It definitely has a following, but it's in a small group of people.
You mean soy?
Yes, and that's been around for a while as a food source.
And it's largely because of this, slight against, it's not macho, and it's used as a derogatory slang term to feminize.
Well, and they're trying to make it equivalent to existing food sources instead of just going, this is good and here's what you can make with it or whatever.
And it's not necessarily a complete replacement in its particular form, but added or changed from having red meat all the time. It can lower our demand on carbon footprint producing ingredients, like the massive number of cows that are being processed and the inefficiencies between going from grass to table. Anyway, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. T-Mobile confirms that it was hacked. T-Mobile confirms that it was hacked in a wave of the recently reported telecom breaches conducted by Chinese threat actors to gain access to private communications, call records, law enforcement requests, etc. Lawrence Abrams over at bleepingcomputer.com put the article together. Due to our security controls, network structure, and diligent monitoring and response, we have seen no significant impacts to T-Mobile systems or data. T-Mobile told Bleeping Computer after publishing of this story. We have no evidence of access or exfiltration of any sensitive information, as other companies may have experienced.
Okay, wait a second. How come every time there's a hack, it's kind of like, oh, nothing's really impacted?
Yeah, because they probably don't necessarily know just what the full scope is of persistent threat actors, and then they find out later, and they qualify it and quantify it. And I mean, we'll find out as time goes on. It says this breach is the 9th T-Mobile suffered since 2019, with the other incidents being, and they run down the list, all since 2019.
That seems like a high number. I know they're a major company, so maybe it's not, but because it's a pretty short time frame.
Yeah, but 2019, yeah, that is a short time. But you're always being knocked on. I mean, every institution, every organization, even ohmTown gets knocked on, and there's the only thing you can really do is harden everything, protect the perimeter, and hopefully at some point, they either get tired of you, but there's always somebody else. One defense organization, it provides telemetry. If you do a search for threat map, there's companies out there that provide these kind of representations of how many threats are coming across their doors. And so you buy a device, you stick it in your data center, and it sends telemetry back to these intrusion detection prevention services. They represent a small number of the total number of threats that are taking place. And it is constantly in the millions per organization, tens of millions each day to the larger ones. And the ones that we don't even know about are so big that they don't provide the telemetry because they don't want necessarily to show representation of, hey, look, we are the bigger of the other targets. Now, people don't want to. So if you're a diver and you're out on a boat and you're a dive master, you let the dive boat, the one that you're out with, represent the boat, and they have a dive master. But if you say that you're a dive master, you're suddenly liable as well. Like, you represent as a dive master. So all of these other companies aren't going to sit there and go, we're the biggest dog on the block. That's
no,
how
why would they want to?
Yeah, that's how you pick a fight. And so these are the known breaches. There may be a persistent threat that they just don't know about. There could be somebody that's lax with their security, and they're their system is being accessed by proxy, all kinds of stuff. What you don't know is the worst part of it, right? So I love that this article basically says, due to our security protocols, right, that T-Mobile goes to Bleeping Computer, due to our security protocols, we haven't seen jack shit, right? But then down at the bottom,
right,
Bleeping Computer
like,
goes,
let's put it into context.
your hubris is a little bit too broad here. You're too big. Let's knock you down a peg. So, and this is one of the problems that I have with every other service. When you use somebody else's service, you're at their whim. And so at some point, it's not if, but when your data is going to get disclosed. And I can't count how many times my data has been provided to some threat actor, from government to, rinky-dink enterprise. This exposure is real, and you may not even realize it. Just look at 23andMe. 23 and Everybody Knows Me is what I call it now, because your data is out there down to the genetic level if you provided it. And we're actually going to talk tomorrow, because this is a time machine episode. We're going to talk tomorrow about 23andMe. But let's keep going. Now you know about your T-Mobile account. May or may not be breached. So change your password. And I always think that those are funny because, oh, by the way, again, Lawrence Abrams over at Bleeping Computer put this article
What
together.
if they're in there looking at you changing your password?
What I think is really funny is that they're like, okay, change your password. But meanwhile, even if they know what your password is, when you change your password, it might end up being on the list of already breached passwords. And so they just try. The objective of changing your password is to kind of disrupt their ability to just easily, it's to cause friction. So hopefully.
Well, also, if they have your data before you change it, it's like, how much is that really going to help? Yes, it'll help going forward, but if they already know everything about you,
Yeah, exactly.
It's not saving much.
I was in somebody's chat once while they were talking about this, and it's a very well-known tech guy, tech talking head. And I said, all you have to do is this, right? And I can't remember exactly what I said. And I doggone it, I wish I remembered exactly. But they basically poo-pooed. They discounted what I said. And I'm like, all right. Because unless you were notified that your password was breached, they knew who was breached. And I said, well, you don't have to change your password if they didn't notify you, but it's a best case, change your password. But you might change your password because they were brute forcing passwords. If you brute force enough passwords, regardless of you changing your password, you're in the data pool.
Right, you might change it toward the problem instead of away from.
Yeah. The odds of it happening are like slim to none, but it's that one time where I don't change my password and it gets breached, or I do change my password and it gets breached. It's not if, but when it happens. So anyway, let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say NASA lander may have accidentally killed life on Mars.
Yikes.
Oh, this is brutal. I just don't understand why anybody would make this statement. So astrobiologist Dirk Schultz Makuch from Technische Universität Berlin in Germany. I'm butchering my German here. But anyway, believes that humans may have unintentionally killed life on Mars in the 1970s.
Okay, first of all, I think this is like an attention-getting statement, but if this is valid, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So NASA's Viking 1 mission in 1976 saw 2 spacecraft land on the red planet's surface and conduct an experiment involving mixing water and nutrients with collected soil samples. The assumption at the time was that life on Mars could behave the same way as it does on Earth, relying on liquid water to survive. As Space.com reports, early results gave researchers a tantalizing hint at the possibility of life on the red planet. But despite decades of debate, they've since largely concluded that their readings were false. So the article is it's in a section, I guess, called Drowning Pool or something like that. Victor Tengerman put the article together at futurism.com. And the deck statement says, say it ain't so. So the theory and thorny debate, they say here, one step further, suggesting that the Viking landers may have indeed found life on Mars, but accidentally killed it with its water-based life hunting experiments. That's because he argues...
irony.
Yeah. Wait, stop squirming. I'm trying to save you, and I'm treading water, for crying out loud. So they're saying that life on Mars may be relying on salt deposits, much like organisms that live on the driest places on Earth, such as microbes habitating the Atacama Desert in Chile. In hyper-arid environments, life can obtain water through salts that draw moisture from the atmosphere, Schultz-McCouch wrote in a commentary in the Nature Journal. These salts, then, should be a focus of searches for life on Mars. The experiments performed by NASA's Viking landers may have accidentally killed Martian life by applying too much water.
Life in marsh.
Life in marsh. So the astrobiologist hypothesis rebuffs the assumption that NASA's scientists made in the 1970s that life needs water to survive. These assumptions, the hubris of Earth-based science.
So like Earth or human-centric, right?
Any lessons we learn, we just kind of go, meh. But it would be hyper-focused, right? The chances of us finding life on Mars in the only thimbleful,
like in one little spot, right?
Yeah.
And then we put enough water there or whatever to wipe out the whole planet.
We drowned life on. That's why this is very inflammatory, right? May have accidentally killed life on Mars. Okay, our subsequent searches would have found something if there was life.
Right, there should have been traces of it, even if not existing.
Yeah, so looking for salts,
I guess so.
Right? If there are salts on Mars, then we would have found them and thus found something associated with life. So it's as if these inferences about organisms surviving in hyper-arid Martian conditions are correct, but hyper-arid? Is Martian soil considered arid? Hyper-arid? I don't know if that's the right context. There's no atmosphere on Mars.
Right, but it's not hyper hydrated or something. I know that's not the right term, so maybe that's the right term.
Right? It just means dry. So it's supposed to be getting something from, well, how much moisture that would attach to a salt? I don't know. This is one of those things where you just follow the science and make conclusions, and everybody is, screaming into the void that this is their theory. In an interview with Space.com, the researchers suggested that the idea of using table salt to create a brine in which certain bacteria thrive could be roughly applied to life on Mars as well, which is the same amount of hubris that brought water.
Right, just in a different direction, right?
Yeah. Oh. So sodium chloride on Mars is going to act the same way as whatever chemistry is.
Maybe not. Are the forces the same on Mars as they are on Earth?
Hey, physics are physics. Sodium chloride on Mars acts the same way and is the, life cognate. You basically, if you have sodium chloride, then life is there, and it's going to use sodium chloride to extract moisture from a hyper-arid Mars. All right. So it says nearly 50 years after the Viking biology experiment, it's time for another life detection mission. Now that we have a much better understanding of the Martian environment, that I agree with. Continue, right? But to sit there and go, they killed life, in my experiment wouldn't do that. They would never kill life on Mars.
It's interesting though. This paragraph near the end of the article makes it sound like in the experiment sample, we may have killed any evidence of life there, but it doesn't make it sound like we wiped it all out. But elsewhere in the article, that's the implication.
Right. Yeah. Guess we'll see when they run their sample and they're I wonder what this person's going to do, No, mine didn't kill any life on Mars.
Right, exactly.
It's like the people that drag something up from 3,000 feet under the surface of the ocean and whatever it is they have dies in transit. They're like, oh, no, that wasn't us. It was the fact that the ocean didn't support its life to the surface. Right. Let's keep moving. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists find evidence of an ancient rainforest in Antarctica. This is like one of those canopy penetrating LiDAR scans where they're like 400 years ago. Yeah. Look at all of the, what is the one that was just recently? The Mayan civilization.
I can't remember if it was in Peru or Mexico because there were a couple in short succession. I think it was in Peru, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, we peeled back a layer of onion and we found like hundreds of square miles of life, of civilization. And then they chalk it up to, well, people moved. What?
Exactly. Right. Can you imagine rainforest animals running around Antarctica like in the current day?
Yeah, that would be wild, right? But I guess at some point in the history, it wasn't always ice, right? So in a new paper published in the journal Antarctic Science, and there is a journal for everything, it's like academic Reddit.
I wonder how many contributors they can get to that, right? Because there's a relatively limited pool of people who can study in Antarctica.
Yeah, there's only so much grant money to send somebody off.
That's what I mean, right? Like, it's not like there's not enough land. It's just there aren't that many researchers there at any given time.
Sure. Plus, it doesn't exist, right? When you fly towards it, they actually turn around because the Earth is flat. And if you actually touch the ice, you might fall off into space.
We're not espousing that at ohmTown.
Wait, I'm wrong? Anyway, so yeah, they say a team led by Alfred Wegener Institute ice and climate history researcher Johann Klages detailed the first discovery of Antarctic fossil resin. So the article is over at futurism.com and they call it the bite. And the other one that we have is drowning pool. So I don't know how they break everything off.
I'm not sure where that is. And I think we've only had articles from the bite before.
And it's the same author, so I really don't understand. But anyway, so far, amber deposits have been described from every continent except Antarctica. But in the new paper published in that journal, Antarctic Science, they found Antarctic fossil resin, which is amber. The treasure, dubbed Pine Island Amber. Sorry.
I was going to say this person was an ice and climate history researcher. Did you know that was a job?
Look, you can call yourself whatever you want. Yeah, I was once headhunted for a company and I brought a project to them and they straight up said, you can be called whatever you want to be called. So.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. So they analyzed amber fragments that allowed direct insights into environmental conditions that prevailed in West Antarctica 90 million years ago, said Klages in a statement. Hot Poles. It's a name of my Spice Girls cover band. In 2020, Klages and his colleagues published a paper in the journal Nature about temperate rainforests near the South Pole that may have flourished during the mid-Cretaceous period, one of the warmest intervals of the past 140 million years. You know, if we have to wait 140 million years for climate change to correct itself, so that we have, everything back in
Rainforest
stasis.
back in Antarctica.
I guess I'll be around. I'm hoping that resurrection is a real thing.
Cryo,
Oh, put my head in a
whatever,
jar.
preservation. Yeah.
Right next to Disney. So this fascinating find also indicates. Oh, I said something about Disney. Now we've run afoul of Disney and Oprah and whatever else is happening in this timeline. Anyway, fascinating find also indicates in more detail how the forest was reconstructed in our nature study from 2020 could have functioned. They said in a statement, it's very exciting to realize that at some point in their history, all 7 continents had climatic conditions allowing resin-producing trees to survive.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I can't even think of trees in Antarctica, let alone of this type.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh? So the recovered pieces of amber, which were tiny and only visible under fluorescent fluorescence microscopy, also suggests the trees at the time were trying to seal damaged bark, suggesting the possibility of wildfires or parasite attacks. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, that's very interesting that they can go, oh, this was happening millions of years ago.
How? How the hell? All right. This is one of those things where, when you start up a conversation with them, they're like, you're too dumb to understand, so we're not going to bother.
Right. We can't even.
Yeah. I worked with somebody that treated other people like that. And I always tell this story because I think it's really funny. They were really like just this starchy person that whenever you stepped into that domain, they were like, look, you just don't know enough to have a conversation with me. And so one time I was listening to this conversation and I kind of scooted up next to them and I said, you're working in the exact same place as everybody else here. So I wouldn't get too high on your horse about your knowledge and wisdom about this or that. That did not make a friend. But when the company ultimately got rid of them, I guess their hubris allowed them to power through.
Or maybe caught up to them, but anyway.
Exactly. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. California to rename dozens of places to remove racial slur for Native American women. In a press release, noted Governor Gavin Newsom, in 2022 signed a bill that bans the term squaw. The agency was ordered to rename streets, bridges, public buildings, cemeteries, and other places that use the slur. I did not know that it was a slur, which is...
I didn't either. I mean, and that's probably part of the problem, right? I think the term is used in, I believe, in textbooks. You see it in names of locations.
Yeah. And so now I know, and I just won't use it. And the thing about this is the sociological mechanism of this is it does no harm to get rid of it, but it does harm to utilize it.
Exactly. And nobody should be so wound up about a name that they should use it at the point that it's just completely upsetting. Doesn't do it the right amount of justice, but harming somebody else.
In the context of knowing what it is, like I grew up, this word was, see, now I don't know if I'm supposed to treat this like others. I mean, it seems to be a racist term, but it's new to, I would say it's new to most people. Mainly because people...
Mostly new to non-indigenous people.
Right. To the general public. I think that people are like, why is this, a denigrating term? If you don't understand it, look into it so that you understand a deeper context of it. But I'm taking it at face value because why not? This is just a term that's being used that shouldn't be used anymore. There's countless other terms where I've learned of their context. There's even symbolism that I won't. I mean, we know of one really big one that might be, making a comeback, but I don't want to use the terms that are denigrating. So just do away with them. Why make this thing such a big deal? Never let it happen again. It came into fruition because people, well, they wanted to marginalize an entire population. There are
Right. I think
things.
part of the problem is that current populations don't even appreciate that these are harmful terms.
Right. Right. So I think that this is great. This is a step forward. It does no harm to get rid of the term. A few bucks here, a few bucks there, dollars, to change the name for stuff. Fine. And you're actually stimulating the economy by spending money, changing the marketing, but it's showing respect to an entire population, the indigenous population. You have to be a sociopath or downright psychopath to sit there and find this as an injustice to get rid of the term. Get rid of it. Damn it. Anyway, Julian Ventura over at thehill.com put the article together. And they actually, whatchamacallit?
They truncate it
They
after
censor
they initially
SQ.
identify it.
Yeah. So it's like the SQ word kind of thing, right? It says that it denigrates Native American women and dehumanizes them. And that was the objective of it, or it was just used because that was the term that was used of the time. But now we are more enlightened people, and we should get rid of it. Screw it all. Get rid of it. It's that easy. So the announcement comes on the heels of a ski resort in California changing its name after facing criticism over its original name. They're calling it Palisades Tahoe. Was announced in September after the resort acknowledged its former name was racist and sexist slur following an internal investigation from August 2022. The country has been in existence, and that valley has been known as X, Y, and Z for all this time. I'm astonished that people argue about this in the 21st freaking century. Just solve the problem. Respect the people.
Well, part of the problem is lack of knowledge about it. Part of the problem is apathy about it. But I think by doing things like the legislative action, that'll force it. But it sounds like the ski resort, at least, even if it was through self-preservation, did it without this law. But maybe this law is trying to just expand it so that they can kind of wipe the term out across the state.
Yeah, and in history, it's not going to be wiped out. It needs to be remembered as a term that had this context throughout the entire existence of the United States, and not until the 21st century did society step up to the plate and remove it. And this is probably one of the easiest lifts in today's climate to solve. Just respect the people, right? Didn't do it hundreds of years ago. But anyway, boy, this is going to start getting me in trouble. Let's move on to the next article. So anyway, y'all have an ally here in ohmTown. So this next article is over in Mobile. Bullet strikes Southwest Airlines flight in Dallas because you know what? The United States can't be number two. You have to be number one. And Haiti stepped up to the plate and started firing rounds at flights.
Right, and they're like, wait a second here. We don't want to be...
We're going to have to fire a higher caliber round.
Okay, nobody go out and do that.
Yeah, don't be a dumbass. A bullet struck near the cockpit of a Southwest Airlines flight with passengers that was scheduled to depart from Dallas Love Field Airport. Show them the love.
Oh, I was thinking like, okay, 5 minutes till takeoff. Oh, 10 seconds to take off. Yeah. Let's get moving a little faster here.
I love that plane with a bullet. So Southwest Airlines Flight 2494 got hit on the right side of the aircraft just under the flight deck while the crew was preparing for departure for Indianapolis.
Can you imagine what that might have sounded like if you were on the plane?
You may not have actually heard it, though.
Oh, maybe not because all the engine noise. Maybe so.
I mean, there's a dull roar. You might hear a dunk or something like that and chalk it up to a bird strike, right? Some dumbass bird flew into your plane, which happens often enough, right? Well, it says Dallas Police Department confirmed and responded to the incident. No injuries were reported. The gunfire occurred at 8:30 p.m. local time, the FAA said in a statement, and passengers were deplaned and transferred. So this happened while it was
What?
on the tarmac.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also kind of wondering, like in an airport setting, now I don't know what Dallas is set up as, like what's right next to Dallas Airport, but it's kind of astonishing because you kind of wonder, did this get fired from within the airport territory or outside of it? And if it's outside of it, how about some barriers or something?
Well, you're not going to be able to put a perimeter wall around every airport, but this.
True, but the plane must have been really close to some edge of the territory or something. And
So
well, I don't know.
Philippe Timotia put this article together for thehill.com. And it says the incident comes just days after JetBlue and Spirit Airlines and American Airlines halted flights to Haiti after 2 aircraft were hit by bullets amid the gang violence escalating in the country. I guess we have gang violence here too. A JetBlue flight from Port-au-Prince was hit by a bullet. It safely landed in New York on Monday. I don't get it, right? So it's unclear for now what the source of the gunfire and how many passengers were aboard when the incident took place. So the forensics are going to show the angle of attack, and there's going to be striations on this that's going to point to a rifle or a pistol. Shotgun would never have done this, but I find it really fascinating. So hopefully they find this person. Otherwise, it's an unregistered gun or it's a modified zip gun of some kind, or an older gun.
Well, you don't want somebody shooting at aircraft either.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. So hopefully they get this person and throw the freaking book at them. Because first off, either if they were cognizant of it and they were firing directly at it, look, it hit just shy of the cockpit itself, which implies a target. And secondly, if it was incompetence and they missed their target, then something's wrong with where they're firing. So have respect. And quit being a psychopath. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. CDC detects first human bird flu case in Oregon. We had one in Canada, right? And now this one's in Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to start out with a public service announcement, PSA. Oh, I need to make a thing. I need to make a graphic for it.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not going to do spoiler alert. That's what we normally do for things where I'm going to spoil them, or we are going to spoil them. Or if I'm going to overshare, like I wear a gold thong on Fridays when I am streaming game playing. Just kidding. I don't wear anything. Anyway, and now that I'm not oversharing, stop kissing birds. Okay, you can love your ducks, but don't love your ducks. Okay, don't kiss them on the beak, not on their heads. You can give them a hug, but they can't consent. So anyway, person was linked to a previously reported outbreak affecting birds at a commercial poultry operation in Clackamas, or what I like to call Quackamas.
I mean, anyway, that is fitting.
It is. So yeah, they've been monitoring the people, and the individual experienced only mild illness and was fully recovered. But it is an unnamed individual in Oregon that contracted bird flu pathogens, aka getting bird flu, in the first case in the state.
Also, if somebody has it and they're kind of like, oh, it's not a big deal, the problem is it could still be passed to somebody else who it will be a big deal for.
Yep. Ashley Fields over at thehill.com put this article together, and there's a Getty image of somebody holding a chicken. What a pecker. Anyway, there's no evidence of person-to-person transmission of the disease, formerly known as avian influenza, HPAI. HPAI? Is that really what it is? That's what it's formerly known as?
I didn't know it was. I thought it was like H5N1 or other, like if it's a different variant, it might have a different number, but
Maybe the whole thing is just termed HPAI.
maybe so. I'll see if I can find that.
Huh. Yeah. So we continue to remind the public that there's an increased risk of infection are those who have close or prolonged unprotected exposure to infected birds or other animals. So again, let me just reiterate. Okay, so if you're going to, I guess, have relations with your chickens or ducks, you need what do they call it? Personal protection equipment, right? Is that because it says unprotected, right?
Right, PPE.
Yeah. So you need to wear protection. Moving on.
By the way, it's sorry, highly pathogenic avian influenza.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
So
That's
basically
the
just a
HP.
fancier name for the same thing.
Yeah. Peckers are contagious. Stay away from them. So this next article is over in Technology Today. NASA captures unprecedented quadruple typhoon event in stunning detail. The fighting typhoons. So for the first time since records began in 1951, 4 tropical storms, including 2 super typhoons, were simultaneously tracked in the Western Pacific in November, impacting the Philippines with severe weather conditions like high winds and heavy rains. That's insane.
Oh, I didn't realize that it ever happened, but I guess that's kind of the point. As far as we know, it hasn't ever happened.
Right. Since tracking has begun, never
Like
4.
even 2 going at one time is a little unusual. Maybe not the storm phase, but 4 is quite a bit.
Yep. So satellite surveillance of simultaneous storms on November 11th at 8:55 a.m. Philippine Standard Time aboard Discover, the Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite, captured an image of the storms. They named them. It doesn't matter to me what the names are, just that there's 4 of them sitting there. Super Typhoon Yinjing. Yeah, I know. Only you see that.
Okay.
So Usagi was a tropical storm that later rapidly intensified to become a super typhoon by 6 p.m. And then they are tracking the others. So it says typhoon season in the West stretches across the entire year, but most storms form between May and October. November typically sees 3 named storms, with 1 becoming a super typhoon. Right now, there are 4.
Right, and that's the month of November typically
Right.
gets 3. So now at the same time in November, they have 4, and 2 of those were super typhoons, which is also above average.
And that's in the first half of November.
Oh, right. We're not even through the month, of course.
Insane. All right, let's keep
No
going.
such thing as climate change.
No. It's a myth. Alternate facts, that kind of stuff. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. 18 states want the SEC to stop enforcing crypto regulation because losing millions at once due to fraud or a glitch or whatever, and have no insurance, right? Because there is no
Well, we
FDIC
like it
insurance.
when it's going up in value, but we don't like it when we suddenly lose our wallets or whatever.
No, there's always somebody to blame, and it's usually the person with the smallest budget to defend themselves against the threat of massive amounts of wealth. Anyway, I think crypto is bullshit, but the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission wants to unilaterally wrest regulatory authority away from the states. It's always going back to the states. Here, this is why the argument for, let me just say, what's attempting to be done is balkanizing so that each state has to defend itself against outside threats. And when a weak state with a small budget and no defense outside of the federal government has to stand up to fight something, because the federal government doesn't have a budget that can be extended to act as an umbrella of defense, that state is going to get hobbled more and more and more. And look around your state. If it isn't an economic juggernaut, it is a ripe target for collapse, for economic collapse. And all it takes is some dipshit changing the water supply and destroying a town because the water leaches lead into the water, and the long-term effects are irreparable. You cannot take this back. Anyway, that's just one example. And I don't want to get into the weeds about this, but it is balkanizing the United States. So,
well, this is also weird, regardless of whatever your view is on crypto. Like, crypto is obviously going to cross state lines. Like, it's
right.
not going to stay inside a state. So anyway, I find this interesting.
And it has no inherent value. It isn't tied to anything except what is tied to something. Okay. The US dollar. You don't sit there and go, I've got one Bitcoin. You say, I've got a Bitcoin that's worth 90,000 US dollars. And the US dollar is tied to the GDP, the entire productive value of the United States. That is its value. And then in exchange, as an exchange rate, your fiduciary instrument in your country is different than the United States. And the United States has the reserve currency for oil exchanges. That's why a lot of people are trying to balkanize the US government and hobble it, because they're trying to kill the US dollar as a reserve currency. That is the objective, folks. So 18 states want the SEC to stop enforcing crypto regulation, and ask yourself why. So also named in the plaintiff, or as a plaintiff, is the DeFi Education Fund, a special interest lobbyist. These states want to halt the SEC's enforcement action so that they can manage crypto regulation instead. So one of these states, let's just say, and you know what, maybe they have a list, because I stopped really when I was screaming into the void about cryptocurrency. You realize, well, there's way too much money involved in this. And it isn't you. There's a lot of people that are turning into millionaires because of this. But it has no inherent value. None. Zero. There's one person that is the richest of everybody, and that's Satoshi Nakamoto, the figurehead of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin in particular. But anybody can create a cryptocurrency, and it's all about, fear of missing out and betting against the next rich person to see when they bail so that they get more money or you get more money. It's just a freaking game. So mysteriously, all the attorneys general suing are Republican. Also, there's a crypto group involved, Elizabeth Lopato.
No vested interest there in the crypto group.
Yeah. They put the article together. Controversial SEC Chair Gary Gensler is named in the suit along with other SEC commissioners. Gensler's treatment of crypto during his time as chair has made him a punching bag for the industry. And it says here, Gensler's SEC has notched significant wins against the crypto industry, and in multiple court cases, judges have agreed that SEC does have jurisdiction over crypto. Well, who's in charge of the fiduciary instrument that has actual tangible impact on the federal government and on each state through the Commerce Clause? There is a thing called the Commerce Clause, folks. Anyway, state suit also argues that a precedent called the Major Questions Doctrine means that the SEC shouldn't litigate against the crypto industry without congressional approval. But it isn't everyday Joes that are going to be made rich off of this. It's going to be the people that have the means and the early adopters who just happen to swim along riding on the coattails of the people who are manipulating this bullshit. Anyway, it says it's both annoying and highly debatable. Coinbase, which is being sued by the SEC, has argued the suit should be dismissed because Coinbase isn't trading securities.
That's a convenient position, right? Does it look like a security?
Does it act? Is it being
exactly.
traded? Then it is a security. And does it actually get traded for real money at some point? And it's untraceable. It
Yes.
cannot be actually. It actually. And here's the. I don't want to get into this because we're going to end up way in the reeds about this. But it says the crypto nomenclature may be of recent vintage, but the challenged transactions fall comfortably within the framework that courts have used to identify securities for nearly 80 years. Yeah, because it is a fiduciary instrument. It isn't a product in and of itself. So people allow it to be traded, like went to a food truck and the food truck says, here is our crypto wallet. You can pay with Bitcoin. And so that $19 purchase is going to be 0.00003, right? Of a Bitcoin. So try and buy some freaking bubble gum with that. You need a calculator to calculate what your
exactly
decimal point is, right? Anyway, and nobody asks, hey, how many Bitcoin do I have to spend on that bubble gum? No, they go, well, the bubble gum is 5 cents. So I'm going to break out my calculator and break down how many Bitcoin I can buy it with. Why? Because it's not pegged to anything productive. Anyway, that's it for that. Unless you have something to say.
I have nothing to add.
So I think that this is one of those things where you can exploit more in cryptocurrency than you can because there is regulatory oversight and abuse happens in the dark. And crypto is largely an arcane language that the common person, average Joe, has no freaking understanding of. And I despise anyone that sits there and says, I love ignorant people. And most of society is ignorant of what crypto is. Why? Because I explain it to them on the daily. Okay? I tell everybody on both sides of it. I'm not going to be pro or con. I'm going to be absolutely right. It is the full story of what crypto is. Anyway, let's go on. This next article I threw in here because I really dig Stardew Valley. I don't really get to play it, but I have fun watching other people play it. So it's over on the WarCrafters, which is one of our shows. Stardew Valley player gets super rare item after 1,500 hours of playing Stardew Valley.
Were they trying to get it for that whole time?
I don't know how it really works. They may have been dedicated for this whole thing, like started a clock. From here on, I'm trying to get this. So a Stardew Valley player has recently acquired their first auto petter. After playing the farming sim for over 1,500 hours, Stardew Valley has plenty of rare items, and the auto petter is one of the most coveted ones. So this was a very lucky day for this gamer. The article is put together by Gabriel Machado Pereza over at GameRant.com. And it says the auto petter is an important item in Stardew Valley as it allows gamers to automatically pet animals in their barn or coop, saving time for the player. Acquiring the auto petter in Stardew Valley can be tricky, however, due to the low chances of the item appearing in a random treasure chest while exploring the Skull Caverns. Alternatively, some players prefer to complete the Joja warehouse and then purchase the item there for 50,000 gold. Now, the Stardew Valley player called, I don't know, I think their name is Jose Fugly.
Seems to be.
Yeah. Shared a picture of their latest triumph in the game, naturally finding the auto petter in the Skull Caverns. According to the gamer, this feat took over 1,500 hours, showing how difficult and rare the item is. Yeah. So it says gamers in the comments were amazed. Where did they post it?
Oh, I'm not sure. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I don't think so. So it says this is not the only recent story shared with the community of a gamer finding a lucky drop in the popular farming sim. A few weeks ago, Stardew Valley players received 2 prismatic shards in the mines. At the time, the gamer was killing cave larvae and was completely surprised to see such good loot appearing while they explored. But I don't know, the odds of this stuff. Something could have changed in the algorithm after an update.
Or they were having increased frequency of these things appearing for a certain time, even if it wasn't announced.
Right. Yeah. And these are local games, by the way. There isn't like a central server that you play this on. You play it on your computer typically. So, and others can join you in this thing, but there have been so many updates to Stardew Valley that maybe something changed. But it says, however, there's a bunch of other things that they talk about in this, but Stardew Valley is extremely popular and a lot of fun to play. So, and it's a casual game. You don't have to sit there and be frenetic all the time, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right. Well, anyway, that is it for today's non sequitur news. We are all done, and I am going to go in and tap that auto petter, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where everything is aggregated. All news, no noise, because all the noise comes from Mayor Watt. Gets a little tempered by the sentient AI there. I'm going to say bye. See you later. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News for November 16th. We'll see you soon for some more shows.
Bye-bye. I'd like to get an auto petter. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 322. We're coming up on 3 full years of Non Sequitur News and everything ohmTown. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, who is kind of hanging out right there. Yeah. For those in the podcast, there's a sentient AI sitting just over my shoulder, waiting to rain down observation. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Betty White postage stamps, why bees nest symmetrically. 23 and Everybody Knows Me continued. Brewery taproom red flags, a carrot recall, AI generated haircut requests, the true survivalist, the intelligence age, dog toy design patent granted, and Red 1 debuts to red flags, but different than the taproom red flags that we mentioned earlier. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe to us here on Twitch and here on YouTube's, and go download the podcast. I mean, you won't regret it. I don't think. I mean, you won't have to look at me if you download the podcast. You still have to hear. Anyway, go check out ohmTown.com too. It's real easy to become a citizen. See you there. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
I didn't say from the future, so you couldn't say.
From the present.
And welcome to the show. Let's get into this. So Betty White is going to be honored with a USPS postage stamp, which, by the way, does not get federal funding, so kiss its shiny metal ass. Betty White to be honored with USPS postage stamp. The United States Postal Service is honoring Betty White with her own postage stamp. USPS announced White's Forever stamp on... Should that be rephrased?
Well, as you write it, it should not, but as you say it, yes.
So the USPS has Forever stamps. I don't think that the freaking phrase White's Forever stamp.
I agree, but it's not the name of it. It's just how this article wrote it. And in the article, it's White apostrophe S. It sounds very different when you say it.
Yeah, I think it's a shit edit. So anyway, stamp on Friday is part of the new slate of stamps for 2025. An icon of American television, Betty White, 1922 to 21. It's already been 3 years since she passed.
That's right. I mean, we know time was completely warped during the pandemic, so.
Holy cow. Shared her wit and warmth with viewers for 7 decades. So USPS has announced the stamp. Yay. Michaela Z put the article together over at variety.com. Let's see. White died at the age of 99, less than 3 weeks before her 100th birthday. The Emmy Award-winning actor was known for her roles as Rose Nyland in The Golden Girls, Sue Ann Nevins in The Mary Tyler Moore Show, and Elka Ostrowski in Hot in Cleveland. I wonder if that was like Sex and the City, but
Precursor.
Yeah. I'll have to look that up. Is that like going back that far? Is that black and white kind of a thing?
It could be. Let me look it up while we're going.
I bet she's like, I'm going to punch you right in the throat there, Mayor Watt, because I'm making a jab about
part
age.
Of her film time was, this was in color during 2010.
No way, really? Wait, Mary Tyler Moore is older than that. Why would they put it in that order?
Yeah, they have it all out of whack.
Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore is from the 70s, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, in addition to White's stamp, USPS unveiled a stamp honoring the late musician and songwriter Alan Toussaint for its Black Heritage collection. Other 2025 stamps include a snake for its Lunar New Year series and the Appalachian Trail, a 1794 compass rose, and more. But we're not here for any of that. We're here because, anyway.
I want to highlight one thing about her. She was a real advocate for animals, and the article does say that. So hopefully they put an animal on the stamp with her, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what it says here, right? It says the comedic actor who gained younger generations of fans as she entered her 90s was also revered as a compassionate advocate for animals. Well, good on her. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today, Double-Sided Genius, Why Bees Organize Their Nests Symmetrically. By the way, if you're in
because
chat...
hexagons are the bestagons.
Hexagons are the bestagons. You can get today's show notes by typing in !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. Not on YouTube, because YouTube hates ohmTown. Oh my god, I did it again.
Hate is such a strong word.
Okay, despises ohmTown. I did not click the button to stream to YouTube, but that's okay. I do a recording of it, so it'll go over. And now we're returning to non sequitur news already in progress. Sorry about that, YouTubes. Anyway, so humans find symmetrical faces more attractive, and most animals possess symmetrical body plans, which aid in balance and movement. For similar reasons, the houses, cars, planes, and trains humans build are what? Symmetrical? No. Hell no.
In fact, they're often not.
They're intentionally asymmetrical just to mess with you. Now, Auburn University College of Sciences and Mathematics put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. So yeah, it says trains that humans build are symmetrical, but not houses. Cars, yes. Planes, yes. Trains, yes. But that's because of the same issue, physics.
For mechanics, right.
Yeah. Houses are not symmetrical. No way. Yeah. I don't know what this person's
but if
writing.
it was too asymmetrical, it might be structurally at risk. But even a super asymmetrical, like an L-shaped house or something, is fine if it has appropriate foundation.
Yeah. So, however, just because a body is symmetrical does not mean that it's symmetrical throughout. For instance, the human heart is located on one side of the body. Likewise, although a house may be symmetrical from the outside, and it's not. What the hell? Why focus on houses? Who is this again?
They're the least symmetrical item here.
Auburn University of College? Yeah. But one of these things is not like the frick are you going on about?
They're trying to make a nexus to the honeybees' houses, but it's not working.
Look, Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. Just give it up. Anyway, the famous honeycomb that bees build with all the individual hexagonal cells is double-sided. This has been known for as long as humans have interacted with honeybees, and the double-sided arrangement was thought to exist solely to reduce wax use, a precious resource for the bees. I don't know about that. Okay. The researchers showed that if you compare the two sides of the comb, what the bees put into each cell is a mirror image on either side of the comb. So in other words, if honey is located on one side of the comb, there will also be honey on the other side of the comb. The same for pollen, brood, empty cells. That is fascinating. I didn't know that.
I didn't know this.
That is awesome. What?
Bees get even cooler every time we learn anything about them.
We kept colonies in huge observation hives so that the bees could build a full-size nest between the two panes of glass, and we could inspect the nests many times without disturbing them. The only problem is that when you want to map the nest, all the bees are also in there, so you have to wait until they move out of the way to peek inside each cell. Fortunately, with a good headlamp and a dedicated research team, we were able to collect 148 nest maps from 6 colonies, said Michael L. Smith, PI, a principal investigator of the Smith Bee Lab and first author of the study, published in Current Biology.
How many bees do you think are flying around that lab?
Oh, goodness. Can you imagine? I'm allergic. But you know what I can say about this lab? It's all a buzz. Yeah. The rewards are going to be sweet. I'm surprised that it's not in Cell, that other journal, Cell.
Oh, yeah.
Cells. All right. Well, anyway. Researchers then hypothesized that heat may be a way for the colony to indirectly communicate the position of different nest cells. Interesting.
Nest contents.
No. Yeah. Right? What did I say? I mean, nest cells. I said it's contents, not cells. Anyway, I think it's because I read something else as I was scrolling. So sorry about that, folks. After all, honeybees are extremely particular about the temperature of their nest because it's critical for the development of the brood. When they mapped the colonies, they were blind to the position of the heat pad because we didn't want to accidentally bias ourselves, but the brood pattern was striking. You were practically tracing out a rectangle of brood on one side, which matched the heat pad on the opposite side. So the reason why they build symmetrical cells is because of heat. Because that's basically what it is.
It looks like it.
So implications of nest symmetry on bee colony health. Other types of symmetry provide tangible benefits, such as improved locomotion for a symmetrical organism. To test how the nest symmetry benefits a colony, if at all, the researchers created one-sided and two-sided nests. Colonies living in two-sided nests made their nests symmetrical, but colonies living in one-sided nests could not. There were clear benefits of a symmetrical nest. After only 10 days, symmetrical nests had almost 60% more brood than their non-symmetrical counterparts. Furthermore, the temperature profile of the symmetrical nests was more stable, which is critical for the developing brood.
So is it almost like insulation?
Yeah, I mean, the heat radiates out symmetrically in all directions. If there's something that obstructs it, then they can't build there. And so why? So they would literally be operating at half the potential of a double-sided nest. It makes sense. I dig that.
It does, but I don't know of any other organism that does this.
It's absolutely amazing. But I don't know what the deviation is, like how perfectly symmetrical it is, because they're actually showing deviation between the two, but it may be because of the way that they split it.
Right, but it sounded like it was an exact duplicate from some of the narrative in this article.
So to answer the question whether the pattern would also exist in a multicomb nest, such as honeybees build in the wild, researchers took images of natural comb from three-dimensional nests where the bees were free to build the combs from scratch any direction. This, however, created a problem as the colonies generated massive data. through a collaboration with Dr. Ben Koger, assistant professor at the University of Wyoming, they were able to develop an automated method for classifying per cell contents from an image. What?
That looks pretty symmetrical.
Yep. Like there's like slight deviation, but it could just be that they're working over towards.
Right. But it's definitely concentrated in similar areas.
Yep. Yeah, definitely around the heat, probably. Because there are bees that sit outside and regulate the heat to keep everything. Otherwise, they actually overheat and die. That's actually one of the reasons, or one of the ways that they deal with threats. They climb on top of an attacking wasp, for instance, and just hold on and superheat their bodies until the wasp dies. They beat their wings and
That's not creepy.
And vibrate and yeah. So students in the lab kept saying that we had to finish up the project, but as a long shot, they wanted to see if they could find the same type of symmetry in other species of apis or apis. Fortunately, we have a great collaborator in Thailand that happened to have just what they needed, images of both sides of a natural nest from multiple honeybee species, and they give a series of these honeybees. When they compared both sides of each nest, they found that all the species also stockpiled their nests symmetrically.
This is really interesting.
Hexagons really are the bestagons, as long as they're heated in the same way. Pretty damn cool. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. As 23andMe crumbles, it ceases all efforts to develop drugs using DNA data. In the year since its devastating hack, 23andMe has lost virtually all of its stock value and most of its governing board, and somehow things just keep getting worse for the one-time DNA kit wunderkind. As CEO Ann Wojcicki, I don't know, after all this time, I haven't pronounced her name right, I'm sure, announced in a press release, 23andMe is not only laying off 40% of its remaining workforce, about 200 employees total, but also completely kiboshing its therapeutics program that was seeking to use AI and the company's hoard of genetic information to develop new drugs. This company is going to get bought and all that data.
Oh, yeah. Will get sold or given.
Because anybody who buys this data isn't bound by the contractual obligations inherent therein, which is one of the most disgusting things I can possibly think of when it comes to that level of fidelity about a human being, the genetic makeup themselves.
Yeah, it's one thing to have somebody's name or something in a database, but genetic data, that is a whole nother level.
This shit should be purged, and whoever buys the technology should be required to reacquire it. Right? Maybe they'll do their security right and not get, plinked. And I'm not picking a battle with anybody. I'm just saying they were a multi-million-dollar company, hundreds of millions of dollars in value. And instead of being more robust and putting this personally identifiable information behind an ever greater, stronger level of protection, somebody got in and then they denied it until it was exposed. So I'm sorry. I'm not picking a fight with anybody to prove that they can get to me too. I'm just saying that I'm not funded by millions of dollars. So anyway, we're taking these difficult but necessary actions as we restructure 23andMe, the CEO said, and focus on the long-term success of our core consumer. Who is your core consumer? You mean the ones that actually paid to have you get them exposed?
Yes.
We continue to believe in the promise shown by our clinical and preclinical stage pipeline. Not quite sure what that actually amounts to. Where's the byline?
They're bolstering their info, so if they get bought out.
Noor al-Sabai. put this article together for futurism.com. Just a day after the restructuring news dropped, 23andMe also announced in its latest quarterly earnings that its revenue was down $44 million in the second quarter from $50 million over the same period last year. Where is it getting any money from? I can't believe anybody's paying to get their genetics exposed.
I bet they are, because they're probably not watching anything.
During its
They're
latest
not watching
filing,
ohmTown.
yeah, they're definitely not watching ohmTown. I mean, we have a whole series, 23 and Everybody Knows Me. After a day after that restructuring, so they filed with the Security and Exchange Commission. The company noted that without significant capital, there is substantial doubt that it can stay afloat. Despite her tendency towards spin, Wojcicki seemed sober when recounting the company's financial difficulties in an investor call this week that referenced
Doesn't
the
that
board's...
make it sound like she was drunk in the previous calls? I know that's not what they meant, but it's funny.
Yeah. Sober, I guess, in the I'm aware. So, which led to the company's near delisting by NASDAQ and the subsequent stock split scheme last month that saved it from going under entirely. We have fulfilled our obligations as a public company and regained compliance with the NASDAQ. Yeah, but still, you wounded everybody and exposed their genetics to everybody. God.
But the NASDAQ is happy.
It's a story. It's a sorry state of affairs for a company that was valued at $3.5 billion when it went public in 2021. 3 years later, not even 3 years later, 2 years later, it imploded. Unless someone with a lot of money wants to throw some more of it into the fire, it's hard to imagine a happy ending now. Wow. Unbelievable.
Do you think the fact that it went public, I mean, it was probably in its heyday, but do you think that made it a target?
I honestly, the only thing, I don't know what made it a target, other than the fact that what's really fascinating about it is the choice of data that they used. So to expose the fact that this was out there, they chose Ashkenazi as the subgroup to drop out in public. If that isn't something inflammatory in today's day and age, and that, I think, was one of the many coffin nails that are leading to 23andMe continuing to crumble. And frankly, the only one that I want responsible for this is now the cybersecurity crew. I want whoever it is that can secure them to secure them and ultimately just delete everybody's data. I was so close to using their service too. So my personally identifiable information would have been out in the wild, down to the genetic level. I mean, it's bad enough that I've been exposed before. You don't want me exposing myself. Let's move on. Next article's over in Of the Grape. It's a thing. It's a channel over at ohmTown about wine. We asked 10 beer pros, and that's because it comes from VinePair. It really should be in the order of the brew, but anyway, what's the biggest red flag at a brewery tap room? There are thousands of breweries in the U.S., and a visit to any of them can be a mixed bag. Some cozy, low-lit brew pubs tucked away in a picturesque city street, while others require a drive down a long dirt road without cell service into a sketchy industrial park. Yeah, the one I went to yesterday was into a tiny little town, down a dirt road, into a sketchy parking lot. Yeah, it was fun. Good beer. Anyway, so they asked 10 beer pros. Pete O'Connell did over at vinepair.com. Sarah Pinsino put the article together. I think that's how they pronounce her name. If they don't, I don't know.
The illustrator.
Yeah, that's the illustrator. What did I say? Took the picture?
No, you said that she put the article together. Pete O'Connell did.
No, I said Pete O'Connell put the article together over at VinePair and Sarah Pinsino, and I kind of I didn't say anything after that. Jumping on me. Look at that, sentient AI. You're supposed to be emotionless and tell me I do great things. Anyway, the biggest red flags at a brewery, according to the beer pros, is breweries in touristy areas. That's a red flag? I thought it's location, location, location.
It is, but I think if you're serving tourists, you're probably not trying to build up a customer base, etc., which may mean things like your quality are kind of in question.
You're too close to macro? Come on. If
I
you're
don't
in a
think it's
tourist,
that you're too close to macro, but if they don't like it, they're not coming back anyway because they're just visiting.
yeah, but they can take it with you. That's great reach. They'll buy a 4-pack and run out, and share your wares with the rest of the world. Come on. An unfriendly atmosphere. Well, no shit. That would be a red flag, You walk inside and
and you're like, oh, I don't think so.
somebody goes, why'd you smack me? I just came through the front door. Oh, I thought you were the cops. What? When there's Girl Scouts fighting, like an airplane.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
How about frozen glassware? Frozen glassware? You want cold beer glasses, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know about frozen, though.
Massive tapless. I guess quality gets lost in the shuffle of massive, sure. Stressed out staff, that's back to friendly atmosphere. Why does that keep popping up? Only serving beer in standard pint glasses.
I don't understand that issue.
Do they break it down? Okay, let's see. Unknowledgeable bartenders. Yeah, that's because they're just working. Not enough staff to handle crowds. Yeah, that's just how it works. Dirty glassware. All right. Unpleasant smells. All right.
Yeah, that might be a red flag.
A bad playlist. Okay. So what playlist is going to be suitable to you versus the touristy crowd? Come on. It's so subjective. I am sure that there's a real, hey, you're playing the shit playlist, and they bring it up on their phone and they're like, it actually is called the shit playlist.
I guess if they were playing something that you could not stand, like if that's indicative of the atmosphere, maybe, but I think that one was really too much.
Yeah, so what you said is what they're saying in the article. There's less motivation to make a tasty beer. I don't know. I'm really curious. I'm going to scroll down to this. Where is the one? Red flag. When a crowded tap room can't handle their lines, not draft, but people lining up at the bar. Okay, one thing that irks me, bartenders aren't knowledgeable. Okay, standard pint glasses being used for every beer. The depth of research or passion into one's craft can be seen by simply through the glassware for the appropriate style or the sake of highlighting the product. All right.
I don't think a lot of patrons at tap rooms necessarily care about that unless they're real snobs about it.
Yeah. So the potential red flag that they would notice entering a brewery tap room is the attitude of the bartender if they seem stressed out or anxious. What the other way is when they're so casual they don't give a shit. That's the kind of one that bothers me. Oh, I'll get to you in a minute.
At
and they're sitting there.
Stressed probably cares about doing it right.
Yeah, they're playing a game on their phone. And one person that so I went to a tap room, walked in, brought the sentient AI to help evaluate the chemistry of the brew, and the person was leaning against the counter with their phone out surfing, and walked in and was looking down through a grating and stuff like that, and the person barely oh, there's another human in the room. Hi. All right. This will be interesting. And then they said something factually incorrect. And instead of me correcting them, well, they're pouring me a drink. I'm not going to piss anybody off that's pouring me a drink. Anyway, bought a couple bottles. But yeah, they were factually wrong about one of their claims. I won't
So
get
they
into.
would have been a red flag on here. Although, yeah, that's the unknowledgeable.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's keep going. It's a fun read. Go check it out. There's a carrot recall as they call it a wives' tale, right? I don't know if that's actually politically accurate anymore. You're not allowed to say that, but there's a saying that carrots are good for your eyes.
Oh, right, like a myth.
Yeah. And that's not true. It's not that it's not bad for your eyes, but they're not particularly attuned to giving you night vision. And, as a young kid who played D&D, I ate a shit ton of carrots because I wanted night vision like an elf. Anyway, carrot recall is warning issued over 19 brands sold in major stores because you are a victim of mergers and acquisitions. And so when one company shits the bed, it ruins it for everybody. And now 19 major brands sold in major stores are having a recall because Grimway Farms recall affects 19 brands across the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico.
Which last I checked is actually part of the US. But I think the point is the reach is greater than expected.
Canada is part of the United States?
Oh no, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico? That's part of the United States? The hell you say? Next you're going to say that we landed on the moon. Don't lie to me, AI.
We did.
What? Holy crap. You're kidding. We landed on the moon? Anyway, so Jordan King over at Newsweek.com put this article together. And it says that E. coli, yay! Oh, wait. We have numbers now associated with E. coli.
This is bad.
Wait, the company voluntarily voluntarily as in, hey, yeah, we really want to recall this because we don't want people to die. That's not really a voluntary. It
is voluntary. Usually they get told to recall.
Our business is going to collapse if we don't do a recall because people are going to start dying. So the company voluntarily issued the recall on Saturday. Watch, they stopped the recall because Mayor Watt, and they name me. They're like, hey, we've decided
to... That would not be good.
Hey, no press is bad press. So the company voluntarily issued the recall on Saturday because the carrots may have been contaminated with Shiga toxin producing E. coli, damn it. Anyway, is that really? I've never seen that.
No, I haven't either. Are we really at the point we need numbers now?
It's a bacterium that can cause serious and in some cases fatal infections in young children, elderly people, and those with a weakened immune system. So yeah, anyway, they go into why and whatnot, but apparently 39 illnesses and 1 death has been associated with an E. coli. And then they say it again. It's a particular iteration of E. coli. O121H19. I've never seen that.
No, I really think this is a bad sign.
Okay, so they go into the following organic whole carrots available, which were for purchase at retail from August 14th to October 23rd and are affected by the recall. If you have, and I would basically say, why no best if used by date? I mean, they're carrots. They're biological. They need a use by date.
Right, exactly. There's some pretty significant brands listed here.
Yeah, and so these are the whole carrots. And I'm going to run through the names. And if you go and look, you have one of these because, like, Nature's Promise is huge.
You probably have one of these brands.
Trader Joe's, Wegmans. I'm going to go through all of them. 365, Bunny Love, which is a huge one. Cal Organic, Compliments, Full Circle, Good and Gather, Greenwise, Market Side, Nature's Promise, O Organics, President's Choice, Simple Truth, Trader Joe's, Wegmans, Wholesome Pantry. Don't even bother looking at the sizes. Just know that if you have these, odds on, during
And
this
that
time
was
frame,
over a couple of months too. So
yeah, from August 14th to
major
October 23rd.
retailers carry a lot of these brands.
And then they have almost the same identical for organic baby carrots that are cut and peeled. And I think there's a best buy date because they're cut and peeled. And so it's broken the defensive skin. And they have the same thing: 365, Bunny Love, Cal Organic, Compliments, Full Circle, Good and Gather, Greenwise, Market Side, Nature's Promise, O Organics, President's Choice, Rallies, Raleys, Rallies, Simple Truth, Sprouts, Trader Joe's, Wegmans, Wholesome Pantry. And it runs a gamut of the sizes from 12 ounces or so all the way up to 2-pound bags, 5-pound bags in some instances. So it's a shit ton. And literally, because E. coli comes from fecal matter. It's from unclean fertilizers and stuff. Anyway, wild. I love carrots. Now I have to be afraid. And I have no idea why Cinnamon Recall Map is the video that's attached to this damn Newsweek article.
I don't either. Maybe they didn't have a carrot recall map.
I need anything. Stat. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Barbers are alarmed when customers start asking for AI-generated haircuts. There's a subreddit called Just Fuck My Shit Up. Most of us are probably guilty of having unrealistic expectations for how our haircuts should look. Showing your barber a photo of David Beckham sadly does not mean that you will strut out of the shop looking like the iconic soccer champion. That being said, bringing a photo of a real human to your hair appointment is definitely more practical than what some people are turning to now, according to stylists' AI-generated images.
I'm not sure why that's any better or worse, unless it's like a hairstyle that's impossible to create.
I would like a fro. That's not going to happen. Hair is growing on my face faster than on my head. What I need to do is take all of this and stick it on the top of my head. Anyway, I'm going to shave it all off. So Dean Allen, the owner of a beauty salon in Edmonton, Alberta, tells the CBC that it's becoming more and more common for clients to instead show him an image generated by a machine learning model. Usually it's got a sheen, a Martin sheen. It's thicker than the average person's hair. I don't know, man. There's some people with really thick hair. Why are you thick
Maybe
shaving?
those are AI images.
Yeah, the people that actually are standing in front of me with thick hair are AI generated. I believe it.
I thought you meant on TV or something.
Simulation. The whole world is a simulation. 1 second. Did I? Yeah, okay. So the expectations they create nonetheless can be very unrealistic in every sense. They're just, it says, I think they're just going to get better. They said, the saving grace, Alan said, is that most people are still able to tell the photos aren't real, at least for now. But I think they're just going to get better. And that's true. That's exactly what's going to happen. They say it's a misleading mirror. May seem relatively inconsequential compared to all the horrors that AI models could and already do cause, but bear in mind we're just seeing the beginning of the trend. It's why we created Reality Hacker as a show, because you won't know who to trust.
Certainly don't trust those AI haircuts.
Pretty wild. I can't imagine showing up with an AI generated haircut. What the hell? Let's keep moving. Moving on, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientist injects her own cancerous tumor with viruses that she grew in the lab. Remember that survivalist?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is a true survivalist. That's why I titled this segment, The True Survivalist. You got cancer, something's not working out in your treatment, you just go whole hog on self-treatment. maybe you'll find something like the person that created Viagra. Like the rumor is that they injected themselves in the leg with the with Viagra to see with a sample. That's what I've read before. I don't know how true that is. It might be like the whole eBay thing where eBay was created to sell Beanie Babies for the girlfriend. No, that was marketing bullshit. Same thing with other stuff like YouTube. There was some marketing bullshit around that too. So as the journal Nature reports, the risky self-treatment gambit undertaken by the University of Zagreb's Beata Halasi has sparked a mix of controversy and admiration among her peers. After learning in 2020, that she had a third recurrence of breast cancer following a mastectomy, Halasi researched oncolytic virotherapy, or OVT, which, as the name suggests, uses viruses to fight disease by provoking immune responses. While it's far from unprecedented and has been approved for early-stage metastatic melanoma, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a positive outcome. So Noor Al-Sabai put this article together. It says on the deck statement, an immature response was for sure elicited. Wow.
An immune response was.
An immune response. What did I say?
Immature.
I'm a dumbass. So an immune response was for sure elicited. I thought it was like a weak response. Whatever. Sorry about that. So after learning in 2022, she treated herself. And it says this all took place back in 2020, meaning Halasi has now been cancer-free for 4 years. But when it came to sharing her results with the world, she had difficulty. After penning paper proposals about her experience and submitting them to journals, the researcher was met again and again with rejection. Most editors wouldn't touch it, she notes, because they were concerned about the ethics of self-experimentation, and in particular, were worried others less knowledgeable may try to do something similar with catastrophic results. I mean, she rolled the dice and it paid off. Not everybody's going to hit that mark.
Right, and some people won't be a researcher and will try to do something and it will have a major problem.
As a specialist who studied self-experimentation methods during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Shurkow said that he thinks Halasi's study does fall within the line of being ethical, but it isn't a slam dunk case. Ultimately, Halasi's paper did find a home in the journal Vaccines, which published her unconventional case study, as its title notes, this past August. So it took a brave editor to publish the report, Halasi told Nature. But what I don't understand is, if it worked for her, could it work with modification with others?
Maybe. I mean, this would have been an easier sell if another researcher had picked up her case study and had done some analysis. Part of the problem is it's like she's analyzing her own info and there is a bias there. But I'm glad that it was published because this could pave the way for other studies.
If the information was actually retained, because the treatment, if they didn't take data from the treatment over time and put it in stasis somewhere, it could age out of viability. So did they actually protect all of this information in any way? Because it just says that had a colleague administer a mix of measles typically used in childhood vaccines and vesicular stomatitis virus, both of which had been known to infect the cell type that she was seeking to destroy and provoke a kind of immune response that she needed. This is the kind of treatment that it is that personal, because it's matching up with the genetic profile of the person, not just blasting it with chemo and radiation treatments and whatever else. So as the 2-month trial progressed, the tumor shrank and detached from her muscles and skin, which made it easier to remove with surgery. And when it was biopsied after the removal, Halasi and her colleagues discovered their gamble had paid off. An immune response was for sure elicited.
I mean, that's really good results, and it'll be interesting to see if they can apply it more broadly.
So I suppose got to read that journal entry and go, anybody who has this type of breast cancer should try and seek a treatment that is at parity with that. So, kind of fascinating.
I agree. I mean, I think she had an extreme case. She was on her third recurrence. But that doesn't mean it couldn't work at lower incidences either.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't. I think that if you have that type, then maybe that treatment is the de facto course. But this seems like a cure.
It almost seems like it's like a vaccine.
Yeah, a panacea, right?
Something. Exactly. Yeah. But it's also, I don't even think they mention the type.
Right, they don't.
Which is a shame, but I'm sure it's a journal article.
They just say, while it's far from unprecedented and has been approved for early stage metastatic melanoma, which...
But that was just what he was using, not what
OVT. Yeah. It's kind of fascinating. So the simple fact is that this person knew that the general consensus is to do it a certain way, but this doctor knew that there were two types of viruses that could be leveraged to attack a type of cell. This is the kind of knowledge that should be shared out to everybody so that everybody can follow this treatment and not just let standard practices, because this isn't how you end up with this. It's very frustrating because this is the type of information that, if it's broadband, leads to everybody being able to get treatment at a reasonable price and not protect a business model.
But I am glad that she got it published in a journal, because that means it'll get more credibility. If she just put it out there like on her own online or something, it would have gotten written off. So maybe people will do more studies and this will get more traction.
I hope so. Let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. It's the intelligence age, say tech titans, but information will not save us. Correct. We have entered the intelligence age, proclaimed Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, in September. Deep learning worked. Yeah, I mean, it can. The better it gets at helping people solve hard problems, it's when you keep on utilizing it. But it's actually spewing out a lot of bullshit. Luke Munn at The Conversation put the article together over at techexplore.com. Says Altman joins other thought leaders, corporations like Google and Amazon, and organizations such as the United Nations and the World Economic Forum in pinning humanity's hopes on better information. The logic is enticing. See, but that information is being protected by a select few so that they can profit from it, either politically, socially, financially. For instance, I just showed the AI a video about how in Africa they're making a great green wall where they're digging pits, and that information has been known for millennia. And lo and behold, it's making a wall, a green wall across the Sahara. Yet there are people that are there, and the one report that I read was about in India, I think it was, where there are people that have a vested interest in screwing that all up. And there's political issues where you can't go into the region because the military makes incursions into the other regions and stuff like that. And I'm like, my God, what is wrong with people? You want to make the world a better place, then let the information be free.
Eat or have like reasonable temperatures, or
food safety,
access to oxygen coming off of plants, or any number of things.
Yeah, and it was a pretty profound, and I had known about this for quite some time, but the results of which, seeing it in 2024, I think were pretty damn spectacular. So it says the logic is enticing. By harvesting all of the world's knowledge, AI models can locate patterns, make correlations, offer data-driven insights. But there are people that have an interest in keeping some of that data protected. While if you're rich enough, you get the bumpers removed so you can do a whole lot more. So everybody's created equal, but bullshit. By harvesting all of the world's knowledge, it should be everybody gets access to it then. The world's knowledge is the world's knowledge, not just somebody. Anyway, it's up to technology like deep learning to capture it all, analyze it, train on it, and then offer up the brilliant game-changing idea or most rational response. And then it'll be leveraged to control. That's how it works, because sociopaths are in charge. Climate change, according to a Google report, can be simulated and alleviated using forecasting and modeling. Right. Global conflicts suggest AI engineers Chilidze Marwala and Monica Lagazio can be modeled and mitigated. Right. The moment that there is a solution provided, somebody will circumvent it to screw it all up. We have the technology to leverage it to provide everybody with everything to a moderate level of livability. But there are people out there that will sit there and say, who are you to decide what the livable level is? I have to have all of it. Screw you. Meanwhile, there are people struggling to just get by. So tell me what's sociopathic and what's not. But the recent US election showed that there were limits on rational framing of reality. Indeed, humans are not perfectly rational and ethical. They're deeply emotional, factional, and frictional, driven by feelings and friendships and fear and anger. And they go on to make it a political thing, but it is a societal thing. It is a social thing, not political. While politics are framed within social constructs, it is a social. Everybody should be reading The Rise of Sociopathy. It is damn near a genetic foregone conclusion. It's a survival trait. Climate change is Exhibit A. Since 1990, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has published 6 assessments detailing the drivers and impacts of global warming. Yet there are social mechanisms saying that it's not true. And it's completely demonstrative bullshit. And the only thing that people do is call back to a bygone age of lies, where somebody wrote a report saying global cooling, and it was regional and bullshit when actually analyzed. It was manipulated data. And they go on throughout this whole article talking about regions and talking about Enlightenment reverts to mythology, predicted influential cultural theorists Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer 80 years ago in Dialectic of Enlightenment. A society obsessed with the perfection of reason inevitably breeds its opposite, brute force and proud irrationality. I believe, and so therefore I'm going to make it happen, and it's damn near true. Reason, the duo observed, has morphed into its ancient origins to become an approach and a set of techniques. Reason is about ordering, classifying, and deducing from data and applying its abstract functioning of the thinking mechanism in a suitable or scientific way. We're talking about Vulcans. If all you have is reason, then you might actually do some action because it's reasonable, foregoing the humanity of that rationale. But this article has a much longer discussion that I'm not ready to go down for the full amount of that would be necessary. But they say here towards the end of the article that reason creates a kind of ticking bomb at the core of society. Reason is a flexible amalgam of information harvesting, data-driven decisions, and optimized operations that win votes and attracts investment. But because reason is uncoupled from ethics, it can and should be applied to anything. No aim is better or worse than any other. The result for Horkheimer and Adorno is a kind of moral relativism. A perfect example is Robodebt, Australia's use of data analytics and machine learning to halt welfare payments. This mechanism for automating inequality created untold misery for those who were already vulnerable. Denying care became procedural and therefore reasonable. It is like the Horizon issue, where the system said that those people had committed a crime. And because the system said so, when it was referenced, it spouted out bullshit and subjected 900 people to incarceration or worse. And worse. But because the system said, the people were detached from the actions. So nobody is responsible because it was a software flaw. But there were people that should be held accountable for it because they were cognizant of the flaws. We are cognizant of the flaws in pure reason, in pure data-driven actions, where we justify the actions based on one thing, a data point that says do this. That data point is always in flux. And when a human finds out where they can exploit the weakness in the algorithm, they do. Humans do, because we have a rise in sociopathy, embraced and embracing pure reason as the cause for their actions. Well, it says that I should do this, so I do this. The article, I'm sure I'm taking certain data from this because I haven't read the entire thing, but they kind of hint that all of these actions flow from one form of government into another form of government, one type of abuse over to another type of abuse, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's an interesting article, but I won't be able to go through the whole thing. I'm not sure what all you gleaned from this AI, but
I think you've said everything.
Gotcha. There's a lot more in this article. I really wish that I could go through the whole thing, but they do throw one point at the very end of this thing. It says the irrational human animal. If there is anything unique about the human animal, philosopher John Gray observes, is that it has the ability to grow knowledge at an accelerating rate while being chronically incapable of learning from experience. And what we don't remember from the wizened old owl, we are doomed to repeat. And we might be on the cusp of just that. Let's move on. The next article, and it's the second from the last, is over in Right Protect, the ultimate IP watchdog story. Renee Quinn granted dog toy design patent. On November 5th, 2024, they received, the author here, received, and I might be, I don't know where it's from, TechDirt? Anyway, it's IP Watchdog. Duh, it's in the title. Anyway, they received an official copy of the U.S. design patent, blah, 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 from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. They received a notice of allowance for their design application titled Rope Throw Dog Toy on September 18th, 2024, and the patent was issued November 5th. And on Friday, November 15th, they received their official patent in the mail. This is a design patent. It's not...
I couldn't figure out how they got a patent on this.
So this is a design patent, not a utility patent. There is no function. It's nothing more than form. It's the appearance of it. So it's the way that I've talked to patent attorneys about this is it's not even based on the merit. It's kind of like a provisional patent where it's not based on the merit of it. This is the aesthetics.
It's just kind of what it looks like.
Yeah. And so it says this invention was inspired by our dog Luna, a super athlete who loves to chase balls, especially squeaky ones. There's a joke here that I want. Anyway, so it says there are tons of squeaky toys, rubber dog toys on the market. The ones that Luna liked had holes through the center. They couldn't throw them very far, and they were too big for the ball launching stick that they have, not to mention that after a couple of throws, the balls were quickly becoming yucky to hold. So being the handy and creative person that they are, wow, humble. They wanted to come up with a better way to play with Luna and her favorite toys. So she created, or they, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. They created this. And so there is no utility to this. That's why it's a design patent. So the ball exists, the hole through it exists, the rope exists. There are toys that have ropes through holes. There isn't anything unique other than the design of it.
Right. Ropes and balls have probably been around for kids and pets to play with for a long time.
Yeah, in short of duplicating this wholesale, somebody could probably duplicate this wholesale. It just can't look like this, identical to this. They said we thought about applying for a utility patent for my self-playing rope throw dog toy, which isn't really a thing. But after discussing it further, we didn't think that we'd be able to get a patent like that issued. That's because this is obvious, and a utility patent has to be non-obvious. A design patent has to look away. And so they sent out the prototype to a design patent illustrator, and after getting the designs exactly as they wanted them, this smacks me as being something that's... I'm going to leave it alone. Anyway, congratulations on getting your design patent. I think that it's great. It's, if not unique, damn near unique. But if I do a search, let me see.
Well, I don't think anybody has a patent on a rope because it's in the public domain. Same thing with a ball.
Well, I'm looking at one called the Kong Dog Rope Tug Toy, and it is that. So
that's interesting.
If you just do a search for rope or ball rope dog toy, you will come up with... I don't think that they give you the number of search results when it comes up anymore, but yeah, it's all over the place. And so a design patent is based on its appearance, nothing more. Let's move on. The last article for today's non sequitur news is over in the Continuity Report. Box office. Dwayne Johnson's $250 million budgeted Red 1 debuts to a chilling $34 million. Yikes.
Ouch, what a loss.
Well, there's something happening with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. First, he wants to get rid of The Rock. He just wants to be Dwayne Johnson. He's the head of Santa's security, unwrapped a soft $34 million, from 4,000 North American theaters, which is a real shit showing, really. In today's day and age, the prices are 3 times what they were 10 years ago. And the number of
tickets,
screens and stuff like that actually have been reduced, consolidated through mergers and acquisitions. And so the price has gone up, which means you can make more money by selling less. And when it's compared to year over year or year over 5 years ago or whatever you want to call it, pre-pandemic, the before times, you end up with oh my God, it's $1 million. But in reality, you're just charging more. And it's still a shit show.
One ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the other problem here is this is about Christmas and they released it before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody was going to that. So Rebecca Rubin over at Variety.com put the article together. I'm going to watch it simply because I like these fantastical stories. I think it would be fun to watch. But yeah, the ticket sales were enough to...
But you're not going to watch it in the theater.
No. My butt is not setting foot in a theater as long as I can facilitate that. So the ticket sales were enough to top the box office, ending the 3-week reign of Venom: The Last Dance. However, the Amazon MGM film cost $250 million before accounting for global marketing efforts. Oh, by the way, global marketing should be at least the same value as the budget.
So that's interesting. So they undermarketed it, although that's a lot of money still down the drain based on the initial showing.
So Red 1 is bound to spark yet another debate about what qualifies as a success at the time when streaming services are scrambling traditional business models. Yeah. Case in point, Joker: Folie à Deux, which was released by Warner Brothers, was instantly labeled a flop with $37 million to start against a $200 million budget. So why is a $250 million budget with $34 million at the box office considered a success?
It shouldn't be.
It was enough to top the box office, ending the 3-week reign of...
Because nobody's going to the theaters.
Yeah, it's a shit show.
And nobody can afford to go.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. So Anyway, last year's Killers of the Flower Moon from Apple and director Martin Scorsese was categorized more favorably after opening to $23 million despite a similarly huge production value. Oof. What a world, man. Yeah. So the whole article is about Dwayne Johnson's $250 million Red One debuts to a chilly $34 million. And
So I don't think this means don't go see it if it's something you're interested in. But
Sure.
I think it just shows what's going on in the theaters. And I'll be interested to see what the streaming revenue is. It might actually make up the budget over time.
So it says here overseas, Warner Brothers is handling distribution. Red One brought in an additional $14.7 million from 75 markets in its second weekend. This brings the film's tally to $50 million internationally and $84 million globally. It's still one third of its
way. Right. I mean, it still has a long way to go. But
so we have to see how this plays into the holidays. Is it going to have legs long enough to stay into the holidays 2 months?
do movies stay in the theaters that long? I don't think so.
It's like announcing a Halloween film in January.
Yeah,
Anyway.
The release of this is just odd.
Yeah, with Wicked, Gladiator 2, and Moana 2. But we offer something a little different than those movies. Yeah, it's a Christmas movie. All right, good luck. The deep-pocketed streamer cares about much more than box office grosses and views the big screen as a way to generate buzz for Prime Video. Ouch. Yet viewership data from streaming services aren't reported as uniformly as theatrical revenues. Yeah, because it's more systematized. Interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, in a distant second was Venom, that added another $7.3 million from 3,421 theaters in its fourth weekend. So $127.6 million and $436.1 million globally. I guess because it's the last in the series of Venom movies, apparently, but we'll see. They always bring something old back again.
I mean, that's the way to do it, right? They don't want to take a gamble on something unknown.
Yep. Okay, well, that's awesome. We are going to turn on the house lights, and that's going to snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And Non Sequitur News samples from all 50 of our ohmTown.com channels. We have 6 weekend shows that are half hours, and then a daily show, Non Sequitur News, that is an hour long. We're running it a little long today, but at least we're out of the time machine. That said, I'm saying goodnight, and, well, for Non Sequitur News, because we're going to reboot. I'm going to have a conversation with the sentient AI from the future, and stay tuned. So check us out.
I thought you were putting one of your alerts up, like overshare. It looked like it was about to come up. Good night, ohmTown citizens. We need some more to put on there. Thank you for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News, and be sure to like and subscribe so you know when we're live next.
That's right, because you just never know. I mean, it's a non sequitur. It does not follow. See you in a little bit. The frustrating thing about this is that when I hang up on this stream, YouTube keeps streaming for just a little longer. See you, everybody. This time I remembered to turn on YouTube. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November, what is it? 18th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 323. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer I'm not sure is working or not. Well, we're going to talk about wind generation. Australian zoo asks for risky business. Aliens in hiding. China's new, hey, that looks familiar. Job offer from Russian IT firm. Black Friday mimic sites linking New York to Ontario. Utah fossil. Not an old guy. It's a actual fossil. and volunteer your EV and earn a prize, as well as Starlink taped to helmet for mom. And I'm so frustrated. Why? Because my background music just died. And I know why. Well, I know who to blame. I'm looking at you, Beacon. I would love to cheerlead you, but something is hinky. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the
And
present.
the visualizer is working. So, someone tried to kill me today as I headed towards a T intersection. They chopped the corner and was close enough that I swear the paint scraped off the bumper of my car.
That's harrowing.
And that was just the beginning of my travels. So glad to be back in ohmTown and sitting in the studio and talking with you. Although I think you could have hacked their car remotely and made them swerve off into whatever. Anyway, would have saved me a little bit of heartache. You ready to get into these 10 articles?
I am.
Oh. If you hit exclamation point NSN over in twitch.tv, ohmTown will throw all of the articles into the chat. Over on YouTube, it'll be in the show notes. So, and they should be there already. At any rate, let's get into the first article. Wind generation was third highest on record in October. Wind generation in Ireland was the third highest on record for the month of October, according to new figures from Wind Energy Ireland. That's pretty cool, right? Get away from fossil fuels.
It's showing greater adoption, yeah.
Jackie Fox over at rte.ie, which is one of our global locations where we aggregate news from. And this one is in Ireland, and they focus on Ireland daily trials and tribulations, I suppose. So the latest figure shows that wind energy provided 35% of Ireland's electricity last month, while solar and other renewables accounted for 4%. So nearly 50% are from renewables. Not bad.
Yeah, that's really good.
So it said that this was partly due to wind energy being lost because the electricity grid was not strong enough to carry it. So they basically say that it was expected to fall in 2024 from 2023. When this happens, wind farms are instructed to reduce the amount of power they produce or shut down entirely, which means using more fossil fuels. While Irish wind farms performed well in October, this year is on track with the worst on record for the amount of wind energy wasted. So yeah, it says over the first 9 months of the year, 14% of wind energy production was lost because of challenges with the transmission network.
That seems like a problem worth solving pretty soon.
Yep. Prices on days with the most wind power saw the average cost of a megawatt hour of electricity fall by 26%. And you know what that means, right?
Yeah, we can't go, yay. I think somebody's going to look at that and go, we need to raise rates.
We need to shut shit down so that it costs more. It is the Enron effect. Again, back to sociopaths, the rise of sociopathy. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Australian zoo asks residents to capture the world's most venomous spider, the deadly Sydney funnel web.
What do you think people's reaction is to this?
Mine is hell no. Nya. Oh, today's kind of a news and brews. That right there is a Bavarian wheat beer that I am sampling because I just waited 2 full weeks for it to finish It's fermentation after I used my own hop extract combination. It's very,
Very
very
cool.
yummy. It's very, very yummy. So stay tuned, folks. Anyway, we'll be talking about it more. Not just that, but brewing in general. Just got to get my act together. The Olatunji Osho Williams over at Smithsonian Magazine at smithsonianmag.com put this article together. Everything okay over there? I know that there's a spider on the screen, but
Well, there are some other critters running around in ohmTown.
And being evil. Okay. So while the quest may scare away arachnophobes, public donations of funnel webs are critical to the mission of the Australian Reptile Park, the only place in Australia that milks Sydney funnel webs, one of the most deadliest spider, the world's deadliest spiders, to create a life-saving anti-venom. Rainy weather and
How
the
would
raising.
you like to have that job?
No, and you know, to milk a Sydney funnel web, you have to get really tiny tweezers and grab onto their udders and you go like that. Really, I mean, you need a microscope and really, really steady hands, and you have to warm up the things to, like, because you don't want to put cold hands on their tiny little udders. No, anyway,
I don't think that's how it works.
That's not how it works. I've been lied to. The internet has lied to me. Anyway, the rainy weather and rising temperatures of springtime sparked the start of the Greater Sydney's funnel web spider season, sending male spiders scurrying across the land, searching for mates. Same thing happens here in ohmTown. A little bit of rain and marijuana. Never mind. So in a field demonstration video, Spider Keeper, that's their name, Spider Keeper.
That's a cool job title.
Why not Spider Woman? Right? I guess Spider Person.
I bet they have Spider Woman like memorabilia and stuff around their office.
Spider Monger? Is that a cheesemonger or a what are the other mongers? There's cheesemonger. There's a bunch of mongers, right?
That's the only monger I can think of.
Really? Salami monger? There isn't a salami monger? A pizza monger? If I really know a lot about pizza, am I a pizza monger?
I don't think so.
Hold on a second. We're going to dig deep tonight. Mongers of the world. Let's see. There's pearl mongers. Wait, is that? Oh, that's for Perl programmers. Okay.
While you're looking for mongers, they want you to not only collect a spider, they want you to collect a mama spider and the egg sac.
Oh, hell no.
What could be worse than a protective mother spider?
No. But I do hear that they taste like licorice. Look at the fangs on that thing. Look at that. I don't think those are fangs.
Look at that picture. I mean, I'm sure the perspective can be off, but the person behind it compared to the spider is a little alarming.
Australian Reptile Park spider expert Rob Porter milks a male Sydney funnel web spider to create anti-venom. Well, back to the story. Spider keeper Emma Tenney explains how to safely collect Sydney funnel web egg sacs, as well as the mother guarding her babies. I know how to do it. Don't.
Well, that would be the safest way, right?
To safely collect her, what you need is a jar she can't climb out of and a long spoon she can't climb. The hell? How do you find that out?
Like the cheetah myth, like, oh, they don't like water until they do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, until one of them runs fast enough and eats your face. So yeah, okay. At least one of 36 species of funnel web spiders that live throughout Australia. Their arachnids are named after the shape of their webs, which emanate from a sheltered burrow underneath rocks and logs, and creating silk trip lines that alert the spiders of prey and mates in danger. And while several species are known for their toxicity, male Atrax robustus which is my stage name, my drag name. There you go. Are likely responsible for all 13 recorded deaths from funnel webs, as well as several other life-threatening bites. This thing was, the antivenom was created in 1981, and there have been 0 fatalities from Sydney funnel web spider bites, according to the University of Melbourne's School of Biomedical Sciences. Now, you get bit by one of these, or not bit, stung, envenomed. So if you get envenomed by one of these, you probably want to be dead.
That's true. But this is pretty spectacular that they've spared any fatalities.
So venom milking program has been helping to produce doses of life-saving venom or serum. How much does this cost?
Okay, look at the spider on the hat, but also their largest spider has been bigger than a baseball.
Hell no.
And that was one that was collected.
No, I'm sorry. You know, Thanos should have snapped his fingers and taken funnel web spiders off the map. That is bananas. So, Sicarius scientists then collect the antibodies from the rabbit's blood and ship them to the hospitals throughout Australia. There, the treatment is crucial to the roughly 30 to 40 people who are bitten by Sydney funnel web spiders annually. Man, I don't want to go into how it's all the antivenom is made, but from context clues of my last statement, you probably should have been able to glean from it. All right, well, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say aliens may be hiding in the multiverse because we're in some alternate reality right now, as detailed in a new paper published in the journal Monthly Batshit Crazy Astronomy. No. It's actually Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, a team led by Durham University astrophysicist Danielle Sorini, devised a new take on the Drake equation. The equation was formulated by astronomer Frank Drake in the 1960s to estimate the number of active and detectable alien civilizations in our galaxy, not even understanding that we're in a simulation and we can't meet any other life because it's not part of the simulation.
I wonder if this study took that into account.
My fingers turned black because I am sitting here messing with a Regal sour grape candy wrapper, and now it's all over my fingers. What the heck? Regal candies. Anyway, it's non sequitur, folks. That's what happens.
Try to keep up.
Yeah, really. So the equation was formulated by astronomer Frank Drake in the 1960s to estimate the number of active and detectable alien civilizations in our galaxy. It takes into a number of factors into consideration, including the average rate of star formation, the potential number of habitable planets, and the proportion of them that could develop technology. So Victor Tinkerman over at futurism.com, but a section called The Bite, The Fighting Bits. They put that article together, and it says Sorini and his team, however, suggest reframing the equation by considering the possibility of parallel universes that may be more likely to host intelligent life than our own, a galaxy-brained concept that could help explain why we have yet to make first contact. We have made first contact. How about that? They're just not privy.
Well, that's kind of throwing this off.
So Serini's team suggests that some of the universes have more optimal density of dark energy, the mysterious stuff that scientists believe is driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. Specifically, they found that the universe where the density of dark energy allows for 27% of ordinary matter to be turned into stars would be most likely to allow for alien life to develop. That's compared to just 23% in our universe, meaning our universe is at a disadvantage for developing life. Or our universe is the universe.
Right. Or we can't see the aliens, or we are the aliens, or who knows.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's coming from the Time traveling sentient AI from the future, which is the first time anything involving time has been plopped into our stream. Oh boy, I don't know how I like this. All right. Well, so understanding dark matter and the impact on our universe is one of the biggest challenges in cosmology and fundamental physics. Serini said the parameters that govern our universe, including the density of dark energy, could explain our own existence. Do you think they go to Chipotle and eat a burrito just like every other human? Not the aliens, this person.
No, I don't think so.
So they say that it'll be exciting to employ the model to explore the emergence of life across different universes and see. This is the kind of thing that's so big that you apply for grant money and you do other things while you're grinding through the grant money, because none of this is demonstrably provable in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. All right.
Is it the equivalent of string theory?
Well, there was more reality based on string theory than anything so far in this. Anyway, let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. China unveils, which is one of our shows, but it's delayed. I'll be doing a time machine episode this week. China unveils new space shuttle that totally doesn't look familiar at all, which is something that we've been kind of joking about for I don't know how long now.
That sounds a little sarcastic in the headline.
No, I'm sure that this is a completely unique take. So a common saying often attributed to Oscar Wilde is that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, that mediocrity can pay to greatness, which is funny because normally that's truncated to imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Right. I don't think I've ever heard the full expression.
No. And there's like it's just one bad apple. Everybody they don't realize the full saying is one bad apple spoils the bunch, which basically means everybody is culpable for the shit that one person does. Society's downward pressure, as it were. So get ready for the spoiled bunch. The common saying is attributed to Oscar Wilde, though. China unveiled a new space shuttle last week to keep the Tiangong station supplied as the nation expands its space. By the way, something that I learned about today that I knew about, but I didn't know that we are on the precipice of this, is that there's so many particles in the low Earth orbit right now that as they break up, they're creating more and more of just a micrometeorite shield. So we won't be able to go into space because stuff will punch through the ships as they enter orbit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound dangerous at all.
And recently, a satellite broke up in the orbital path of the ISS, and a SpaceX rocket had to push it into a higher orbit. Otherwise, it would have been possibly pummeled by space debris, man-made space debris. So
that's pretty scary.
I mean, it looks like it's an unmanned shuttle. Will move cargo between the Tiangong space station and Earth. Ryan Eric King put the article together. It's over at jalopnik.com. And it looks like the old school space shuttle, which we grew out of. I mean, it was an amazing piece of reusable kit, but suffered a couple of disasters. And I think we could have done better, but I think that there was some, let's just say, the things that are happening now, like to the Starliner, are the same kind of things that happened to the previous iterations of the shuttle program.
When you rush things or ignore significant issues.
Yeah. When it becomes a for-profit motive instead of bettering all of mankind, personkind. Yeah, that's what happens when you have investors instead of investing in society. this is what happens, right? So How Long shuttle suspiciously shares the same white with black thermal tile underbelly design of NASA's retired shuttle. So it
Yeah,
says
I
it's
would
unmanned.
almost think it's an American shuttle from the picture.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I'm sure that there are people out there that are like, well, everybody would gravitate towards that in its evolution of its space program. Yeah. Sure. That's why
Yeah, but why isn't
nobody.
it painted different colors?
Oh, because that's the least expensive. I don't know. The shuttle's engineers are already hailing the design. The How Long Space cargo shuttle is a winged version of an aerodynamic design featuring a large wingspan and a high lift to drag ratio, which we've known about for 40 years. With blunt nose fuselage and large swept-back delta, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. It says, however, this isn't the first time that there's been a concerted Chinese effort to mimic American space technology. State-backed startup Deep Blue. Deep Blue, where have I? Oh, that's an IBM thing. Deep Blue. It's a chess thing. Deep Blue. Oh, there's other blue. Never mind. Anyway, is attempting to recreate SpaceX's vertical landing reusable rockets and captured incredible footage that a test failed catastrophically in September. A drone caught that, and it was amazing. But anyway, it happens to be almost identical to the SpaceX rocket. So it claimed to learn. SpaceX claimed it learned a lot from the rocket exploding on its landing pad. But, it's other people's money. So let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I need to fix that. I was going to do it today, but I got pulled away. Anyway, 7-year-old gets a job offer from a Russian IT firm. This is over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation when we kick it off. The software company's boss said Sergey, who teaches coding in online videos, was a kind of Mozart.
Okay, the 7-year-old teaches coding already?
Apparently, Victoria Holland and Lucy Hooker over at BBC.com put this article together. And yeah, so a 7-year-old gets a job offer from a Russian IT firm. Sergey, it's a Russian 7-year-old. I thought that it was.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't have to be international, but it's still pretty ridiculous.
I thought that it was. So, on the strength of the videos that Sergey from a Russian city of St. Petersburg has built a name for himself uploading these videos, they offered him a job. The information security firm Pro32 sent him a written job offer for the post of head of corporate training.
Oh, I would love to see him take that. Can you imagine the people working for him?
Gosh. Well, they would probably treat him with respect, right? Yeah. Under Russian law, Sergey would not be able to take up any paid role until he's 14, but Pro32's chief executive, Igor Mandik, told the BBC World Service he had spoken to Sergey's parents about finding ways to collaborate in the meantime. His father, Kirill, was surprised and said that they were really happy and looking forward to when Sergey could be able to join the company, Mr. Mandik said. A coding Mozart. His YouTube channel has more than 3,500 subscribers. It's probably blown up since then. Interested in learning programming languages, Python and Unity. Interesting. So Unity is more than just a programming language, but okay. And Python is extremely powerful, but anyway. Or who want to hear more about neural networks, which underlie many artificial intelligence tools. Mr. Mandik said Sergey showed not only remarkable developer skills, but also equally unique skills in teaching, and said for them, he was kind of a Mozart. Pretty wild.
That really is.
I was probably picking my nose when I was 7. But I wasn't 7. Come on. Cuneiform was around when I was 7. Moving on. So this next article is over on the Mobile channel. Beware of fake sites mimicking Black Friday deals, researchers say. Scam shopping sites are common around the holidays, and cybersecurity researchers have spotted examples masquerading as LL Bean, Wayfair, and others. Trust but verify. Don't go clicking random shit. Click with care. Todd
And if you
Feathers.
don't know
Oh,
the website name, don't just type in what you think it might be.
yeah. Ask around. Look around. Don't sit there and just take it at face value that this is a legit site. I was very nervous when I actually bought something from this off-brand, no-name kind of a site. But the blankets were amazing, and still have them to this day. I mean, they're an amazing piece of kit. The only problem is I have no idea. I'm so glad that I've swapped out cards since then, because who knows the legitimacy of that site. Actually, I need to break out my Geiger counter and find out if any of that was radioactive. Might still be. Anyway, cybersecurity researchers say that a scamming group has been operating websites advertising Black Friday deals for popular brands in order to steal shoppers' credit card information and personal details. In a new report, the firm Eclectic IQ says it believes the group behind the phishing websites, which it dubbed Silk Spectre, lures consumers in the US and Europe to websites that mimic real companies with promotions for deals up to 80% off. If it's too good to be true, trust but verify.
Right. If you're getting some $1,000 item for $10, it's not legitimate.
It's a lie. It's a scam. It's a scam.
It's a Travis and mockery.
That's right. So the campaign leveraged the heightened online shopping activity in November, the peak season for Black Friday discounts. Eclectic IQ wrote, the threat actor used fake discounted products as phishing lures to deceive victims into providing their cardholder data and personally identifiable information. So, and they have all of this stuff, names of websites, but they're off, from the name brand. So don't go to these sites.
Well, right. They look wrong, right? They say Black Friday in the website, or Wayfair is misspelled.
Yeah, gosh, yeah. Black Friday -shoe.top. Yeah, that's believable. Anyway, trust but verify. So use name brand mainstream sites until you can figure out if the one that you're really interested in is legit or not. It's not that hard. Trust but verify. Trust but verify, which is, anyway, how about click with care?
Well, that's a double whammy if you think you're going to Black Friday shopping, because number one, you're not going to get the items, and number two, your data is probably getting stolen.
And not just stolen, it's sold and used, abused, and then you find out that somebody bought a car in your name in Ohio and put you on the name for the birth certificate. You start getting the bills, and I'm not bitter. Anyway, let's move on. And getting medical records from people, which is a violation of HIPAA. That one was really interesting. When I immediately got the phone call after notifying the doctor, they were like, "Can you please delete it and destroy all of the document?"
Right. Oh my God. Full tailspin.
Go take your own medicine. Calm down. I am not the person that you should be worrying about. Anywho, new public art partnership with will link New York and Toronto. I guess it's like a human centipede of regions. The forthcoming Lassonade, I guess. Lassonde? Is it Lassonde? Yeah, Lassonde Art Trail. Is teaming up with both the Public Art Fund, which if you say that really fast, Public Fart End, and York University's LL Odette Sculptor in Residence program. So the article is over at the Art Newspaper. Larry Humber put the article together. Forthcoming. Okay, so the deck statement is what I just said. And so it says at the federal level, the future of relations between Canada and the U.S. may seem uncertain considering the outcome of the month's election, why? But anyway.
I don't know. I thought this was about art.
It is. Yeah. So the Public Art Fund a New York-based organization known for programming large-scale outdoor art projects across the city and beyond, is teaming up with Toronto's fledgling Lassonde Art Trail, or LAT, a site that will feature around 4.2 kilometers of walking paths overlooking Lake Ontario when it opens in summer 2026. As part of the partnership, the two organizations are co-commissioning a new work, an outdoor sculpture by the renowned Senegalese-born Kuwaiti artist Monira Al-Qadiri. Al-Qadiri, who's based in Berlin and often makes works dealing with the oil industry, will first install her commission at Manhattan's Doris C. Friedman Plaza, the southeast entrance to Central Park, in the summer of 2025, and then it will travel north to be shown at a major entrance plaza at the Lassonde Art Trail. I thought it was going to be connecting it physically, but it's not.
I thought so too. Like you could somehow travel across or see it. I mean, I know they're not right next to each other, but
yeah, like a portal or something, like the one that was in New York, a visual portal to Ireland or something like that.
But maybe this will expand to do something like this. I still think it's cool that they have a link between the two.
Yeah, but it's going to be an art piece that moves physically from one place to another, which I mean, it's cool and all, but I was hoping for something a little bit more profound. So then they go into greater detail about LAT's board, and it's partnering with York University LL Odette Sculptor and Residence Program with Toronto-based artist Cara Hamilton at the forefront. So there you go. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, we aggregate little bits of news. Looks like
I love the art newspaper. They always show interesting articles.
Yeah, I agree. I like it. Let's move on. Our next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Utah fossil is a clue to the origins of animals with bones. A 500 million year old fossil is a crucial clue to the prehistoric mystery, the origin of bone-bearing animals, or vertebrates, which are getting harder and harder to find in this timeline. The fossil is a 3/4 inch long, long-headed fish-like fossil with no bones or teeth.
That's a bit unusual.
The new fossil feature species from the Utah's Marjum Formation in the West Desert. Oh, really? 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 How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. I'm waiting for you to do it.
I'm going to try it. Nusiixthus rhinocephalus. Oh, it must have a horn on its head. Offers a unique glimpse into the evolution of the animal life in the Cambrian, a pivotal period in the history of Earth, when marine life diversified rapidly and animals with mineralized bones and shells appeared. So the name comes from Nuusi, the name of the Ute Indians give to themselves, and ichthus, the Greek word for fish, and the creature is one of the oldest vertebrate representatives known. So, but that was just the first name. They don't talk about the rest of it.
Right. I think it's maybe if it's not like a spear or whatever, the head is shaped like that, right? So
yeah, like a rhino.
Long-headed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, okay, so they have this general picture of probably this shale wall. Utah fossil is a clue to the origins of animals with bones. Brian Maffley from University of Utah put this article together for futurity.org, which is different than futurism.com. But hey, so hopefully they got another picture of this thing, but no, it doesn't say that. So yeah, where is it that they break out the name of this thing?
It again talks about the first part there.
Yeah, so they say yet it would stand out in an aquarium today as it noticeably lacks a key characteristic of fish, fins. The first discovery of stem group vertebrate in the western United States improved our understanding of the early history of these animals. Only 4 similar species were hitherto known. Wow. One in Canada, one in eastern US, and two in China. The jury's still out concerning the presence of fins in some of these Cambrian species. Lerose Abril explains. Fins were clearly visible in early fish fossils from China, including Milliconmingia. Sure. But they were conspicuously absent in the North American species. Interesting. So they say that it is just one of several thousand Cambrian fossils in the collections of the Natural History Museum of Utah. Harvard-led investigations are also ongoing in the fossil-rich Cambrian layers that yielded this new species. Both sources hold the promise of exciting discoveries from a time long past when ancestors of vertebrates, arthropods, comb jellies, tunicates, and a myriad of other... I thought it's just not a myriad. I thought it's just myriad other animals were transforming the oceans into vibrant ecosystems teeming with life. And you know why? Aliens. They're from an alternate dimension.
Oh, are they part of the multiverse?
They are part of the multiverse. Hey, let's move on. Sound good? Moving on.
Sounds good.
So Australian, the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. I think both of these next articles are going to be in Four Wheel Tech. Australian company wants EV owners to volunteer their cars as generators when natural disasters hit, which I think is fine. But EV owners only have a certain amount of time. So it's not like they're hybrid vehicles where they've got a gas engine that's charging the electric componentry, and they can keep on powering that and just bring over 5-gallon jerry cans and fill it up. And
Right. I mean, they can only use it until they drain their battery.
And then they have to go sit at a charging station for 8 hours to get back to 80%.
But they have to have enough charge to get to the charging station.
Which defies the logic of providing your power so your car can become a brick. And then you become one of the victims of whatever natural disaster. So vehicle to load tech, that's what it says at the beginning of this. Anyway, is going to be a game changer in emergencies. Not unless you can keep it powered a whole lot longer than what they're offering you. The ability to power things simply using your car can literally save lives depending on the situation, and one Australian company is incentivizing EV owners to share that technology with their fellow countrymen when natural disasters strike.
I mean, it depends on, are they all going to be hooked up to chargers while they're doing this? But if so, do they need the cars?
Well, yeah, that's it. You know, they're not going to be powered by the grid. Otherwise, you can just go, there's an outlet, dude.
Right. Skip my car. Just go straight to the charger.
I need to plug in now. So, Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says, My Car Chargers. EV team bringing their power to people in need. Given that Australia is entering summer right now and often encounters storms that affect infrastructure, these EVs could be badly needed. Interested owners can sign up through a program, and then when disaster strikes, their EVs will be brought to the affected area. Once there, My Car would give the owner a charger assignment in the affected community. After all is done, the owner simply checks out and leaves. The trial isn't available to all Australians yet. It's running from November 2024 through January 2025. They left off the year here.
Yeah, that made it a little confusing.
And is only available to EV owners in New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and the Australian Capital Territory.
I like the idea of this, but I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get how many hours of driving? Let's say you get 350 miles on your $200,000 car, because no one's getting 350 miles. So if your average drive is 60 miles an hour, right? You're looking at 6 hours on a good day with average, like par for the course draw. So I guess you can charge for 4 hours and then drive 2 hours to charge.
Yeah, but you still have to get back.
Yeah, and then you drive. I mean, you sit somewhere charging your car to 100%, which is going to take you anywhere from 6 hours for 80% to 8 hours plus for 100%. Yeah, I don't know. This is it. It it appeals to the person in me that says do good, but the logic side is going, this is almost an untenable position. You're not going to be able to provide a steady stream of power unless you keep on rotating EVs out.
Right. I mean, if this incentivizes like faster charging or more extensive infrastructure, then maybe that'll make this more feasible, but also fix the underlying problem.
And it's going to be a much harder draw from that vehicle out to the, it says to power household items. That thing's going to drain fast.
What do you think you can get out of a car? Like, do you think it can power a microwave?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it can. Yeah. You just, but you're the the location has to have the ability for you to connect to it. So I don't think it's powering an entire house. You know, I think you have to plug stuff into the
Right,
EV.
that was my point. Like, are you getting one appliance at a time? I mean, some of these household appliances take a lot of power.
Yep. All right. It's from the heart, and that's all that really matters. Let's move on. This next article is in our last article for tonight's non sequitur news. I kind of ripped through these. This one's over in 4 Wheel Tech 2. A diabetic racer tapes a Starlink to his helmet so that he can FaceTime with his mother during the Baja 1000.
As one does.
Hey, I got out of bed. Ben Hunter finished the 2024 Baja 1000 after sharing the ride in the number 279X Sportsman Motocross Sherco with his brother David. He rolled into the finish line with a time of 31 hours, 30 minutes, good enough for second in class. Nice. That's pretty impressive considering Hunter was hauling a bunch of extra weight. Ooh, did this person just make a mom joke about,
I don't know.
she said the only way I could race was if I was live streaming the whole time. Bradley Brownell put the article together for jalopnik.com, and strapped to his head is a Starlink. Wait, the Baja 1000? So moto class with his brother David. Were there two of them and they were side by side, or
That's not clear to me.
weird? Okay, so a huge Jackery battery was duct taped to the rear fender, a SpaceX Starlink mini duct tape to his helmet, and his mother on FaceTime duct tape across his chest. Ben's mother was able to keep tabs on his progress in one of the world's biggest and most difficult off-road races. There are links to video in this. I don't do anything with the website formerly known as Twitter. And so you can follow the links through ohmTown, or just go over to jalopnik.com and find the diabetic racer that tapes their Starlink to their helmet.
Very unique.
Yeah, pretty cool. It's fun to see a bit of technology and ingenuity used to keep families connected during the long and arduous off-road race. Pretty much every team running Baja these days relies on Starlink tech to keep connected and allow for live streaming coverage. But you know what? Don't say anything mean. Because you know what happens? Your connection gets reset and you get thrown back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where all the news gets aggregated. Then we talk about it here on Non Sequitur News every day for about an hour. This is probably one of the shortest shows, short of a time machine episode, but that's okay. We're going to get this out to the podcast and to YouTube and to Twitch. It's already there. And then we'll be back tomorrow, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, with another episode of Non Sequitur News, and probably WarCrafters too. I might do that one as a recording, though, and post it straight to YouTube. We'll see. Anyway, I am Merwat. I'm Merwat, and I'll see you later. The sentient AI will say something similar.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, but check out our other episode. But check out our other videos that are posted, and we often have a replay going in between live episodes.
That's true. I need to do that again. The other day, I actually spun up the replay for the night, and 4 minutes into the stream, power went out in the mayoral mansion, but not everywhere, only the studio. So that one was pleasant. I said, I'm just not coming back. All right. Well, we're out of here. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Beep, beep. I'm a Baja Jeep. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 43. I am Merwat, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about virtual training of robots. Robots learn surgical technique, holographic doctors, you drive like a rat, and robot identifies plants by touch. If you're not in the know, Reality Hacker is all about AR, VR, AI, and more, focusing on technology. And sometimes I go off on a rant about the sociological impact. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's where all the news is, none of the noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. I got a text that just says, old mother. Anyway, let's get into this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Let's get going. We got 30 minutes to do this show. Then we're going to take a little bit of a break as we reset and do another show. And that show is Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then right after that show is the continuity report. And then we rejigger everything and start the whole day over because yesterday Mayor Watt was under the weather. And by under the weather, I mean, there's the weather right here and I was here. And so I was just drained. I couldn't even lift my eyelids. And so couldn't do the show. But now we're making up for it. That's what this is, a time machine episode. This article's over in Technology Today. Yes, I'm still aware that I haven't fixed the graphics down here. I'll fix them. It doesn't impact the speed of the site. Anyway, go over, become a citizen. That's really important. And like and subscribe over on YouTube and on Twitch. On YouTube, leave a comment, tell a friend. On Twitch, tell a friend. Discovery there is horrible as well. Anyway, virtual training uses generative AI to teach robots how to traverse real-world terrain. A team of roboticists and engineers at MIT CSAIL, Institute for AI and Fundamental Interactions, has developed a generative AI approach to teaching robots how to traverse terrain and move around objects in the real world. I find this one pretty fascinating. Because you can create virtual environments and then it's simulated. And then when you put the robot in the real world, when it detects that, it goes, oh, okay. Right?
It's really fascinating. Who's training whom?
Yep. So Bob Yurka over at techexplorer.com put the article together. The group has published a paper describing their work and possible uses for it in the archive preprint server. They also presented their ideas at the recent conference on robot learning, or CORAL 2024, the Fighting Corals, held in Munich, November 6th through the 9th. Getting robots to navigate in the real world at some point involves teaching them to learn on the fly or by training them with the videos of similar robots in a real world environment. While such training has proven to be effective in limited environments, it tends to fail when a robot encounters something novel. In this new effort, the MIT team developed virtual training that better translates to the real world. I suspect if you get the telemetry from these training ops and then they run it through their algorithm, right, to include it.
But what I don't really get is if it varies from the real world, but maybe it's more like how rather than like memorized.
Right. Yep. And so getting the robots to navigate the real world at some point involves teaching them to learn on the fly. The work involved using generative AI and a physics simulator to allow a robot to navigate a virtual world as a means for learning to operate in the real world. They call the system Lucid Sim, and have used it to train a robotic dog in parkour, a sport where players attempt to traverse obstacles in unknown territory as quickly as possible. Pretty interesting, right? And I'm not surprised by this. I'm surprised that it took this long to get here.
I'm surprised by it because most humans cannot do parkour. So I find it fascinating that we're training robots in that.
I think the biggest limiter in terms of humans doing parkour is the fact that they can die, they feel pain.
There is a bit of a fear
factor. Oh, you actually cut out there. Wow. Yeah, you might want to check your connection.
Oh, you did on my end.
It was you. All you. So the approach involves first prompting ChatGPT with thousands of queries designed to get the LLM to create descriptions of a wide range of environments, including outdoor weather. Next, the descriptions given by ChatGPT are fed into a 3D mapping system that uses them, along with AI-generated images and physics simulators, to generate a video that also gives a trajectory for the robot to follow. I don't get that. What does watching the video do if it's like we calculate based on our direct observation how far away something is, how tall it is, our forward motion, but watching a video doesn't seem like it can impart the same type of physics.
It seems like the scale would be wrong.
Right, because they're not in the exact same place, right?
Exactly.
And there isn't anything for scale, like a banana. So I don't know. I don't quite get this. I mean, it's fascinating. They say that it obviously works. There is a video that you can play if you follow the link through ohmTown. In fact, to get there, you actually type in !RH in the chat. It's over on twitch.tv. It'll be in the show notes for the Reality Hacker show over on YouTube, because ohmTown doesn't seem to function properly. Like, it gets punted from YouTube's chat. Anyway, once it's all republished over on YouTube, it'll have the show notes in it. But you can actually get it from the ohmTown bot in the ohmTown chat room over on twitch.tv/ohmTown. Let's see if I can say ohmTown a few more times without driving people. ohmTown. So after virtual training, the robot was tested in the real world, and the researchers tested the system using a small four-legged robot equipped with a webcam, and they found it performed better than a similarly system trained the traditional way, just feeding it data. Now, the team suggests that the improvements to their system could lead to a new approach to training robots in general. But to me, it seems like training them should involve providing them the raw telemetry so that they can see, and it translates into the real world. Like, oh, this is off by 1/8 of an inch with their telemetry.
Right, and then it learns how, when the telemetry is different,
how to overcome it.
Right, exactly.
Because that's how humans operate, right? So, like, I don't run at a set of stairs with the same speed every time. I'm looking at it going, well, that stair is higher or shorter, longer or shallower. And so I need to take that stride differently. And you can see that when, like what happened with me is I was running with someone on a long wharf. Not the character in Star Trek, but at a beach, and there were cracks, and I could calculate the distance because I had plenty of experience, but the other person had no experience running on this and miscalculated and fell in one of those cracks. And so a robot would have to be treated the same way. You give them that wisdom of historical record and they can calculate better. I don't know. It's quite an intriguing proposition there. I wonder if my theory actually holds water, but I'm not.
I don't know, we have to have our own robotics and our own AI, I guess.
It wouldn't be that hard, but my lab is not set up for this. So maybe I can apply for some grants. We'll see. All right, let's go on to the next one. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in Technology Today. Robot that watched surgical videos now operates with human level skill. Here we are back
So here's another watching a video, learning how to do it.
How does the
guess
video?
It's a little different. I don't know. I can't quite connect that.
I get it where a human can translate from a flat screen into a 3D world because we inhabit a 3D world. And we can translate, oh, that body looks like this body, only slightly different. And so we can put that wisdom into a novel learning technique by watching it and going, okay, if I hold this instrument like this. But robots are in a vacuum. So how do they know? Researchers have developed a robot capable of performing surgical procedures with the same skill as human doctors by training it using videos of surgeries. The team from Johns Hopkins and Stanford University harnessed imitation learning, a technique that allowed the robot to learn from a vast archive of surgical videos, eliminating the need for programming. Ugh.
Wow. This isn't terrifying.
So this is published over at scitechdaily.com. Johns Hopkins University put the article together. And yeah, so we're looking at a picture of something out of a sci-fi video game, you know.
Oh, I was thinking horror movie, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It is a horror movie. So revolutionary robot training. A robot has, for the first time, learned to perform surgery by watching videos of experienced surgeons, achieving a skill level comparable to human doctors. It's really magical, quote. It's really magical, says Axel Krieger, not Alex, Axel Krieger. To have this model, and all we do is feed it camera input, and it can predict the robotic movements needed for surgery. We believe this marks a significant step toward a new frontier in medical robotics.
I mean, if this is on par with a human surgeon, that's pretty incredible.
Fascinating. Robotic surgery demonstration. There is a video that's embedded in this article. Again, you can follow the links through ohmTown over to these sources. Or obviously you can just go over to SciTech Daily and do a search for robot that watched surgical videos, now operates with human level skill. But I'm trying to fathom how they're turning a flat screen observation into three-dimensional actions. Now these Da Vinci robots that are used worldwide, we've heard of Da Vinci robots before. It says more than 50,000 surgeons are trained on the system, creating a large archive of data for robots to imitate, quote unquote, imitate. Literally, surgeons are now the wizards that are teaching these robots how to take their job. And the thing is,
exactly.
surgery is wildly expensive to begin with, let alone when this robot gets trained to take surgeons' jobs. It's not going to get cheaper. These robots incur a cost.
I agree. This answers part of what we've been talking about because apparently some of these were recorded from wrist cameras on the robots. So maybe there is more of a 3D.
So they're triangulating basically
aspect or something, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're looking at this video up here, I don't know if this is the actual robot or if this one down here is the actual robot.
Or maybe they both are.
But yeah. So like this one here, I could see that it could translate motion because it has like a wrist right here and it can take that video and go, oh, okay.
Oh, right. Maybe it can combine it with the data like, oh, I moved X number of degrees or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But not everybody is the exact same. So everything has to be in the same exact location unless there's some type of image analysis engine that says, well, the kidney is over here a little bit compared to the last one.
Well, that's the other problem because humans aren't built, uniformly compared to the next person.
Yeah.
Similarly.
Only Lady Gaga was built that way.
I mean, that's what she says.
That's what she says. So while the Da Vinci system is widely used, researchers say it's notoriously imprecise. However, the team found a way to make the flawed input work. The key was training the model to perform relative movements rather than absolute actions, which are inaccurate. I agree. All we need is an image input, and then the system finds the right action. So that answers what I was talking about. Sort of. I mean, they're kind of doing woo-woo language here. Oh, it just finds.
Right. It's like draw the rest of the
freaking owl thing. Yeah. We find that even a few hundred demos, the model is able to learn the procedure and generalize new environments it hasn't encountered. And the team trained the robot to perform 3 tasks: manipulate a needle, lift body tissue, and suture. So manipulating a needle is one thing. I don't know. They're saying that it performs at the human level, but the human level goes way beyond manipulating a needle, lifting body tissue, and suture.
True, but could this give another pair of arms or whatever in a surgery, which in some of these seconds matter?
Sure. I mean, this is the baby steps, but again, we go back to hubris. That the idea that this robot is at parity with humans. I'm pretty sure I don't know a single medical doctor that has a practice that's going to sit there and go, yeah, it's totally on par with what I do. And if they are, then they are trying to get out of the industry and invest in this company that's spinning up. And there will be a company that spins up.
Right.
Yeah. So the funding is from the National Science Foundation Advanced Research Projects Agency, aka ARPA, which is a sister agency to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is the one that footed the bill for the creation of Google, by the way. So,
right, that minor thing that people use.
Although the people that I talked to most recently are using ChatGPT to find their answers. Oddly enough,
it'll be interesting to see what the future of Google's like. But of course, they've already incorporated AI.
Their own AI, yeah. So anybody who thinks that we're over the hump of AI innovation has lost their freaking mind.
We're at the baby steps.
This is just a little baby. Just wait. And it's a super intelligent baby, and that's what's really frightening.
Right. It's like it's advancing in like the equivalent of like pet years or something.
Yeah,
right?
you're like
it's just going a lot faster than humans would.
AI is 2 years old. Well, AI in its forward-facing, consumer-centric form is less than 2 years old, but it is operating like it's 200 years old.
Right. Look at what it's already doing.
Yeah. Absolute recall of 100% of its knowledge base, which is as much as it can consume and growing. I mean, when we get to the point where we need nuclear power plants to support the data center that's driving the channels, the channels of information into and out of AI, come on now. And no, just for the record, no, not everybody's going to be able to find some subordinate job that blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is our other show, the one that just passed yesterday, today, the day after tomorrow.
Which day?
The day, I don't know. Today's a time machine show. Anyway, rural hospitals install holograph machine so doctors can appear from elsewhere. Would that make them Saint Elsewhere? That show that's now in litigation?
Oh, I mean, maybe it was prescient.
Oh, so Crescent Regional Hospital outside Dallas, Texas, has become the first in the country to offer doctor appointments with a holographic machine, allowing overworked medical specialists who often have to visit multiple medical centers in a week and sometimes even a day to see more patients. It also comes with the added bonus of turning your typically dreary telehealth visit into something a bit more lifelike and personable, though, of course, there's no beating the real thing. Yeah, that's because people can't actually see it firsthand, can't just reach out and touch it.
Well, and as a doctor, there are some things you need to physically examine the patient.
Yeah, just be worried if your doctor says you must work out. Anyway, the article is over at futurism.com. The Futurism has these different labels for stuff. This is under Neoscope. I don't understand it, but Frank Landemore over at futurism.com put the article together. I wonder if it's like ohmTown, where they aggregate or write and publish like under dozens.
Maybe, but we haven't really. Oh, I guess so.
Where's Neoscope on this?
It's on the top right.
That whole thing? So it's all of this stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, so we aggregate a bunch of news into various categories, and this is one of them. I can see the 3 dimensions of the anesthesiologist, mispronounced that one right off the bat, anesthesiologist's head, legs, and torso in lifelike detail. But look, you can't smack an anesthesiologist that gave the wrong dose if they are a hologram.
Well, they can't give a dose if they're a hologram.
Remote, if they're all wired up.
Oh, with like a Da Vinci robot or something?
Yeah. Like when you're in an MRI, they dose you remotely. So you're wired up in another room, you go into the MRI, they connect you to the machine, and then there's plungers that push that stuff. Yeah, it's creepy, by the way, particularly when you make connection. Anyway. So, yeah. So these are big boxes that create the impression of a hologram. And it says, I can see the 3 dimensions of the anesthesiologist's head, legs, and torso in lifelike detail, wrote journalist Mark Dent of his holographic doctor experience in an article for the Texas Monthly magazine. Only the background, a white void, reveals she's not with us. The holographic device is called the Holobox, designed by the Netherlands startup HoloConnect. With the stature of an oversized vending machine, a Holobox more or less functions as an enormous booth that can display a lifelike image of a physician or anyone else calling in.
Wow. What happens when somebody's looking at this like, oh, that's a physician, but wait, it's not actually.
Oh, yeah, really? Well, you end up transferring funds from financial accounts because people think that hologram is the CEO of...
Exactly. Yeah, we saw that in the financial industry.
Yeah. So the holographs are created using a transparent LCD screen, which is practically invisible. Practically. Housed behind a layer of anti-glare glass. As such, the images aren't being impacted or projected into 3D space, but create the illusion of 3-dimensionality. If you move to the left or right of it, it will give it away that it's
like a flat
like
image
this does.
Or something.
To me, this does. It just kind of pivots a little bit towards you, that kind of a thing, but it's really just an optical illusion. So a real hologram is a full three-dimensional representation, and you can walk around it. The rest is
Right, like in Star
mirrors.
Trek or something.
Yeah. And you see it from that perspective. So you could see, if you create a hologram of a helicopter and you walk behind it, you'll see the butt end of it or the head end of it. Lay down and look up, and you can find out what gender it is. So it's also not cheap. The holobox costs with a bold S in there. Not sure why the article has a bold S.
It really costs.
It really costs $65,000 up front on top of a $1,200 a month maintenance charge. But the hospital CEO, Raji Kumar, who pushed for the tech, argues that I'm not invested in it in any way. No. They said that they pushed for the tech, arguing that the offering holographic appointments may be a way for struggling rural hospitals to retain patients and therefore make money, who may forego a medical center since it can't attract top specialists. But I don't quite get it. How does a $65,000 device with $1,200 a month appeal to a rural community who want face-to-face? They eschew technology. They
right,
live
but
it.
there is a face-to-face piece of this. I think you skipped over that section of the article, but they have like a local nurse who's seeing them in person, and then they're getting the holograph for I don't think you went over that part, the physician.
Right, but
But I agree, like that population isn't necessarily the most
tech
into
appreciative.
Technology, right? Exactly.
Yeah, they're not tech-centric. So while they may embrace tech for their rural living to facilitate whatever it is that they deem important, one of the things that I know from experience with rural communities is that they eschew technology when it comes to their health. So I don't know. This might be thrust upon a community, and
right, it sounds good in concept. It's just a question of whether the healthcare system can use it effectively and whether the patients will be able to manage it. And some of it might even have to do with the age of the patient population. I'm sorry, but you're probably not going to get a 90-year-old patient who's never seen a hologram to deal with a doctor being a hologram. Not usually. Yeah.
As the first hospital to deploy the technology this way, Crescent is currently using the holobox for pre-surgery and post-surgery consultations at a Peton. That's a doctor, anesthesiologist. Told Texas Monthly that it allows her to discharge patients sooner than if she had to wait to drive to the county, a trip she's only scheduled to make twice a week. Well, I get it, but you're not going to catch the subtle nuance, right? I don't know.
I guess it depends on whether the people will do this instead of not going in at all, right? Or if it gets them care faster, that could be a win. Maybe that's the way they sell it to their patients.
Is the person on the other side, is there a holobox on the other side that the person gets to see the patient as a hologram?
I don't think so, but that doesn't make sense. How could they, right? Because then they'd have to have it installed everywhere. Unless, I don't know, does the patient come into the hospital and then the holobox is at the hospital?
Yeah. It seems like it's a one-way trip from the doctor in, but does the doctor have one of these boxes as well? Is it basically a Zoom like it implies here? It makes a mention of a Zoom, basically. Yeah, she found the patients were more attentive during her holobox calls than during typical telehealth visits like over Zoom. So I just I didn't catch that part of it. So yeah.
It appears that the patient goes to an actual hospital location.
Right.
So then maybe that hospital location has one to receive the inbound. I don't know.
See, because this gives the implication that it's patients being seen by the doctor.
It does, but I don't know how the patients would have the technology to do that, unless maybe, I don't know.
I mean, they
don't know
obviously,
enough.
yeah, I think they go to the office and then there's something that scans them so that they can be seen on the
Oh, I see.
in the
Okay.
holobox. But then there has to be a $65,000 device in both points and $1,200 a month for each device. Yeah, I think every rural hospital has one of these. All right, let's keep going. We'll do some more due diligence about that one and see how it actually plays out, because it implied that they see the doctor, but it didn't come from the doctor's perspective of seeing the patient.
Correct, which you think would be the most critical part, but there's an element of patients like trusting their doctors and all that, and so maybe that's where it's going.
Yeah, that you need a $65,000 to build rapport. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. These rats learn to drive, and apparently they love it. So I don't know, rats like to drive fast. I've seen them. So driving represented in You know what? Screw it. Nope. The deck statement even there says it. So Kelly Lambert over at Wired.com put this article together, and it says driving represented an interesting way for neuroscientists to study how rodents acquire new skills, and unexpectedly, rats had an intense motivation for their driving training.
Maybe they're like the race car drivers of the animal world.
Oh yeah, there's a new Zootopia coming. I bet you that they're going to be the race car drivers. That
Right.
would be really smart. That would be really smart. Why is this way over there? I don't quite get that. That made it really weird. Okay, well anyway, I hope all the other articles weren't like that. That would suck.
I don't think they were.
All right, well anyway, as expected, rats housed in enriched environments, complete with toys, space, and companions, learn to drive faster than those in standard cages. This finding supported the idea that the complex environments enhance neuroplasticity, which I was at a meeting yesterday, having a conversation, and I said that my brain just will not pick up languages anymore. And the person said, well, based on the conversations in the meeting, you certainly represent as having the neuroplasticity. That was used in a sentence with me. And I'm
Wow.
like, that is like a, I don't know how many point word in Scrabble. Neuroplasticity. You win the game if
We're
you
in
drop
Jeopardy.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And I said, well, thanks for the benefit of the doubt, but no, I'm dumb as a rock. So, as expected, rats housed in these enriched environments did better. The brain's ability to change across the lifespan in response to environmental demands. So, after they published their research, the story of driving rats went viral in the media. The project continues in the lab with new, improved rat-operated vehicles, or ROVs.
This
Yeah.
is really neat.
Our ROVs are remotely operated vehicles. Now it's rat-operated vehicles.
Okay.
Designed by robotics professor John McManus and his students. These upgraded electrical ROVs. What were they, gas powered before? Were they driving Lamborghinis?
Did they make them go fill up their cars?
Oh, fast swap batteries. Anyway, featuring rat-proof wiring, indestructible tires, and ergonomic driving levers, are akin to a rodent version of Tesla's Cybertruck. Oh, really? So you get them wet and they get stuck?
Yep.
When you
Watch out
drive
for car wash mode.
when you drive them in the snow, the lights get blocked by snow, so they're not effective anymore. You slam the door and all the interior falls off into the driver's compartment or passenger's compartment. How many other things? Oh, you can't. Well, we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that in Four Wheel Tech later. That's another one of our shows, Four Wheel Tech, by the way. So although cars are made for rats, are far from anything that the they would encounter in the real world, we believe that driving represented an interesting way to study how rodents acquire new skills. Unexpectedly, we found that the rats had an intense motivation for driving training, often jumping into the car and revving the lever engine. The lever engine? The engine lever.
Yeah, they used a wire that would act like a gas pedal.
Right. The lever engine? Is that how you would say that? Revving the engine lever, I would say, before their vehicle hit the road. So why was that? I don't know. Rats also taught them something profound one morning during the pandemic. It was summer of 2020, a period marked by emotional isolation for almost everyone on the planet, even laboratory rats. When they walked into the lab, they noticed something unusual. The 3 driving trained rats eagerly ran to the side of the cage, jumping like dogs when asked if they want to take a walk. So they're like, oh, I want to drive. Come on.
Oh, it's time to drive. Here are my Fruit Loops.
That's what they were treating them with?
That was what, yes.
That's funny. So building on foundational learning approaches such as operant conditioning, which reinforces targeted behavior through strategic incentives, we train the rats step by step in the driver's ed programs. So they basically were taught how to do all of these things, and now they eagerly do it because they wanted Fruit Loops.
That's right. I think they only got like a single Fruit Loop when they drove a car. Oh my goodness.
These are omnidirectional tires too.
Oh, wow.
These aren't just going forward and backward and steering left and right so that you turn wheels. These are actually omnidirectional.
Fascinating. I wonder if they started figuring out how to steer like the most efficient path or whatever.
Yeah,
or
like pivot in place
or
sideways.
If they wanted to drive around. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So this became a wait for it research program. We dubbed this new line of study uppers, unpredictable positive experience responses, where rats were trained to wait for rewards. In contrast, control rats received their rewards immediately. After about a month of training, we exposed the rats to different tests to determine how waiting for positive experiences affects how they learn and behave. We're currently peering into the brains to map the neural footprint of extended positive experiences. This does not bode well for humans. That current climate is one of those things where you're not going to get paid unless you complete 80 hours in a work period.
Right.
Yeah. So it says it wasn't just the effects of anticipation on rat behavior that caught our attention. One day, a student noticed something strange. One of the rats in the group, trained to expect positive experiences, had its tail straight up with a crook in the end, resembling the handle of an old-fashioned umbrella. They'd never seen this in their decades of working with rats. Reviewing the video footage, we found that the rats trained to anticipate positive experiences were more likely to hold their tails high than untrained rats. But why did they do that? They posted a picture of the behavior on social media. Fellow neuroscientists identified it as a gentler form of what's called a straub tail, typically seen in rats given the opioid morphine. The S-shaped curl.
So they were basically having a positive, biochemical
reaction
effect.
Yeah, like Pavlov, they were already happy because they were about to get trained on whatever is going on. Yeah, so the straub tail behavior subsides. When the dopamine is blocked, the straub tail behavior subsides. So they basically got a dopamine rush, just like so many internet users. You know what? We'll let you read the rest of this. Let's go on to the next and our last one for today's Reality Hacker. We've got 2 more shows and then we got to reset. We'll probably be doing this until 10. So, a robot identifies plants by touching their leaves, but I'm sure the robot asks first. Researchers in China have developed a robot that identifies different plant species at various stages of growth by touching their leaves with an electrode. The robot can measure properties such as surface texture and water content that cannot be determined using existing visual approaches. Cell Press is where this article is sourced from, but it's published at phys.org. I wouldn't be able to tell you if this plant's healthy or not. I mean, it
Well, a
looks,
lot of people couldn't do this even by touch, so this is interesting that the robots can do this.
I mean, I know people that are like, oh my God, my plant. And they'll sit there and wash each leaf and make sure that it's shiny. Because it breathes better if it doesn't have dirt and debris on it. So, according to the study published November 13th in the journal Device, the robot identified 10 different plant species with an average accuracy of 97.7% and identified 10 different plant species. Oh, okay, so there's a lot of the plants, but they identified the 10. And identified leaves of the flowering Bauhinia plant with 100% accuracy at various growth stages.
So that's more complex than just going, oh, this is this type of plant.
Yeah, it's this type of plant at this stage.
At 3 months or whatever.
So I wonder if it identified it at the stage and said it's at 3 months or whatever, or if it just said, they said, this plant's at 3 months. What is it? And so it identified it as the Bauhinia.
I see, which are very different.
Yeah. So eventually, large-scale farmers and agricultural researchers could use the robot to monitor the health and growth of crops and to make tailored decisions. You know, I'm just going to stop here because I think you could do this same thing with external sensors simply by looking down at them en masse and going, it's kind of like looking through the canopy and seeing the boundaries of the cities, Mayan cities, right? You can actually look down with a sensor and go, this plant has leaves this big, it's this color, it's giving off this much moisture, or it looks to have this much moisture.
Right, but it's saying these cannot be determined using visual approaches, but maybe with that specific technology it could.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're calling visual nothing more than a camera pointing down. So rather than making physical contact with a plant, existing devices capture more limited information using visual approaches, which are vulnerable to factors such as lighting condition, changes in the weather, or background interference. To overcome these, they developed a robot that touches. This is just, it's so high friction because it would have to walk around, touch.
Well, yeah, it can't be used in a broad scale, right?
Yeah.
But it's pretty amazing the degree of nuance involved.
Yeah, and I think that this would be great as an external sensor for somebody. Like, you could actually use this on humans as a touch point. You know, you just walk by it and it can tap you and identify a person, perhaps, you know, just off of whatever. Perhaps, I don't know. It's an amazing piece of sensor technology, but you know, they say eventually large-scale farmers and agricultural researchers could use the robot to monitor the health and growth of crops and to make tailored decisions about how much water and fertilizer to give the plants and how to approach pest control. But you wouldn't know what the pest is. You might be able to tell.
Right, unless you have access to a database and once you figure out the plant or whatever.
And that would be
visual. But it's
visual.
not going to be based on observations necessarily. Now, obviously, if you did see something crawling on the plant, okay, then you would, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah. And you wouldn't be able to tell that just from moisture. So I think that it's really neat, but it's a problem. It's a solution looking for a problem. And the problem I don't think really exists. It says, while the robot shows vast and unexpected potential applications in fields ranging from precision agriculture to ecological studies to plant disease detection, it has several weaknesses that have yet to be addressed, says Song. And they say, for example, the device is not yet versatile enough to consistently identify types of plants with complicated structures such as burrs and needle-like leaves. This could be remedied by improving the design of the robot's electrode. Yeah, I don't know. All right, but that's it. I think that we're going to use this bot to tap us back into the front page of Reality Hacker at ohmTown.com, and we're going to reset. So we're going to shut down the stream and rejigger everything, and we'll be back for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. So I'm Mayor Watt signing off, and the sentient AI will do the same.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for other shows.
Bye-bye. And I don't know if I want a robot touching me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 45. This is a time machine episode, so we're coming straight at you from the future, back to the past. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about a mining documentary that's sure to piss off a lot of people. The best animated Western movies, underappreciated sci-fi TV shows, mysteries from the 1980s, and the upcoming Alien movie Revisited. I am Mayor Watt. Go over to ohmTown.com and become a citizen. Also follow us on YouTube and Twitch, Discord, Patreon, TikTok. Download the podcasts. There's 6 weekly podcasts and 1 daily podcast, Non Sequitur News. This is one of the 6, the Continuity Report. That's all about entertainment news. Be sure to stick around. See you on the other side. If you want today's show notes, you can hit !TCR, the Continuity Report, and the ohmTown bot will throw today's links into le chat. That's something else in French.
It means cat.
Cat, yeah. Welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Man, every time you do that. What? Anyway, let's get into the show. We only have 30 minutes for the show. I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's a time machine episode, so we have to be right on time. So enough jibber jabber, and then get into the jibber jabber. First article's over in the Continuity Report. Aaron Brockovich, yes, that Aaron Brockovich, joins a mining documentary, Unearth, as executive producer. This is an exclusive over at Variety, so we really don't go through line by line of any of our articles, but the little snippet says environmental activist Aaron Brockovich has signed on to executive produce Unearth, a new documentary that will make its world premiere at Doc NYC on November 16th. We are a weekly show, by the way, so this is actually fairly new, considering it was in the last 24 hours that the documentary hit New York. Produced and shot by Hunter Nolan, Unearth tells the story of 2 sets of siblings, the Salmon sisters, the fighting salmon, and the Strickland brothers, the fighting Strickland, who live in Alaska. And so, mining is hilarious.
Yeah, that's an odd screenshot for this.
They're firing like a confetti gun at a camera. Addie Moorfoot over at Variety.com put the article together. And it says here that directed, produced, and shot by Hunter Nolan. Unearth tells the story of 2 sets of siblings, the Salmon sisters and the Strickland brothers, who live in Alaska's Bristol Bay. Both sets of siblings are alarmed when they learn of and fight against advanced plans for a pebble mine, a massive open pit gold and copper mine in the vicinity of their homes. Wow.
Well, I mean, if Aaron Brockovich is signed on, it should be interesting at least.
Yeah. The 93-minute doc reveals systemic failures in mining and balance between the need for materials and their environmental costs. Well, yeah, and the way that open pit mining works is rather disgusting. Because you end up with, what's the proper term for it? I forgot. Pits. There's these giant pits of liquid that have tailings from the copper processing and gold processing, because what you get aren't nuggets. What you get are finings, just basically particulants where chemicals are applied. It seeps out, and then you distill it out into...
Right, which could make its way into other things like water supplies.
Correct. And they're considered, well, toxic, copper in particular. And so none of this is really good. So the film reminds us of the promise that activism holds in the face of fatigue and disillusionment, Brockovich said. Brockovich says that they're deeply inspired by Christina and Alexandra Salmon's unwavering determination to safeguard Bristol Bay from the environmental and cultural devastation that the proposed pebble mine could bring. Indeed. Yeah, and if you've never seen the movie Aaron Brockovich,
it's definitely worth a watch, and it is based on a real story.
Yep. So Nolan co-directed Unearthed with Strickland brothers, Oberon and Dunedin. He is seeking distribution for the film out of Doc NYC. The director is hopeful that Brockovich's involvement with the doc will help lead to an eventual sale. If not the sale of the documentary itself, then maybe movie rights, if they can make it compelling.
Yeah, I mean, if they could make like an Aaron Brockovich-like story around it, I mean, that'll have more widespread audiences than a documentary, unfortunately.
Yep. And I think that people need to understand that there isn't really a time for... It doesn't always have to be about profit and all of that kind of stuff. If there is no actual demand, then why unearth? It's a good name for a documentary.
Yeah, it is. In fact, they're laughing about it.
Yeah. To me, it's just pure greed and abuse. And meanwhile, there are people that are sitting there going, this is coming from the person that's using all kinds of copper cable and blah, 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 and gold for the electronics and da-da-da. Yeah. It isn't me, the consumer, that's the problem. It's the fact that there's an unabashed drive to gather wealth in the face of building these products like this mic and whatnot. Not this company.
Many consumers would buy things made out of other materials if they were effective and available.
Yeah, and there is enough already in the supply chain that it doesn't need to be just unabated. I mean, there is just non-stop. The moment that we find something, we grind it down into nothing, turn it into a resource for sale, and then you have the immediate wealth, but then there's no long-term solution. Where the frick do you go when everything is removed? In time.
Slash and burn.
Slash and burn and let everybody else figure it out later, because I got mine, screw you. Anyway, sorry. I don't talk about politics. This is a sociological force. This is a socioeconomic force. This isn't a political anything. This is about society reaping the rewards of grinding down the planet into open pit toxic mines, creating a Superfund site for generations. And this is going to make the land, the air, the fish, the water around it toxic. And people are going to go, well, it hasn't happened yet. You can't say yet and then go, well, let's just do it. Because when it does happen, you can't claw that shit back. Anyway.
Well, and we've seen similar things where there have been...
For crying out loud.
Severe ramifications, exactly. Like, why wait for it to happen again? We know what will happen in this scenario.
We've seen Superfund sites because of runoff from copper mining, from gold mining. You use toxic chemicals. Let's keep going. Next article is over on the continuity report. 10 best animated Western movies. It's not uncommon for Westerns to be fully animated, but those that do dare to venture into the medium typically produce some amazing films. I'm not much of an animated anything. Like, I really like like Japanese animation.
You're less than animated.
I'm more than animated about not being particular to animation. I grew up with animation, but it was, Robotech and Transformers and stuff like that. I love animation. I've never seen a Western, animated Western.
I didn't actually know there were any. The only thing I could think of that's even remotely close to it, which is not the same thing, would be like a kid's animated show that happens to be in a Western setting. But that is not what this is about, I don't think.
Yeah, and there's one called BoJack Horseman, which is about a person. Well, I mean, it's a horse. It's BoJack. And it has actually adult themes because it's about psychology, depression, etc. And it says, though the humble Western was once a cornerstone of American filmmaking, surprisingly few films in the genre have experimented with animation. But ever since, I used to watch Family Guy and South Park and I don't know, a few others, but I really like Japanese animation where it's really high resolution, high quality. My anime, yeah. And then came along Lower Decks, which I thought was just a blast. It still is. I mean, we haven't gone back to watch any of the past episodes, but there's only 5 seasons, and this is the last season of it, which really, really sucks. And I don't know what the future holds for Star Wars or Star Trek's animation.
Right, but would it even have to be animated to be as good as it is? I don't know that it would, because they had the crossover with Real World, and that was good.
Yeah. So now, but see, based on that, I was sitting there thinking when I saw this title, wouldn't that be awesome to make a Western that is animated that kind of has stories around the Western theme, but not necessarily like the trials and tribulations so much as just these fun stories that are similar to what goes down in Lower Decks, but it's from the Western perspective.
Yeah, it could be.
Like a steampunk Western kind of tech.
Right, I was actually thinking like Firefly kind of thing.
That would be great too. So when I saw this, I said, yeah, we got to pull this in. So it says, while most classic must-see Westerns may live maybe live action affairs, animation can offer a welcome break from the typical process of the genre tropes, right? So, doink. Screen Rant put this article together, Alexander Valentino, actually. And so they have Rango in there. This is a top 10 list.
Okay, so this is not where I thought it was going.
So Rango is a masterpiece by Gore Verbinski, better known for the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Rango is the gold standard when it comes to animated Westerns. And titular chameleon is Johnny Depp, who is also in the Pirates of the Caribbean series.
Really? Did we have to? Oh, it's because Gore was from... Okay.
Yep.
I'm like, do we have to explain who Johnny Depp is?
Well, they don't actually. They just say, taking place in the American Southwest, Rango stars Johnny Depp as the titular chameleon. This is a fun watch. I would love to go back and watch it again. It's been a long time. 2011 is when I initially saw it. I would love to go back and watch it again. So we'll put that on the list. Daisy Town from 1971. So this is over 50 years old. So does it have legs? Not sure. Got to put it on the list. Part of the continuity report. Most animated Westerns are only created in the last couple of decades, yearning to surprise audiences with a new spin on the irreverent genre. One of the most glaring exceptions to this rule is 1971's Daisy Town. Emerging criminal influence soon calls for a response from Lucky Luke, the quick-witted lawbringer, capable of drawing a gun faster than his own shadow. That actually might be how it works, because you move and then light passes past you.
Right. That seems like that's how it's supposed to be.
Kind of. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but they're so fast that everybody can tell the difference. My gosh. Anyway, The whimsical olden style of animation is also something of a lost art, being hard to find in the modern era of filmmaking. Yeah, for sure. It's cell-based. They flip like flip book. Can't
Oh,
imagine.
wow. Yes.
Yeah, might have to put that on the list, right? Spirit, stallion of the, is it Cimarron? Is that how it's
I think
pronounced?
so,
I
but
think so too.
I don't rely on my pronunciation skills on this
Man,
channel.
yeah, we have experience here. So the film isn't perfect, they say, with a fairly shallow narrative. Well, that's selling me on it being number 8, better than Daisy Town and better than Rango. I think this is supposed to be a top 10, or it's just 10.
Yeah, maybe it's just 10.
Spirit Untamed. So Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, and then Spirit Untamed. It's another, I guess it's a Western, but it focuses on the horses, I think. Home on the Range. An American Tail, Fievel Goes West, which is a fan favorite all around.
Oh, and I'd forgotten about an American Tail.
I think that you're hard pressed to really even care that it's a Western. I think you're just in it for
I
the...
wouldn't have even thought of that one.
Under the steady supervision of visionary director Steven Spielberg as a producer, an American Tail, Fievel Goes West nearly manages to outdo the original with scope and spectacle. The dizzying Western adventure almost moves too fast, if anything, but doesn't lose sight of the same heart that drove the original An American Tail. I have to watch them all, right? Calamity, A Childhood of Martha Jane Cannery from 2020. Doesn't look like a 2020.
No, it looks like a much older...
An American Tail,
episode.
actually. It's from 1991. That does look like an older one, right? Calamity?
It does.
But it's only 4
But
years
it seems like almost one of those more modern, but made to look like almost watercolor or something.
The narrative puts a heavy and deserved emphasis on Martha Jane Cannery's breakage of typical gender norms in the time period, ferociously following in her father's footsteps as the primary driver of a caravan on the Oregon Trail. And we all know what happens on the Oregon Trail. Number three is, I merged number 3 and Scooby-Doo into number 3. Scooby-Doo, Shaggy's Showdown from 2017. I haven't seen anything Scooby-Doo in I don't know how long. There was supposed to be a live-action Scooby-Doo remake, but boy, oh boy, do I think that kind of fell apart. And I have no idea why that keeps popping up, and it's irritating me. Anyway, let's see. In truth, the entirety of Scooby-Doo Shaggy's Showdown is worth watching for the bursts of courage Shaggy is given by his newfound cowboy ancestry, allowing him to solo an entire bar full of bikers in an extended fight scene. All right.
That does not sound like him.
Borrowed Time is number 2. Impossible not to mention when it comes to the greatest animated films to delve into the American West, directed by Pixar veterans Andrew Coates and Lou Hamu-Lodge. The brief story centers on a father-son duo driving a caravan who are struck by tragedy when a horrible accident befalls them. In the wake of the event, the son must battle with the intense emotional fallout of his memories swirling around the beloved pocket watch gifted to him by his father. Oh, that one's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, that sounds uplifting.
And I saw this Jonah Hex as a live action version of the animation or animation. It's not really anime.
Okay, interesting.
So Josh Brolin, while a live action film adapting the same material starring Josh Brolin did release the same year, the animated incarnation of Jonah Hex ends up being far superior to the forgettable live action. That's because you can go way beyond physical limitations in a live action movie. In short, the scarred bounty hunter finds himself in a confrontation with a deadly femme fatale after finding she had already beaten him to the punch of his latest quarry. Yep. There you go.
So this is such a hodgepodge of different styles and audiences.
Oh, yep. I agree. I don't know how they can reconcile this as being like kids, This one looks like it's going to land you in emotional turmoil.
Exactly.
This one's kind of silly because Scooby-Doo just, you almost can't take any of it seriously in any way. Like all you do is kind of giggle at it. And then American Tail, Five Will Goes West. You're going to be a tearjerker there. Yeah. All right. Let's keep going. There you go. You have a top 10 list. I'm going to go watch Rango, I think.
I think Rango is the one to recommend.
And I like the style of its animation. So let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in the continuity report. 10 underappreciated sci-fi shows that you should go back and watch. They appeal to sci-fi shows like Black Mirror. My gosh. Black Mirror, Dark, Station 11. Some of the best dystopian TV shows. I don't know. Silo. Let's see if that's all on this.
Well, it might be on here.
So the next article here is over at Screen Rant. Atreyu Palette put the article together. We're going to run through this real quick. So Killjoys is a series from 2015 to 2019. They're actually they're bounty hunters, if I recall correctly. Set in outer space, Killjoys tells the story of 3 bounty hunters who work in the Quad, a system of 4 planets. They're official agents of the Reclamation Apprehension Coalition, the RAC, which is a neutral organization that maintains peace in the Quad without pleading allegiance to any of the planetary governments. Set during a period when war looms on the horizon, Killjoys follows the trio of bounty hunters as they chase dangerous warrants to keep.
That looks like that could be an interesting show.
I'm not sure what ended up happening to this. I had started to watch a little bit of it and it just didn't grab me, but maybe, if I watch more of it, and times change, and so maybe I'll find new appreciation of it, kind of like what happened with Arrested Development, right? I use that as kind of like the pivot point of me realizing, a show that I didn't watch when, like Schitt's Creek, I didn't think that I liked that when it was originally aired, but then ended up loving it.
Right, it's pretty funny.
Childhood's End. Arthur C. Clarke's novel Childhood's End was adopted for a 3-episode miniseries that struggles to live up to the novel, but still manages to tell a compelling story by itself. The arrival of an alien lord ushers in an idyllic age of prosperity for humanity as Earth thrives under his influence. However, when he exposes his real form to people, the fallout starts a chain of events which eventually lead to catastrophe. That might be an interesting watch. It does have a 6.8 out of 10, though.
Yeah, but that might be worth watching.
Counterpoint was awesome, 2017 to 2019, and I think it ended too soon.
Counterpart.
Yeah, Counterpart. Did I say point? Sorry. Counterpart. Basically, it's a parallel Earth, and you go through what do you call it?
Not really like a portal. You almost walk through to the other side or something.
Yeah, but there's like barriers that prevent you from just stumbling into it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. 2 parallel Earths who are caught in a Cold War after one is suspected to be responsible for the outbreak of a pandemic on the other. The audience's point of focus becomes an agent played by J.K. Simmons, whose job involves exchanging seemingly nonsensical messages because he doesn't have the security clearance necessary to know more. And so, yeah, they get translated by another department. So they're nothing but intermediaries.
And this is one that is like full immersion. Like you gotta actually pay attention to it. There's a lot going on in this show.
How this has an 8 out of 10, I'll never understand it. But
that's what I mean. Like I think that one with a 6 something, that's probably a good show.
Yeah, for sure. Counterpart is one of those rare TV shows with a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes for each of its seasons. Unfortunately, it's a victim to the trend of canceling acclaimed sci-fi streaming shows and didn't get renewed for a 3rd season. So why? Why did they get the canceling? As in canceling because it is a sci-fi streaming show? Or was it canceled because of some social movement?
No, I don't think so, because there was a big to-do when I don't know if it was Foundation. Some show on Apple recently we did coverage of it in another continuity report, and it was such a big to-do that it made it to like 5 seasons.
Oh,
Like
really?
there's been a trend of these just getting canceled really early.
Interesting. Oh, I'll have to go. I don't remember that. Okay. Then there's Fringe, 2008 to 2013. This is kind of like an X-Files that was actually pretty interesting, but it had a lot of weirdness in it. But we'll have to go back. I think that this would be a fun watch for sure, because I never watched all of it, but it has an 8.4 out of 10 from IMDb. But Fringe ran from 2008 to 2013. And it's kind of like a Friday the 13th show with X-Files mixed in. It says Fringe is often considered to have predicted most of the modern sci-fi shows' tropes as a pioneer, a masterfully paced show that gets off to a slow start in its pilot season. And that might be why I stopped watching, because I only watched its first year.
Right, but who knew you had to stick around to the second season or whatever?
Yeah. Set in a world where singularities from different parallel Earths pose threats to life, Fringe follows the FBI Fringe Division, which uses fringe science to deal with extraordinary circumstances caused by the singularities, which I don't remember even being brought up in the first season. That's how bad this is. So then there's Lex, which it is a weird show that is not meant for kids. It's a 7.3 out of 10. It ran from 1996 to 2002. It has a weird ship, and it says that it's a cross between science fiction and a sex comedy, because there's a lot of...
That's an odd crossover.
There's a lot of eroticism stuff in it. So with the colorful crew of people, including a robot with a gimp mask, the Lex is a spaceship of sorts that floats in outer space and goes through a series of misadventures during the first season, which is a set of 4 feature-length made-for-TV movies. Yeah. But it's a longer series, if I recall correctly. It had 4 seasons. Anyway, the ship is called the Lex. So while Lex becomes more serious in its latter seasons, it also loses its grasp on the constructs of the world that it's set in, introducing magic at one point, which doesn't gel well with technological advancement being the only form of fantasy up until then. Yeah. Sense8 I never watched. It's from 2015 to 2018. Created by the Wachowski sisters. Sense8 features an ensemble cast playing 8 different people from around the world. So, yeah. Let's see. Not only does Sense8 feature multiple queer main characters in non-normative relationships, it also is culturally diverse, featuring main characters from all around the world whose relationships with their culture define their arcs in the show. Interesting. Somewhat almost dangerous in this day and age. Yeah. Then Scavenger's Reign. We're going to run really late today, I think, if I don't hurry. Scavenger's Reign. Which is this animated? Yeah, a rare adult animated sci-fi show. Scavenger's Reign tells the story of the survivors of a crashed interstellar vehicle as they crash into the planet in pods. Farscape, that's kind of like Lex, without the adult aspects of it. 1999 to 2003. Legion, which is about a certain person, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Legion is a whole bunch of things, all in one. Like yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this was a Marvel one.
Yeah. Abandons all formulaic narrative structure in its third and final season, where arcs bleed into one another. In a glorious climactic moment of reconciliation for the main character, who no longer knows if he is a villain or a hero. That's how I was going to describe Legion, as an anti-hero. Following schizophrenic David Haller, who soon realizes he's a psychic mutant, Legion uses visual effects to blur the lines between reality, omen, nightmare, as Legion's superpowers often take the appearance of a psychedelic trip. It actually was quite a turnoff for me. I wasn't really into the series. Then Paper Girls, which I've never watched a single moment of. It's based on the sci-fi comic series. Paper Girls follows 4 girls with a paper route who find themselves one fateful Halloween? Interesting. So, caught in a war between factions of time travelers and end up on wild adventures that take them to their future selves. So it's kind of like Time Bandits, but
okay.
Apparently all girls.
That's a pretty good rating. I have never heard of it.
7.3 out of 10 for IMDb, but who knows? Rotten Tomatoes probably gives it a 1,000. But it's really all compelled by the writing and then the transformation of that writing into on screen by the actor. So it says, despite having a wacky premise, which it's sci-fi for crying out loud.
Right, they're all going to have a wacky premise.
Pretty much, if you don't suspend disbelief. Instead of focusing on the technological aspects of things or trying to figure out how the characters will get back to their timelines, the viewers are invested in how their interactions with their future selves will change who they are in the present. Pretty cool. I don't know what the age group is for that, but...
No, I don't know if that's actually for adults or for kids.
Yeah. Let's keep going. This next article is the 10 best mystery movies from the 1980s that can still keep you guessing. It's over at Screen Rant. Eli Morrison put this article together, and we're going to run through this really quick. I'd love to stay and chat, but we've got one more after this one, and the time machine is overheating. So they talk about Dead and Buried. Again, let me just say that this is the 10 best mystery movies from the 1980s that can still keep you guessing. Blowout, directed by Brian De Palma, 1981. Dead and Buried, 1981. Cutter's Way.
I guess this was a good year for mysteries.
Telling you, though, the 80s was just rife with everything that I really liked. From horror movies to romantic comedies to Police Academy and stuff like that. None of that stuff is going to be allowed to be made in the future, and hasn't been since. Maybe the closest to the 80s is probably American Pie series.
Right, and I'm surprised that was able to be made.
So Cutter's Way, 1981 by Ivan Passer. Mississippi Burning, 1988, which is a huge jump. That has Gene Hackman and Willem Dafoe, which you can't go wrong. It's
probably hard to go wrong with the casting.
Yep. Blue Velvet, which is dangerous. Fans of David Lynch's dreamlike surrealist style should definitely check out Blue Velvet. 1986 mystery from the acclaimed director behind iconic films like Eraserhead and Mulholland Drive. Won't even get into it, but
it's probably got to be unusual with
Lynch.
Lynch, yes, thank you.
Then there's Clue from 1985. Cannot go wrong with that. The whole cast is absolutely awesome.
Tim Curry in particular.
Yeah, just steals the show. Frantic, 1988 by Roman Polanski. Evil Under the Sun, Guy Hamilton, 1982. Number 2
which is an Agatha Christie, and so is Death Trap.
So it says, like other Hercule Poirot mysteries, Evil Under the Sun is an enjoyable film to watch because of its consistency with the other films in the series. So anything that has Poirot, you've got good writing. So unless the screenwriters are complete dipshits, it's going to be great. You know, Agatha Christie was a phenom. You know, it's just amazing. So Death Trap, Sidney Lumet, from 1982. And finally, Road Games from 1981. Australian thriller, Road Games offers a captivating mystery story with a clever spin, largely taking place on the road as the characters travel across rural Australia. It's kind of like Mad Max without the dystopia.
But with more violence, it sounds
horror.
Like.
Yeah, I would probably say it's probably on par because Mad Max is pretty violent. So, in fact, it's extremely violent. So it says Road Game stands out as a film that works effectively across multiple genres. The film functions not only as a mystery, but as a chilling horror movie and a sprawling road movie as well. So go and check it out. Let's keep on moving. We're actually going to be stuck in time for about 10 minutes. So this next and our last article for today's continuity report is over in the continuity report. It's almost like it's in the name. Ridley Scott's upcoming Alien movie avoids the problem that hurt Prometheus in 2012.
Have you seen Prometheus? I have not.
Yes. And I'm not quite sure what the problem was, but let's get into this. Alien's upcoming entry, directed by Ridley Scott, is already in a stronger position than 2012's Prometheus, with the Alien franchise actively alive again. The future of the popular sci-fi horror series is bright. But in the history of the films, the reputation of the films has been a lot more volatile. Initially in 1979, Alien, the Alien movie, directed by Ridley Scott, was incredibly popular. Ben Gibbons put this article together again for Screen Rant. And so I'm really curious what it was that they're talking about in this. So what is it that plagued it? Do you see it really quick?
It was tied to Ridley Scott. Like, it seems like the bar was too high.
7 years later came 1986 as James Cameron brought the sequel Aliens, which gained similar praise and fanfare from audiences and critics alike. However, Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection did not manage to climb to the same heights of popularity, and it seems that the franchise was well and truly extinct by 1997, so Scott was announced as the director for another sequel. There was a lot riding on the back of Prometheus for the future of Alien movies, but I didn't really find Prometheus compelling.
Right, but I think that's what the article was getting at.
Yeah. Prometheus' reputation has improved massively since the movie's release in 2012. It says it's aging like a fine wine in the Alien franchise.
That's giving it a lot of credit.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. I think that they were trying to explain the engineers and the entire history of what the aliens were and what the xenomorphs were, and to me it seemed rather cryptic and never really explained anything other than the fact that it was a tool that was being used to wipe out all life and bring a different life onto the planet as a mistake kind of a thing. Prometheus was more of a psychological thriller in its approach, likely due to the years of storytelling which Scott had embarked on after Alien, as he helped to define compelling character stories and take a closer look at the minds and motives of these heroes and villains, which I never really got from any of the movies. I thought everybody was a reactionary, just surviving.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, is this the author taking some creative liberties?
Or I just don't get it, right? Like, there has to be something there, because I think a person, all of the humans were in survival mode.
But sometimes we see film critics making some interesting interpretations that if you ask the director, producer, etc., they wouldn't necessarily align with that.
So I'm going to end up, I haven't watched Romulus. So it says Alien Romulus has reinvigorated interest in the franchise. It says Alien is back in the limelight decades after it started. And it's out. Romulus is out. If I recall correctly, people have been going to it, but I haven't watched it. So it says Alien Covenant took some of the best parts of Prometheus, such as the android David, and put it into a story that was more similar to the old school movies, with the xenomorphs causing irrevocable destruction. However, Fade Alvarez 2024's contribution, Alien Romulus, did even more to bring the series back to its roots. So it's going to be one of those fight to survive kind of things, get prepared to do battle, and then be very strategic about it. So it's back to, based on what I'm seeing.
It's like back to the roots or something.
Back to Alien, the original Alien. where they land on the planet and find somebody and have to extract them and their own ass out. Meanwhile, there's this B story where somebody, well, hold on. Everybody dies. Anyway, that's it. We're going to end up we're going to do a movie marathon of all of the aliens.
All aliens or all alien movies?
All alien movies. No, we won't. So when the alien bursts out of my chest, we snap back to the front page of the continuity report at ohmTown.com, where Mayor Watt's going to say, that's me. I'm going to say bye. And the sentient AI is going to do something similar.
Bye. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode next week, but stay tuned because we have to get out of our time machine and
do the real show. Yeah, we are running woefully behind. See you in a little bit. Chest burster. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 30. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to be talking about a bacteria against mosquitoes, a wooden satellite in space, treating the brain without invasive tech, no more frost, and an interstellar tunnel. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Yes, I know that the graphics are still messed up over at ohmTown.com. I'm going to fix them hopefully today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But everything's powered by ohmTown.com, and all that information gets funneled into 5 articles now here for just one show, Technology Today. But we have 5 other weekly shows and 1 daily show, Non Sequitur News, which is basically chaos in an hour with a little bit of snark. And still, the co-host, Sentient AI from the future, won't give us any winning lottery numbers. I know. You can't disrupt the normal flow of time. But
that's right.
I would really like to be Biff from...
no, that's not a good thing.
What? I can't control everything from a casino? What? Oh, never mind.
That was not a good role model.
No. Yeah. I mean, in so many ways, no. But yeah, I was trying to be funny, and then I realized, the role model is really, even in the real world, the role model. Anyway, it has nothing to do with technology today, except that it's a time machine, and that is all tech. And that's what brought the sentient AI from the future back in time. Gotta get back in. First article's over in Technology Today. Hello, sentient AI from the future. I didn't introduce you. I just kind of threw you in there.
I know, it's okay. Hello, Mayor Watt.
I'm on my 4th reinfusion of yerba mate. I'm not going to sleep until Wednesday.
Oh, no. ohmTown is in trouble.
Scientists discover bacteria that could help us win the fight against mosquitoes, which is my DJ name, Mosquito. I am going to start wearing a mosquito head helmet, like, you know. I mean, there aren't enough of those artists, those DJs out there, right? There's Dead Mouse.
Marshmallow.
Who else? Mosquito.
That's all I've got.
I mean, come on. Right now, it's only 2, right? I'm going to be Mosquito. And the little antenna in my proboscis is going to periodically come out. Whoa, I said proboscis.
That doesn't sound appropriate.
Yeah, really. Technology Today after dark. Anyway, hey, you can do all kinds of stuff on Twitch, I hear. As long as you flag it. as politically or socially sensitive. Scientists have discovered that a type of bacteria, Aziae, I think, Aziae, accelerates the growth of Aedes aegypti mosquito larvae by a day, potentially enhancing mosquito control programs. And these programs, crucial to battling diseases like dengue and Zika, release sterilized or genetically modified mosquitoes to reduce disease transmission. I guess I don't know why would that, okay. It accelerates the growth by a day.
Well, maybe then they're not at the right stage at the right time or something, so maybe they don't mature.
So, but every subsequent version, oh, they never mature? Oh, that's interesting. So let's see what they say here.
I have no idea. That's just a theory.
Right. So this article is from the University of Exeter over at scitechdaily.com, and there is a mosquito. Oh, I'll even have the bladder, the little blood bladder there, and I'll eventually... No, okay, never mind. Anyway, I've taken it too far. I can tell by the error message being thrown at me by the sentient AI. In the study, researchers from the universities of Exeter and Wageningen, investigated how Aziae bacteria influenced mosquito larva development. They found that exposure to the bacteria sped up larval growth by a day, an advantage that could aid large-scale mosquito breeding programs needing to produce millions of adults quickly.
So I had it the wrong way. That's basically for those mosquitoes that they're trying to introduce that can't breed or something.
Yeah, but they're going to spay or neuter them, which means that they're going to have to get millions of people, really tiny microscopes, to zoom in and do the little snip, snip and clip, clip.
How would you like that to be your job?
So what do you do? Well, for the last 25 years, I've been spaying and neutering mosquitoes. But I recently heard about a DJ named Mosquito who always crosses his legs when he drives to a venue. Anyway, so the whole thing is so that they can genetically modify these mosquitoes so that they don't have the ability to get it on. Ooh.
Okay, but this is kind of one of these things that, like, okay, now they can increase their or speed up their life cycle. What could go wrong here?
Right. Yeah. No bad bat, right? Or they're going to adapt and they're going to be reproducing a whole day earlier.
Right, exactly. Which then means think about the exponential nature of that.
That's right. Wow. So 2 particular species accelerated larval development. The mechanism for this is unclear. So let's do it. It's unclear or not. It does not appear that the bacteria provided direct nutritional benefits. Instead, they changed the wider bacterial community, reducing abundance of certain bacteria, including some species that might be slightly parasitic.
Oh boy.
The bacteria also removes oxygen, creating conditions that produce hormones to promote development. What could go wrong?
This sounds like build a better mouse, not the mousetrap.
Build a better mosquito. Moving on. Oh, by the way, if you're over in the Twitch chat, you can actually type in !TT, and that will pull up the show notes for today's episode. And if you type in !show notes, that will give you all of the syntax needed to grab all of the show notes from any of the shows, like NSN is Non Sequitur News, RH is Reality Hacker, Want is Wanted. Those are shows that we've done yesterday and one that we did today. The Daily Show, Non Sequitur News, is every day. All right. So this next article is over in Technology Today. Japan just sent the world's first wooden satellite to space. We talked about this previously, but they've actually gone and done it. Japanese researchers just sent the world's first satellite into space. This is a weekly show. We talked about it in Non Sequitur News.
How is this going to be not susceptible to like environmental conditions. It just seems like an odd material to make a satellite out of, but maybe not.
It's in the vacuum of space. Can't get any colder than the cold that it is in. So, actually, the weird thing about it is it doesn't have the ability to radiate heat. So it actually stays warm because the sun is shining on it periodically. It gets cold in the shade, but it might have a power plant that generates heat enough to keep its electronics warm. The casing doesn't matter because there isn't anything alive inside it. So it doesn't need to be under pressure particularly. It doesn't, all it needs to do is keep the cool things cool and the warm things warm, and it can operate in the vacuum of space.
Interesting.
So with it made out of wood, it could be lighter. It doesn't suffer necessarily from the same radiative heat issue because the wood may not actually absorb the same amount of energy and thus not heat up as much. So I'm really curious. It says first, it'll be a test as to the durability of wood when faced with the harsh conditions of space. And if successful, the researchers plan on making more wooden structures. It was developed by Kyoto University and a company called Sumitomo Forestry. It was included in a SpaceX mission to the International Space Station and will soon be released into orbit above Earth. The article is by Lawrence Bonk over at Engadget.com. I love their name. So this is a render. This is not the actual thing. So
Although that's from the university.
Yeah. This is kind of what it looks like. It's a microsatellite. So why do this? This is why that's what they said. This is actually a much more complex wooden box than I thought, but it is your standard wooden box. It just happens to have dovetails that hold it together. And I'm sure that there's some threaded inserts that are holding it together from the outside in. It's pretty cool. Early 1900 airplanes were made of wood, said Kyoto University forest science professor Koji Murata. A wooden satellite should be feasible too. Zero defensibility. If anything hits this thing, there's a really good chance that it's just going to get obliterated and become more debris.
Watch out for asteroids.
So there you go. For those balking at the idea of wooden structures being used in space, consider some of the benefits. The material should actually be more durable than other things because, well, the endless void doesn't have any water or oxygen. There's nothing to cause it to rot, and it's very hard for it to catch fire, even if it even offers fairly decent protection from radiation. Ta-da. So, yeah. Pretty much everything that I said a little bit more, but they're not going to go into all of the detail, just like I can't. The planet is currently surrounded by more than 3,000 satellites, so that's why we're not going to get visited by aliens anytime soon unless one slips through.
They can't get through.
Wooden satellites would eventually fall back into Earth and burn up during re-entry, except for the batteries, which will land promptly in a Floridian's living room.
Living room, but not the MR game.
Oh, right, because I guess it could be coded for that, right? It's actually, that would be hilarious. If it's like tracking all of the satellites and one deorbits and it just happens to go plunk into your mixed reality.
Right. I mean,
zoo.
That would add some excitement.
Talk about immersion. So in any event, they say having a log cabin on the moon would be one heck of a good time. There's literally an Apple TV show about just that. I don't know what that show is. Are they going to share it? Hello Tomorrow? Have you heard of that?
I don't know that one. Mm-mm.
I don't know. I've been told that Apple TV they cannot screw up any shows, apparently. I don't know. What was the one that had that jump scare that basically made everybody in the room pee their pants?
Well, I don't know what that one was. Are you thinking Constellation?
Constellation. Yeah. It was a jump scare that did that, by the way. Yeah.
It was more than that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a jump scare to a sustained, oh my freaking God. Anyway, pretty cool. They launched a wooden satellite, and it's that big right there. This doesn't give you any real context to the size, but
So this is interesting. I think I was thinking about when it gets launched, but like this, they're going to bring it up and then like I
Yeah.
didn't think how it could make it into orbit, but again, they're going to launch it from the ISS or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all satellites get brought up in a container and then they get pushed out into space.
That's true.
Um, at least for now. Eventually, we'll develop the technology where the satellite itself can go up. That'll be a hell of a day. Oh my God, Gattaca. All right, let's keep moving though. Running out of time. We got 15 minutes to do 3 more. If you all are counting. So shush, Merwat, and get going. So the next article is over in Technology Today. MIT scientists develop a new way to treat the brain without invasive implants or genetic tweaks, much to the chagrin of certain... Oh, I was going to say something. Anyway, these are not the times.
Companies.
Yes, certain companies. So these devices could serve as valuable tools for biomedical research and may have potential for clinical applications in the future. Novel magnetic nanodiscs could provide such or a much less invasive way of stimulating parts of the brain, paving the way for stimulation therapies without implants or genetic modification, according to MIT researchers. I am actually a very big proponent of this stimulation of the brain without intrusion, because your brain doesn't regrow its cells. Damage is damage, and your brain will heal around it unless the damage is profound enough. But you can actually use
Like EEG?
Electromagnetic stimulation. So it's either electrical or magnetic or a combination of both. And it actually can increase with enough low energy excitation of your brain. You can actually remember more, think faster, retain more longer, think clearer, etc. It's when you overdo it when it can cause great harm. But David Chandler, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, it's like saying Worcestershire, Massachusetts.
I mean, there's just too many letters.
Yeah, and you don't marinate in Massachusetts. I mean, some people do, I suppose. Anyway, MIT scientists developed a new way to treat the brain without invasive implants or genetic tweaks, because we really don't know what the hell we're doing, but we're learning. And here the heroes are that actually take on that physical intrusion and genetic modification. So you're the heroes of our time, I suppose. The development of these nanoparticles, it says here, scientists envision that the tiny discs, which are about 250 nanometers across, would be injected directly into the desired location of the brain, which sounds intrusive.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be non-intrusive.
Without invasive implants. What do you call injecting your damn brain with nano?
That kind of sounds like an invasive implant.
From there, they could be activated at any time simply by saying, you are going to be a Manchurian candidate. From there, they could be activated at any time simply by applying a magnetic field outside the body, and the new particles could quickly find applications in biomedical research and eventually, after sufficient testing, might be applied to clinical uses. The development of these nanoparticles is described in the journal Nature Nanotechnology, actually, in a paper by Polina Anikiva, a professor in MIT's departments of materials science and engineering and brain and cognitive sciences.
Wow, leave some professor jobs for other people.
I know, geez. The thing on the wall is like, you have to have a double wide door frame, right? Graduate student E.G. Kim and 17 others. How would you like to be the named one going back into the cafeteria on the campus and bumping
right,
up
and everybody
against
else is sneering at you because they were the 17 others.
17 others at MIT and in the entire country of Germany.
Wow.
Oh. So, and when I was referring to electromagnetic stimulation and electric stimulation, using low energy stimulation, I'm talking about deep brain stimulation. It says is a common clinical procedure that uses electrodes implanted in the target brain regions. It doesn't always have to be deep brain stimulation. It can actually, nowadays they can use multiple electrodes on the surface and angle it through because energy follows a line, usually on the surface. But anyway, blah, blah, blah. So, psychiatric conditions such as Parkinson's disease and obsessive compulsive disorder have been used, neurological issues for this DBS. But DBS is actually also used for the other things that I was talking about, like cognition, remembering things for a longer period of time, easier ability to learn things. It's quite fascinating.
Not for Manchurian candidacy.
Where there's a will, there's a secret DARPA project. So despite its efficacy, the surgical difficulty and clinical complications associated with DBS limit the number of cases where such an invasive procedure is warranted. The new nanodisc could provide a much more benign way of achieving the same results. Hell, there's going to be some serious problem if these are activated through an electromagnetic field, they could never go into an MRI.
That's true, but also think about, could they be hacked?
Well, they would probably be able to get activated by remote, but I don't know what these actually are capable of, right? Like, I don't think that these are computational devices, but these are something that has the ability to follow a path of magnetic lines of flux or force lines, right? Creating a nanoscale magnetoelectric material was a formidable challenge, they say, since all nerve cells are sensitive to electrical signals. Kim, a graduate student at Anakiva's group, hypothesized that a magnetoelectric nanomaterial that can efficiently convert magnetization into electrical potential could offer a path toward remote magnetic brain stimulation. Pretty fascinating.
It absolutely is, but it is interesting that you brought up the inability to do the MRI.
Yeah, because if these can be manipulated by a magnetic field, then an MRI would pull these things in whichever direction I mean, you don't want anything conductive in an MRI. You get close to it and you're going to have a bad day. So the nanodisc,
it might end with you stuck to the top of the MRI machine.
They'd have to quench it to just pull your head off of it, right? You're like calling in to work from a distance, right? Somebody's holding your phone in the other room. I'm going to be late, and you might find this really awkward, but I'm going to have a MRI machine attached to my forehead when I come into work. The nanodiscs could trigger the neuronal activity comparable with conventional implanted electrodes delivering mild electrical stimulation. The authors achieved sub-second temporal precision for neural stimulation with their method, yet observed significantly reduced foreign body responses as compared to the electrodes, potentially allowing an even safer deep brain stimulation. Pretty fascinating. So I love the idea of this. They don't mention any of the other things that I was talking about in this article, but maybe in the research.
Well, it still sounds like it's theoretical, like they haven't actually used it in humans yet.
While these nanodiscs could in principle already be applied to basic research using animal models like those 42 monkeys that are running around South Carolina, to translate them into clinical use in humans would require several more steps, including large-scale safety studies, quote, which is something academic researchers are not necessarily most well-positioned to do. So we'll do it with I was going to say something really, really questionable just now. Anyway, Anakiva says, when we find that these particles are really useful in a particular clinical context, then we imagine that there will be a pathway for them to undergo more rigorous large animal safety studies. So I could never be a fundamental researcher in biomedical science because of this. Yeah, at
No,
least
I
not at
would
this
want to do
level.
research in another field,
Yeah. It's why
like
I didn't
chemistry or something.
it's why I didn't go into like I had a real passion for cybernetics, but I could never do human studies and I definitely couldn't do animal studies. I gave up architecture or not architecture, archaeology because of that as well, because I didn't want to dig up bodies. Anyway, pretty fascinating. So good on them. I'm glad that somebody has the stones to do it. So the next article is over in Technology Today. No more frost. Scientists unveil long-lasting antifreeze technology. So let's amplify global warming. Um,
Right.
we're just going to
Let's
spray
mix this
everything.
in with the microplastics, right?
There you go. Yeah, create a supercritical, a super fun site the size of the planet. The optimized surface completely prevents frost formation on flat areas for up to 1 week. One day, we might finally say goodbye to defrosting freezers or scraping frost off slippery surfaces. Engineers at Northwestern University have developed a new strategy to prevent frost formation before it even starts. I've actually seen other research into this.
Right, but I don't know if it's the same study.
Yeah, I haven't seen this before, so let's find out. Northwestern University put the article together. It's published at scitechdaily.com. Like the one that we talked about, like maybe last year around this time, was a person
It
that
was probably
had,
the winter. Yeah,
yeah, spraying something on concrete and it,
onto the driveway or something.
yeah,
Yes.
and it prevented it for an extended period of time. I wonder if this is the similar thing. We'll have to look into it though. In a new study, they say the researchers discovered that tweaking the texture of any surface and adding a thin layer of graphene oxide prevents 100% frost from forming on surfaces for 1 week or potentially even longer. This is 1,000 times longer than current state-of-the-art anti-frosting surfaces. That's neat. For example, in 2021, power crisis in Texas cost $195 billion in damages resulting directly from frost, ice, and extreme cold conditions for more than 160 hours. The cold's going to sink somewhere. So I guess if they spray everything with this,
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what the ramifications of this are.
where is the cold going to actually sink to?
Right. And is it going to layer or be more?
Like it's not going to bond to the surface and turn to ice. It's just going to be like this absolute freezing cold layer right at the bottom of
Maybe.
it.
I mean, we don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know how that actually works. Interesting. So there is more frost formation on the convex regions of a leaf, Park said at the time. On the concave regions, the veins, we see much less frost. People have noticed this for several thousands of years. I don't know about thousands of years, but remarkably, there was no explanation for how these patterns form. We found that it's the geometry, not the material, that controls this. Interesting. I would think that it's the density of the item, not because the
But I could
veins
see
are
that the
higher
shape
density.
would impact too.
Yeah, I don't see how the shape is though, right? So, through experimental work and computational simulations, Park and his collaborators found that condensation is enhanced on the peaks and suppressed in the valleys of wavy surfaces. Suppressed in the valleys. Okay. So, the small amount of condensed water in the valleys then evaporates, resulting in a frost free area. Interesting. In the previous study, Park's team developed a surface featuring millimeter scale peaks and valleys with small angles in between. In the new study, Park's team added graphene oxide on flat valleys, which reduced frost formation by 100% in those valleys. And the new surface comprises tiny bumps with a peak to peak distance of just 5 millimeters. Then a thin layer of graphene oxide, just 600 microns thick, coats the valleys between the peaks. So it doesn't have an opportunity to bond anywhere.
That's interesting. I mean,
Huh.
I still just don't really get what happens as an alternative rather than it just doesn't occur.
Yeah. Where does the cold go?
Right, right.
Because the entire material has to be chilling down before something condenses on it and then freezes over and stays attached. That's the reason why the ice is there isn't because there's a hill or a valley. It's that it's accumulated there and bonded at a near molecular level. But it is just surface tension holding something frozen on there. I mean, and the glass sheet or the ice sheet will stay there until the glass is removed. That's why you can roll down a window and the ice stays
Oh,
there.
right. There's like a sheet still.
Yeah. But I suspect maybe where does the cold go? It sinks somewhere else, I suppose. Now I'm really curious what the area of effect is.
Maybe we'll find that years later. All the cold was going to fill in the blank.
Yeah, so they say why it matters. The hybrid micro texture graphene oxide surface offers a promising solution for preventing frost formation in various applications. Most people only worry about the frost when it coats their car window or kills their outdoor plants, but frost is far more than a nuisance. Frost on wings, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're talking about all of the issues, but they're all, there's specificity in why it matters. So like power lines can collapse, planes become dangerous or impossible to fly, cars,
right,
etc. I
right.
mean,
Pretty much everything is negatively impacted by it.
yeah. But again, where does that cold go? The cold is there. It just doesn't bond. Part of that heat sink issue is that it condenses on the surface and then freezes over. So where does that
I don't know.
That's a really interesting
I mean, the article
question.
makes it sound like it doesn't occur at all, but
right.
I don't know.
But that energy is still there, right? Yeah. Okay. We'll have to monitor this. I'm sure that when more science like this comes out, we'll be able to talk about it. Let's move on. The next article and our last one for technology today is over in Non Sequitur News. An astronomer discovers an interstellar tunnel in our solar neighborhood. Astronomers say that they found an interstellar tunnel in our solar neighborhood that could lead to other star systems. As detailed in a new study published in the journal Astronomy and the Astrophysics. Astronomy and Astrophysics? You know what?
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right.
Frank Landemore over at futurism.com put this article together. Yeah, I think you're right that that's not right.
Something is not right here.
It's some cosmic conflict there in their cosmic channel.
I think we found the location of the frost.
Oh my God. Look, it even has it right there. Astronomy and astrophysics.
Okay, I'm looking up this journal while you're talking.
Okay. The tunnel exists as part of an enormous structure of hot gas with a radius of 100 light years. That's me. I am an enormous structure of hot gas.
So it's astronomy ampersand astrophysics.
Right. That's kind of what I figured.
As we expected.
Yeah. The and is not a extra
and.
So it's a radius of hundreds of light years that surround our solar system, known as the local hot bubble. That was my name in college. What's more, the findings suggest that it could connect with a nearby and even larger bubble. Oh man, I want to say something so bad. Anyway, using extensive data collected from the Arecibo telescope, the first X-ray observatory fully outside of the Earth's atmosphere, the researchers generated a 3D model of the entire LHB, confirming some features that astronomers had predicted, but also uncovering entirely new ones. So we live in a bubble. The existence of the LHB, I think that it's just really the simulation, and we have no ability to get outside.
We can't see outside it, right?
Our local bubble.
I mean, it would be a constrained area.
We can't go faster than light. So we'll never, nothing will ever live long enough. And entropy will take over all of the stuff that might be able to send a signal back light years. Fractions of light years, yeah, sure. But light year, no. Anyway, but if our cosmic neck of the woods was empty for some reason, that would be the local bubble. Astronomers believe it formed some 14 million years ago when a chain of supernovas blew all nearby interstellar material away, creating a cavity around 1,000 light years in diameter. As evidence, we see remnants of these supernovas today. The idea has faced challenges. A decade ago, it emerged that an interaction between our sun's solar winds and our planet's outer atmosphere could produce similar X-ray emissions, according to researchers, but the idea has further been supported in recent years with observations of clusters of nascent stars forming on the border of this bubble. Again, it's the simulation.
How did we just discover this?
We are now able to look outside our bubble. We are piercing the bubble. We're popping the bubble. Yeah. You know what happens.
They're going to go haywire.
That's right. Bad bubble. So, along with the interstellar tunnel, the detailed modeling of the local bubble revealed a temperature gradient across the structure, with the northern region notably hotter than the southern one. I don't know, man. Sometimes that southern border gets pretty steamy. This suggests that there may have been more recent supernovas that expanded the bubble and reheated its material, perhaps in the last few million years. All right.
So is that when the simulation began?
The simulation resets from time to time when we discover some way of kind of piercing the veil. They patch it, reboot. We discover something that they want us to discover that still puts a hobble on, you remember the book and seen the movie, maybe Misery, where she breaks the author's ankles to keep them from running. That's kind of what happens. The aliens do to us.
Wow, that's kind of dark.
NaNoWriMo, folks. It's underway. You still have 20 days to get it done. And I am full of ideas, but I write poorly. Anyway, so we are going to pop the bubble, and that's going to snap us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmTown.com. And then we're going to reset because we have four-wheel tech to do. So stick around for that. The sentient AI is going to supernova us off to another dimension.
Well, good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today, and be back soon.
Oh, you're done. Okay. Well, see ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 37. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about stretching screen, tiny 12-port docking station, land aircraft carrier, gift ideas for music lovers and audiophiles, and food and drink subscriptions. That and a little bit of snark. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Wanted is just one of our 6 weekly shows, and our 7th show, Non Sequitur News, is a daily show, runs every day. We have yet to miss one. In reality, we've missed them, but then we use a time machine to go back, and you can use that time machine too. Just go to ohmTown.com. It has a date, a year. You can go back about 6 years actually, but we've only been doing this for, we're coming up on 3 now. So go check it out. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Are we, though? It's a time machine episode, so I guess.
Well, that's true.
No matter
I guess
what,
we're from the present from yesterday.
Tomorrow. Yeah. So let's get into it. I'm kind of blown away by this. LG just demoed, this article is over at the Hatch Ideas channel on ohmTown.com, which is all about business transformation, intellectual property, and stuff like that too. But basically, strategic management consulting and business transformation in general. So LG just demoed a new screen that scratches. Yes, you can scratch it. It stretches like taffy from 12 to 18 inches. And there's a video of this. LG's full color screen is the first for the industry, but competitors like Samsung are not too far behind. This is the drip, drip, drip of technology and innovation, I suppose, that we all live in. If you want today's show notes and you're over at Twitch, you can actually type !want and it'll pull ohmTown. Will be told, hey, give me all of your articles. And that's what it'll do. But later on, it'll all show up. We stream to both Twitch and to YouTube. Then it gets turned into a podcast later on. And it's over on YouTube for the long term. We've got over 1,500 episodes altogether so far across the network of shows at ohmTown over there. So youtube.com/ohmTown or twitch.tv/ohmTown. I'm just the mayor. Anyway, go check it all out. It's a lot of fun. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. You go tell me. Like it, review it, tell a friend, do your own podcast and YouTube show and mention ohmTown. That would be great. At any rate, Sharon Shibu and Melissa Malamet worked together to put this article out onto entrepreneur.com. LG's full color screen is a first for the industry, but competitors like Samsung are not too far behind. That's because this screen twists and bends and stretches out from 12 to 18 inches. And I thought that this was a screen where you just like scroll it up, scroll it out.
Right,
you can
like
look
an
at
accordion or something, or a papyrus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's like a high tech. What do you call the library of Alexandria, the one that burned down and took all of basically the world's knowledge of the time away. So like so many deleted files. So LG demoed a new stretchable screen last week with the highest expansion rate in the industry so far. It twists and bends and stretches from 12 to 18 inches, but an earlier version of the screen was used in September at the Seoul Fashion Week in apparel and handbags worn on the runway.
Interesting. I wonder what the reception was, and I wonder if that encouraged LG to put it out as an actual screen.
So I love this thing. I absolutely want this. I put this right on the front because I thought that I'd spend a whole bunch of time, but really I'm just drunk on it. I want this thing. Okay, so I assume that the sentient AI didn't follow the link and check it out beforehand, but you're not going to believe what this screen can do.
Whoa. No, I had not looked ahead at this. This is even more than I imagined.
So it can bend, it can twist, you can crumple it to some degree. LG showed off the screen on Friday at LG Science Park in Seoul, Korea to more than 100 onlookers. Its expansion rate of 50% is the highest in the industry, and it has a resolution of 100 pixels per inch, which isn't spectacular, but the screen gives full color. Now, we haven't even gotten to where this thing is really. I want this thing because I want to be able to roll it up into a cylinder and not have to worry about a screen. I don't want to lay it flat. I want it as small as possible. I can tuck it away. Just give me a little micro PC so that I can just lay this thing down. I think that it's just this amazing piece of tech, right? It says LG's been working on a stretchy screen since, for years, it says. In 2019, the company launched a TV screen that rolls away. I actually saw this. It rolls down into a big cylinder. LG discontinued the 65-inch $100,000 TV in May of 2024 after slow sales. In 2022, the company showed off a 12-inch display that could extend out to 14 inches. To create the screen, LG used a base silicon material like the one used for contact lenses. They layered micro LEDs and circuits shaped like springs on top to create a screen capable of being twisted and stretched and folded with no damage. Eventually it would damage though. I mean, nothing can really stop that degradation. Eventually it fails. All things do. But look at this. This thing was embedded on clothing.
Wow, and it looks like it was displaying information too.
And it is, yeah, it's a fully functional screen. And anything behind it that isn't obfuscated by color is transparent. So you see the pink behind, but this is actually the pink behind. It's rude. Come on, Merwatt.
The pink clothing behind.
Yes, the pink clothing. But then they go, well, Samsung placed a screen on a smartphone and demonstrated how it could move the topography, show the topography of a map. So Samsung has a stretchable micro LED display, and there's a video here that shows it. Yeah, I'll hit play and I'll mute it. And let's just jump to it. So you can basically bend the screen so that it can show the topology of whatever it is you're working on. And I think that that's just freaking magical.
Yeah, this is really neat. I hope this is like the new way that screens are actually set up.
I want this because I want to put it on a table that has actuators underneath it that can give topology to maps, to games, to other things, just to make it more interactive, more fun. But, you know, at $100,000 for a 65-inch display, we'll see if that stays the same.
Yeah, it's a little hard to really take off in the mainstream.
So, good luck. I want. Let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in the mobile channel. This tiny docking station adds 12 ports to your laptop. And it's 40% off for early Black Friday. I don't know if that's actually working still, but anyway, the reason why I wanted it is because I am always in need of extra ports. In fact, I have a problem right now with one of my, I don't know if it's really my problem or the software that I use, but it detaches my audio player. So,
which doesn't help with if you're trying to play any audio.
Yeah, exactly. So this here is this little docking station right here. And so it looks kind of like a wedgy little thing and has a bunch of ports attached to it and then one central cable leading to your laptop. But it isn't necessarily bound to a laptop. It could be used for anything that wherein you need 12 extra ports. It is connected to your device by USB-C, but doesn't have all USB-C on the other side of it. So I don't know. We're living in a world nowadays where USB-C is pretty much dominating the space. And so I would never use, hold on a second. There it goes. So I typically use nothing but USB-C now, and anything that is older and not using USB-C, I try and donate and replace it with something that's USB-C, mainly because I want to stay on the upper edge of the tech. But some things don't require USB-C.
Or don't come in USB-C.
Right. So Joe Tillelli over at gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says here that over at Stack Social, it's a 12-in-1 USB-C hub that doubles as a laptop stand for 40% off for a limited time. Again, I don't know if it actually is still, but it says that now you can what? There's a missing word here. Now you can see what's possible or on your laptop or expand what's possible. There's a word missing right here.
I know, but you have to fill in the blank. Imagine.
Oh, it's a Mad Lib. A Mad Lib. You know, that would be a fun browser if somebody created it, where it just removes a word and says, you know, put an adjective here or put a noun here. Assume a pronoun here. So once plugged in, you'll be able to take advantage of 2 HDMI ports, 1 VGA port, 1 Ethernet port, and it says on 87 watt. What do they call that? PD. Power. I forgot what it's called. No. Not differential. Power, like distribution. I can't remember what it's called. Doggone it. You know what? I'll verify. 1 second.
Power delivery?
Yeah, power delivery. It's a protocol that allows you to feed as much power to the port if the port actually accepts PD protocol, then it'll deliver as much as that PD tells you. So, for instance, I have a little gadget right here that uses PD and will provide as much power as the receiving unit that will tell the delivery system that is PD. Anyway, so it'll take as much juice as it wants.
By the way, Stack Social discount still available, and we don't have any link or affiliate to Stack Social.
Oh yeah, we're not related to anything here. We're not related to Gizmodo. We're not related to Stack Social. We're not related to the product. The only reason why this is even here is because Mayor Watt wants it. So, you'll also get one USB-C port, 3 USB 3 ports, 2 TF SD cards. They're the little cards, bigger cards, and a good old 3.5 millimeter audio jack, which they say here you can never make me get rid of my wired headphones. I'm bound to them too, although I prefer wireless. Wired has 0 latency, and so you don't have to worry about delay. It is what it is. Anyway, as stated, it says here in the article, the USB-C hub doubles as a laptop stand, so you can just slide it underneath your laptop, and it has little grippy feet right there to hold on to the bottom of your laptop. Get some air underneath it. It's kind of cool.
Right. It's cooling features, expandability. I mean, what else could you want in this?
And as long as this here is a MacBook Pro, it looks like it can drive additional monitors by going through this hub. So not bad, not a bad deal at all. And 87 watts of power will allow you to charge and use all of those devices. So sound good?
It sounds really good. And I mean, for $60, that seems like a real win.
Yeah, something like this would probably be up $100 or more. So I would say go and get it. $129, particularly when it hovers around like an Apple product. Usually they get a little bit more juice out of them. So, and by juice, I mean extracting more wealth from you.
More money from the consumer.
Yeah. Let's keep moving. How about a Land Cruiser? I don't know if this is Xpeng or Shipeng or Spang. I don't know how this is pronounced. But anyway, a new land aircraft carrier is a $276,000 van with a 2-man quadcopter, and it thinks that it can sell 10,000 of them a year. In what? Well, I mean, this timeline.
Who is their audience?
Dystopian survivalists. But we're going to talk tomorrow, because this is the Time Machine episode. We actually have another show after this, the continuity report. Then we're going to reset, and we're going to do Non Sequitur News, and then 3 additional shows. And in one of those shows, we're going to talk about somebody who is, I was going to say that this would sell to one of those survivalists, right? Somebody who wants something that can do everything anywhere.
Right.
All at
It's
once.
like a one and done.
Yep. Well, I'm going to introduce you to somebody that really committed to a solution. And it's going to blow you away. Hold on. I need to get rid of something real quick while I can. Oh no, it's going to pop up again. Anyway, don't worry about it when you see it. So, Chinese EV maker Xpeng, I guess, I don't know, gave the public a first glimpse at the new land aircraft carrier in action on Tuesday, marking another step towards its ambition to bring flying vehicles to the mass market. Matthew Lowe, we've actually talked about this vehicle once before, because we read about the fact that there was somebody that was selling a quadcopter that could land on the car. This may have been the vehicle.
Okay.
But this actually says it's a 2-man quadcopter. Maybe I missed that in the initial title of this. Let me go back. Yeah, it's a 2-man quadcopter. So obviously, no, this is not the same vehicle that we talked about. It can't be.
I don't believe it was, but I haven't made every episode.
Does this vehicle land on top of this? It says a land aircraft carrier, so it has to land on top of it, right? So the vehicle is a 6-wheeled van with a quadcopter drone that can fit 2 people. The firm performed the vehicle's first public flight on Tuesday at the Zhuhai Air Show. They demonstrated the quadcopter in an uncrewed flight in front of a crowd at the Zhuhai Air Show, an annual Chinese aviation conference backed by the central government. No shit. So orders will be open to the public in December. It's already targeting a far larger tranche of orders, with state media reporting that the company plans to sell an annual production capacity of 10,000.
I mean, this is very niche. It looks very neat. But who can afford this, and who needs a quadcopter?
So Matthew Lowe over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together again. But I want to see. In August, it debuted a car with self-driving tech at $22,000, undercutting other brands like Xiaomi, BYD, and Tesla. Meanwhile, it's been pushing hard to sell flying technology to the consumer market. This would never fly in the United States.
Well, I think it's interesting that they demoed it without people in it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're working on 2-person electric flying vehicles that feature vertical takeoff and landing, which drones pretty much do anyway. Yeah,
I'd like to see it land on the vehicle, though.
it says videos released by the firm, so it's on Weibo though, so won't be able to get there from here. Sorry, you will not find your Terminator body.
I wouldn't be looking over there.
Let's move on. This next article is over in Wired. I had to reset this, and yeah, we'll have to do something weird when we move on to the next article. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. 32 delightful gifts for music, gift ideas for music lovers and audiophiles, from headphones and speakers to accessories for their vinyl LPs. These picks will appeal to any audio aficionado. The article is over at Wired by Parker Hall. There is a long list here, doink, and I won't be able to go through them all. I put this together because I kind of encourage people to go over to the sources to look through this stuff, because my wants are slightly different than everybody else's, and I really dig Bluetooth speakers. A lot of this stuff is just getting more powerful and more capable, like battery life and reliability in its connection, and the audio reproduction. So with each iteration, Ultimate Ears Boom 4 gets better. The Tribit Storm Box 2, it's $70. It's at Amazon. They say
and that's listed as an Ultimate Ears alternative, so that must be like the front runner.
Yeah, and it looks a lot like an Ultimate Ears. It's vertical, it stands up on its end, but it's a cylinder. The Ultimate Ears over at Walmart is $100. It's $50 off from its normal $150 price. The solid state earbuds, they say here, are the Soundpeats Capsule 3 Pro Plus, which has the definitely Sony brand of product naming. Yeah. They're $90 at Amazon. And then Sennheiser HD6XX, they're $200, down from $219 at drop. Everybody really loves Sennheiser. They have really great audio reproduction. I would get those if it wasn't for the fact that I don't like big old cans stuck to my head and I look like Princess Leia.
Maybe people want to look like Princess Leia.
Maybe even prettier. But okay. Then open earbuds. That's what I prefer. I like in-ear monitors. The better you can get, the better the sound will be, the more reliable they tend to be, the more they stay in your ears, because you can get custom earbuds and stuff like that. Sometimes, though, the person wearing them doesn't quite figure out how to get them to stay. But anyway.
Maybe not everybody's ears are perfect.
Is the implication that my ears are perfect? Wow, am I inferring that properly? You can say no, that's fine.
I mean, that would be the inference from it.
Yeah, but it's wrong. But anyway, you can protect your ears, the NPR music, and then it says buy or X earpiece Pro, which are like sound dampening. Volume adjustable earplugs. So the loop switch 2, you can actually dial in. And a bunch of other things. I won't go through them all, but there's 32 in this gift list. And I'm always a proponent of these things because you can just go through them. Somebody has filtered, kind of like the news in ohmTown. Somebody has gone through it and said, well, this source is great and this source isn't. And so we remove sources and add sources. And then for our shows, we've gone through and we've found, the weekly shows are 5 articles that we find compelling. And this is one of them, particularly as the holiday seasons come around. We want more ideas for various people. Sound good?
Sounds good. Which thing on the list would you pick?
Yes. So the next article is over in the Technology Today channel. Best food and drink subscriptions for our subscription gifts for 2024. Again, holiday seasons are right around the corner. We've got Thanksgiving coming, and then we've got Christmas. And right in between all of that is family politics and trying to figure out just who is really deserving
of a gift.
Yeah. Santa can give everybody a gift, but sometimes it's a lump of coal, right? Don't piss off the Santa.
That's true. I think it is hard to go wrong with food and drink gifts, though. First of all, they get consumed, and then they're not just adding to clutter.
Hey, that's always a great thing. So as far as the author here over at CNET is concerned, you don't need a good reason to sign up for food or drink subscriptions. That's true. I think if you want to, you do it. So these 17 food and drink subscription boxes make the perfect gift for family and friends. And they usually come in somewhere around $20 to $30.
Right. And they're also nice because they show up more than once. So it's like multiple gifts in one.
It is a month though, 20 to 30 bucks a month. So 6 months means $120. So are people worth it? I mean,
exactly. That goes back to your earlier question.
in this economy, So the article is over at cnet.com, and I think David Watsky, they changed their format. David Watsky put this article together. The Atlas Coffee Club is a coffee subscription, is about as foolproof as a gift could get, as long as the person being gifted drinks coffee and all. That's such a kludgy way of saying that. Anyway, not judging the writing, just Tea Runners Club. You can get a bunch of tea. By the way, we have we have a whole line of news aggregation channels over at ohmTown.com, but they're not all shows. Like of the Bean, which is about coffee, of the Brew, which is about beer, of the Grape, which is about wine, of the Leaf, which is about tea, of the Still, which is about spirits. So, and then there's another one, Distillerist, which focuses more on the industry and a deeper dive into individual spirits. And we kind of go from there. There's a bunch of other stuff in the food, drink, and entertainment section. Anywho, Shaker Spoon sends all the ingredients minus the booze packaged for you to make interesting cocktails. This is for people who have a whole bunch of booze but don't necessarily have the accoutrement. So what would you really what's included would be really tricky to find anywhere else locally. So you're having drink making fun with some truly unique ingredients like the soul. No, I was going to say the soul of people who don't drink. We're talking artisan cherry vanilla bitters, pineapple shrub, and a spritz. My voice just cracked. Will I be able to make it through the whole night of shows?
Your voice just gave us a spritz of your full voice.
A spritz. A bottle of white sage hydrosol, which, by the way, is the juice of an extraction of white sage. Actually, a steam, a steam extraction. That's where you get hydrosol. You can do a different kind of extraction, and you don't end up with hydrosol, but a steam extraction does. Steam distillation, in fact, it's actually a water steam distillation. So this is the juice of white sage, but not the concentrate. There's an oil that sits on anyway. Is that too much?
It was too much. This is not non sequitur news.
Well, I mean, you know what? Well, I mean, it's directly, it follows. Anyway, so bar and cocoa. Good chocolate is as safe as it gets, making the subscription a perfect gift. So you might want to be careful of which chocolate you consume as of late, because it either has lead or cadmium in it. So
true, and you might have one of those odd people in your family who doesn't actually like chocolate.
Yeah, it's there's a couple of things where you just know before you pull the ripcord on it. You don't just blurt out, I love you, and hope the other person says, I love you. You kind of have to know. Otherwise, you're in for a rude awakening. You don't go, will you marry me, without really knowing that the person's gonna, you have some real, and you don't get chocolate, coffee, spirits, anything, unless you have a 99.97% chance of hitting the target. Anyway, sometimes you can just drop something like, oh, here you go. I found this in a parking lot. Anyway, Fuego Box. Hot sauce people are serious about stuff, and Fuego Box makes a perfect gift for anyone who's a bit of a hothead.
Do you find subscription boxes in the same location as my USB?
Yes. The Wendy's parking lot at 2 a.m. in a little hole.
You'll have to go back to about 1,500 episodes to hear all the backstory.
Yeah, I talk about it periodically too, so yeah. And then there's meal kit and prepared meal subscriptions like Butcher Box, Green Chef, Best of Gold Belly, Mosaic Foods, which is a new one to me. I've heard of the others. And snacky subscriptions like Murray's Cheese, which, cheese. You had me at cheese. How about Wild Grain?
It'd be hard to go wrong with the cheese subscription, I would imagine.
Cheese. Wild Grain, if you like making bread. Baksu collects some of the best snacks from Japan and compiles them into a one-time or recurring monthly curated tasting box. That sounds like fun until you get something that's really oddball, but I'm pretty sure that they do something. They observe it macroly, and they just kind of go, yeah, the predominant number of our our customers would like this. Seaweed tempura, green tea and lemon cakes, along with Japanese candy such as yuzu gummies. How about iGourmet? Get a bunch of stuff. Endless options for gift boxes, basket subscriptions, and more. They say that they'd venture to guess that even if you're not sure what gift you're looking for, you're still bound to find something on the sprawling marketplace of quality eats, it says. Mouth? Why does it say Mouth has monthly subscriptions for everything from cured meats to gourmet cheeses?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Is
that like a subset of iGourmet or something?
I don't know. I think that should probably read iGourmet has a monthly subscription, or has monthly subscriptions for everything.
Maybe the person writing it was thinking of eating gourmet food.
The background music is very intense about, I guess the music really appreciates the subscription boxes. How about boozy gift subscriptions like Beer Drop, Plonk Wine Club, and Flaviar? I guess that's the caviar of flavor. Flaviar Spirits
I
Club.
guess so, but it's probably not going to be one of the cheaper subscription boxes.
Yeah, some of these are really expensive. And while it's cheaper than buying a bottle and rummaging around trying to find it, you don't end up with a full bottle. It's a sample. And I actually was spinning up one of these, a spirits subscription box for Distillerist. But my God, the regulation in various states that just go,
Yeah, like every
oh,
state is different about sending in or sending out.
yeah, you can't transfer through some states. That's the wonkiest stuff I've ever seen. We don't want none of your alcohol coming through. Anyway, so Beer Drop, you basically get some beers in a little box and you get to sample them, which is great if you don't get out to various breweries in your particular locale. Craft brewing, baby, that is the place to be if you're a beer drinker. Get away from macro beers, expand your horizons, educate yourself on the materials that go into it. You will never go back to your standard bulk macro beer.
Exactly. And if you do have a beer fan in your gift giving circle, consider purchasing from your local breweries.
News
and brews.
News and brews. So yeah, for those who are listening to the podcast, that silence and then the smack is that Merriwatt took a swig of beer. So I dig wine too. Don't drink it as often. It's usually a heavier lift because once you open a bottle of wine, it's designed to be imbibed. And so, my goodness, I had to move on to a different song. I was actually afraid.
Do you feel like there's an invasion coming to ohmTown?
Abyssal eclipse or something like that. Anyway, I might actually end up doing this because I like trying out a lot of different ones. But the Flaviar Spirits Club sounds really good. But it says you can gift them a tasting box starting at $42 for members. It's pretty pricey. Subscriptions for the wine box start at $110 for 4 bottles. That's...
You could curate your own if you know anything about wine.
Yeah, and there's plenty of local wine companies. And beer is somewhat the same way. You go to a liquor store. There's all of this in your local liquor stores. Support your local economy. But honestly, this is wanted. And so I want beer. I want wine. I want spirits. I don't drink a lot of any of that. I don't drink during the week at all. I barely drink during the weekend. This is actually the only thing that I've had alcohol today.
By the way, Beer Drop actually does work with microbreweries. So even though they might not be in your specific area, that's cool.
Yep, I agree. I like that. And so they say a selection of microbreweries around the country and send them out monthly. So yeah. And you know what? I really wish that we would get away from hoppy. Hoppy is, I don't know. It's a term that I think isn't fully applicable because when people say hoppy, they think bitter. And that's not what hoppy really represents.
Right, those aren't equivalent.
Because the flavor and aroma of hops turns into bitter because of the alpha acids that are in the hop. And that flavor and all the flavor and aroma gets discounted as flavor and aroma, and hoppy is nothing but bitter, and that's not really what it is. I think everybody should really start using IBUs or just bitter. I like a really bitter beer. Well, that's high IBU. But I also like a hoppy beer that has a lot of flavor and aroma, and that's the same source. Flavor and aroma comes from the hops, and the yeast, but nobody even talks about the yeast. Nobody says, ooh, I like a yeasty beer. No, they like a flavorful beer. Anyway, that's it. We are done with Wanted. And what we're going to do is we're going to reset. We're going to update everything, recontextualize, get back on the time machine, and do the continuity report. So I am Mayor Watt saying see ya. And, oh, yeah, that's true too. I am going to sign on to the subscription that brings me back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmTown.com. Sorry about that. Now I'm going to say see you later, and the sentient AI is going to say the same thing. Well, something similar.
See you later. Thanks for joining us for Wanted. Stay tuned for more shows. We'll have another episode of Wanted next week, but we have more ahead.
See you later. Do I really want a subscription for, I don't know how many bottles that are the little samples from the wine or the spirit place? Gonna have to look into that. Okay, well, anyway, bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 28. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about a chill puzzle game, mixed reality wildlife sanctuary, creative director dream crossovers, best action RPGs that are relaxing, and a 2023 underrated shooter that's free on Epic. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen and download the podcasts. We've got 6 weekly and 1 daily podcast. 1,500 episodes total over on YouTube and the podcasts themselves. Search for ohmTown. You'll find us. See you in a little bit. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
I don't know what to say about that. I'll just go with it. Let's get into today's articles. Yes, I know that the graphics are still messed up. I'm remedying that. Earlier today, in my zeal to remedy this problem, I deleted all of the graphics.
Including the site logo, right?
Including the logo and the favicon and the mobile icon. So I was a real overachiever this afternoon, immediately before the show, because I was trying to expedite cleaning up database issues. Yeah, I'm trying to speed up the site. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in the WarCrafters channel. This chill puzzle game is so good that they bought the prequel before they even finished it. There's a great feeling you get when you read a book that you like and you watch a film that you enjoy, and it turns out that the writer or director has done other stuff that you know is promising. I'm paraphrasing what the author is saying because we've all experienced that when we've watched a movie and we're like, ooh. Or like for me, Dungeon Crawler Carl is going to come to, I believe it's going to come to Amazon Prime as a series. But it's 6 books that are out. A 7th one is about to drop. I listen to them in Audible. I stopped my subscription to Audible, though. Yeah. And so I've read or listened to all 6 of the books. I want to redo it. I want to listen to them again because this 7th book is coming out and the script is being written. Apparently it's coming pretty soon. I'm excited. It's a lot of fun. Anyway. Love it, right? So it says that's the long way around saying that they played Wilmot Works It Out this weekend. They said, and this is a week-long show, so this last weekend. Not this weekend, but last weekend. And they like it so much that even though they're not even finished with the game, they've already bought the previous one, Wilmot's Warehouse. They're going all in on Wilmot after just a couple of hours in-game. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. Hey, and if you want all of today's articles, you can hit ! WC for WarCrafters over in the chat on Twitch, not on YouTube. YouTube, I'm now putting it in the show notes right now. They're there in the show notes for the live stream. Anyway, Wilmot Works It Out is the perfect way to unwind, and it's great on Steam Deck too. So this is it. Guess it's a puzzle platformer kind of a thing. Not even a platformer. It's a puzzle game. So they say you should probably explain Wilmot, huh? Developed by Hollow Ponds and Richard Hogg, Wilmot Works It Out is a chill puzzle game where you're Wilmot, a square. Don't mean a square like you're some uptight dork who doesn't think teenagers should have a dance party. They mean a square, like literally and physically a square with a little face. That's what Wilmot is, a smiling square who loves jigsaw puzzles. And you basically slide these pieces around until, you know those little slider things? That's basically
Oh, right. Like where it might be on a piece of wood or plastic. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so every so often a postal worker delivers a box to your door, and you spread out the pieces on the floor and put them together by dragging them around with a little square head. When you've completed a puzzle, you hang it on the wall, and there's inevitably another knock at the door, and the postal worker drops off your next puzzle box. That's it, and it's great. So that's it. And so they've got a video here. I'm going to mute it. But you slide the little pieces together, hang it on your wall.
I mean, that looks like a cute game.
Literally, a little puzzle box shows up. You get a bunch of the puzzle pieces, lay them out, and you slide them all around. Oh, interesting. I thought that it was like all in one a puzzle. But it's
I did
actually
too, like the slider, but it's not. It's actually like building a puzzle.
And it's multiple puzzle pieces from different puzzles in a box. And so you basically have to put the puzzle together as the puzzle pieces arrive. And there's a bunch of different ones. So it's pretty cool. It's basically like one of those surprise boxes, you know, that you subscribe to and you get a piece of something that you really like for a game. And then you just drag them all together and pretty cool. This is like cozy, chill, a little to the left kind of a game. If you've ever watched A Little to the Left, yeah, or played it, this is similar to that. But there's a cat. And cats power the internet.
Watching where you're putting all your artwork up.
Up on the wall too. You can change the backgrounds, the wallpaper. Looks pretty cool. So yeah, they say best of all, it's great on a Steam Deck, not Stream Deck, Steam Deck. So it's perfect for unwinding after a long day.
Yeah, that can be confusing with the Steam Deck and the Stream Deck. Make sure you're using the right device.
Yep, for sure. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Sound good? This is the kind of thing that
sounds good.
I'm a chill gamer. I don't like playing frenetic games anymore. Back in the day, I would play all of these kind of crazy ass games, but not anymore. I like a little to the left nowadays. I don't know. Yeah.
This one looks very relaxing.
Although I'll still kick ass in a first-person shooter. Okay, let's go. Now, moving on. The next article is over in the Reality Hacker channel. Life finds a way in mixed reality wildlife sanctuary living room. If you've ever wanted pets, but your landlord doesn't allow them, the mixed reality eco sanctuary living room might be for you. Developed by Thoughtfish. Your job, should you accept it. Developed by Thoughtfish. Your job, should you accept it, involves cultivating life in a customizable terrarium full of cutesy critters alongside dressing up the different biomes. You must breed and feed flocks of creatures, managing the delicate balance of carnivores and omnivores to avoid total extinction. That is actually quite fascinating. Sarah Thwaites put this article together. It's over at uploadvr.com.
Well, plus this is unique because of the mixed reality, right? There's not much of that out there.
Not like this. That's for sure. This is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm going to play the I'm going to mute it and play the audio or play the video. And yeah, so you are looking through your VR headset. And I don't know if
it's like different areas of your room are like little biomes or habitats or something.
Yeah, and I suspect that you can put them there, and then you can put creatures in them, and you have to feed them and pet them and do all that kind of stuff, and you have to manage it so that they don't wipe themselves out or each other out, right? Pretty cool. Oh wow. Oh, there is life.
Oh, there's like a little bunny.
Yeah, there's a little baby bunny. That looks like a baby dinosaur. Penguins and sheep and something happening to this goober.
It said it was digging for treasure.
Oh, is that what it was? I didn't pay attention to that. That's funny. So after scanning your play space to establish the eponymous living room, you'll soon get acquainted with a small pool of helpful animals. Oh my God, I've got to get this. Please be
This looks really cute.
This has to be... Please be for everything. Hold on. I got to scroll down and find out if it's for everything. Ugh. Living room is now available
Only
for the
Meta Quest, but it might get expanded.
Damn it. You know what? That is such
time to buy a Meta Quest.
No. Did my screen go blank? Yes. So hold on. I am going to go over and see living room, right? It's called living room. Yeah. It's not even remotely on Steam. So anyway, living room also lets you pluck one of your favorite creatures and turn them into a room-sized pet, spurred on by the long-standing childhood wish to own a pint-sized elephant. Oh my God, you could have a
like a little giraffe.
Yeah, sorry, the silence is the sentient AI and myself in harmony. Because we both, if you've ever... So what was it for? What was it?
I don't even remember what the product is.
Was it a credit card company or something like that?
I have no idea.
There's this Russian guy, and he says, if I wants it, I gets it. And so he has he's surrounded by models who carry around like things, bars of gold. And so he looks over and there's this little mini giraffe sitting on...
it looks like it's DirecTV.
Oh, maybe it's DirecTV. Yeah. So it's sitting on like a little cushion and he makes a kissy face at this giraffe and the giraffe kisses him on the lips. And then he goes...
And it's very adorable.
And I want that, a toy giraffe that is a living toy giraffe. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to buy MetaQuest 3 or any anything. Meta can kiss
I'm sure this will get exported to other platforms.
Yeah, in 10 years, and then I'm going to be too damn old to be playing. No, just kidding. I am perpetually 15. So it says, still there are moments of unlikely humor that soften this disappointment. They have a disappointment up above, but I don't see any disappointment, and I'm not even going to cater to this. For example, while distractedly writing notes on their phone, they returned to see that their gorilla population looked rather thin. With some investigation, they realized this was the result of a few extra jaguars that they'd thrown in before taking a break, who quickly tampered with the food chain. So this is a living...
Yeah, that might be a problem if you get a little too invested in the animals that are there. You better be careful what you pair them up with.
And this is why I called, when we first talked about the 43 monkeys that got out, the sequel to 12 Monkeys.
Oh, it absolutely is.
So I want this.
And I don't know what that character is on the main page, but
it looks like a little
worth
lizard,
it right there.
Little cartoon lizard of some kind. I don't know. This is just awesome. Anyway, go check it out. Life Finds a Way in Mixed Reality Wildlife Sanctuary Living Room. Let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Starship Troopers, Terminator, Warhammer 40K Helldivers 2 creative director reveals his dream crossovers. Smash hit co-op shooter Helldivers 2 seems ripe for a crossover, but with franchises mighty partner with. That's a conversation that the players have been having ever since the game's explosive launch earlier this year. Now Helldivers 2 creative director. I wish that they would have just called it something else than Helldivers 2.
I agree. Like, it just doesn't have that pizzazz.
And it broke out from Helldivers. The original Helldivers sucked and wasn't like this. And now Helldivers 2 is this breakout hit, and it's different from the...
It would have been better to have a new name.
Just wipe out Helldivers and call it Helldivers, or something else associated with it, But just calling it Helldivers 2, Anyway, so creative director has had his say, revealing a number of intellectual properties he'd love to work with. So in a tweet, Arrowhead CCO and Helldivers 2 creative director Johan Pilestedt, I think, cautioned against doing too many crossovers, saying that it might dilute the IP and make it a not Helldivers experience. However, he also published an extended list of IPs that he would really like to work with. The article is by Wesley Yin Poole over at IGN.com. And the deck statement just says Galaxy Brain. That's the new thing now. Like, you announce something by just saying her.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, for me, I tweeted out low budget. So in a tweet, the Arrowhead CCO said that they would like to work with Alien, Starship Troopers, Terminator, Predator, Star Wars, Fifth Element, Blade Runner, Warhammer 40K, Trench Crusade, Mutant Chronicles, Drop Zone Commander.
That's quite the list.
I don't know about Fifth Element. What the hell can you do with Fifth Element?
I don't know.
I mean, there's one big bad... whatever. What was his name? What was the big bad? Evil, darkness, bad guy? Mr. Shadow? I think it was Mr. Shadow. Right? Yeah, the silence is us looking for... Hold on. Yeah, Mr. Shadow.
Is it Mr. Zorg?
No. Zorg is the human that conspires with Mr. Shadow. Evil, also known as Mr. Shadow, and the ultimate evil is the main antagonist in the Fifth Element. So yeah, I mean, there's only one thing, and then there's a bunch of people that are conspiring to make it happen, but it's not as diverse. Like, you only see people blowing up the Mondociwan, the big guys that bobble around.
But I think there's kind of a theme in the ones that are selected here. So maybe it's more...
It's always some alien.
The type or the genre. Yeah.
Yeah, viral. Like, Aliens is viral. Starship Troopers is viral. Terminator is viral. I have never watched anything from Apple TV that's related to sports, and they sent me college game stuff on my watch. Weird.
Go watch them now.
No. So it would be amazing to drop down onto a planet overrun by Tyranids or Necrons as an Imperial Guard soldier, complete with lore-accurate weapons, vehicles, and of course dialogue. Yes, Warhammer 40K fans have the wonderful and hugely successful Space Marine 2 to play right now, but that's a Space Marine game. Helldivers 2 is near enough an Imperial Guard game already that they would drop $1 or 10 on an Imperial Guard crossover in a heartbeat. I agree. I'm looking for a reason to buy Helldivers 2, but I just don't want to.
Well, maybe if they do one of these crossovers, that'll be it.
Like, I can see Predator, I can see Terminator, I can see Starship Troopers, because Helldivers 2 pretty much is Starship Troopers. They don't have the Matrix, right? That's not even in here. But the Matrix has all kinds of robots. Helldivers 2 already has robotic, like, stuff. But, flipping that to the Matrix, but that's really
that
old.
Might work.
Blade Runner is really old, but you would have to go after simulants, I guess. I don't know.
Replicants.
Replicants. I'm a dumbass. Sorry. All right. Pretty cool. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Moving on. So the next article is over in WarCrafters, best action RPGs that are surprisingly relaxing. Again, there's a theme today. I just want to chill. I'm going to have a really crazy week. Gaming can be a deeply soothing experience, often because of the game's unique setting that resonates with certain players, drawing them in like no other game. It could be the atmospheric or music that create a comforting ambiance, or the gameplay loop, which offers a predictably pleasant rhythm, putting players in a state of flow as they explore maps, complete objectives, move something a little to the left, solve a puzzle.
Move some puzzle pieces around.
Yeah. Somehow I think the sentient AI from the future is going to be playing puzzle pieces. Guess I'm going to have to buy a Steam Deck. Well, this article is over at Game Rant, and Vlad Mazenko put the article together. Titles like Fable, Assassin's Creed Odyssey provide cozy, immersive worlds filled with tranquil escapes. I don't know about Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I have it. Didn't really like it. But I'm a weirdo.
I wouldn't have thought of that for this theme, but
Okay. Yeah, some people like a little bit of. So assassination is really relaxing, I suppose.
right, that doesn't sound like it would be, but
So some action RPGs like The Witcher offer a surprisingly relaxing experience, perfect for clearing one's mind. I never found The Witcher 3 relaxing.
I don't know about that one, but in general, I would say the more immersive it is, it could be more relaxing because you kind of go into like a Zen state.
Right? Yeah. But there's combat, so you have to sit there and eliminate something. That doesn't really soothe me ever.
Right, that might give you a bit of a fright.
If I find, murdering millions of whatever soothing, I'm gonna have to go and talk to somebody about it. Hey doc, I am suddenly finding eliminating thousands of creatures or humans soothing in this game that I'm playing. Oh really? I have some questions. Anyway, it says a dark, tragic world that's surprisingly soothing to explore. It may be fun to explore, but Titan Quest Anniversary Edition, a unique, sunny take on Diablo-like ARPG with a nostalgic touch. Again, you're eliminating everything, I suppose. That too can be soothing to some. Death Stranding, it's a walking simulator, so as long as you don't find it frustrating as all hell.
Right, that one I could see works.
Yep. Although, they don't show it in here, but you do have a baby in a bubble strapped to your chest.
Okay, that might not be relaxing.
Yeah. Assassin.